Chapter 1: The Rejection of the Supreme Bone Transplant. In the realm of Tianwu, within the sacred land of Ling Tian, the holy son Ling Xiao reclined languidly upon the golden throne, adorned in a robe of deep black. He rested his left cheek on one hand, observing the 18 elders gathered within the grand hall above them. The sovereign Ling Yuntian sat regally upon the exalted seat of authority. The 18 elders of the sacred land, including Ling Xiao, bowed in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the sect leader." Upon the completion of the formalities, Ling Xiao moved directly to his seat. Yet, the 18 elders continued to bow in reverence, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Holy Son." Such was the stature of the Holy Son, akin to that of a crown prince. Ling Yuntian inclined his head slightly, declaring, "The reason I have called you here today is to discuss a matter of great importance." The assembly fell silent, their anticipation palpable. Ling Yuntian then turned his gaze towards Ling Xiao. "The divine sun battle, held once every millennium, is soon to commence. Although you possess remarkable talent and innate gifts, the geniuses recommended by the various sects this time are formidable children of dragons, phoenixes, and cheelants. Should you fail to be selected, it would be a great embarrassment for our Ling Tian sacred land. Do not worry, master. I possess the power of the Zhongtong. What do I have to fear from those insignificant beings?" Ling Xiao declared confidently, his demeanor calm and a self-assured smile gracing his lips, as if the so-called children of dragons, phoenixes, and cheelants were of no concern to him. Geniuses? Ha! They merely meet my threshold. His confidence was not unfounded. With his innate and having reached the pinnacle of the spirit transformation realm at the age of 18, he stood unrivaled among his peers. Throughout the southern celestial region, furthermore, he was armed with celestial weapons such as the Xianwu Fenglei-breaking void shuttle and the Ling Xiao battle armor, rendering him nearly invincible. Victory in the divine sun battle was an absolute certainty. However, Ling Yuntian shook his head gravely. "Shower, do not be complacent. This edition of the divine sun battle has seen several dark horses emerge, all eyeing the coveted position of divine sun. For instance, there is Li Xiaofeng from the Xiantian sect, who possesses the innate thunder sacred body by Yun Jian from the Yutian sect, with his innate sword embryo sacred body. And Xiong Zhantian from the savage wilderness sect, endowed with the innate titan sacred body. Such talents abound, and we must not take this lightly. Although you possess you are still somewhat lacking in physical constitution." The elders nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Holy Son has certain shortcomings in terms of physical prowess. If we could find a way to remedy this flaw, it would greatly enhance your chances in the divine sun battle. I presume the sect leader has devised a plan for us today." Upon hearing this, the elders' eyes brightened with hope. Ling Xiao also raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Ling Yuntian's words. "Ha ha!" Ling Yuntian chuckled, stroking his beard. "You old foxes cannot be fooled, can you?" "Indeed, I do have a plan. An hour ago, a rising star from the ancient clan of Tianqi City in the Jiang Kingdom, named Gu Xingli, awakened the Supreme Bone. If Shower can merge with this Supreme Bone, it would significantly diminish his physical shortcomings, allowing him to harness the power of the stars to strengthen his physique, making him no less formidable than those with innate sacred bodies. Upon hearing this, the 18 elders' expressions lit up with excitement. It is indeed a blessing for our Ling Tian sacred land. With this Supreme Bone, the Holy Son is bound to secure victory in the divine sun battle. This Supreme Bone seems tailor-made for the Holy Son. Its appearance is remarkably timely. The last time a Supreme Bone was discovered was over 3,000 years ago. However, when Ling Xiao heard this news, he could not help but furrow his brow slightly. "Master, that name, Gu Xingli, sounds so familiar." Ling Yuntian chuckled awkwardly. "She hails from Tianqi City in the Jiang Kingdom, just like you. Have you forgotten? You are betrothed to her." Ling Xiao suddenly recalled, although he had been brought to the Ling Tian sacred land since childhood, he had returned home briefly and heard his parents speak of his early life. At that time, he had still been in the womb, and the two families had arranged this engagement for mutual benefit. Seemingly sensing Ling Xiao's concern, Ling Yuntian admonished seriously, "Shower, in the path of cultivation, matters of affection can be a grave hindrance. Although you are betrothed, do not allow such considerations to interfere in the divine sun battle. Do you understand? In the coming days, I shall personally escort someone to the Gu family to transplant the Supreme Bone and annul your engagement with Gu Xingli. After all, once the Supreme Bone is excavated, she will become a mere cripple. This engagement will only serve to hinder your progress." Annul the engagement? Excavate the bone? Given that he possessed Ling Xiao was taken aback. Could it be that he had unwittingly stepped into the role of the antagonist? As a seasoned reader of fantastical novels, Ling Xiao was all too familiar with the clique tropes. If he were to seize this betrothed Supreme Bone and then break off the engagement, it would not be long before she called out the familiar line, "Do not underestimate the youth in Poverty. He could not gamble on such a familiar plot, especially in a world where the strong preyed upon the weak. If the supreme bone were to be excavated, it was highly likely that she would gain a more powerful divine bone through misfortune. When it came time to settle accounts, he could very well lose his head over it. Absolutely not, indeed. Ling Xiao was not originally from this world. He had arrived 18 years ago, becoming a scion of a minor family in a border town. Born with the and accompanied by signs of destiny, he was taken as a disciple by the Ling Tian sacred land. Over the past 18 years, Ling Xiao had demonstrated extraordinary talent in cultivation and had been named the Holy Son 2 years prior. The sacred land had spared no effort in nurturing him for the upcoming divine sun battle. Having contemplated this, Ling Xiao did not hesitate to refuse outright. I hope Master will forgive me, but I will not accept this supreme bone. What? The moment these words left his lips, everyone present was taken aback. You refuse? Why? Ling Yuntian asked, bewildered, for no reason other than the fact that she is my fiancée. Came Ling Xiao's resolute reply. Yet, internally, he had already devised his own plan. The supreme bone forced upon him would only enhance his power to a limited extent. However, if he chose not to annul the engagement and instead nurtured his fiancée, Gu Xingli could very well become the destined protagonist of their tale. On one hand, he could make an enemy of a destined child. On the other, he could enjoy the benefits of nurturing his fiancée. In weighing the two, Ling Xiao was clear in his priorities. Such foolishness, the 18 elders scolded him in exasperation. Holy Son, think this through. The supreme bone within you would yield far greater benefits than in that girl. Indeed, with this supreme bone, your victory in the divine sun battle is guaranteed. At such a critical moment, you must not be indecisive or compassionate. Exactly. We can compensate that girl later. The Tianwu continent is ruthless, where the strong devour the weak. As of now, news of the supreme bone has yet to spread. Even if you choose not to transplant it, other factions will undoubtedly seize her and force the transplant. Who dares? Ling Xiao bellowed, his fury igniting. She is my fiancée, Ling Xiao's betrothed. Whoever dares to harm her shall be my enemy. When the sovereign was enraged, 1,000,000 corpses would fall. When the Holy Sun was enraged, blood would flow for miles. Ling Xiao was not jesting. Despite the formidable strength of the 18 elders, they fell silent, bowing their heads before the overwhelming presence of the Holy Sun. Chapter 2. The power of thee alone is unmatched. There is no need for the bone of another. Ling Yuntian and the 18 elders opened their mouths to continue persuading. Yet, they were interrupted by Ling Xiao's firm gesture. Master. Elders. My mind is made up. Do not attempt to sway me further. I will not accept the supreme bone unless you strip me of my title as Holy Son and appoint another in my stead. If you insist on this course of action, you shall have to step over my dead body. The moment these words escaped his lips, silence enveloped the room. They recognized Ling Xiao's unwavering resolve. Further discourse would be futile. Master, Ling Xiao continued, I possess thee. I am a born supreme. The power of thee alone is unparalleled. I have no need to borrow the bone of another. Moreover, this is the bone of my fiancée. If I were to forcefully transplant it, it would ultimately become a haunting specter within my heart. When I break through to the supreme realm and comprehend the path that belongs solely to me, I will inevitably be ensnared by this inner demon. The dual pupil is already an invincible path. Why should I rely on another's bone? The crowd was taken aback by Ling Xiao's words, which emanated from an immense confidence deep within his heart, a declaration of unyielding resolve. Ling Yuntian stroked his beard and nodded. Indeed. The path that Xiao will traverse is destined to be above the legendary immortal kings, towards the divine path. When the time comes to comprehend his unique path, he will undoubtedly face numerous obstacles. Xiao has a far-sighted vision, and this cannot be denied. The Tianwu continent is divided into 12 realms. Body refinement realm, spirit vein realm, soul entry realm, spirit transformation realm, spirit infant realm, dharma aspect realm, earth profound realm, heaven origin realm. Extreme Path Realm, Emperor Sovereign Realm, Immortal King Realm, Divine Emperor Realm. To reach the Extreme Path Realm requires the comprehension of one's unique path. One must never underestimate this. Any slight misstep could lead to complete failure and demise. That being said, after a brief moment, Ling Yuntian sighed. One cannot force matters, but this girl who has awakened the supreme bone must be under the control of my Ling Tian Holy Land. Xiao, send someone immediately to bring her back. I, Ling Yuntian, shall take her as my personal disciple and nurture her diligently, on behalf of the ancient clan. Thank you, Master. Ling Xiao was overjoyed and promptly bowed in gratitude. Enough. This matter is entrusted to you. Do not let any errors occur. Ling Yuntian waved his hand and turned to leave the Golden Hall. The elders, witnessing this, could only sigh in disappointment before dispersing in small groups. As they departed, they whispered among themselves, though the Holy Sun is kind-hearted, it is a virtue that requires decisive and formidable means to govern Ling Tian Holy Land in the future. That is a later concern. What worries me is the battle for the Divine Sun. If anything were to go awry, and the position of Divine Sun were to be seized by another, it would be a trivial embarrassment, but the Divine Sun is the future heir of our sect. And carelessness is not an option. Seeing this, Ling Xiao hastened to leave. What he needed to do now was to quickly understand the situation regarding Gu Xingli and then send someone to protect her. After all, the awakening of the Supreme Bone would undoubtedly attract the attention of various formidable factions. If Ling Yuntian could think to transplant the Supreme Bone to Ling Xiao, other forces would certainly have the same idea. Otherwise, winning her over would be a significant loss. For Ling Tian Holy Land, however, just as Ling Xiao returned to his night owl peak, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind, akin to metal clanging, detected a significant life-altering choice by the host: refusal to transplant the Supreme Bone. The return system has been activated, and the novice gift pack has been issued. Please check your system backpack. Due to the host's choice, Gu Xingli's fate has been altered, automatically binding the target. Gu Xingli investments made by the host can yield returns based on affinity. Ling Xiao was instantly jolted, and in the next moment, a 9x9 backpack interface appeared in his mind, with a gift pack prominently displayed in the first slot. The system. It has actually been activated, having traversed for 18 years, Ling Xiao, endowed with innate dual pupils and unparalleled talent, diligently cultivated to reach his current state. He had thought that this life would proceed as it was, but unexpectedly, after 18 years, the system was finally activated. Though the system may arrive late, it will never be absent. It is said that some individuals activate their systems only upon the end of their lives. 18 years is not too late. His heart raced, and his hands trembled. Even though Ling Xiao stood above thousands, remaining composed in the face of calamity, the anticipation of something awaited for 18 years made his breath quicken. He then silently thought, open the novice gift pack. Upon opening the novice gift pack, congratulations to the host for obtaining infinite space backpack. 10,000 times return card. 1,000 times return card. 500 times return card. 10. The original 9x9 grid backpack vanished, replaced by a desolate expanse shrouded in starlight. There, silence reigned, devoid of life, as if everything had come to a standstill. At that moment, several return cards lay quietly on the ground. With a mere thought, the cards appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. Upon inspection, their information was immediately revealed. 10,000 times return card. When used on a target, it can yield a 10,000-fold return on investment, unaffected by affinity, allowing the choice of quantity or quality. Return. Ling Xiao understood this. For instance, if he were to give the other party a low-grade spirit stone, triggering a return could yield 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, or even one high-grade spirit stone, simultaneously. All information regarding the automatically bound return target surfaced in his mind. Current bound target, Gu Xingli. Affinity, 20. Identity, daughter of the ancient clan of Jiang Kingdom, reincarnated immortal king. Strength, body refinement realm, 3rd. Layer physique, supreme starbone. Cultivation technique, yellow rank star refinement technique. 4th layer, divine grade Ziwei star devouring technique not learned. Immortal grade myriad star will technique not learned. Spiritual technique, immortal grade star radiance annihilation light not awakened. Heaven grade star I not awakened. After reviewing, Ling Xiao furrowed his brow. What is this attribute panel? Wait. Suddenly, Ling Xiao noticed an important term in the identity information: reincarnated immortal king. This person has been reincarnated? Ling Xiao stood in a daze, and most importantly, the affinity was at 20. Connecting this to the system's awakening, which indicated that he had made a significant choice that altered his life trajectory, the implications became clear. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, having read numerous fantasy novels, he was aware of some clique tropes. Otherwise, what would it mean if the destined child were to be reincarnated? Ling Xiao shuddered at the thought. The reason the affinity was negative must be due to his previous life when he had excavated her supreme bone, leaving her with lingering resentment. Relieved, Ling Xiao quickly used his spiritual energy as ink to write a letter. He then prepared some gifts and summoned protectors to set off for Jiang Kingdom to deliver them to Gu Xingli. At this time, when meeting Gu Xingli, he must ensure that she feels his respect. What transpired in the previous life was unknown to Ling Xiao. But in this life, he must firmly grasp the opportunity presented by his fiancée. To express his sincerity, Ling Xiao dispatched 2 protectors of the Heaven Origin Realm, 5 guardians of the Earth Profound Realm, and 10 formidable cultivators of the Dharma Aspect Realm to personally make the visit. With such a display of power, even the great ancient kingdom, the 7 sects of the Big Dipper, or the Soul Yuan Demon Forest would have to retreat in caution. Chapter 3: The Reincarnated Immortal Emperor. Meanwhile, far away in the ancient clan of Tianqi City, Zhang Kingdom. In a beautifully adorned young woman's chamber. Gu Xingli slowly opened her eyes. The young girl was exceptionally graceful and possessed an ethereal aura, her delicate skin and sparkling eyes exuding an indescribable gentleness. Her gaze resembled a tranquil pool of water, and with a glance, she radiated an air of refined elegance. However, at this moment, her expression was one of astonishment. I have been reincarnated? Did I not perish alongside the supreme Ling Xiao, in the calamity of Tianwu? Surveying her surroundings, Gu Xingli took a long moment to gather her thoughts. I have been reborn in the year of my 16th birthday. As she contemplated, the girl swiftly integrated all her current memories. I have just awakened the supreme bone, right before the moment it was excavated from my body. The girl adjusted her dress, donned pink embroidered shoes, and began to roam around her room. After a brief moment, a bitter smile appeared on his face. The surrounding barriers have been reinforced. At this point, the Gu family has likely already informed the Ling Tian sacred land of my awakening of the supreme bone. They intend to offer me to the sacred son Ling Xiao in exchange for benefits. I fear that this scoundrel is already on his way here. In my previous life, it was precisely at this moment that Ling Xiao came personally to the Gu family and forcibly extracted my supreme bone, rendering me a mere shell of my former self, and subsequently, he called off our engagement, subjecting me to a tremendous humiliation. And from that point onward, I was abandoned by the Gu family to the wilderness. Had I not fortuitously stumbled upon a crystal-clear pond and discovered the precious moonlight stargrass within it to restore my foundation, allowing me to regrow my emperor's bone, I would have surely perished at the hands of that great fiend Ling Xiao and all the ungrateful individuals of the Gu family. Taking a deep breath, Gu Xingli regained her composure, carefully sensing the aura and strength within her. After a moment, her delicate brows furrowed, and a look of distress crossed her features. With my current strength at the third level of the body refinement realm, even with the memories of the immortal king, breaking through the barrier seems impossible. Is it that even in this reincarnation, I cannot escape the fate of having my bones extracted? Although I might regain my emperor's bone after such an ordeal, the agony of that extraction still sends shivers down my spine even across lifetimes. At that moment, an overwhelming pressure swept across the entire Tianqi city, causing even the whole of Zhang nation to tremble. Although separated by barriers, Gu Xingli, as a reborn immortal king, could distinctly feel this pressure enveloping the entirety of Tianqi city. 2 at the heavenly origin realm, 5 at the earthly profound realm, and 10 at the Dharma aspect realm. Ha! This lineup truly underestimates me. As she sensed the power behind this pressure, Gu Xingli could not help but smile bitterly. But then, a jolt of realization hit her. Wait a moment. In my previous life, Ling Xiao came personally, yet he only brought along one earthly profound realm expert. Why are there so many this time? Amid her doubts, a voice of authority resonated throughout Tianqi city. Gu family, where is Gu Xingli? The entire Gu family, numbering over 300, gathered in a state of trepidation at the training ground, neatly arranged and kneeling to welcome the emissaries from the sacred land. Finally, the Ling Tian sacred land has sent someone. As long as we offer Gu Xingli's supreme bone to the sacred son, our Gu family will surely rise and become a top family in Zhang nation, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Ling family head. I do not understand. Why must we offer the supreme bone to the Ling Tian sacred land? If we allow Xingli to join any sect, our Gu family would equally receive its protection and become a top family. What do you know? A commoner is guilty for possessing a treasure. What is the supreme bone? Can you truly handle it? When celestial beings clash, it is the mortals who suffer. Will those sects that cannot obtain a talent like Xingli spare us? So that's how it is. The crowd buzzed with discussion, suddenly enlightened to the family head's painstaking considerations. At that moment, the experts dispatched by Ling Xiao descended from the sky, appearing before all members of the Gu family like celestial beings. The family head, filled with trepidation, stepped forward to pay his respects. I am Gu Dengtian, the head of the Gu family, here to greet the elders of the sacred land. The leading protector at the heavenly origin realm nodded slightly and then inquired, where is Gu Xingli? Please wait, elder. I shall summon her at once. Before long, Gu Xingli was brought forth, bound tightly loose in her restraints. The Gu family did not dare hesitate and quickly untied the ropes. You are Gu Xingli? The protector scrutinized Gu Xingli, simultaneously sensing a formidable aura emanating from her back. His expression shifted slightly, for this aura unmistakably belonged to the supreme bone, and even as a heavenly origin realm expert, he felt a twinge of trepidation. This is a message from our sacred son for you. With that, he flicked his hand, presenting the item to Gu Xingli. Gu Xingli stared at the letter in her hand, momentarily taken aback. Where was Ling Xiao? Wasn't he supposed to come directly for the transplantation of the supreme bone? Where was he? Haha. At that moment, Gu Xingli's cousin, Gu suddenly burst into laughter. The sacred son is truly benevolent. Surely this letter and the treasures within the ring are compensation for our Gu family. With that, she brazenly stepped forward and seized the letter and ring before the assembly of elders. Turning, she directly handed them to Gu Dengtian. Uncle, this must be the sacred son's compensation for this waste. Since she is a member of our Gu family, these compensations should naturally be kept by us. Gu Yuehua, having taken the letter, stated with an air of entitlement. Gu Dengtian nodded in satisfaction. It is only right. Gu Yuehua continued to mock. Cousin, do you truly believe that by awakening the supreme bone, you can ascend and become a genius? I tell you, the so-called supreme bone is merely a stepping stone for our family to become a top family. Offering you to the Ling Tian sacred land is merely putting you to good use. You must learn to be grateful and possess a spirit of sacrifice. Do you understand? With that, Gu Yuehua, in front of everyone, began to unseal the letter. Suddenly, brilliant lights burst forth, and the characters on the letter appeared to come alive, leaping from the paper and floating in midair. This unexpected spectacle startled everyone present. However, calm soon returned. Having never witnessed such a sight, Gu Yuehua was soon captivated by the sacred son's prowess. Thus, in front of all, she began to read aloud. To my fiancée Gu Xingli. By the decree of our parents and the arrangement of a matchmaker, I learned today of your awakening of the supreme bone, and it brings me great comfort to realize our betrothal. Still stands. Hearing that the Gu family wishes to offer you to the sacred land, to transplant the supreme bone into me, I am filled with rage and have thus firmly rejected this proposition. My master has not pressed the issue and instead requested that you return to be his personal disciple. As I am about to coalesce my spiritual embryo and cannot personally come to retrieve you, I hope for your understanding. Within the ring is a gift I have prepared for you. Do not despise it. When you arrive at the Ling Tian sacred land, your husband will personally welcome you and provide you with a proper reception. Your fiancé, Ling Xiao. Chapter 4, The Ice and Fire Divine Body. Halfway through reading the letter, Gu Yuehua was so shocked by its contents that he fell silent. Once everyone had finished reading, they gaped in disbelief at Gu Xingli. The Holy Son had actually refused the supreme bone, and Gu Xingli had been accepted as a direct disciple by the sect leader. The revelations within the letter utterly shattered the Gu family's understanding. It is worth noting that when they had offered Gu Xingli to the Holy Land, they had distinctly heard the sect leader proclaim his intent to transplant the supreme bone to the Holy Son, Ling Xiao. How had the situation changed so drastically? As a result, the dreams of the Gu family, a prominent lineage, lay in ruins, and they had also offended Gu Xingli, this esteemed disciple of the Holy Land. Xingli? It's a misunderstanding, a grave misunderstanding. We never intended to offer you to Ling Xiao for the supreme bone. Xingli, please allow us to explain. We merely wished for you to join the Holy Land. Instantly, the entire Gu family shifted their stance, desperately trying to defend themselves. For if Gu Xingli chose to forgive them, the Gu family could soar to great heights in the future. However, at that moment, Gu Xingli was rendered speechless by the scene before her. Wait. This isn't right. Did I not reincarnate? How could past events have altered? Gu Xingli vividly recalled that it was at this very moment when Ling Xiao had come to forcibly extract her supreme bone. His grotesque visage remained etched in her memory. Yet, what was the meaning of this letter? Why was there no mention of extracting bones, and why had she been accepted as a direct disciple? This script was entirely inconsistent. Could it be that my reincarnation has triggered a butterfly effect, causing certain events to unfold differently? Gu Xingli pondered. Though she could not fully comprehend it, this was the only plausible explanation. If that were the case, then the impending calamity of the heavenly martial realm might not occur at all. With that thought, Gu Xingli felt a surge of excitement. How many innocent lives might be spared from devastation? But soon after, a chilling thought crept into her mind. There existed another possibility, that this accursed demon had also reincarnated, striving to alter everything. At that moment, Gu Xingli felt a chill down her spine, for she had once joined forces with several other fated souls to confront Ling Xiao. If she could reincarnate, why could he not? No. I must visit the Ling Tian Holy Land to ascertain whether this fiend has indeed reincarnated. If so, I shall crush him while he is still in his cradle. Amidst the pleas and justifications of the Gu family, Gu Xingli remained impassive, her gaze indifferent as she chose to ignore them. She then took the ring and turned to face the guardian.
Esteemed elders, I, Gu Xingli, wish to join the Ling Tian Holy Land.
Very well, then bid farewell to your family. It may be a long time before you return.
No need. They are not my family. Gu Xingli replied coldly.
The guardian nodded slightly and led Gu Xingli away, leaving the Gu family in deep regret.
Meanwhile,
a system notification suddenly echoed in Ling Xiao's mind. Gu Xingli's favorability, 10, investment target has refused to extract the bone, protecting the fiancée, triggering the refund mechanism. Detected that the host possesses one 10,000-fold refund card, 5,000-fold refund cards, and 100-fold refund cards. Please choose one to use.
Is this considered an investment?
Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow, coming to a realization. According to the established development, he was originally meant to extract the bone to prove his worth. But now that Gu Xingli was safe, protecting her could indeed be deemed an investment. It seemed that in future decisions, one must weigh their choices carefully. For it could trigger the refund mechanism. Such an investment bore significant implications. After a brief contemplation, Ling Xiao decisively selected the 10,000-fold refund card.
Notification.
The host has chosen the 10,000-fold refund card for the binding target. Host's investment in protecting the supreme bone has triggered a 10,000-fold return.
Congratulations!
You have obtained the divine physique, the ice and fire divine body.
A divine physique.
Ling Xiao was taken aback.
In all the world,
each individual possessed a unique constitution, generally categorized into 5 tiers: mortal, spirit, heavenly, sacred, and divine.
Congratulations!
The host has acquired the ice and fire divine body.
Would you like to begin fusion?
Yes, no, yes. Ling Xiao replied casually. In the next instant, his eyes widened in shock. The fusion came upon him unexpectedly,
leaving him utterly unprepared.
In a flash, Ling Xiao's innate double pupils activated instinctively, unleashing 2 beams of golden light that pierced through the hall and soared into the heavens.
Ah!
Ling Xiao screamed, his eyes nearly bursting, as the sudden influx of icy and fiery energy surged wildly through his meridians,
creating an uproar of spiritual energy as if he were spiraling into madness.
Simultaneously, a torrent of powerful fire and ice energy erupted from Ling Xiao's body,
shooting skyward and transforming into a fire dragon and an ice dragon that intertwined and roared.
Within a radius of 100,000 miles, all ice and fire energies seemed to be drawn to the Night Owl Peak of Ling Tian Holy Land. As the 2 dragons reached an altitude of 10,000 meters, they intertwined, forming a massive vortex that attracted all spiritual energy within the vicinity. Such an extraordinary phenomenon immediately caught the attention of the formidable beings in the southern heavenly mystic realm.
In the great wilderness ancient kingdom,
an elder clad in a black dragon robe slowly opened his eyes, murmuring, "The ice and fire extremity, this is the awakening of a divine physique. Judging by the direction, it should be the Ling Tian Holy Land.
Has another prodigious talent with a divine physique emerged there?
First, the innate double pupils dominate the ages. And now a divine body that transcends the past and present. The Ling Tian Holy Land is destined to reign supreme in the southern heavenly mystic realm." At the 7 sacred mountains of the Big Dipper, the ancestors of Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, and the other 7 clans opened their eyes in astonishment.
A divine body has descended, we must swiftly ascertain who it is.
If the opportunity arises, we shall spare no expense to recruit them into our 7 sacred clans.
The ancestors of all sects under the Ling Tian Holy Land hastily exited their seclusion. They were closest to the Holy Land and quickly arrived at the site of the extraordinary phenomenon.
This is
Night Owl Peak? Is the divine body manifesting there not the Holy Sun, Ling Xiao? The ancestor of the Xian Tian sect displayed a look of shock and trepidation.
If it were indeed the Holy Sun's doing, with the double pupils and divine body, they would stand no chance in the battle of the divine suns. If it truly was him, it would be unprecedented, a combination of double pupils and divine body, unparalleled in history.
The might of a divine body was indeed staggering. In the battle of divine suns, we are likely to have little hope. What does it matter?
Even if it is a divine body, it has only just awakened. The battle of divine suns is but 2 years away, and our cultivated prodigies have awakened their sacred bodies since birth. Having completely integrated and mastered their powers over the years, their strength is not to be underestimated.
Indeed.
Time is of the essence, even with a divine body. The odds are not in his favor.
Chapter 5, The Power of the Double Pupils and the Divine Body. At this moment, Ling Yuntian led 18 elders of the Holy Lands, 800 law enforcement disciples, and 3,000 inner disciples, forming a formidable protective barrier around Ling Xiaofeng. Even Ling Yuntian's master, the Grand Elder of the Ling Tian Holy Land, Ling Yangtian, emerged from seclusion to personally guard the area. The arrival of the Divine Body was overwhelmingly shocking, as the entire southern celestial mystic domain was on high alert, leaving no room for complacency. The whirlpool in the sky expanded, completely shrouding the vast mountains of the Ling Tian Holy Land. Boom! The spiritual energy transformed into thunder, as a bucket-sized multicolored lightning tore through the thick spiritual clouds. It revealed a sky ablaze with flames on one side and an icy realm on the other, both reaching heights of 10,000 meters. Roar! 2 dragon roars resonated through the ages, sweeping across the sea of fire and ice mountains, charging towards Ling Xiaofeng. Quick! Form the Ling Xiao Bihai Qiong Tian Great Formation. At the command of Grand Elder Ling Yangtian, the 3,000 inner disciples sprang into action. A barrier resembling a celestial canopy rose from the ground, enveloping the entire Ling Tian Holy Land. Crack! However, the 9-level protective array that Ling Tian Holy Land prided itself on was utterly defenseless before the 2 divine dragons, shattering effortlessly. Just as despair gripped everyone, believing the Ling Tian Holy Land was doomed, the 2 divine dragons, carrying a massive influx of spiritual energy, surged into Ling Xiao's body. In that instant, the entire Ling Xiaofeng was flattened, and within a colossal crater, Ling Xiao slowly stood up. Behind him, enormous, radiant wings formed from ice and fire unfurled, lifting him into the air. Suddenly, Ling Xiao opened his eyes, and the might of his double pupils unleashed 2 beams of golden light, piercing through the heavens. At this moment, the power of the double pupils combined with the divine body surged within him. Ling Xiao's aura skyrocketed, the force he emitted comparable to that of an extreme realm. The golden light from his pupils remained unyielding, sweeping across the surroundings, traversing the 10,000 mountains of the Ling Tian Holy Land. Strong beings rushing from the northern Dipper 7 sects, the great wilderness ancient kingdom, and the soul origin demon forest were all rendered speechless by the might of the golden light, fleeing in terror. Life. Death. In this moment, the fates of everyone within a 10,000-mile radius of the Ling Tian Holy Land seemed to lie within Ling Xiao's grasp. A mere glance could shatter the very heavens and earth. Such was the power of the double pupils. Such was the strength of the divine body. As the golden light faded and the ice-fire divine wings retracted into his body, Ling Xiao lost consciousness, falling limply. Could an extraordinary physique truly be endured by an ordinary person? The influx of spiritual energy from a realm of 10,000 miles entering his body without causing him to explode was indeed a stroke of remarkable fortune. This sudden upheaval astonished the entire Ling Tian Holy Land, the 28 sects, and 72 schools. Ling Yangtian swiftly issued orders. Yuntian, secure the area, seal the information, and protect the Holy Sun. Yes. Ling Yuntian turned sharply, his icy voice carrying the weight of an extreme realm's formidable pressure. The outer doors of the 28 sects must not falter. Any intruder into the Holy Land is to be killed without mercy. The 18 elders formed the 9 heavens thunder prison array, sealing the Holy Land's golden hall. The 800 law enforcement disciples joined forces with the 3,000 inner disciples to patrol day and night, all on high alert for survival. After issuing his orders, Ling Yuntian vanished from his spot, accompanying Ling Yangtian to the golden hall with Ling Xiao. Such a powerful ice-fire divine body. Even the ancient beings who had lived for 10,000 years, upon witnessing this scene, couldn't help but gasp in awe. At this moment, Ling Xiao's aura had already broken through to the spirit transformation realm, climbing into the spirit infant realm, with a faint trend towards breaking into the lawform realm. However, since the spirit infant had yet to condense, he could not form the lawform. Thus, Ling Xiao remained in the spirit transformation realm. Yet his aura was perilously close to the lawform realm. Master, the influx of spiritual energy, will it affect him? Ling Yuntian asked with concern. After all, such dense spiritual energy would have caused an ordinary person to explode long ago. Do not worry. Do you think the divine body is so fragile? This vast spiritual energy is more than sufficient to support Xiao until he enters the lawform realm. Ling Yangtian couldn't help but praise. To reach the law-form realm at 18 is unprecedented. Moreover, possessing the double pupils and the divine body is utterly unique throughout the ages. Truly, the heavens favor our Ling Tian Holy Land. Upon hearing this, Ling Yuntian felt a surge of joy. Does this mean our victory in the sacred sun battle is assured? Strategy. What of strategy? Ling Yuntian reprimanded. What does the sacred sun battle amount to? Seize this opportunity to shatter the 28 sects and 72 schools, unifying the Ling Tian Holy Land completely. Ling Yuntian's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at his master, then at Ling Xiao on the ground. The previously dim hope now shone brightly due to Ling Xiao's awakening of the divine body. Rest assured, master. I know what to do. Ling Yuntian nodded in satisfaction. I am about to break through to the second tribulation emperor realm. The subsequent matters are entrusted to you. When I emerge from seclusion, I hope to see a complete Ling Tian Holy Land. Master, rest assured. I will not fail in my mission. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Ling Xiao had fully adapted to the Icefire divine body. His residence had been relocated to the Yuntian Peak, placing him directly at the center of the spirit-gathering formation. At this moment, even without training, merely relying on the Icefire divine body, he could achieve the results of a full day's cultivation. If he focused on cultivation, the effects would be 100-fold greater than before. He had never expected that simply refusing to dig for bones would yield such terrifying returns. If his affinity with Gu Xingli were to rise, the rewards would be unimaginable. Contemplating this, Ling Xiao eagerly anticipated meeting his experienced companion. As a reincarnated celestial king, she would undoubtedly possess foreknowledge of the future. Cultivating her favor would grant him a glimpse into destiny, offering invaluable assistance for his future growth and training. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the steward Jilan knocked on the door and announced, Holy Son. Jianggu's Gu Xingli has arrived at the Holy Land 2 days ago and is currently waiting at the side hall of Yuntian Peak. She has arrived? Ling Xiao's heart leaped with joy as he hurriedly stepped outside. Outside the door, Jilan respectfully followed Ling Xiao towards the side hall. Jilan, responsible for Ling Xiao's daily affairs, was a woman in her late 20s, strikingly beautiful in a snug, pale yellow gown that subtly accentuated her S-shaped figure. Her sleeves were rolled up, giving her a competent appearance. Though merely a steward, her strength had already reached the spirit infant realm, a status that would make her revered as a saintess in other sections. Yet, within the Ling Tian Holy Land, she was but a steward. Nonetheless, she represented a position that countless individuals aspired to but could never attain. Chapter 6 First Encounter with Gu Xingli in the dim light of the side hall. A girl of about 14 or 15 sat quietly. Clad in a black garment intricately embroidered with golden threads, the fabric clung to her still youthful form. The golden patterns resembling ancient star maps, exuding an air of mystery and timelessness. This attire was gifted to Gu Xingli by Jilan after her arrival at the Ling Tian Sacred Land. Gu Xingli felt it extravagant that what was merely a change of clothes turned out to be a treasured defensive artifact. Ling Xiao, similarly dressed in a black robe adorned with golden patterns, entered the side hall with Jilan, immediately capturing Gu Xingli's attention. It was him. Gu Xingli rose abruptly, her mind flooded with images of bloodshed and chaos. Concurrently, a visage identical to the young man before her flashed through her thoughts, his lips often curled into a subtle, confident smile. In contrast, the Ling Xiao of her memories was dark, cruel, and menacing. Gu Xingli scrutinized Ling Xiao, who was also observing her. Their thoughts diverged, leaving them unaware of each other's intentions. Indeed, something was amiss. This was truly the reincarnation of a celestial king. Ling Xiao gazed at her delicate, jade-like face with a mysterious sheen, and those profound, dark eyes, which seemed to possess the wisdom of ages. The eyes, often called the windows to the soul, did not deceive. Based on his first-hand observations and the system's information, Ling Xiao was certain that Gu Xingli was the reborn celestial king. However, he knew better than to reveal this knowledge. The girl harbored a negative impression of him, who knew what grievances from their past life might provoke her ire. Surely, you must be Gu Xingli of the Gu family from the Jiang kingdom, my betrothed as per our childhood engagement, Ling Xiao said gently, bowing slightly. I am your fiancée.
Ling Xiao, the son of the Ling Tian sacred land.
This is still the same notorious demon?
Gu Xingli struggled to reconcile the refined gentleman before her with the tyrant she had known in her past life. The first time she encountered him, he had stolen her supreme bone, and the second time was amidst the desolation of the ancient battlefield in the middle divine realm.
If he had not also been reborn,
it was highly probable he had yet to succumb to darkness. Yet, to be cautious, she could not afford to lower her guard. She needed to thoroughly test him first.
Thank you, young Master Ling, for your leniency.
Gu Xingli concealed her true intentions and disposition. She was acutely aware that she was no longer the ninth-rank celestial king but merely a young girl of 14 or 15. In the presence of the son of the Ling Tian sacred land, she had to feign trepidation and anxiety. From now on, you shall reside here at Yunxiao Peak. I had initially been at Night Owl Peak, but due to awakening a special constitution a few days ago, it was destroyed, and I have just moved here. Ling Xiao spoke amiably to Gu Xingli.
Awakening a constitution? Gu Xingli's brows furrowed in curiosity.
She recalled that in her previous life, Ling Xiao indeed possessed a divine-level constitution. But it was after his descent into darkness, when he cultivated supreme demonic arts, devouring the spiritual bodies and sacred physiques of countless prodigies, that he formed the demonic body of the abyss. In the early stages, Ling Xiao had not awakened any significant constitution, aside from a dual-colored eye.
Oh? You awakened a constitution? What level is it? Gu Xingli feigned curiosity.
During her journey here, she had witnessed the heavens change color and strange phenomena descend. But she had dismissed it as mere coincidence.
By chance, it is a divine-level constitution, the Icefire divine body. The mention of the Icefire divine body jolted Gu Xingli upright.
Her surprise palpable. This was not what she had anticipated.
How could it differ so drastically from her expectations? And a divine-level constitution at that. Was this man still the formidable demon she once knew? Are you all right? Did I frighten you? Ling Xiao inquired, showing concern. And no, it's nothing. Gu Xingli awkwardly waved her hand and sat back down.
By the way, my master has agreed to accept you as a personal disciple.
Tomorrow.
I will take you to her, and she will select a suitable cultivation method for you based on your supreme bone.
Thank you. Gu Xingli faltered, unsure of how to address Ling Xiao. He.
You little girl. Ling Xiao reached to stroke her silky hair, but she quickly evaded him. It seemed that breaking the ice would require considerable effort. He first needed to understand what had transpired in their past life that had wronged her. Was it merely the theft of her supreme bone?
My apologies.
Ling Xiao promptly offered a courteous apology. You are simply too adorable, I couldn't help myself. Rest assured, I will not act beyond your consent.
Even though you are my fiancée.
I fully respect your wishes. Gu Xingli couldn't help but scoff inwardly. This fellow, in his past life, did not consider the feelings of others, once boasting, as the supreme of Ling Tian, I shall not explain my actions to anyone. But if this truly was the untainted version of him, she would ensure he found his way back from the darkness in this life. This is our first meeting, so I'm not quite accustomed to it.
Gu Xingli forced a strained smile. Indeed. Ling Xiao nodded in agreement. My master has consented to take you as her disciple. From now on, you may call me brother or Xiao Gu. Thank you.
Brother.
By the way.
With excitement, Ling Xiao retrieved a square jade plate from his storage pouch. The plate measured about 15 inches on each side. Intricately engraved with a celestial map centered around the Big Dipper, surrounded by countless stars. This was presented to me by the 7 sects of the Big Dipper when I became the sun. It is a top-tier spiritual artifact, the Big Dipper star map. It serves not only as an offensive weapon but also as a defensive tool, and its auxiliary functions are remarkable, making it exceptionally suitable for you at this moment. I have heard that you awakened the Supreme Star Bone from your Supreme Bone, capable of absorbing the power of the stars. This Big Dipper star map can unleash formidable attacks through spiritual energy and withstand assaults from powerful adversaries. Moreover, if you sit upon it, especially at night when the Big Dipper appears, it will automatically absorb stellar energy, significantly enhancing your cultivation speed.
Upon hearing this introduction,
Gu Xingli gazed in disbelief at the exquisite artifact, her eyes glimmering with joy.
Even as a reborn celestial king, this artifact was undeniably perfect for her current self. Though it was a top-tier spiritual artifact, its efficacy rivaled that of a celestial weapon. It would remain relevant even in the most advanced realms. This.
Gu Xingli found herself overwhelmed by Ling Xiao's kindness, her heart racing and her mind in turmoil. While she greatly appreciated the remarkable artifact, the memories of Ling Xiao as a remorseless demon made accepting his gift a challenge.
Isn't this too extravagant? Silly girl. You are my fiancée. No matter how precious it is yours. Chapter 7, Congealing the Nascent Soul. My heavens! This is truly delightful.
Such were Gu Xingli's innermost sentiments at that moment.
Clutching the Big Dipper star chart, she was eager to immediately immerse herself in its wonders.
However, Ling Xiao's gentle, watery gaze made her feel quite self-conscious.
Then, rest well.
I shall not disturb you further. Tomorrow, accompany me to meet my esteemed master, Ling Xiao stated before turning to depart. Though he yearned to linger and cultivate their rapport,
excessive haste might prove counterproductive. It could lead Gu Xingli to perceive him as driven by ulterior motives.
Conversely, Gu Xingli found Ling Xiao to be poised, courteous, and humble. Despite his esteemed status as a holy son, he maintained a respectful distance. She simply could not reconcile her preconceived notions of Ling Xiao with the young man before her. Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave, a system notification echoed in his mind.
Here it comes. Here it comes.
Ling Xiao was ecstatic. He nearly tripped over the threshold as he exited. Affection level of targeted individual Gu Xingli increased by 10. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the affection level was no longer negative. The host is detected to have gifted the targeted individual Gu Xingli a supreme-grade spiritual artifact, the Big Dipper star chart, triggering the return mechanism. As the targeted individual's affection level is 0, the return quantity is also 0. What? Ling Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief.
Nothing at all? It was then that Ling Xiao recalled that the return mechanism was contingent upon the recipient's affection level. The higher the affection, the greater the return.
With an affection level of 0, any number multiplied by 0 would still be 0.
Amidst his disappointment, Ling Xiao also felt a glimmer of relief.
Had it been a negative value, he might have incurred a loss. But at that moment, the system prompt sounded again. The host is detected to possess 1 myriad-fold return card, 5,000-fold return cards, and 10,000-fold return cards.
Would you like to select one of these cards to activate the return? Use it. Use it.
Just when hope seemed lost,
Ling Xiao remembered the rewards from the novice gift pack. Use the myriad-fold return card.
The host has used 1 myriad-fold return card.
Congratulations!
The host has obtained a myriad-fold return reward.
Please select either myriad-fold quantity return or myriad-fold quality return. Myriad-fold quality return a myriad of Big Dipper star charts? What would he do with so many?
Congratulations, the host has obtained the Immortal grade Heavenly Flame, Glacial Nether Flame.
With a mix of excitement and trepidation,
Ling Xiao returned to his chambers.
He was covered in frost.
Each step he took caused the plants within a 1,000-meter radius to wither instantly, turning into ice sculptures.
Glacial Nether Flame. It was Glacial Nether Flame, one of the 8 great Immortal grade Heavenly Flames. Since the dawn of time, countless eons ago,
the primordial chaos had given rise to various heavenly flames of creation. Among these, the lesser known were the 31 flames of the 4 gods, 8 immortals, 9 emperors,
and 10 spirits.
However, these flames, having existed for millennia, had long since cultivated their own paths and were now hidden in obscure corners of the world.
Legend held that the 4 divine flames had already achieved enlightenment and become supreme deities. No one had seen them for ages.
Ling Xiao sat cross-legged, activating his Icefire divine body, which frantically burned the tens of thousands of miles of spiritual power stored within his dantian.
At that moment,
Ling Xiao's body resembled a furiously operating nuclear power generator. The Icefire divine body served as the furnace, and the Glacial Nether Flame provided the energy. With the support of their shared attributes, the Heavenly Flame, possessing both ice and fire properties, was swiftly absorbed by Ling Xiao.
Seizing the opportunity, he began to congeal his nascent soul.
Sensing the refined Glacial Nether Flame within his body, Ling Xiao took a deep breath and began the process.
His double pupils manifested, and the ice-fire divine body emerged. 2 golden beams pierced the firmament, and an ice-fire divine dragon burst forth, soaring into the heavens.
It circled once more in the 10,000-meter-high sky, forming a vortex of spiritual energy, intending to draw in the spiritual power from within 100,000 miles once again.
However,
due to Ling Xiao's awakening of the ice-fire divine body a few days prior, he had already absorbed the spiritual power from within 100,000 miles.
At this moment,
the spiritual power within this range was merely a puddle, barely better than nothing.
What's happening now? Such a significant disturbance once again shocked the entire southern Azure domain. Could it be that someone in the Ling Tian Holy Land has awakened another divine great physique? No. It's the same celestial phenomenon as before.
Still the Holy Sun Ling Xiao of the Ling Tian Holy Land.
What on earth is that guy up to?
He's already absorbed all the spiritual energy within 100,000 miles, making our cultivation as slow as a snail's pace these past few days.
What more does he want? I think he's just showing off and flaunting his abilities.
The crowd was astonished. The Ling Tian Holy Land once again entered a state of alert. At that moment, within the Golden Hall of the Ling Tian Holy Land, Ling Yuntian smiled with satisfaction as he looked at the 18 elders.
If there are no unforeseen circumstances,
it should be Xiao who is about to congeal his nascent soul.
This ice-fire divine body is truly terrifying.
It has allowed the Holy Sun to successfully break through to the nascent soul stage in just a few days. The tens of thousands of miles of spiritual energy within his body should allow the Holy Sun to continuously break through to the Dharma aspect realm even after congealing his nascent soul. However, Ling Xiao was not having an easy time. The energies of ice and fire clashed incessantly within his body. These inherently opposing attributes continuously ravaged his spiritual meridians, but under the power of the ice-fire divine body, they were also continuously repaired. This allowed Ling Xiao's already strengthened spiritual meridians to continuously fuse with the energies of ice and fire.
Ling Xiao was overjoyed. Although it was painful,
the reconstruction of his spiritual meridians and the fusion of ice and fire spiritual power would make his meridians even stronger and more resilient than before. Spiritual meridians were cultivated during the spiritual meridian realm. Like laying the foundation for a road, whatever it was like at the beginning,
it would be like for the rest of one's life.
But Ling Xiao was now like tearing down the road and rebuilding it, digging up the foundation and recasting it. Then, he hardened the road and turned it into an 8-lane asphalt highway, and built a 100-story building foundation on top of the 3-layer foundation.
The degree of strengthening was thousands of times greater than before.
At this moment, Ling Xiao had become a bloody mess.
After the reconstruction of his spiritual meridians,
the violent spiritual power within his dantian slowly began to condense. With the addition of soul power, it formed a small figure composed of flames.
The little figure was born in a sea of fire, but it appeared to be made of ice crystals. Moreover, Ling Xiao's dantian seemed to slowly coalesce into a taiji diagram. On the left side, in the flames, an ice figure emerged, like yin within yang in the taiji diagram.
On the other side, however, was a silent, frozen land. In the pure white world, a tiny flame suddenly appeared and formed a little fire figure, dancing there.
Like yang within yin on the other side of the taiji.
One ice, one fire, the two little figures looked at each other.
Seeing this scene,
Ling Xiao's eyes widened in shock.
2 nascent souls?
This rare sight stunned Ling Xiao.
Throughout the history of cultivation,
no one had ever heard of anyone being able to congeal 2 nascent souls. Just as Ling Xiao was in doubt, the 2 little figures, one ice and one fire, slowly approached each other. The seas of fire and ice beneath their feet began to spin rapidly. In an instant, Ling Xiao's dantian was like a rapidly rotating centrifuge. Under that frenzied operation, the 2 nascent souls, one ice and one fire, slowly merged into one.
At the same time,
the remaining spiritual power within his body was continuously absorbed. When everything returned to complete stillness, Ling Xiao was shocked to find that, in his dantian,
the sea of ice had sunk, and the sea of fire had risen.
The 2 originally opposing forces of spiritual power had now harmoniously merged into one.
Moreover,
in the very center, a massive nascent soul composed of ice crystals but burning with raging flames appeared in his dantian.
Chapter 8, The Method of Instant Kill. This was Ling Xiao's first instinct regarding his spiritual infant.
He had previously seen others' spiritual infants.
which typically resembled the size of a heart or a fist. In essence, the size of one's spiritual infant corresponded to the size of their heart. However, at this moment, his own spiritual infant within his dantian appeared as a colossal figure. When summoned forth, it was astonishingly as large as his head. Was this not akin to a large-headed child? Ling Xiao found himself speechless. Yet, almost immediately, he sensed an overwhelming force emanating from within the spiritual infant. A power that could likely obliterate even the strongest of opponents with a single blow. The accumulation of spiritual energy over vast distances had not propelled Ling Xiao to the but instead left him still at the initial stage of the spiritual infant realm. Nonetheless, this power was by no means inferior to that of the, perhaps even exceeding it. Moreover, with the enhancement of the ice and fire divine body, he felt capable of freezing and igniting the entire world merely by wielding the purest icy flames. As the clouds parted and tranquility returned, Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes. He was now covered in soot, his clothing barely clinging to him. Upon emerging again, he found himself adorned in a flowing white robe, intricately embroidered with delicate silver cloud patterns that danced with his movements, reminiscent of ethereal clouds drifting across the sky, as if he had stepped out from a water-ink painting. When Ling Xiao pushed open the door and appeared before Jilan and Gu Xingli, he stood tall like a pine tree, his shoulders sharply defined. With his raven hair elegantly tied in a jade crown, a few strands cascading down his fair cheeks. This sight instantly left the two girls outside in awe. Unbeknownst to them, an entire night had passed since his breakthrough into the spiritual infant realm. The sun was now high in the sky, well past the time to meet their master. However, due to the time spent consolidating his spiritual infant, it was unlikely that his master would take offense. Come on. Why are you dazed? Ling Xiao playfully pinched Gu Xingli's nose. Jilan was the first to recover, having witnessed this for over a decade. A sense of immunity was only natural. Yet this time, Gu Xingli did not shy away. A flush of crimson adorned her cheeks as she lowered her head, shyly grasping Jilan's hand and trailing behind. At that moment, Gu Xingli began to comprehend why Ling Xiao had been so vicious and ruthless in his past life, yet was surrounded by so many beautiful women. If not for his notorious deeds, she too might have been captivated by his charm. As the clouds dispersed, the golden hall beneath the blazing sun shone brilliantly. The celestial cranes and myriad birds that had been driven away by the chaos of ice and fire returned, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and sanctity. Disciple Ling Xiao, accompanied by my fiancée Gu Xingli, pays homage to the master. The 18 elders stood on either side as Ling Xiao soared into the hall, his presence commanding as he approached with Gu Xingli, bowing in respect. Xiao heir, show me your spiritual infant. Ling Yuntian, disregarding his status as the sect leader, urged with palpable excitement. Ling Xiao chuckled softly, surprised at how long it had been since he had seen Ling Yuntian so animated and unrestrained. He nodded and summoned his spiritual infant into the air. Gasp! The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. So large! How can it be this big? Observing the astonished expressions of those around him, Ling Xiao was reminded of a scene where a lonely widow encountered a lifelong bachelor. Even Gu Xingli beside him was left agape, murmuring, so big. After a brief moment, Ling Yuntian regained his composure, his brow furrowing. What is happening? I can't even sense your aura. What level of power do you currently possess? Surprisingly, due to the ice and fire divine body combined with the extreme cold flames, Ling Xiao's aura had been completely frozen, not emanating a trace. Even the formidable Ling Yuntian could not detect him. Perhaps it's due to the ice and fire divine body. Reporting to the master, I have merely broken through to the spiritual infant realm, achieving the first stage of the spiritual infant. Just the first stage? Ling Yuntian's brow deepened in skepticism. To cultivate the 3 heads and 6 arms in the spiritual infant realm, how could you have absorbed such vast spiritual energy and only be at the first stage? Have you not even developed a single arm? Ling Xiao hurriedly explained, I truly only possess the first stage of the spiritual infant, having developed none of the 3 heads and 6 arms. It seems that the vast spiritual energy was entirely absorbed by this spiritual infant, leaving me with nothing. Ling Yuntian pondered, that is indeed a possibility. However, rest assured, master. Although I have not cultivated any of the 3 heads and 6 arms and remain merely at the first stage, I sense that my power rivals that of a 7 or 8-stage spiritual infant, even comparable to practitioners. Oh? Ling Yuntian's eyes gleamed with intrigue. He then waved his hand, summoning a practitioner to step forward. Ling Xiao retracted his spiritual infant and nodded respectfully to the individual. Please, show mercy, Holy Son. Though the practitioner's words were courteous, he held no regard for Ling Xiao. Fully aware of his own status as an expert while Ling Xiao was merely at the first stage of the spiritual infant realm. The disparity between their realms was significant. Despite Ling Xiao possessing the divine eye of heaven, the practitioner believed he could easily handle the situation. Planning to feign a struggle to leave a favorable impression on the Holy Son for future benefits. With this thought, the two ascended into the air and flew into the mountains outside the Golden Hall. Gu Xingli hurriedly ran to the entrance of the hall, peeking out to catch a glimpse of Ling Xiao's prowess, while Ling Yuntian and the 18 elders remained stationary. At their level, a mere thought could allow them to perceive events occurring miles away. At that moment, within the craggy mountains, separated by a distance of 1,000 meters, Ling Xiao stood calmly, observing the practitioner concealed within the mist. A flash of golden light sparkled in his eyes as he activated his divine eye of heaven, parting the clouds and fog. With a single step, the mist seemed to freeze in place. The chilling aura exuded by the ice and fire divine body instantly freezing 100 miles around him. Have you ever witnessed clouds and mist encased in ice? It is a sight of resplendent ice flowers and radiant hues. In an instant, the practitioner panicked, feeling his internal spiritual energy stagnate and slow, even his blood beginning to freeze. Boom! In the next moment, the mist transformed, and a sea of flames surged forth. Ling Xiao, reborn from the flames, appeared in an instant. The wind and thunder shuttles beneath his feet tore through the void, leaving behind a trail of lightning as he approached. Wind and thunder. The dual manifestations. Yet, the practitioner was no novice. As his internal spiritual energy and blood melted, he unleashed his strongest abilities, revealing his dual manifestation power. Practitioners comprehend 9 manifestations, each embodying the laws of heaven and earth, serving as a preparatory stage for the. Upon mastering the 9 manifestations, one transcends the, traversing the, ultimately selecting one manifestation to forge there, achieving the status of. This practitioner had mastered 2 manifestations, reaching the level of dual manifestation. At that moment, wind and thunder erupted simultaneously, transforming the skies and summoning lightning. But it was merely a fleeting moment. Crack! Ling Xiao unleashed a punch imbued with the ultimate power of ice and fire, shattering this dual manifestations with sheer physical might. Boom! The formidable cultivator of the Dharma realm spat out blood and was sent flying, crashing into the towering mountain behind him, embedding himself within it, uncertain of his fate. Chapter 9, Gu Xingli becomes a disciple. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone was momentarily rendered speechless. The sheer physical prowess displayed in vanquishing a formidable opponent at the dual-phase law realm left no doubt about Ling Xiao's strength. However, upon observing Ling Xiao's might, Gu Xingli furrowed her brow in concern. If Ling Xiao had not succumbed to darkness, he would undoubtedly be the pride of the Tianwu continent. A pillar of support against calamities, a savior for countless souls. Yet, should Ling Xiao share her fate as a reborn soul, the consequences would be dire. Ling Xiao, I hope you are not a reincarnator but merely a version of yourself who has not yet fallen into darkness. Otherwise, for the sake of the world and to protect my cherished friends and family, I shall not hesitate to extinguish your life, even at the cost of my own. Gu Xingli mused inwardly. Ha ha! Ling Yuntian laughed heartily, looking skyward. With a leap across realms to slay an opponent. Victory in the Divine Sun's battle is surely within my grasp. After demonstrating his might, Ling Xiao immediately took Gu Xingli's hand and approached Ling Yuntian. Gu Xingli struggled momentarily. Yet when she found herself unable to break free, she allowed Ling Xiao to lead her. Gu Xingli's affection level, 1, a sudden notification echoed in Ling Xiao's mind. He raised an eyebrow, surprised by this unexpected gain. Master! This is my fiancée Gu Xingli. Did you not mention previously that you would take her as your disciple? Ling Yuntian teased, you haven't even married her yet, and you are already protecting your wife. It seems you've forgotten about your master. Master, you jest. I would never. Ling Xiao replied humbly. Very well, I shan't tease you further. Ling Yuntian waved his hand and spoke seriously. Gu Xingli, you possess the supreme bone. Initially, I intended to transplant your supreme bone to Xiao, but he threatened me with the position of divine son and his own life to spare you. I hope you do not take offense. To compensate, would you be willing to become my direct disciple? If you agree, I will hold a formal ceremony for you to join my sect 3 months from now during the 100 Sects Conference. A flicker of concealed killing intent crossed Gu Xingli's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by a warm current. She was astonished that Ling Xiao would go to such lengths to protect her under immense pressure. This old man intended to take her supreme bone for Ling Xiao. He was indeed the root of her troubles. Despite the upheaval of this life, he remained the source of her grievances. Though Gu Xingli harbored lingering resentment, her expression displayed great excitement as she knelt in gratitude. Disciple Gu Xingli pays respects to master. Ha ha! Ling Yuntian chuckled, stroking his beard. The elder members of the sect echoed in unison, congratulations, sect leader. The divine son has broken through to the spirit infant realm, awakened a divine constitution, and now has a disciple with the supreme bone. Truly, 3 joyous events have arrived at once. Ling Yuntian reveled in the flattery, secretly pleased. It seems retaining the supreme bone has turned out to be a fortuitous event. This girl is exceptionally gifted, assisting Xiao. She will undoubtedly become a pillar of support for the Ling Tian Holy Land in the future. At that moment, a beam of golden light shot towards Gu Xingli. Alarmed, she prepared to evade but soon discovered it was a manual imbued with starlight. This celestial grade technique, Starlight Spirit Control, is a gift for you. Perfectly suited to the characteristics of your supreme bone. I believe it won't be long before your strength ascends. Ling Yuntian stated casually. A glimmer of delight flashed in Gu Xingli's eyes. Truth be told, celestial grade techniques had little allure for her. Having been reborn, she vividly recalled her past life's mastery of the divine-level Ziwian star technique and the immortal grade Wanxiang star wheel technique. Her divine abilities, while slightly inferior to Ling Xiao's dual pupils, included the super-grade starfall cataclysm and high-grade stargaze. Yet, this celestial grade technique was currently the most suitable for her. Although she was aware of some lower-tier techniques, none were appropriate for her. In her youth, after losing her bones, she had taken many detours. Now, with this celestial grade technique, Gu Xingli would ascend swiftly, saving her considerable time. In her previous life, after losing her supreme bone, it took her a year to open her spiritual veins, 3 years to enter the soul realm, 5 years to transform her spirit, and 10 years to reach the spirit infant stage. For an ordinary person, this was undeniably impressive, but it was still far too slow. In this life, Gu Xingli was confident she could reach the spirit infant realm within a year. This was the formidable confidence that came from possessing the supreme bone. Simultaneously, she was determined to cultivate swiftly, gaining some self-defense capability before hastening to the verdant pond to seek the moonlight star grass. Gu Xingli was certain that consuming the moonlight star grass would either enhance her supreme star bone or even yield a more powerful imperial bone, allowing her cultivation to advance further, putting her on par with Ling Xiao. Now that you have the technique, you can seek suitable spiritual skills at the library peak. Ling Yuntian casually tossed her a disciple token. With this token, Gu Xingli could freely enter and exit the Holy Land. Spend the next 3 months comprehending this technique. After the apprenticeship ceremony, I will personally guide your cultivation. Thank you, Master. Gu Xingli expressed her gratitude again. After leaving the Golden Hall and returning to Cloud Sky Peak, Ling Xiao refrained from disclosing the matter of his acquisition of the extreme cold ice flame to Ling Yuntian. Some secrets should remain concealed for one's own benefit. Moreover, with the ice-fire divine body and the aura of the extreme cold ice flame cloaking his power, no one could discern his true strength. In this ruthless world of fantasy, this provided excellent protection. Cloud Sky Peak had expanded significantly, now several times larger than before. With nothing pressing to attend to, Ling Xiao strolled through the clouds with Gu Xingli, admiring the sunset over the sea of clouds. As the sun sank lower, the horizon ignited like a canvas splashed with vibrant colors. The gentle evening breeze caressed their faces, akin to a tender hand. Gu Xingli quietly sat beside Ling Xiao. Suddenly, she spoke, the supreme bone. Are you truly not tempted? Ling Xiao looked at Gu Xingli in surprise, his wise eyes filled with inquiry. He stood up. His pristine robe billowing in the wind, a stray lock of hair brushing against his cheek. His profile exuded a mix of disdain, confidence, and a hint of playfulness, momentarily captivating Gu Xingli. It is not mine, it ultimately belongs to another. No matter how strong, it remains someone else's. Ling Xiao turned gently. With the dual pupils, I am already invincible, why should I covet another's bone? His arrogance and confidence radiated like the peak of a mountain, overlooking all beings. Gu Xingli was momentarily taken aback. What kind of person possesses such unwavering confidence to speak thus? Yet, she swiftly countered, but then again, while the dual pupils may offer an invincible path, having multiple bones means multiple paths. Do you not understand this principle? Coughing, Ling Xiao was momentarily caught off guard but quickly regained his composure. If it were merely a matter of having multiple paths at the cost of my fiancée enduring the pain of having her bones extracted, I would rather forego it. However, you and I, we have never met before, we are merely strangers. Why take this so seriously? Chapter 10, One night of transcendence. In a few brief words, when I lifted my gaze once more, the sun had vanished, leaving behind a sea of clouds ignited in crimson hues. Excavating your supreme bone would certainly be of great assistance to me at this moment. But it would be akin to hastening the growth of seedlings, and it may also sow the seeds of inner turmoil. Ling Xiao declared with pride. My aspirations extend far beyond merely ascending to the 9th level of the Immortal King, I seek the path of the divine. Moreover, Ling Xiao's words trailed off as he offered a dismissive smile. A mere supreme bone is hardly worthy of my regard. I possess the innate twin pupils and the ice-fire divine body. Either of these alone would suffice to elevate me upon the divine path. Gu Xingli regarded Ling Xiao's retreating figure with a complex expression, her memories deep and her thoughts somewhat adrift. As night enveloped the world like ink, countless stars twinkled like diamonds, embedded in the vast firmament atop Cloud Sky Peak. Here, an open meditation platform had been fashioned. At this moment, Gu Xingli sat upon the Northern Dipper star map, absorbing the vast powers of the stars. Suddenly, the Big Dipper appeared to awaken, its 7 stars opening their celestial eyes amidst the constellation. 7 beams of starlight seemed to be guided by an unseen force, hurtling down toward the summit of Cloud Sky Peak. This extraordinary spectacle instantly captured the attention of the entire Ling Tian sacred land. The 7 rays of starlight merged with Gu Xingli, resonating with the Big Dipper upon the star map. In an eruption of radiant starlight, Gu Xingli shone with unparalleled brilliance, especially where a segment of bone adorned with mysterious runes rested upon her chest. This was the coveted supreme bone. At this moment, the star patterns upon the supreme bone glittered, converging the light of the Big Dipper within. The star patterns appeared to come alive, swirling around Gu Xingli. Not far away, Ling Xiao observed this astonishing scene, unable to suppress his astonishment. Surely, this is the divine arts contained within the supreme bone. He recalled the myriad patterns he had witnessed during his first comprehension of the twin pupils' divine arts. Time slipped by unmarked. Gu Xingli suddenly opened her eyes. Within her gaze, starlight surged forth, erupting with power rivaling that of Ling Xiao's twin pupils. As she gazed skyward, the stars flickered in response. Where her celestial eyes fell, the stars twinkled in echo, cascading down beams of starlight. A magnificent meteor shower unfolded above the Ling Tian sacred land, a spectacle of ancient marvel. Boom! A single beam of starlight detonated, compelling the protective array of Ling Tian sacred land to activate. A luminous, rainbow-hued semicircular barrier enveloped the entire sacred ground. Yet, the display was far from over. As the starlight descended, it crashed upon the array, akin to a boulder plunging into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across the surface. At this moment, the 18 elders of Ling Tian sacred land were on high alert. Even Ling Yuntian sprang into action. Ling Yuntian, the 18 elders, 800 law enforcement disciples, and 3,000 inner disciples encircled Cloud Sky Peak, vigilantly observing the unfolding scene. The supreme bone has awakened, comprehending the divine arts. They murmured. Is this the divine arts of the supreme bone? Should it be implanted in the Holy Son, his abilities would ascend to unprecedented heights. This supreme bone's divine arts are indeed formidable and wondrous. Fortunately, this girl is merely at the body refining stage. Were she to attain the Dharma aspect stage or higher, our protective array would scarcely withstand the onslaught. The supreme bone is truly terrifying. Simultaneously, within the realms of the 7 stars, the 7 masters of the Northern Dipper gazed towards the horizon. Despite being separated by vast distances, they could still feel the overwhelming celestial might emanating from the fallen stars. Once more, it is the Ling Tian sacred land, sighed the headmaster of Tianxian sect. Their holy son possesses innate twin pupils, and now with the supreme starbone, the southern heavenly mysterious domain is bound to be stirred by tumultuous waves. The Northern Dipper 7 sects revered the Big Dipper. Had Gu Xingli arrived at the Northern Dipper sects, she would undoubtedly have been revered and nurtured as a sacred maiden by the 7 headmasters. Yet, in Ling Tian sacred land, she was merely a personal disciple. After a while, the initial display of the divine arts subsided. The stars, as if deflating, dimmed. The radiance of the Big Dipper receded, and Gu Xingli slowly opened her eyes. Is this the supreme bone's celestial arts? The starry azure fall that Ling Xiao wielded in the previous life? Its power is indeed formidable. In her past life, Ling Xiao had extracted her supreme bone. Gu Xingli had been fortunate to witness once the stars cascading down, the heavens collapsing, a spectacle far beyond what had just been revealed. Yet this time, the immensely powerful divine arts of the supreme bone had become her own. The thought of what this supreme bone might evolve into under the enhancement of the moonlight stargrass sent a thrill through her. Feeling the immense spiritual energy coursing within her, Gu Xingli discovered she had transcended a significant realm. In just one night, she had ascended from the 3rd level of body refining, crossing into the soul entrapment realm. One night. Merely one night. This equated to the efforts of countless individuals over many years. Such was the might of the supreme bone. As dawn's light pierced through the darkness, Gu Xingli, seated upon the meditation platform at the peak of cloud sky, exhaled a breath of turbid air. Applause resounded behind her as Ling Xiao approached with unwavering confidence. Congratulations, Sister Xingli. You have harnessed the supreme bone to unleash its full potential. Ling Xiao praised. One night of transcendence truly befits the possessor of the supreme bone. Gu Xingli felt somewhat taken aback. After all, in her previous life, although she had possessed the supreme bone, it had not remained within her for even a day before being extracted. Witnessing the awakening of the supreme bone's divine arts this lifetime was indeed surprising. Brother, you flatter me. In comparison to your innate twin pupils, I am far from worthy. Gu Xingli humbly replied. By the way, brother. Gu Xingli hesitated. What is it? I wish to descend the mountain for a while. Calculating the time, she recalled that in her past life, she had already been cast out of the Gu family at this point. Now, she ought to discover the azure pond and unearth the moonlight stargrass. This lifetime had seen too many changes. Ling Xiao's situation was a testament to that. Thus, to prevent unforeseen events, Gu Xingli needed to hasten to the azure pond and acquire the moonlight stargrass. Descend the mountain? You have only just arrived a few days ago. Do you miss home? Ling Xiao inquired, puzzled. He quickly apologized. I am sorry. Because of my matters, your relationship with the Gu family has been severed. However, now that you are a personal disciple, they will surely welcome you back with open arms. The Gu family is too self-serving. I shall never return. My descent is for personal matters. Gu Xingli had long since prepared her excuse. In her previous life, after being cast out, she had been taken in by a kind-hearted farmer. Yet, cultivators could live for centuries in the blink of an eye. By the time she returned to express her gratitude, they had already passed away. Even after becoming an immortal emperor, that regret lingered. This descent not only provided her with an excuse but also allowed her to fulfill her desire to repay kindness. Chapter 11, The Spirit Infant's Cataclysm. Then I shall accompany you, Ling Xiao declared in a tone that brooked no dissent. No need. I possess the supreme bone and have already reached the soul entry realm, along with the Northern Dipper star map you bestowed upon me. I assure you, I am capable of self-protection. Gu Xingli responded, her eyes wide with alarm as she waved her hands in refusal. After all, she was on a quest for the moonlight stargrass. If Ling Xiao were to discover this, what might transpire? To be candid, Gu Xingli still felt an unease towards Ling Xiao. Although he did not covet her supreme bone, she could not guarantee that he would remain indifferent upon encountering the moonlight star grass. It is precisely because you possess the supreme bone that various factions are covertly eyeing you. Therefore, I must accompany you to ensure your safety. Ling Xiao insisted, preparing to gather supplies. Truly, there is no need, Gu Xingli said, exasperated. Yet, Ling Xiao paid her no heed. Before long, he summoned Jilan to bring forth the Holy Sun. A magnificent aerial pavilion, drawn by 3 majestic multicolored dragons, soared high into the sky. This pavilion, towering dozens of meters, radiated a gentle luminescence, adorned with intricate carvings and sparkling gemstones, each detail showcasing opulence. The 3 dragons, immense in size, spread their wings wide enough to obscure half the sky, their feathers shimmering with 7 brilliant hues, reflecting the sunlight in a dazzling display. Such a luxurious conveyance could only be possessed by someone of Ling Xiao's caliber. Let us depart. The Holy Sun hovered above Cloud Peak, a staircase of vibrant colors extending gracefully downward. Ling Xiao extended his hand, inviting Gu Xingli. This, Gu Xingli thought, tears almost spilling from her eyes. I am merely seeking the moonlight star grass. Must this treasure hunt be so ostentatious? Perhaps, if you truly wish to accompany me, we should travel discreetly. Could we not fly on our swords? Consider it done. Ling Xiao, with thoughtful consideration, sought to elevate Gu Xingli's favor. Subsequently, he procured a flying spirit artifact for her, an exquisite item known as the Star Mirage Fan, crafted from the feathers of the swift wind demon falcon, inlaid with stardust, serving both as a weapon and a means of flight. Gu Xingli accepted it with gratitude, examining its intricacies. Ling Xiao felt a surge of joy. With limited numbers of return cards, maximizing benefits required the best gifts. Indeed, detected that the host has gifted the bound target, Gu Xingli, a supreme spirit artifact. The Star Mirage Fan. Triggered return mechanism, bond target's favorability is 1, return quantity and multiplier are 1x. 1000-fold return card, 5, 100-fold return card, 10. Will the host choose one of these return cards for this transaction? After a brief contemplation, Ling Xiao unhesitatingly selected a 1000-fold return card. Host has used 1000-fold return card. Congratulations, host has received a 1000-fold return reward. Please select return result, 1000-fold quantity return or 1000-fold quality return. 1000-fold quality return. The disparity between quantity and quality is akin to the difference between the Yuan realm and the extreme Dao realm. Perhaps among 100,000 individuals, not a single one would emerge as a powerful figure of the extreme Dao. Congratulations, host has obtained the celestial grade spirit technique, Spirit Infant Cataclysm. Name, Spirit Infant Cataclysm. Level, celestial grade spirit technique. Effect, usable by practitioners at the Spirit Infant realm, utilizing the Spirit Infant to refine the physical body. Upon activation, it can explode instantaneously. At entry level, it is like a firecracker, terrifying yet harmless. At full mastery, it is akin to divine thunder, capable of annihilating the world. This technique resembles the ability to condense a doppelganger through the Spirit Infant. Sitting atop the Wind Thunder Shuttle, Ling Xiao journeyed with Gu Xingli towards Jiang Kingdom while practicing the Spirit Infant Cataclysm. In the next moment, within Ling Zhao's Dantian, the ice and fire yin-yang spirit infants, seated upon the yin-yang taiji, began to rotate slowly. They then released strands of spiritual energy, condensing a duplicate spirit infant in the center. The spirit infant burst forth, expanding rapidly in the wind, transforming into a figure identical to Ling Xiao, radiating the ultimate power of ice and fire while maintaining a balanced state. However, should this balance falter, an explosion would ensue. Ling Xiao observed with keen interest the state of the spirit infant cataclysm. He commanded it to charge towards a perilous mountain below. The spirit infant, in its explosive form, surged forward without hesitation. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated, sending a visible shockwave radiating outward. The mountaintops within a 100-mile radius were leveled, and the previously formidable mountain was decimated, leaving behind a vast pit. A mushroom cloud ascended, nearly shaking Ling Xiao and Gu Xingli from the sky. How powerful! Gu Xingli, focused on their flight, had barely registered Ling Xiao's earlier action. However, after witnessing the resulting devastation, her mouth fell agape in disbelief as she surveyed the chaos below. She had never witnessed such formidable spirit techniques from him in her previous life. Ling Xiao was equally astonished. To have comprehended the spirit infant cataclysm and wield such immense power was unexpected. But then, he realized that the strength of his ice-fire divine body, combined with the ice-fire spirit infant, significantly enhanced the technique's potency. This undoubtedly became another trump card for Ling Xiao. Approximately an hour later, Ling Xiao and Gu Xingli arrived at Mingyue City in Jiang Kingdom. After Gu Xingli was abandoned by the Gu family, she had followed the river to reach Wangyue City, where a kind farmer had taken her in, leading her to the Baitan and the discovery of the moonlight star grass. As she gazed upon the familiar yet foreign thatched cottage, Gu Xingli felt a lump in her throat, tears welling in her eyes. Ling Xiao, momentarily taken aback, could see that Gu Xingli was sincere. The small courtyard, modestly enclosed by bamboo fencing, had several chickens pecking for food, while an elderly woman with a stooped back swept the yard. It was she, the very same grandmother who had rescued her from the riverbank. With heavy steps, Gu Xingli moved forward. At that moment, a golden light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes as he suddenly turned his gaze towards a distant steep mountain, where a rushing waterfall cascaded down. The power of the double pupils could obliterate the world, perceive time as both fast and slow, and locate the treasures of the universe. Ling Xiao, since awakening, had yet to develop many formidable abilities. At this moment, where his gaze fell, spiritual energy swirled, yet was disrupted by a chilling current, almost eluding detection. Nevertheless, within Ling Xiao's double pupils, nothing could hide. Gu Xingli, captivated by past memories, remained oblivious to Ling Xiao, who had already discerned her true purpose, the moonlight star grass. Sister Xingli, since your benefactor is immortal and we are cultivators, I shall first proceed to Wangyue City to procure some supplies suitable for mortals to present to them as a token of goodwill. All right. Gu Xingli, trusting him, considered Ling Xiao's thoughtfulness and nodded in agreement, stepping into the small courtyard alone. Chapter 12, Moonlight Star Grass, Departure from the Village with a Swift Motion. Ling Xiao arrived above the towering waterfall that cascaded down 100 feet. From his elevated position, thick mist enveloped the azure pool below, obscuring the view of the scene beneath. Yet, in Ling Xiao's eyes, a glimmer of golden light flickered. His unique double pupils revealed the world around him, peeling away layers of the waterfall like skin from flesh, exposing the very essence of its being: bones, meridians, muscles, and internal organs, all categorized and laid bare before him. The entire landscape, comprising the waterfall, the azure pool, and the dense forest, became strikingly clear. At that moment, Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow, for he noticed a naturally formed cave nestled halfway up the mountain, concealed by the torrent of the waterfall like a hidden paradise. Without hesitation, he dove down, traversing the waterfall, and entered the cave unscathed by the rushing water. The cave was modest, seemingly a natural formation, measuring only 5 or 6 feet across. Upon a naturally formed stone platform, a resplendent silver flower, radiating starlight, quietly blossomed, an ethereal herb of celestial quality. Ling Xiao was momentarily taken aback. In this remote corner of the Jiang Kingdom, a celestial herb had blossomed. Considering the resurrection of the ancient Xingli emperor and the crude pretext for coming here, Ling Xiao harbored serious doubts that the true purpose of the ancient Xingli's journey was this very herb. As he approached to inspect it, he discovered that the herb had reached maturity. Simultaneously, he noticed a naturally formed opening above the herb, leading directly to the mountain's summit. This herb must have absorbed the essence of the sun and moon through that opening, enduring the trials of time to achieve its current state. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Xiao plucked it and placed it in his backpack. This desolate space served as an infinite reward from the system. Anything placed within would remain in pristine condition, regardless of the passage of time. After harvesting, Ling Xiao surveyed the surroundings, discovering no other treasures, before retracing his steps. Upon his return, he carried a plethora of items. After all, the recipients were mere mortals, and the capabilities of a cultivator could easily frighten them. Silly child, what are you doing? We have enough to eat and drink. We need none of these things. The old woman's husband had also returned. In their 70s, they were simply dressed, and their modest thatched cottage was impeccably tidy. Through their casual conversation, Ling Xiao learned that their sons had all ventured out, one enlisted in the army, another engaged in commerce, and the last traveled to the capital for examinations. As they prepared to depart, the ancient Xingli left behind some gold and silver, settling this karmic debt. Her mood seemed quite cheerful as she observed the babbling brook, the flying birds, and the swimming fish, all embodying the exuberance of youth. "Brother, there's a waterfall over there. Shall we take a look?" The ancient Xingli knew that as long as Ling Xiao accompanied her, the quest for treasures could not remain concealed. She boldly invited him along, planning to claim the bounty for herself. They soared through the air atop their flying artifact, approaching the 100-foot waterfall, its torrents generating genuine waves and enveloping the area in mist. Sunlight illuminated the scene, creating a vibrant rainbow bridge suspended in midair. The ancient Xingli, seemingly with intent, landed at the azure pool before venturing further in. Ling Xiao, observing this spectacle, couldn't help but smile, a hint of amusement gracing his features. It was evident that the ancient Xingli was fully aware of the treasures that lay hidden here. This visit to the Jiang kingdom, ostensibly to visit the elderly couple, was merely a faiate. The true intention was to seek treasure. As the reincarnation of the celestial emperor, the ancient Xingli likely knew of the treasure's emergence long before. Given her origins in the heavenly pool city of the Jiang kingdom, and the proximity of this location, Ling Xiao was certain that before her rebirth, she had acquired something of paramount importance here. "Brother, come quickly. There's another cave." The ancient Xingli feigned surprise, pointing excitedly at the mid-mountain cave concealed by the waterfall. Ling Xiao glanced over to see the furious currents and towering mist. From any ordinary perspective, it would be impossible to discern the cave's existence. Yet the ancient Xingli had spotted it instantly. With a knowing smile, Ling Xiao remained silent. However, upon entering the cave, she was utterly taken aback. The once vibrant platform, nourished by the essence of the sun and moon, now lay barren. Boom! The ancient Xingli stood frozen, rubbing her eyes in disbelief, convinced she must be mistaken. "Where is it?" She silently screamed within her mind, yet felt compelled to maintain her composure in Ling Xiao's presence. "Sister, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Ling Xiao inquired, approaching her with concern. "And no, it's nothing. Just that this cave feels quite novel, like a water curtain cave." The ancient Xingli, as if her spirit had been siphoned away, searched the cave despondently before ultimately leaving in disinterest. "Let us go back, brother." She summoned the starry feather fan, and they soared skyward. It seemed that this life had indeed altered certain events. Unexpectedly, the moonlight stargrass had already been taken before the appointed time. The ancient Xingli reflected, filled with regret. After all, this moonlight stargrass had once granted her a bone more powerful than the supreme bone upon her rebirth. She couldn't fathom who might have been fortunate enough to seize it. Lost in her thoughts, Ling Xiao and the ancient Xingli returned to Cloud Peak. Observing her despondent demeanor, Ling Xiao suddenly called out to her. "Sister! What is it?" She replied, her expression blank. "I have a gift for you." "No need, brother, I want nothing right now." With that, the ancient Xingli turned to leave once more. "You will surely like it." "No need. You've already gifted me 2 exceptional artifacts and Master's fragmented star spirit technique. That is more than enough." "Very well." Ling Xiao stifled a chuckle. "If that is the case, then I shall give this moonlight stargrass to someone else." "What?" The ancient Xingli's body trembled, and she swiftly turned around. At that moment, Ling Xiao held the very moonlight stargrass she had longed for. "How did this come to be in your hands?" she asked, incredulously gazing at Ling Xiao. But soon she understood, Ling Xiao must have taken the opportunity to secretly gather the moonlight stargrass while pretending to shop. "Fool, knowing you have a chance, and still claiming to visit the elderly, did you truly think me naive?" Ling Xiao playfully touched her nose and presented the moonlight stargrass before her. "Are you really giving this moonlight stargrass to me?" the ancient Xingli asked in disbelief. She had always feared that Ling Xiao might seize the herb for himself, which is why she had sought to keep her intentions hidden. To her astonishment, Ling Xiao had preemptively taken the moonlight stargrass and offered it to her instead. "Of course, since you desire it, I must bestow it upon you. Besides, this is also your fortuitous encounter." Chapter 13, Transformation of the Celestial Bone Without Hesitation. Ling Xiao handed the Moonlight Star herb to Gu Xingli. As she sensed the familiar spiritual energy emanating from the herb, Gu Xingli's heart, which had sunk to the depths, reignited with fervor. The combination of the Supreme Bone and the Moonlight Star herb, what kind of extraordinary collision would this yield? At the same time, Gu Xingli was certain that Ling Xiao had not undergone a rebirth like herself. After all, when she ascended to the 9th level of the Celestial Emperor, her tale had been sung by many. Especially after the bone extraction, encountering the Moonlight Star herb again had led to the acquisition of an even more powerful Emperor's bone. This was something that Ling Xiao from her previous life was also aware of. Thus, if Ling Xiao had also been reborn, he would never have gifted her the Moonlight Star herb. Brother! Gu Xingli felt a wave of emotion. Thank you. You foolish girl. Go and cultivate. Ling Xiao gently ruffled her hair before turning away. Lingering too long would only lead the other to suspect ulterior motives. Resolutely departing would leave a better impression. As anticipated, Gu Xingli's favorability rating increased. Wonderful! After Ling Xiao turned his back to Gu Xingli, he immediately clenched his fist in celebration. Simultaneously, a system notification echoed in his mind. Detected that the host has gifted the bound target Gu Xingli the Moonlight Star herb, triggering the return mechanism. The favorability of the bound target is now 11. With a return quantity and multiplier of 11 times. Detected that the host possesses 4,000-fold return cards and 10,000-fold return cards. Would you like to select one of them for this return? I choose the 1,000-fold return card. Ling Xiao declared without hesitation. The host has used 1,000-fold return card. Congratulations, the host has received a 1,000-fold return reward. Please select the return result, 1,000-fold quantity return or 1,000-fold quality return. Quality return. Congratulations, the host has obtained the Divine Sovereign Bone. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao stood frozen in place. Divine Sovereign Bone. He had heard of the Supreme Bone and the Emperor's Bone, but never of the Divine Sovereign Bone. He could hardly believe that a single Moonlight Star herb had granted him such a powerful Divine Sovereign Bone. Yet, this was merely the 1,000-fold return. After much contemplation, Ling Xiao surmised that it had to be related to the Moonlight Star herb. The quality of the return was either linked to the multiplier or to the quality of the item invested. For instance, if he gave Gu Xingli a bun, even with a 100,000-fold return, it would merely yield a bun made of spiritual herbs. However, if he gifted her a divine artifact, even with a 100-fold return, it could potentially result in a super artifact. With this thought, Ling Xiao felt an impulse to gift Gu Xingli his reincarnated eye, but he quickly dismissed it. First of all, Ling Yuntian and the others would surely oppose it. Secondly, what if Gu Xingli thought it too precious to accept? That would be a fruitless endeavor. Thus, it seemed that the Moonlight Star herb was indeed a remarkable item. It was clear that in her previous life, Gu Xingli had relied on this Moonlight Star herb to acquire something far more powerful. But what could it possibly be? As the sun set in the west and the bright moon ascended into the sky, countless stars adorned the night. A beam of starlight, as broad as a bowl, pierced the heavens, illuminating the entire Yunxiao Peak as if it were day. Ling Xiao, lost in contemplation about how to utilize the divine bone he had just obtained, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Ha! Is it dawn? He looked outside and was taken aback. Above Yunxiao Peak, the bright moon descended as if it were an ethereal presence, with moonlight cascading down. Hastily, Ling Xiao rushed outside. At the peak of Yunxiao, Gu Xingli donned a flowing white robe, her hair dancing wildly in the wind, her garments rustling. Beneath her, the Big Dipper star map connected with the stars and moon, while the divine patterns of the Supreme Bone shimmered on her chest. The stars in the sky intertwined, forming a vast web that enveloped the universe. The power of the stars converged into the bright moon, creating a beam of starlight that descended fiercely upon Gu Xingli's Supreme Bone, unleashing a dazzling brilliance. In that moment, the entire Ling Tian Holy Land was aglow as if it were midday. The protective array of the sect reactivated. Ling Yuntian, accompanied by 18 elders and law-enforcing disciples, arrived once more. Faced with the breathtaking scene before them, everyone exchanged incredulous glances, speechless. Is this the transformation of the supreme bone, ascending to the celestial bone? Heavens! The awakening of the celestial bone. This girl as celestial might is manifesting, she is destined to become an emperor of the celestial realm. Our Ling Tian Holy Land has gained another prodigy. Congratulations, sect master. I suggest we elevate this girl to the status of a saintess to assist the saint's son in the future. That is a commendable suggestion. Yet we must remain vigilant against the 7 sects of the Big Dipper. This girl as celestial bone is the celestial star moon bone among the celestial sovereign bones. If the 7 sects learn of this, they will surely attempt to recruit her. The star moon attribute aligns perfectly with the training methods of the 7 sects. And those old fellows will undoubtedly be eager to recruit her as the next leader. At this moment, Ling Yuntian felt an immense sense of relief. Thankfully, he had not extracted the bone for Ling Xiao back then, otherwise, they would have lost a potential celestial emperor with the celestial bone. As dawn broke and the moonlight faded, Gu Xingli gradually concluded her awakening of the celestial bone. Slowly, she opened her eyes. And the brilliance of myriad stars and the full moon shone within them. Gu Xingli had ascended into the transformation realm, her aura resounding with vitality. A celestial bone. I never imagined it would be a celestial sovereign bone. Even Gu Xingli, the one directly involved, was overwhelmed with excitement. In her previous life, after consuming the moonlight star herb, she had awakened a more powerful emperor's bone, but its might was far inferior to the current celestial bone. This stark contrast left Gu Xingli in disbelief. Xingli, your performance exceeds all my expectations. Ling Yuntian praised generously, stepping forward to offer his congratulations. Thank you, master. My ability to awaken the celestial bone is largely due to my senior brother's support. Gu Xingli humbly replied, her heart brimming with gratitude towards Ling Xiao. Gu Xingli's favorability rating towards you, 10, Ling Xiao was filled with joy at this unexpected reward. Oh? Ling Yuntian was puzzled. What does this have to do with shower? Xingli's transformation into a celestial bone is also thanks to the moonlight star herb gifted to me by my senior brother. What? Ling Yuntian's eyes widened in astonishment. Ling Xiao gave this to you? Indeed. Ling Yuntian's mouth twitched as he turned to Ling Xiao, bewildered. How did you come by the moonlight star herb? Master. My junior sister was fortunate enough to receive care from an old man. Recognizing that cultivators endure the relentless passage of time, I accompanied her to the Zheng kingdom to express gratitude. On our journey, we unexpectedly encountered this rare herb, which I gifted her. Not anticipating that it would lead to her supreme bone transforming into a celestial bone. Truly, a stroke of luck. Ling Yuntian's expression twitched. Had he implanted the supreme bone and combined it with the moonlight star herb back then, the celestial bone would have belonged to Ling Xiao now. To be honest, Ling Yuntian still favored Ling Xiao, wishing to see him grow even stronger. Just then, a thought crossed Ling Yuntian's mind. Perhaps transplanting it now would not be unwise? Without Gu Xingli, it may not have been possible to achieve this celestial bone. After all, even if Ling Xiao had transplanted the supreme bone, without Gu Xingli, he would not have encountered the moonlight star herb. Yet now, to reap the benefits, why not? This thought flitted through his mind, yet it remained persistent. At that moment, Ling Xiao suddenly grasped Gu Xingli's hand, pulling her behind him, his expression grave as he looked intently at Ling Yuntian. No one knows a father better than a son. How could Ling Xiao not comprehend what Ling Yuntian was contemplating? Gu Xingli initially withdrew her small hand but, upon witnessing Ling Xiao's tense demeanor, she instantly grasped the situation. In that moment, a warm current surged within her. Gu Xingli's eyes brimmed with unshed tears, a lump forming in her throat. She yearned to express something. Yet the words eluded her. Chapter 14, Cursed Divine Bone, Gu Xingli Favorability 10. Listening to the prompt in his mind, Ling Xiao knew he had gambled correctly once again. He chuckled. Ling Yuntian wore an awkward smile. Xiao, what are you up to? Oh, nothing, master. I merely wish to inform you that your disciple's wife, Xingli, has awakened her celestial bone. Do you have no rewards for this? Ling Xiao coldly remarked. The term disciple's wife directly announced the significance of Gu Xingli to Ling Yuntian, implying, she is my wife, you cannot touch her. Of course. Ling Yuntian declared, from today onwards, Gu Xingli is designated as the saintess of my Ling Tian sacred land, her status equal to that of the saint's son, enjoying all privileges accorded to the saint's son. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and then brought Gu Xingli before him. Xingli, do not forget to thank Master.
Thank you, Master.
Gu Xingli said in a flustered manner, yet in her heart, she secretly vowed to enhance her strength swiftly. The feeling of having her fate controlled by others was unbearable.
Focus on your cultivation. At the Master-Apprentice ceremony,
I shall let the world know that my Ling Tian sacred land has a saint's son with a divine body and heavy pupil, as well as a saintess with a celestial bone.
With that, Ling Yuntian led everyone away. This fellow even dared to threaten me. Upon returning to the Golden Hall, Ling Yuntian found it both amusing and exasperating.
I am doing my utmost for his benefit, yet he opposes me for the sake of a woman, utterly ungrateful.
Elder 18 could not help but smile wryly.
Lord Sect Master, perhaps this is not entirely a bad thing. Gu Xingli's transformation into a celestial bone will surely lead her to become a celestial emperor who can grasp the moon in the 9 heavens. If you are worried about her harboring ulterior motives, there is no need. The saint's son has saved her multiple times, she will have no disloyalty. Even if she bears some resentment towards my Ling Tian sacred land and you as the sect master, she will still be grateful in the grand scheme of things.
Elder 18 was fully aware of Ling Yuntian's thoughts.
While it was beneficial to implant the celestial bone into Ling Xiao, it could also foster resentment towards Ling Tian sacred land and Ling Yuntian.
After all,
Ling Xiao's overt defiance of the sect master and all the elders in his efforts to protect Gu Xingli was quite blatant.
Should anything befall Gu Xingli,
Ling Xiao would not forgive them. Well, this kid with his heavy pupil and divine body is already formidable enough, with the celestial bone as an aid. He will surely reach great heights. Ling Yuntian wearily waved his hand. At this moment, he resembled a stern yet caring father.
To him,
Ling Xiao seemed like a child who would never grow up, needing his guidance on every path. The awakening of the celestial bone necessitates a vast array of medicinal materials for nurturing. Ling Xiao hurried to the treasure pavilion, procuring a multitude of medicinal materials for Gu Xingli. Junior sister, this is a 9th-tier spiritual herb, Starry Radiance Lingji, which will greatly benefit your celestial bone. Junior sister, this is an 8th-tier spiritual herb, Moonwave Divine Sunflower.
Both are star and moon attribute herbs.
Junior sister, this is Starshine Illusion Leaf, an 8th-tier spiritual herb, along with 8th-tier Star Moon Divine Stone. Ling Xiao stuffed a large heap of spiritual herbs and treasures into Gu Xingli's arms. In that moment, she was deeply moved.
Brother. Thank you. Fool. Ling Xiao gently ruffled Gu Xingli's hair. You're my fiancée, of course, I must cherish you.
I know you once held some resentment towards me and Master regarding Ling Tian's sacred land. However, Master, as the sect master, always acts with the greater good in mind. His desire to extract your supreme bone was a decision made out of necessity. I apologize on his behalf, hoping you can forgive him. I assure you that from now on, no one in Ling Tian's sacred land will harbor any disloyalty towards you.
You will be like me, I am the saint's son.
And you are the saintess, so there is no need for concern. At that moment, Gu Xingli seemed to let go of her suspicions towards Ling Xiao, her favorability soaring. Gu Xingli favorability 10, Gu Xingli favorability 10. In merely a short while, Gu Xingli's favorability had risen to 51. Perhaps due to her reincarnation as a celestial emperor. Her experiences and insights still held reservations towards Ling Xiao.
Meanwhile,
detected that the host has gifted the bound target Gu Xingli a 9th-tier spiritual herb, Starry Radiance Lingji, an 8th-tier spiritual herb, Moonwave Divine Sunflower, an 8th-tier spiritual herb, Starshine Illusion Leaf, and an 8th-tier Star Moon Divine Stone, triggering the return mechanism. The bound target's favorability is now 51, with a return quantity and multiplier of 51 times. Detected that the host possesses 3,000-fold return cards and 10,000-fold return cards.
Would you like to choose one of these return cards for this return?
Yes. Ling Xiao was taken aback. He had not expected that giving so many spiritual herbs would yield a one-time return. Altogether, the value of these herbs was certainly not insignificant. The host used 1,000-fold return card. Congratulations, the host has received a 1,000-fold return reward. Please choose the return result, thousandfold quantity return or thousandfold quality return? Thousandfold quality return.
Congratulations, the host has obtained a divine grade withered seed.
What is this?
Ling Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment.
Divine grade withered seed?
You would be better off giving me a celestial grade spiritual herb. This is all withered, even a divine grade is worthless. Ling Xiao felt like crying without tears.
Beside him, Gu Xingli asked in confusion, "Brother, what is wrong?"
"Oh, nothing, just feeling happy for junior sister." Ling Xiao pouted and turned to leave.
"Junior sister, cultivate well.
I shall take my leave." After departing, Ling Xiao tossed the divine grade withered seed into his spatial bag, ignoring it thereafter.
However, unbeknownst to Ling Xiao,
as this seed fell into the vast desolate land, its tip surprisingly ruptured, and upon contact with the barren soil, it seemed to gain a flicker of vitality. Upon returning to his room, Ling Xiao took out the acquired divine bone and examined it closely. This divine bone did not directly return to him but appeared in his space as an external object. From its appearance, it resembled a thigh bone. It was hard to imagine what formidable abilities he would gain upon merging with it.
Let the merging begin.
Ling Xiao enveloped the divine bone with his spiritual power. In midair, the divine bone radiated a golden halo, resplendent and magnificent. The entire divine bone was approximately 50 centimeters long, smooth and lustrous. Akin to a naturally formed jade artifact, with a round femoral head at the front.
Holding it felt like wielding a small bone hammer. It appeared more like a weapon.
If this were to be used as a weapon, it should be quite effective. Ling Xiao jested. He then silently intoned, "Begin merging."
But in the next instant, the system's prompt seemed to affirm something.
Detected that the divine bone is from an ancient true god savage exotic species, possessing a curse that prevents merging.
What? Cannot merge?
Are you truly suggesting I wield it as a weapon to strike others? Ling Xiao's heart sank, as if doused with a bucket of cold water. The earlier display of Gu Xingli merging her celestial bone had filled him with envy. Imagining how majestic he would appear after merging with the divine bone. He had been daydreaming on his way back. Yet now, this bone could not be merged. If the bone could not be merged,
then the divine powers contained within it would also be unusable, right?
The curse on the divine bone only prevents merging. The divine techniques contained within can still be used and are intact.
Upon hearing the system's explanation, Ling Xiao felt a glimmer of hope.
Chapter 15, The Direct Disciples. It is essential to understand that the Supreme Bone, the Emperor Bone, the Immortal Bone, and the Divine Bone are innate divine objects. Their awakening through the fusion with a mortal body requires countless years of gradual refinement to achieve complete integration.
For instance,
the Immortal Moonstar Bone of Gu Xingli just underwent transformation and awakening. However, its current fusion level barely reaches 10%, allowing it to unleash only 1/10 of its true power. In contrast, the divine bone in Ling Xiao's possession, while unable to merge with his own being, contains divine techniques in a peak state, wielding immense power. Even if it were to successfully fuse, it would still require numerous years of integration and honing. Yet, possessing it externally permits immediate utilization, making no substantial difference. One resides within the body, while the other exists outside.
Ling Xiao pondered, his earlier discontent dissipating in an instant.
He then examined the divine abilities associated with this divine bone.
Name, Swift Shadow Kuei-Nyo Leg Bone. Level, Divine Bone. Effects, Swift Shadow Flicker, teleport to any visible location within the current space.
Kuei-Nyo is Heavy Hammer Strike, overpowering the cosmos, delivering devastating destruction and collapse. Other abilities unlock as the user's realm progresses. Status, Cursed, only those of considerable strength may harness the proud Swift Shadow Kuei-Nyo. One must reach the extreme realm for fusion. As the introduction of this divine bone materialized in his mind, Ling Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. The curse was merely a consequence of his insufficient strength. He felt a surge of relief. Observing the two unlocked abilities, he gulped with difficulty. The prospect of teleporting to the moon with a mere glance seemed enticing. Yet, he soon realized that the moon belonged to a different spatial realm, making such an ascent impossible. Nonetheless, this ability, when combined with his own heavy eye, appeared invincible. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. The 100-sect assembly of the Ling Tian sacred land commenced. This assembly served as a preparatory event preceding the Battle of the Divine Suns.
exclusively targeting the myriad sects under the jurisdiction of Ling Tian sacred land. Its primary objective was to discuss the intricate details of the Divine Sun battle while also reviewing the recommended candidates from each sect for any signs of complacency. All disciples from the major sects were permitted to participate, with exceptional performers granted the rare opportunity to join the Divine Sun battle. This assembly represented a crucial chance for common disciples to leap into prominence, akin to a carp leaping through the Dragon Gate. Possessing an importance comparable to that of an imperial examination. Ling Tian Sacred Land, the 10,000 refining martial arena, was a grand venue spanning approximately 300,000 square meters. Constructed from the flattened remnants of countless mountains. It could accommodate up to 500,000 spectators. Typically, the disciples of the outer sect practiced here. But it had now transformed into the assembly's venue. At this moment, atop the 10,000 refining martial arena, Ling Yuntian stood with hands clasped behind his back, reminiscent of a towering mountain. Clad in a long black robe adorned with golden threads intricately weaving mysterious runes. He exuded an innate aura of authority as the breeze caressed his attire. He was one of the few formidable beings at the extreme realm within the South Sky Mystic Domain, whose mere step of a foot could dictate the fates of countless souls. The Holy Sun Ling Xiao and the Holy Maiden Gu Xingli flanked him, with 18 elders closely following. Below, hundreds of sects formed an elliptical assembly, leaving a vast expanse for trials. After a series of intricate proceedings, the competitions of the 100-sect assembly officially commenced. Reporting to the sect master, Senior Brother Chang and the others have returned. At that moment, a disciple suddenly announced, "Oh! Quickly, let them come forth!" Ling Yuntian exclaimed, a smile illuminating his face. Ling Xiao eagerly awaited the arrival of the trio. These three were none other than Ling Yuntian's other direct disciples. To date, he had accepted 5 disciples, including Gu Xingli. Ling Xiao was the eldest apprentice. Chang Yilan II, Lei Zhengu III, and the fourth was a rotund individual named Jin Zibei. Then, a youth clad in the disciple-esque garb of the sacred land approached with a serious demeanor. This was Chang Yilan, the second most powerful and intelligent disciple in the Ling Xiao sacred land, second only to Ling Xiao himself. To his left stood a towering giant, the battle maniac Lei Zhengu. To his right was Jin Zibei, a plump figure resembling a living ball of flesh. It was rumored that Jin Zibei had gained admission through dubious means, entering Ling Tian sacred land as a direct disciple of the sect master. The magnitude of this backdoor entry was astonishing. However, for Jin Zibei's family, such matters were trivial. He hailed from the wealthiest family in the entire South Sky Mystic Domain. It was said that his grandfather, a merchant named Jin Bao, had promised thousands of spiritual mines and countless spiritual herbs and treasures to secure Ling Yuntian's acceptance of him as a direct disciple. Such generosity even made Ling Yuntian, who prided himself on never bowing to anyone, relent. Yet, the talent of this Jin Zibei was lamentable. After over a decade of training, he had barely reached the spirit transformation realm. His quivering flesh was merely a product of his family's indulgence in spiritual herbs. Nevertheless, what astonished many was that he had comprehended the unique business divine technique of the Jin Bao family. Wealth can summon the divine. This technique, when employed, consumed immeasurable spiritual treasures and could summon ancient true gods to battle on his behalf. Salutations, Master. The three bowed in unison. After their greetings, they turned their gazes towards Gu Xingli. They had learned of her being conferred the title of Holy Maiden during their return journey, and all three were quite discontented. How long had they been disciples? Aside from their elder brother Ling Xiao, none of them felt any admiration for her. How could a newly initiated female disciple ascend to the position of Holy Maiden? Master, who is this young girl that stands alongside my elder brother? How did she attain such a position? Third brother Lei Zhengu inquired, his straightforwardness betraying his dissatisfaction. Let me introduce her. This is my newly accepted direct disciple, Gu Xingli, who is also the Holy Maiden of Ling Tian sacred land. You should get to know her. Ling Yuntian clarified. I refuse to accept this. Lei Zhengu bellowed. His voice as thunderous as his namesake, reverberating like a war drum and causing ears to tremble. How can she, a mere newcomer, be appointed as Holy Maiden while we, the three brothers, have yet to be granted any title by Master? Exactly. This is unfair. Jin Zibei pouted, echoing the sentiment. Only Chang Yilin smiled quietly, remaining silent. She awakened the immortal bone. What about you? Immortal bone? Lei Zhengu was momentarily taken aback. Isn't it the supreme bone? I possess the Leiba sacred body. Immortal bone? Do you not comprehend its significance? Ling Yuntian replied coldly. I still refuse to accept it. If she's capable, let her face me in battle. Lei Zhengu insisted. It seemed this brother was quite unwilling to concede his position. If that was the case, Gu Xingli was ready to engage. After 3 months of arduous training, it was indeed time to demonstrate her prowess and deter any notions of her being a mere ornament. Ling Yuntian raised an eyebrow, glancing at Ling Xiao. After all, Gu Xingli was Ling Xiao's fiancée, and such matters required his consent. Otherwise, with Ling Xiao's character, he might directly confront Lei Zhengu. Seeing Ling Xiao remain silent, Ling Yuntian inquired, Xingli, do you have confidence? Lei Zhengu has undergone 3 years of training and has reached the spirit infant realm. Master, rest assured. After 3 months of rigorous cultivation, I have also entered the spirit infant stage. Have you also attained the realm of the spiritual infant? Ling Yuntian was taken aback. Realizing the exceptional talent of Xian Gunyou, he never expected such prowess, achieving this level in merely 3 months. Observing Gu Xingli brimming with confidence, Ling Yuntian nodded in agreement. The war drums signal a pause. Rest assured, Master. However, should I emerge victorious against this junior sister? I would require a title from you as well. Lei Zhengu was overjoyed. Chapter 16, The Enchanted Realm's Demonic Court, the Grand Assembly of Hundreds of Sects. Countless disciples engaged in fierce combat here. The colossal martial arena of 10,000 refinements was divided into numerous arenas. The clash of the thunder war drum and Gu Xingli immediately captivated the attention of hundreds of thousands in attendance. In an instant, the heavens and earth altered their hues. With a thunderous roar, the thunder war drum unleashed a sound akin to the wrath of ancient beasts, reverberating across the sky. Everyone gazed upward, witnessing the might of the Thunder Dominator's sacred body. The name of the Thunder War Drum echoed throughout the southern celestial domain. The world recognized the 4 sovereigns of Ling Tian, among whom the holy son Ling Xiao remained oblivious to worldly affairs, choosing instead to cultivate in the sacred land of Ling Tian. The second disciple, Chang Yilin, walked with righteous vigor through the southern celestial domain, drawing his sword against injustice. Should you find yourself besieged by bandits and villains, with no refuge to turn to, seek out the noble gentleman Chang Yilin, he shall certainly deliver justice unto you. The third disciple, the Thunder War Drum, could instill fear even in the hearts of gods and spirits. The fourth disciple, Jin Zibei, possessed wealth that could transcend the divine, for even a mere token of appreciation could bestow upon you untold riches. At this moment, Gu Xingli, standing atop the martial arena of 10,000 refinements, furrowed her brow, revealing a hint of solemnity. Such formidable physical strength, capable of altering the very fabric of the heavens. Despite possessing celestial bones, she undeniably felt an immense pressure. Yet, she remained undaunted. This battle was destined to solidify the prestige of the sacred land of Ling Tian and assert the renown of the Holy Maiden. With the celestial bones of the starry moon and the celestial blue, Gu Xingli unleashed her formidable technique. In an instant, the dark clouds dispersed, and the thunderous roars faded. Moonlight beckoned, and stars filled the sky. Countless twinkling stars fell like meteors, astonishing all who beheld the scene. On that day, Gu Xingli awakened her celestial bones, compelling the grand array of the sacred land to activate. Should she unleash this power again, it would spell trouble. However, to everyone's astonishment, the previously overwhelming attack of the celestial blue coalesced into a singular focus. Countless stars, seemingly sentient, lined up one after another, descending upon the thunder war drum like a relentless barrage. Feeling the oncoming celestial light, the thunder war drum was beset by an overwhelming sense of pressure. Internally lamenting, how could I have questioned my master's decision? This little junior sister being proclaimed a holy maiden must surely possess extraordinary abilities. What folly have I committed to bring humiliation upon myself? With the divine weapon of the celestial axe in hand, the thunder war drum called forth a colossal thunderous axe, hurtling towards the heavens. With a resounding crash, the stars of the celestial blue were obliterated. Was this truly the extent of the celestial bones? The thunder war drum scoffed. But the next moment, he stood aghast. 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars. Countless moonlit stars descended, forcing him to flee in panic. I concede. I was wrong. The thunder war drum darted across the martial arena of 10,000 refinements, eliciting uproarious laughter from the multitude. Yet Gu Xingli showed no signs of relenting. With no other recourse, the thunder war drum raced toward the crowd, attempting to compel her to cease her assault. Enough! Exclaimed Ling Yuntian, taken aback. As he promptly called for a halt to the conflict. He had initially assumed that the celestial bones and techniques of Gu Xingli were area attacks. Little did he expect that she had mastered them to the extent of executing focused strikes. As the thunder war drum, disheveled and covered in dust, returned to the stage, he felt an overwhelming desire to find a crevice to hide within. Now, do you have any objections? Ling Yuntian chuckled. I never had any objections. Jin Zibei remarked nonchalantly. Brother San, how could you question our master? There must be a reason for our junior sister to be named Holy Maiden. Get lost. Why didn't you say that earlier? You were just behind me, inciting me. The thunder war drum retaliated with a kick. Oh, by the way. Ling Yuntian suddenly recalled. Although Xingli is your junior sister, strictly speaking, you ought to refer to her as sister-in-law. Sister-in-law? The three of them widened their eyes in disbelief. How did it come to this? At that moment, Ling Xiao rose slowly, clad in a striking dark robe. In the presence of Ling Xiao, the trio's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. There was no question, they held genuine admiration for the status of the Holy Son. The thunder war drum had once felt the same defiance but was subdued by Ling Xiao, unable to rise from bed for 3 months. It was then they understood the true implications of calling her sister-in-law. Wait. The little junior sister is the eldest brother's? Jin Zibei's face twisted in dismay. Keep your thoughts to yourself. I am well aware of your base intentions, the thunder war drum teased. Last time, I merely resented the eldest brother, after all. I was bedridden for 3 months. If you have designs on our sister-in-law, just see if the eldest brother will make it 3 years for you. Jin Zibei trembled at the thought, then feigned sternness, declaring, What are you saying? If she is our sister-in-law, then she is family, we are a loving household. With that, he smiled at Ling Xiao. Isn't that right, eldest brother? Ling Xiao smiled gently, unperturbed, then extended his hand. Taking Gu Xingli's hand and bringing her before the three. Although Xingli is my junior sister, she is also my fiancée. I trust you will take good care of her henceforth. Of course. The thunder war drum wore a smile that was more painful than tears. Take care? You just had me fleeing for my life, do I still need caring? Greetings, sister-in-law. Chang Yilin led the way with a respectful bow. Greetings, sister-in-law. The other two quickly followed suit. All right, everyone, please take your seats. Ling Yuntian gestured for all to sit. Yilin? You three have been away from the sect for 3 years, have you gained anything? Upon hearing this, Chang Yilin straightened, stating, Master, I have made some progress. I have now broken through to the spirit infant realm, achieving the 2nd level. Excellent. Ling Yuntian was immediately elated. Truth be told, had it not been for Ling Zhao's innate dual pupils, the title of Holy Son and heir to the sacred land would undoubtedly have belonged to Chang Yilin. However, despite Ling Xiao having only recently entered the spirit infant realm, he could defeat even those in the lawform realm with ease, let alone Chang Yilin. Furthermore, due to the impending battle of the Divine Sons, I have learned of intentions from the enchanted realm and demonic court to encroach upon our Ling Tian sacred land, targeting the elite of the Divine Sons' battle to weaken our strength. At these words, everyone fell silent. After visiting various sects to investigate, I indeed discovered numerous agents of the enchanted realm and demonic court infiltrated within the sects, yet I did not raise any alarms. Having said this, Chang Yilin presented a list for distribution. I am already aware of this matter, you need not concern yourself further. Ling Yuntian replied gravely. Master, I suspect these are merely the visible agents, undoubtedly, there are many more hidden infiltrators we remain unaware of. I have heard that the eldest brother has awakened a divine physique, the ice-fire divine body. I suspect they are targeting him.
Chang Yilin expressed his concerns as he looked towards Ling Xiao.
With the eldest brother's innate dual pupils capable of perceiving the sun and moon, it would be prudent for him to utilize them to uncover the infiltrators from the enchanted realm and demonic court.
Chapter 17, First. You must pass my test. Is there really such a thing?
The words of Chang Yilin immediately heightened everyone's vigilance.
If this truly concerns the Holy Sun,
we must remain on high alert, the Grand Elder said with a worried expression. Recently, the manifestation of the ice and fire deity was indeed astonishing, shaking the very foundations of the world. However, it also alerted the remnants of the demon realm, instilling a profound sense of crisis.
Chang Yilin's concerns must not be taken lightly.
Ling Yuntian nodded gravely. Not long ago, news emerged from the great wilderness ancient kingdom that the demon child's secret realm is about to open, and the beasts of the soul origin demon forest are stirring restlessly.
Even the western demon realm has taken notice.
It seems a storm of bloodshed is imminent.
Senior brother. The 100 Sects Conference. All disciples participating in the battle for the Holy Sun are present here. Should you not use your second sight to observe? Chang Yilin suggested.
I should take a look. But I suspect it will yield no results.
Who does not know of my second sight?
If they wish to contend with me, they must weigh their own capabilities. At the 100 Sects Conference, they will certainly not reveal any flaws.
Indeed.
Ling Yuntian reassured, you need not worry about this matter, we will handle it well.
With these words, the responsible Chang Yilin felt a sense of relief.
Time passed, and the fierce battles of the 100 Sects Conference gradually calmed. Although this grand event was meant to provide an opportunity for the humble disciples, not all of them could participate.
To make a mark,
one must at least reach the spirit transformation realm and be among the younger generation of strong contenders.
Others need not even consider it. Master, here is the list of recommendations from the 100 sects for participation in the battle for the Holy Sun.
An elder presented the list to Ling Yuntian.
This list highlighted the outstanding performers from each sect. Each sect was allowed only one representative, which meant that some capable talents remained overlooked.
This conference was indeed their moment to shine, and if any promising individuals emerged, the Ling Tian Holy Land would extend invitations for them to join.
Ling Yuntian examined the list and raised an eyebrow. Li Xiaofeng from the Xiantian sect has also condensed his spirit embryo? The Xiantian sect, second only to the Ling Tian Holy Land in strength, was noteworthy. Indeed, Li Xiaofeng possesses the innate Thunder Saint body, a remarkable talent not to be underestimated.
In this battle for the Holy Sun, he is a significant threat.
Moreover,
Bai Yunjian of the Yutian sect has also entered the spirit embryo realm relying on his sword embryo saint body.
In addition,
there was Xiong Zhantian from the barbarian wilderness sect, who, although at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, possessed formidable titan saint body strength,
rivaling Lei Zhangu's thunder tyrant body. Hearing this, Lei Zhangu nodded in acknowledgement.
In the Ling Tian Holy Land, I am known for my physical strength. Along with that Xiong Zhantian, his titan saint body is indeed formidable. From Lei Zhangu's battle-ready gaze, it was evident that these two had crossed paths before and had gained some understanding of each other's physical prowess. Ling Yuntian casually handed the roster to Ling Xiao, advising, study these individuals closely to avoid suffering any hidden losses.
No need.
However, Ling Xiao, brimming with confidence, tossed the roster aside.
Combat is the only true test of strength.
One must engage directly to gauge the opponent's power.
With that, Ling Xiao slowly rose.
The others then noticed the dozens of recommended candidates for the battle for the Holy Sun, led by Li Xiaofeng, had gathered uniformly in the center of the Wanlian martial arena.
Li Xiaofeng of the Xiantian sect,
Bai Yunjian of the Yutian sect, Xiong Zhantian of the barbarian wilderness sect. Dozens of voices echoed in unison, we challenge the Ling Tian Holy Land, Holy Sun Ling Xiao.
Interesting.
Ling Xiao felt his fighting spirit ignited by this display.
Hey! You shameless lot, are you attempting a wheel battle? Lei Zhangu stepped forward defiantly.
If you wish to engage with my senior brother, you must first pass my test.
As his voice fell, a burly, dark-skinned man stepped forward. Lei Zhengu, last time we had no clear victor, this time I wish to see how much you've progressed.
Xiang Zhantian. The sight of his rival instantly inflamed Lei Zhengu's spirit.
He leaped into the air, crashing down like a meteor, creating a deep crater upon landing.
Boom!
The tremendous force sent dust swirling, shattering the ground of the Wanlian martial arena, crafted from diamond powder.
What do you mean by no clear victor? Lei Zhengu growled. Your people deliberately caused a disturbance to distract me, allowing you to seize the opportunity. Since you wish to play, I shall oblige you to the end. But let me remind you, if you cannot even best me, how dare you challenge my senior brother? Have you looked in the mirror to see your own worth? Furious,
Xiong Zhantian drew a massive diamond staff resembling a stone pillar and charged at Lei Zhengu like a wild bull. The two clashed fiercely, while the other sex geniuses, led by Li Xiaofeng, turned their attention to Ling Xiao.
Ling Xiao, are you still a man? Will you continue to hide behind others? They taunted. You are supposed to be the holy son of the Ling Tian Holy Land, it seems you wear a hollow title.
I believe all this talk of innate second sight and divine physique is merely your sex self-aggrandizement. Just as they sought to provoke Ling Xiao, Chang Yilan stood up slowly. The might of my senior brother, the Holy Sun, is not something you petty individuals can defile. If you wish to witness his strength, you must first pass my test. I am Chang Yilan, the second disciple of the Ling Tian Holy Land, at the second level of the spirit embryo realm.
Please enlighten me. Hiss. At this declaration, everyone gasped in surprise. If the second disciple has reached the spirit embryo realm, what level must the Holy Sun Ling Xiao have attained?
A look of seriousness crossed Li Xiaofeng's eyes. His goal was Ling Xiao, but now Chang Yilan matched his strength. The odds of winning in this battle for the Holy Sun seemed slim. Nevertheless, it was imperative to force Ling Xiao to reveal his true capabilities. With over a year until the battle for the Holy Sun, there was still time to prepare against Ling Xiao.
With this thought, Li Xiaofeng signaled Bai Yunjian beside him.
Understanding the cue, Bai Yunjian stepped forward, his 3-foot green peak sword pointing at Chang Yilan. I am Bai Yunjian of the Yutian sect. At the first level of the spirit embryo realm.
Please enlighten me. Chang Yilan leaped forward, similarly brandishing his 3-foot green blade. I have heard you possess the sword embryo saint body and comprehended your own sword intent at the tender age of 18. Bai Yunjian proudly declared, I, unworthy, grasped my own white cloud sword intent at the summit of Yunlan at 18, and now at 20, I have cultivated it to 30%. In the pursuit of cultivation,
one seeks to realize one's true intent. Every weapon has its own essence, swords have sword intent, knives have knife intent, spears have spear intent.
To grasp the true essence is to unify with humanity.
This young Bai Yunjian had already achieved 30% of his sword intent, embodying the unity of man and sword. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Chang Yilan simply smiled in response.
Not bad, not bad. But I too possess sword intent.
As his words fell, a surge of righteous energy descended from above.
In the midst of the air, it seems as though the teachings of Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism are softly murmuring. An immense righteous aura sweeps across all directions. I, lacking in talent, possess but 50% of the grand sword intent. Please bestow your guidance. Chapter 18. The avenue of wealth. Individuals may accept their failures, yet they cannot bear to be vanquished in their areas of expertise. Bai Yunjian had not yet made a move, yet he had already suffered a disastrous defeat. Li Xiaofeng's eyes twitched in disbelief. What kind of aberration was this? Were they not even going to afford Ling Xiao a chance to showcase his prowess? This simply could not stand. If they could not even perceive an opportunity for the opponent to strike, how could they contend in the divine battle? Ling Xiao, surely now is the time for your intervention. Do not rush, I am here too. The rotund Jin Zibei ploddingly descended, his awkward gait eliciting laughter from all present. Who are you calling a fatso? Jin Zibei fumed, ascending the steps. The contrast of his entrance to those of the first three was stark. Lei Zhengu's entrance had been thunderous, Chang Yilin's infused with righteous sword intent, and Gu Xingli's glided upon a stellar path. Yet, despite this, Jin Zibei approached the throng of onlookers without a trace of trepidation. Come forth, little brat. Are you the one who called me a fatso? A youth, brazen and defiant, stepped forward. Yes, it is I. What of it? You, a mere neophyte in the transformation realm, dare to flaunt your bravado before me? Were it not for the paltry sum of money that made you the direct disciple of Ling Zongzhu, you would be nothing. I possess that money, what of it? Jin Zibei retorted, producing a 9th-tier spirit herb and brandishing it before the crowd. Whoever brings this little brat down shall claim this herb as their own. The crowd erupted in astonished murmurs. The 9th-tier spirit herb was worth millions of prime spirit stones. Though each individual present was a genius recommended by various sects. The allure of the herb stirred their hearts. Seeing some begin to stir, the once arrogant youth quickly shouted, I warn you, we are allies. If anyone dares to strike, my battle wolf sect shall not let it go unpunished. Seizing the moment, Jin Zibei remained unfazed, presenting 3 additional 9th-tier spirit herbs. For 9th-tier spirit herbs, the opportunity is scarce, first come, first served. Normally, a single 9th-tier spirit herb was revered as a treasure in their sect. And they would never have the chance to utilize one. Now, with such a golden opportunity before them, who could resist? One individual stepped forward without hesitation. Negotiating with the battle wolf disciple, brother, bear with it, allow us to give you a beating. Once we succeed, we will split the herbs between us. Damn you! Are you forsaking our alliance for these herbs? Another exclaimed, stepping up to claim a spirit herb. Brother, endure this, once we succeed. I will grant you 10,000 prime spirit stones. Soon, several others joined in. Capitalizing on the chaos, Jin Zibei produced over 10,000 prime spirit stones. Do not be hasty, everyone shall have their share. A slap for a spirit stone, a finger for 1,000, an arm for 5,000. And a leg for 10,000. At his words, throngs surged forward, unleashing a flurry of blows upon the battle wolf disciple. Amidst the uproar, Jin Zibei reveled in the sight of the youth howling in agony. Junior brother, what the hell are you doing? The youth cried out. Master, why are you here too? My dear apprentice, bear with it, the offer is simply too generous. Before long, the youth lay battered and unconscious, oblivious to his fate. Jin Zibei, with a smug expression, addressed the remaining crowd. Now, who else wishes to make a move? Disgusting. Is it merely because you possess some money? The crowd grumbled in discontent. Hey! You little brat, comrades, let's take him down. Jin Zibei pointed at the earlier instigator as the throng charged once more, dragging another body from the arena. Li Xiaofeng clenched his teeth, trembling with rage. It seemed that without dealing with this portly adversary, there would be no chance for Ling Xiao to act. At this moment, Gu Xingli and the others were preoccupied. If they could threaten Jin Zibei, Ling Xiao would surely intervene. With this thought, Li Xiaofeng sprang into action. Possessing the innate thunder body, he transformed into a streak of golden lightning, lunging forward with his sword aimed directly at Jin Zibei's throat. Unbeknownst to Jin Zibei, who was still in the transformation realm, he failed to react in time. All he perceived was a flash of golden light racing toward him. Li Xiaofeng's strategy was astute. However, Ling Xiao remained unconcerned for Jin Zibei's safety. His family had long been vigilant of his well-being, arranging numerous protectors in secret and ensuring he was clad in layers of top-tier protective artifacts. Yet, with events having escalated to this point, Ling Xiao could no longer remain passive. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Ling Xiao rose, and behind him, a colossal phantom with dual eyes slowly opened. With a single step, he moved like a meteor, arriving before Li Xiaofeng in an instant. A chilling wave swept through the surroundings, freezing the very air. As if time itself had come to a halt. The sword, crackling with golden lightning, was a mere 10 centimeters from Jin Zibei's throat. Ling Xiao's ice and fire divine body, infused with the power of frigid flames, swiftly encased all present in ice, halting the flow of their internal energies. Damn it! An ambush, is it? Jin Zibei roared in fury. Ling Xiao's freeze was targeted. Jin Zibei remained unscathed, standing still as he comprehended the perilous situation before him. Curse you! Jin Zibei's hefty hand swung violently. Li Xiaofeng's visage gradually contorted, as he sought to evade yet found no refuge. The frigid aura enveloping him rendered the circulation of his spiritual energy utterly impossible. How terrifyingly formidable is this divine physique! With a swift motion, Li Xiaofeng's body spun in midair for 2.5 rotations before being unceremoniously cast aside by the golden shell. Is this all? Do they still wish for my esteemed senior brother to intervene? Chapter 19, The Soul Ruins Realm in the Vast Expanse Above, Li Xiaofeng. Renowned as the foremost young talent under the banner of the Ling Tian Sacred Land, wore a grave expression as he regarded Ling Xiao, who emanated an aura as formidable and imposing as a mountain. A chilling dread swept over him, instilling a fear that sent shivers down his spine. Saint Sun Ling Xiao, I have long admired your reputation. I am Li Xiaofeng, the young master of the Xiantian sect, at the first level of the spirit infant realm. I implore you to impart your wisdom. If this is all the strength you possess, it would be wise to withdraw and spare yourself the humiliation. Ling Xiao remarked, his indifference palpable, devoid of any enthusiasm for battle. Do not be arrogant, Ling Xiao. This is merely a preliminary test. Our true contest will occur during the Divine Sun battle. Come, let me witness your true strength. Li Xiaofeng crackled with electric energy, his aura surging. On the brink of eruption. Yet, in the next instant, darkness enveloped his vision, followed by a searing pain at the crown of his head, and he plummeted downwards. Just before losing consciousness, Li Xiaofeng heard a profoundly insulting remark, without ever catching a glimpse of Ling Xiao's figure. Is this all? At those words, Li Xiaofeng spat out a mouthful of blood and succumbed to oblivion. The gathering of the 100 sects concluded in this farce. In the aftermath, Li Xiaofeng and his companions, unable to endure the disgrace, departed in fury. Within the grand hall of the Xiantian sect, dozens of sect leaders, headed by the sect master, congregated. Is Ling Xiao truly that formidable? The Xiantian sect master, Yang Lin, cast a worried glance at Li Xiaofeng. Do we genuinely stand no chance in this Divine Sun battle? Li Xiaofeng, clutching his still stinging cheek, his eyes flickering with golden lightning filled with murderous intent, recalled the calm demeanor of Ling Xiao, appearing before him like a specter. A feeling of insurmountable despair akin to facing Mount Tai, rendering him insignificant. His divine physique was indeed extraordinary, the bone-chilling aura could freeze one's spiritual essence, invoking a sense of helplessness and despair that was utterly terrifying. Li Xiaofeng's lament echoed among the other prodigies participating in the Divine Sun battle, who all bowed their heads in dejection. Do you see? The Ling Tian Sacred Land is not something you can hope to conquer. At that moment, a clear voice resonated from outside the hall. Turning to look, they beheld a figure clad in blue, strolling in. Tang Wanqian. Upon seeing him, all the sect leaders rose in unison. Consider my previous proposal. Do you truly wish to live your lives under the shadow of the Ling Tian Sacred Land? Tang Wanqian, representing the Beastmaster sect, had risen to prominence astonishingly in less than a year, achieving parity with them. Not long ago, he had approached them, claiming he could assist them in seizing a position in the Divine Sun battle. However, at that time, none had believed him, for his proposed method involved collaborating with the forces of the demon court from the Monster Kingdom. Should the Ling Tian Sacred Land discover this, their entire sect would face annihilation. Ling Xiao's greatest reliance was his innate twin pupils and divine physique. Tang Wanqian spoke confidently. The primary reason for our previous defeat was that all our attention was drawn to Chang Yilan and his companions. By the time we engaged in battle, our resolve to win had diminished. Although Ling Xiao's divine physique is formidable, it has only recently awakened. Which among us hasn't he cultivated their saintly body for over a decade? I now possess a strategy targeting his divine physique. Do you have the confidence to battle him once more? Tang Wanqian's gaze burned intently upon Li Xiaofeng. Undoubtedly. If we can find a method to counter his divine physique, I am absolutely confident in my ability to defeat him, Li Xiaofeng declared proudly. With so many eyes upon him, as a direct disciple of the Xiantian sect, he felt compelled to maintain an air of confidence, even if doubts lingered. Please, do not hastily reject my proposal. Allow me to share my thoughts before you decide whether to collaborate with me. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, a conspiracy against the Ling Tian Sacred Land was quietly unfolding. In the Ling Tian Golden Palace, the successful proceedings of the 100 sects gathering had afforded Ling Yuntian a clearer understanding of the various sects, particularly the seed candidates like Li Xiaofeng. Ling Xiao's effortless display of dominance in battle bolstered Ling Yuntian's confidence in Ling Xiao's potential to claim victory in the Divine Sun battle. You all are eligible to participate in the Divine Sun battle. Ling Yuntian addressed Chan Yilin and the others. To ensure a greater chance of success, I shall send you into the Soul Ruins realm. What? Master, this is unjust. Jin Zibei lamented, his face a mask of grievance. The Soul Ruins realm requires one to be at the Spirit Infant realm to enter, yet I am merely in the Spirit Transformation realm. My senior brothers can enter. Even my sister-in-law and junior sister, but I am excluded. This is simply unfair. You, young man, have squandered your time. After all this while, you have yet to attain the Spirit Infant realm. It is a disgrace, despite my efforts in teaching you and your family's significant investment in your cultivation. Ling Yuntian chastised sternly. Jin Zibei protested, how have I squandered my time? This year alone, I earned several million superior spirit stones and established 3 forging workshops and 2 alchemy peaks for our Ling Tian sacred land. Can that be deemed as squandering my time? Cough, cough, cough. Ling Yuntian cleared his throat strategically, waving his hand dismissively. I wish to assist you, but without reaching the Spirit Infant realm, you would be repelled by the laws of the Soul Ruins realm, which is fraught with peril. Very well. Jin Zibei nodded dejectedly. The Soul Ruins realm is a small world that has been established on the Tianwu continent over countless millennia. Created by all those who have reached the 9th level of the Celestial King realm yet found no hope of stepping into the God Emperor realm. It is a burial ground for innumerable celestial kings, filled with countless legacies. All cultivators who reach the Spirit Infant realm may enter, but they must do so in a spiritual form. Everything acquired within will reflect in reality, and as long as one is not slain by soul-based attacks, they can awaken in reality. The gains will likewise be reflected. However, should one be killed by a soul attack, their physical body in reality will perish as well. Furthermore, the Soul Ruins realm is divided into 7 regions, corresponding to levels from Spirit Infant to Celestial King 9th stage. Even if one is a formidable practitioner at the Law Manifestation realm, upon entering the Spirit Infant region, their strength will be bound by the rules, reducing them to the level of a Spirit Infant cultivator. Celestial kings face similar constraints, providing a rare opportunity for many prodigies to compete with powerful beings. Within, numerous celestial kings have established various rankings. By breaking records, one can earn substantial rewards. Regrettably, the Soul Ruins realm operates on a time differential. A day spent there equates to 10 days in the outside world. Therefore, most cultivators are reluctant to linger, as it is deemed a waste of precious time. For those with limited talent, the looming threat of failure makes them hesitant to enter the Soul Ruins realm, unless some extraordinary treasure emerges, prompting powerful figures to venture within. Additionally, entering the Soul Ruins realm demands a significant amount of spiritual energy. For each day spent inside, one requires a superior spirit stone. An exorbitant sum for an average person. Moreover, one must ensure the safety of their physical body in reality, otherwise, upon returning to their body, if it is harmed, one would be forced to undergo soul possession and begin their cultivation anew. The void fractured. The immense gate to the Soul Ruins slowly opened. Ling Xiao and his companions sat cross-legged in the forbidden area of the Ling Tian Sacred Land's back mountain. They were subsequently drawn into the Soul Ruins realm in their Spirit Infant forms. The secret method to unlock the Gate of Soul Void requires a practitioner of the Celestial Origin realm to master it. It can be deemed necessary to have a guide. This poses a certain unfriendliness towards itinerant cultivators. However, among the populace, there exist Celestial Origin experts who openly offer their services at a fixed price, ensuring the physical safety of wandering cultivators. Chapter 20, Reunion with Tang Wanqian in the realm of the Soul Ruin. The 7 domains are distinctly delineated. The formidable immortal kings navigate their rules with ease, while the spirit infants are confined to their designated corners. In essence, one can ascend only to the territory that corresponds with their physical cultivation. Is this truly the domain of the spirit infants? It is the first visit for all, and they glance around in curious wonder. Upon closer inspection, despite their spiritual forms, the environment here mirrors that of the tangible world. Prior to entering, they had immersed themselves in the knowledge of the Soul Ruin. In summary, each region is vast, with various factions and families claiming their dominions within. For instance, the Ling Tian sacred land maintains a presence here, consistently dispatching guardians to oversee their territory. Furthermore, each area boasts a grand city, named after the region itself, serving as a haven for respite. Before long, they arrived at the bustling spirit infant city. The magnificent city resembled a celestial palace, a creation born from the eternal thoughts of an immortal king. Within Spirit Infant City, the vibrancy and activity are palpable, revealing a plethora of affluent individuals. Some even choose to permanently reside here, their physical forms long buried in some forgotten place. Long accustomed to secluded cultivation, Ling Xiao found himself captivated by the lively scene. "Miss Gu? I never expected to encounter you here." At that moment, a voice laced with delight rang out. Turning to see a figure clad in blue approaching, accompanied by a retinue. "Is it you?" Gu Xingli furrowed her brows, instinctively moving closer to Ling Xiao. "Isn't fate truly wondrous? We had just been sparring at the Wanlian martial arena, and now we've crossed paths in this soul ruin." The speaker was none other than Tang Wanxian, who had recently challenged Gu Xingli. "Miss Gu, this must be your first time in the soul ruin as well. Would you like me to show you around? Are you blind? Can't you see we are all here?" The irritable Lei Zhanggu retorted angrily. "Additionally, let me warn you, keep your ulterior motives to yourself. She is not only our junior sister but also my senior brother's fiancée. If I catch you bothering her again, I will make you regret it." "Oh? Is that so?" A smirk crept across Tang Wanxian's lips, his demeanor appearing increasingly exhilarated. "My sincerest apologies then, sacred son. I was entirely unaware of your relationship, otherwise I would have pursued her more earnestly." "Humph." Lei Zhanggu scoffed, leading the group away. Throughout this exchange, Ling Xiao remained a silent observer. Possessing innate dual pupils, he was acutely sensitive to the nuances of emotion, even perceiving the faintest fluctuations in feelings. This individual harbored impure intentions, and the fervent desire for Gu Xingli radiated from him like a venomous scorpion. After distancing themselves, Ling Xiao coldly declared, "This individual must not be allowed to remain." His chilling voice, akin to winter's frost, sent shivers down spines. "I have long found him displeasing. With my senior brother's words, I am reassured. We cannot act within Spirit Infant City, however, once we exit, we must ensure he does not leave alive." Lei Zhanggu exclaimed with eagerness. "On our return journey, I have heard whispers about this fellow. His Beastmaster sect has risen to prominence within a mere year, rivaling the larger sects like the Xiantian sect. And he possesses the supreme bone, making him formidable," Chang Yilin remarked with a grave expression. "Moreover, it is said he is covertly networking with other sects, though his motives remain unclear. In light of this, we should seize the opportunity to eliminate him without leaving any remnants. He is not easily dealt with. I have faced him, and his supreme bone harbors tremendous power of primal beasts. I suspect he has the backing of the demon nation." Gu Xingli spoke solemnly. Yet, unbeknownst to them, she had long been acquainted with Tang Wanxian. In her past life, he had been a treacherous lackey who betrayed Ling Xiao. Gu Xingli vividly recalled that it was this very person who conspired with the demon nation to decimate the Ling Tian sacred land, while Ling Xiao remained blissfully unaware. Ultimately, when Ling Xiao faced defeat and became expendable, this scoundrel swiftly turned against him, joining Gu Xingli's ranks. It can be said that Tang Wanxian played a significant role in Ling Xiao's demise in the previous life. However, Gu Xingli fought valiantly, while this villain thrived. If he truly has the support of the demon nation, his sins are even more unforgivable," Chang Yilin stated emphatically. Ling Xiao, meanwhile, regarded Gu Xingli with a curious expression. It was evident that she recognized Tang Wanxian, and their relationship was far from amicable. "Alas!" Ling Xiao sighed deeply. "I must foster a good relationship with this young mistress swiftly. If I can elicit her true feelings and foster open communication, I may unearth countless hidden secrets. Even events that have yet to transpire could be revealed, allowing me to avert potential losses." Yet, regarding the decision to eliminate Tang Wanxian, Gu Xingli appeared to wholeheartedly agree. Clearly, this is a perilous individual who cannot be spared. Meanwhile, as Tang Wanxian watched Ling Xiao and his companions depart,
His expression gradually darkened.
Spread the word, inform them that the Ling Tian sacred land has entered the soul ruin.
They are to wait outside the city, should they see him emerge. Even at the risk of breaking the seal on their cultivation and facing annihilation by the rules of the soul ruin, they must eliminate these individuals.
With a sinister smile, Tang Wanxian reveled in his success. Heaven offers no path, yet you dare to intrude into hell.
I am certain the individuals of the Xiantian sect would relish the opportunity to confront you in the soul ruin.
At that time, we need not lift a finger. They will dispose of you themselves. Regrettably, if only we could capture you alive, for I possess a certain flair reminiscent of Wei Wu.
Should you assert that Gu Xingli is already another's wife, my excitement would only intensify. Suddenly, a chilling voice resonated within the minds of all within the spirit infant domain. Congratulations to the spirit linger for breaking the spirit infant domain's record for the fastest kill in the arena, achieving a time of 3 seconds.
And receiving 1 spirit grass of wind transforming grass.
Ling Xiao's heart trembled. This voice was unmistakably not from his system.
Senior brother, Chang Yilin elucidated. This is the unique soul notification sound of the soul ruin. Whenever someone shatters a record, the entire region is informed. It serves as an unconventional means of publicity. Ling Xiao grasped the situation and cautiously inquired of his system, will this soul notification reveal your existence?
This system exists beyond the world's rules and cannot be detected by any means within the current world.
With this reassurance, Ling Xiao's anxiety dissipated. Meanwhile, bystanders began to fervently discuss the recent announcement. Chapter 21, The Supreme of Ling Tian. This is utterly astonishing. Within 3 seconds, the opponent was vanquished. The practitioner known as Huang Linger must undoubtedly hail from a more advanced region.
Not necessarily, individuals from higher regions often disdain engaging with those from our lower realms.
Perhaps they are merely seeking resources for their descendants. That seems even less plausible. If one were in search of resources, why would they participate in the arena competition? Are you unaware of Huang Linger?
She is undoubtedly a newcomer, originating from the southern heavenly mystic domain's great desolate kingdom. And she is the most cherished little princess of that realm. Being born into an imperial family casts considerable doubt. It is conceivable that she had someone stand before her,
offering no resistance before being slain. Indeed, there is such a possibility. Should she unleash her full power?
Even formidable beings from higher realms would find their strength constrained to the spirit infant stage.
Among those of the same level, it is improbable that prominent figures could so swiftly eliminate their adversaries in mere seconds.
Listening to the myriad discussions around him,
Ling Xiao grew increasingly intrigued by this soul ruins arena.
Each region boasts such an arena, and those who rank within the top 10 are rewarded handsomely.
Chang Yilin elucidated.
Presently, the top contender in the spirit infant realm boasts an unbroken streak of 99 victories. Winning consecutively doubles one's points, but a single defeat resets the tally. Ling Xiao pondered aloud. In the soul ruins realm, the means of acquiring celestial fortune are limited to 2. The first is treasure hunting in the wild,
and the second involves shattering various records to earn rewards from the realm spirits. The former poses life-threatening risks, while the latter presents its own formidable challenges. Indeed,
many practitioners prefer to remain within the city, solely competing in arena battles to accumulate points, which they then exchange for various items.
Your words only heighten my curiosity. Let us go and witness this ourselves. After a brief while, the 4 arrived at the soul ruins arena. From a distance, Ling Xiao could hear the exhilarating roars of the crowd, akin to crashing waves.
The entry fee is 10 premium spirit stones.
The attendant stationed at the entrance remarked with a smirk. Gasp.
The group collectively inhaled sharply. Though 10 premium spirit stones were but a trifling sum for Ling Xiao,
this entrance fee could deplete the savings of an ordinary practitioner.
Why do these individuals, who seem to reign over this domain, charge such exorbitant fees?
Ling Xiao queried, perplexed. Have you forgotten, senior brother?
The Elder of Soul Void, who oversees all matters in the Soul Ruins realm, has informed us that this realm is home to many native residents.
Chang Yilin clarified.
Cities across various regions are occupied by these locals. They provide convenience in exchange for money, such as enforcing rules against fighting within the city. This serves as a form of protection for weaker practitioners.
These natives possess immense power and are not bound by regional regulations, which deters anyone from provoking them. However, they cannot traverse from the Soul Ruins realm to our world. And should they perish, they will vanish entirely. Ling Xiao nodded in understanding. Are they not akin to mere NPCs? The arena is vast. Once inside, one can roam freely. For those wishing to gamble, tickets are available for purchase from the attendants. Gambling is, in essence, a deception. Yet many practitioners still willingly exhaust their fortunes in pursuit of it. After exploring for a while, the four settled into the audience seats. The arena was semicircular, reminiscent of the Roman Colosseum. To facilitate the display of prowess, the arena, spanning over 10,000 square meters, permits only one group to compete at a time. A translucent projection in the air showcases the battlefield from every possible angle. Prior to the commencement of matches, detailed information about the contestants is displayed. Let us go and register. Ling Xiao urged the others as they approached the registration desk. The registration fee is 100 premium spirit stones. Ling Xiao's lips twitched at the thought. It seemed akin to theft. If one were unfortunate enough to be eliminated in the first match, what a waste that would be. Yet, despite this, throngs of individuals still sought to register. After paying the fees, the four proceeded to the preparation area. Please fill in your information and imprint your consciousness onto the silver number. Subsequently, all your points and wagered spirit stones will be deposited into this account. Ling Xiao examined the form closely, noting that some fields were optional and names could be fabricated. Actual cultivation levels could be disregarded. After a moment's contemplation, Ling Xiao chose a name for himself, Ling Tian Supreme. Upon seeing this name, Gu Xingli's eyes widened in astonishment. Ling Tian Supreme. Can he truly escape this title? Gu Xingli found herself at a loss for words. It seemed that her reincarnation had altered certain outcomes, while others continued along their original paths. Is this name not imposing? Ling Xiao boasted to Gu Xingli, brimming with pride. Indeed, it is quite imposing. Gu Xingli replied perfunctorily, before selecting a name for herself, Moonlight Goddess. This was the name she had used in her previous life within the Soul Ruins arena. In her past existence, the name Moonlight Goddess resonated throughout the entire Soul Ruins realm. In this life, Gu Xingli aimed to reclaim her place atop the Soul Ruins. As Chang Yilan and Lei Zhengu had previously entered, they each possessed their names. However, they chose not to adopt aliases, opting instead for their true names. As Lei Zhengu put it, gaining notoriety in the Soul Ruins realm was not without its merits. For many newcomers who shone brightly in the arena were soon sought after by powerful factions in reality. When Ling Xiao reached the points exchange area, he finally discerned the reason behind the exorbitant registration fees, as there were still many eager to enroll. The rewards available for exchange with arena points were exceedingly varied and immensely valuable. Here, there exists nothing beyond imagination, they possess everything one could desire. Ling Xiao even spotted items such as supreme bones and sacred body bloodlines. However, the points required for such treasures were notably steep. Be cautious. Many prominent figures from other regions come here solely to amass points. Some of these individuals are even formidable beings at the peak of the extreme Dao realm. Chang Yilan cautioned gravely. Their combat experience vastly exceeds that of mere newcomers who have just entered the spirit infant stage. Even if their powers have been constrained to that level. No need to worry. Lei Zhengu said nonchalantly. We are well aware of senior brother's strength. He is currently at the first level of the spirit infant stage, and the most formidable opponents he would face would be at most at the second level. He would never encounter someone at the peak of the 9th level. Even so, senior brother would handle it effortlessly. It was then that Ling Xiao comprehended the situation. Those seasoned individuals, while their powers were indeed compressed to the spirit infant stage upon entering Linging City, were still the strongest at the 9th level of that realm. Fortunately, the arena's system is relatively fair. Unless one is on a winning streak, the opponents matched against you will generally differ by no more than 2 levels. Chapter 22, Breaking Records. Next, we invite the Supreme of Ling Tian to battle the East Sea Dragon, as a passionate voice echoed throughout the arena. A wave of murmurs swept across the crowd. Simultaneously, information regarding Ling Xiao and his opponent was displayed on a translucent screen above the arena. Ling Tian Supreme, First Level Spirit Infant Realm, Score, 0, Winning Streak, 0. East Sea Dragon, 3rd level Spirit Infant Realm, score, 15, winning streak, 5. What is this? A newcomer at the 1st level Spirit Infant Realm facing off against a newcomer at the 3rd level Spirit Infant Realm? What's so fascinating about that? Hurry and arrange for that Lion King with 30 consecutive victories. Switch the participants, switch them, or I shall demand a refund. The crowd expressed their dissatisfaction, unwilling to witness such a display of novices. However, when the odds were announced, silence fell upon the audience. Despite both being newcomers, it was evident that the East Sea Dragon, with his 5 consecutive victories, had a higher probability of success. Thus, the odds soared to 5 to 1. Well, these odds clearly present a lucrative opportunity. This newcomer is bound to be thoroughly defeated. I shall wager 3,000 premium spirit stones. The crowd began to place their bets on the East Sea Dragon. Observing this scene, Chang Yilin and Lei Zhangu were instantly filled with excitement. Lei Zhangu, second brother. Lend me 3 million premium spirit stones. Chang Yilin, get lost. I have a total of 8 million, and I'm placing it all on Big Brother. Ha! At 5 to 1, that is 40 million, ha! Just as the two were about to stake their entire fortunes on Ling Xiao, they noticed Gu Xingli still standing there. Junior sister, what are you still doing standing there? Bet as much as you can. Gu Xingli frowned slightly, a hint of worry crossing her features. If this continues, the arena officials will not let us off easily. In her past life, she distinctly remembered that those who masqueraded as underdogs and achieved frenzied winning streaks were eventually summoned by the arena. For instance, if someone reached 50 consecutive victories, the arena would intervene, preparing to manipulate the outcome and ensure that individual would intentionally lose. A hefty sum would be offered, but should the individual refuse, the arena officials would take action, ensuring that person would not survive until the next day. Rest assured, at the beginning, the arena will not pay any attention. Chang Yilin reassured her. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Xingli felt somewhat reassured. Thus, she decided to invest all her wealth alongside them in Ling Xiao. However, when Gu Xingli revealed her total assets, she found herself with merely a few hundred premium spirit stones, which were provided by her sect as a personal disciple. Seeing this, Ling Xiao was filled with joy and promptly gifted her 10 million premium spirit stones. I apologize. I forgot that you may not have access to spirit stones in the Holy Land. Here is 10 million for you. No, that is far too much. I need it. Gu Xingli quickly waved her hands in refusal. Just keep it, consider it a loan. Once I win, you can return it. Upon hearing this, Gu Xingli hesitated but eventually accepted it. Unfortunately, since it was a loan, the return mechanism was not triggered. However, as the crowd prepared to wager all their fortunes on Ling Xiao, they were met with a refusal from the officials. It turned out the arena operated on a membership system. As fledgling members, they were classified as bronze members and could only wager a maximum of 1 million. With no other choice, the crowd reluctantly placed their entire 1 million bet on Ling Xiao. Even so, a victory would yield a profit of 5 million. In that case, you can keep the remaining spirit stones. You are my fiancée, and when we marry, all the family finances will be under your management. This is just a way for you to acclimatize. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Xiao promptly gifted all 10 million to Gu Xingli. Upon hearing this, Gu Xingli's face flushed red. After several refusals, she shyly accepted. In an instant, Ling Xiao heard the system's notification chime in his ear. Detected that the host has gifted the bound target, Gu Xingli, 10 million premium spirit stones, triggering the return mechanism. The target's favorability is at 51. Return quantity and multiplier is 51 times. 2,000-fold return cards and 10,000-fold return cards available. Do you wish to select one for this return? Yes. The host has chosen the 100-fold return card. Please select the return outcome, quantity return or quality return. Quantity return. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 billion premium spirit stones. Merely spirit stones, no need for a 2,000-fold return card, 100-fold will suffice. Now that Gu Xingli's favorability has reached 51 points, a mere 100-fold return is more advantageous than utilizing a 2,000-fold return card. Moreover, Opting for quantity return is swifter than the arena match itself. As several individuals placed their maximum bets on Ling Xiao, this immediately caught the attention of the arena staff. Supervisor, these youngsters have each wagered the maximum of 1 million on this Ling Tian Supreme. The staff promptly reported the situation to the supervisor. However, after reviewing the information on both sides, the supervisor waved his hand dismissively. Just a bunch of fledgling youngsters, thinking themselves invincible, wanting to take a gamble. There is no need to pay them any mind. Such individuals are exceedingly commonplace. In reality, those who have cultivated to the spirit infant realm are few and far between. Thus, many consider themselves geniuses and exceptional talents. Yet, they often overlook one crucial fact: upon entering this arena, they are merely novices. The match commenced swiftly. Ling Xiao beheld his opponent, a creature with the head of a dragon and the body of a man. No wonder it was called the East Sea Dragon. Ha ha! Before the match officially began, the creature erupted into maniacal laughter upon spotting Ling Xiao. So it's a little human. A first-level spirit infant realm at that. How foolish. By defeating you, I shall achieve my 6th consecutive victory. Perhaps I might even break the record for the fastest knockout. The little princess from the Great Wilderness Kingdom set the record at 3 seconds. Perhaps I can defeat you in 2 seconds. Truly, fortune favors me. Ling Xiao stood calmly, gazing at his opponent with an expression of indifference. As the countdown had yet to conclude. Thus, he endured in silence. 3, 2, 1. As the final second elapsed, Ling Xiao scoffed, "How annoying." In the next moment, a tempestuous force imbued with the powers of ice and fire surged forth. Swish! In an instant, the East Sea Dragon's head was severed cleanly, rolling to the ground like a deflated ball. The audience, numbering in the tens of thousands, fell into a stunned silence. What happened? Why is everyone so quiet? Is that it? There is still a second remaining? There isn't, is there? The arena maintained strict regulations, ensured by the spirit that governed it, guaranteeing absolute fairness. Simultaneously, the spirit immediately uploaded the recent battle to the leaderboard. In a heartbeat, the voice of the spirit resonated within the minds of all cultivators throughout the spirit infant domain. Congratulations to Ling Tian Supreme for breaking the record for the fastest knockout in the spirit infant domain S arena, with a time of 0.3 seconds. You have been awarded a piece of supreme bone. Chapter 23, The Challenge of the Wild Spirit Girl. At this moment, the entire spirit infant domain was thrown into disarray. My goodness! 0.3 seconds? What does that even mean? Surely, it implies that one would be slain the instant the countdown concludes. A mere 0.3 seconds, less than a breath. Who is Ling Tian Zun? Is he a formidable figure from the upper domain? That cannot be. The previous record was 4 seconds, set by a powerful individual from the upper domain, whose prowess was constrained within the 9th level of the spirit infant realm. Yet, this record was just shattered by the wild spirit girl of the Great Wilderness Ancient Kingdom. Even if one were matched with a comrade, it wouldn't be possible to accomplish such a feat so swiftly. Previously, some had attempted it. But as newer participants grew astute, they began to retreat and dodge, providing no opportunity to break the record. Everyone was utterly astonished. Simultaneously, a multitude of cultivators began converging upon the arena, eager to glimpse the individual who had broken the record. Meanwhile, in the preparation room, the wild spirit girl stood frozen upon hearing the news. 0.3 seconds? My heavens, what does that even signify? Quick! Take me to meet this person. When Ling Xiao arrived at the lounge, he fortuitously collided with the wild spirit girl. Get out of my way. Do not obstruct this princess. The petite wild spirit girl, brimming with arrogance, pushed Ling Xiao aside and dashed out. Yet, after a brief moment, she returned, hands on her hips, marching defiantly towards Ling Xiao. Are you Ling Tian Zun? And you are? Ling Xiao frowned, recalling that this very girl had collided with him earlier without an apology. I wish to challenge you. Ling Xiao, feeling rather indifferent, cast a dismissive glance and instructed Chang Yilan and the others to fetch the wager. He had just placed a bet of 1 million on himself. Hey, I'm talking to you. Apologies, but I do not know you. If you wish to challenge, please register at the back. Ling Xiao replied coolly. Fine. You said it. The wild spirit girl stormed off in a huff. At that moment, Lei Zhanggu approached eagerly. Senior brother, she is the little princess of the great wilderness ancient kingdom, the one who just broke the record, and you have now surpassed her record. No wonder. Ling Xiao realized, a pampered little princess, utterly unacquainted with the harshness of society. Elsewhere, upon receiving the news, the supervisor became serious. Retrieve his information for me. Yes. For the arena, although participants could use aliases, investigating these individuals was an effortless task. Though these local residents could not enter the real world, their influence had long since extended into it. With wealth, one could command anything. They had established collaborations with powerful families, with a mere word. They could uncover any detail pertaining to the real world. Before long, Ling Xiao's information was presented before the supervisor. So, he is the holy son of the Ling Tian sacred land from the southern heavenly mystic domain. How intriguing! The supervisor rhythmically tapped his index finger on the table, placing the information sheet before him. Inherently possessing dual pupils, endowed with a divine physique, and having just entered the spirit infant realm, no wonder he is so formidable. It appears that our arena is about to become lively once more. A subordinate questioned, Supervisor, since this individual is so powerful, he will undoubtedly achieve a consecutive victory. If he bets on himself, won't we incur losses? Rest assured. There are many who wish to challenge him. Any losses we sustain from him will be recouped elsewhere. Do not disclose his information for the time being, let the odds continue to favor him, and make appropriate adjustments as per our usual practice. Understood. Meanwhile, during Ling Xiao's respite, Gu Xingli, Chang Yilan, and the others engaged in their respective matches. Gu Xingli, also a newcomer, utilizing the immense power of the immortal sovereign bone, similarly dispatched an adversary in 3 seconds. However, in comparison to the dazzling duel of the wild spirit girl, Gu Xingli's performance garnered mere admiration for her beauty rather than applause. As for Lei Zhanggu, he was the unluckiest of all. Having just entered the spirit infant realm, he had previously achieved a streak of 15 consecutive victories in the Soul Ruins realm. But misfortune struck as he faced a formidable opponent from the upper domain, swiftly reducing his streak to 0. Now, let us welcome Ling Tianzun to battle against the wild spirit girl. At that moment, an announcement resonated throughout the arena. Upon hearing the names of these two individuals, the crowd erupted into fervent cheers. Due to the recent record-breaking event, the audience had swelled from tens of thousands to over 100,000. A sea of heads filled the arena, creating a bustling atmosphere. Could it be that the arena has orchestrated this pairing? These two have each shattered records within the span of an hour. Who exactly is Ling Tianzun? From his name, he seems to be associated with the Ling Tian sacred land. The arena has not disclosed any information. Yet the odds now favor the wild spirit girl at 1-1, while Ling Tianzun stands at 2-1. Clearly, the officials harbor reservations regarding Ling Tianzun. I observed the previous battle. It seemed Ling Tianzun employed some underhanded tactics to break the record. Ah, that explains it. As the curtain fell, both participants' information was revealed to the audience. Ling Tianzun, first level of Spirit Infant Realm, points, 1, winning streak, 1, Wild Spirit Girl, second level of Spirit Infant Realm, points, 9, winning streak, 3, at first glance. Both competitors appeared as novices. Within the vast arena, they stood several meters apart. Ling Xiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, while the wild spirit girl regarded him with a haughty expression. Humph. Relying on sneak attacks to refresh the record? How shameless of you. Watch as this princess teaches you a lesson. The wild spirit girl declared, hands on her hips, puffed with indignation. If you know what's good for you, stand still and allow me to break your record. But if you resist, do not blame me for being impolite. 3, 2. As the wild spirit girl shouted, it seemed she had completely disregarded the countdown. The most favored little princess of the great wilderness ancient kingdom. It appears you have genuinely never encountered the harsh realities of life. With the final countdown echoing, a mysterious weapon, shrouded in frost, quietly fell into Ling Xiao's grasp.
This weapon was none other than the bone of the Icefire divine beast. The chilling aura emanating from the Icefire divine body, coupled with the frigid flames, rendered the divine bone unrecognizable, its presence concealed, making it difficult to detect. In Ling Xiao's hands, it resembled a frozen warhammer. As the countdown reached its conclusion, Ling Xiao immediately unleashed his divine bone technique, the godly bone swift shadow. With the swiftness of a flash, he vanished, appearing behind the wild spirit girl in the blink of an eye. Yet, the wild spirit girl, a prodigy nurtured by the great wilderness ancient kingdom, promptly activated her defensive technique upon witnessing Ling Xiao's sudden disappearance. But in the next instant, she heard a chilling voice whisper in her ear, "Quirky bull heavy hammer. Here it comes." Boom! A tremendous force descended from above. The frozen divine bone hammer struck the wild spirit girl's head with a resounding thud, creating a colossal crater centered around her. In that very spot, the wild spirit girl's mind and body were utterly obliterated, reduced to mere pulp. Gently awaken the slumbering soul. Slowly open your eyes. Ling Xiao hummed a soft tune as he descended gradually. Alas! Despite the swift pace of the shadow's rapid advance, the formidable force of the Kuei-Nyo's heavy strike shook the ground with an extended preparation. Even though it could annihilate the wild spirit in a single blow, it still took a second's time, failing to shatter the record. Chapter 24, The People of the Demon Court in the Grand Ancient Kingdom of De Huang, within the chambers of Princess Linger. A piercing voice of fury echoed throughout the palace. "Ah! Supreme Ling Tian, I will kill you. Someone, come quickly." The little princess's wrath sent the entire palace into disarray. Even the Supreme Emperor of De Huang, Emperor Huang Yun, rushed over upon receiving the news. What happened? What happened to my little Linger? With a face full of affection, Emperor Huang Yun approached his daughter and enveloped her in his embrace. What is the matter? Who has wronged our Linger? Crying, Linger buried her face in her father's chest. Woo-woo. Father, you must avenge me. I was killed in the Soul Ruins realm. What? Emperor Huang Yun's face contorted with rage. Who did this? Even in the Soul Ruins realm, I will have them torn to shreds. Someone, investigate immediately. How could those guardians allow Linger to be harmed while she was in the Soul Ruins? At that moment, several elderly men stumbled in, pleading, Your Majesty, please calm your anger. It is not due to our incompetence, rather, Princess Linger was killed during the competition in the arena. These elders were the guardians who had accompanied Linger to the Soul Ruins realm. Indeed, Your Majesty, we were powerless in this situation. You are aware that in the arena, life and death are fated, and wealth is determined by the heavens. Is that so, Linger? Emperor Huang Yun gazed at his daughter with confusion. Yes, father. Linger nodded, wiping her tears. But that shouldn't be the case. This was Linger's first time in the Soul Ruins realm. Her opponent should have been someone of similar caliber. Given Linger's strength, she should not have been so easily defeated. Your Majesty, her opponent was indeed a newcomer to the Soul Ruins realm, just like Princess Linger, and had only participated in 2 battles. Linger faced them in the second one. Your Majesty. Princess Linger shattered the record for the fastest kill in the arena in just 3 seconds, only to have this individual break it again in 0.3 seconds. The little princess, unwilling to accept this, challenged her, but unexpectedly lost. The guardians spoke cautiously, unable to reveal that Linger had been killed in a mere second. Both are newcomers. What is this opponent's background? How could they be so formidable? Emperor Huang Yun inquired suspiciously. As a father, he was well aware of his daughter's capabilities. At just 16, Linger had reached the spirit infant realm and possessed the rare wind spirit sacred body. Such strength would undoubtedly make her exceptional in the real world. Your Majesty, upon witnessing the little princess's defeat, I immediately exited the Soul Ruins realm and began investigating. The guardians knew that failure in this matter could cost them their heads. Thus, they had meticulously gathered information beforehand. The individual known as Supreme Ling Tian was the son of the Ling Tian sacred land, named Ling Xiao. Ah! Upon hearing this name, Emperor Huang Yun's expression changed. Is he not the one who recently awakened a divine physique? It is indeed him. With this revelation, Emperor Huang Yun felt a sense of relief.
With innate double pupils and a divine physique, Linger had lost not in vain. Linger, this individual awakened a divine physique recently, your loss is justifiable. But what of a divine physique? Does no one else possess a sacred body? I too am a wind spirit sacred body. Linger protested petulantly. I refuse to accept this. Father! Immediately send troops to conquer the Ling Tian sacred land. I want Ling Xiao to kneel before me and apologize. Oh, my little Linger! You mustn't act so recklessly. While the Ling Tian sacred land may not rival our De Huang, it is one of the three giants of the southern celestial region. You must think before you speak. If you remain unsatisfied, the sacred sun battle of the Ling Tian sacred land is approaching. When it commences next year, I will secure a spot for you. Then you can compete with him in the real world. Linger pondered for a moment, her spirits lifting. That sounds good. The Soul Ruins realm restricts my strength. In the real world, I will surely not lose to him. Meanwhile, after Ling Xiao's swift defeat of Linger, a storm of excitement erupted. Another swift kill. This newcomer is extraordinary. With such talent, he must be a standout even in the Tianwu continent. How could I have never heard of him? News has emerged. Supreme Ling Tian is indeed Ling Xiao, the sacred son of the Ling Tian sacred land. No wonder he is the one who awakened a divine physique. With innate double pupils and a divine physique, it was no surprise he was so formidable. Observing the previous battle, it was evident that he had not even employed his divine physique or double pupils, relying solely on his physical prowess and speed. He had decisively defeated the Wind Spirit Princess of De Huang. His strength was indeed remarkable. I believe that only those at the 7th or 8th level of the Spirit Infant realm could suppress him. Do you truly think so? Even those of the Lawform realm might not be able to contend with such a prodigy. Is it really that exaggerated? Is it impossible to surpass such a significant level? Do you think innate double pupils and a divine physique are trivial? At this moment, Ling Xiao found himself at a loss for words. He had thought that adopting a pseudonym would conceal his identity, but in less than an hour, his true self had been exposed. It seemed he could no longer afford to be discreet. However, there was little he could do. These individuals were relentless. And even if they did not know Ling Xiao, they could uncover clues by investigating those around him, such as Chang Yilin and Lei Zhengu, who had not used pseudonyms. As the time passed, Ling Xiao continued to dominate, achieving 30 consecutive victories in a remarkably short period. Due to the arena's matching mechanism, this streak brought him face to face with a peak 9th level Spirit Infant realm expert. GGG. The sacred son of Ling Tian, Ling Xiao, with innate double pupils and a divine physique, is truly exhilarating. What a pity this is not the real world. Otherwise, if I were to defeat you, I could extract your eyes and bloodline, claiming your double pupils and divine physique for myself. Ling Xiao regarded his opponent with a serious expression. Recognizing that this old man was likely a formidable figure, at least above the Lawform realm, possibly even a Earth Profound realm or Celestial Origin realm expert. However, in this arena, he was merely at the 9th level of the Spirit Infant realm. It seems you are quite enamored with my double pupils and Icefire divine body. If that is the case, I shall await your arrival in the real world at the Ling Tian sacred land. Ling Xiao remarked with a cold laugh. At that time, we shall see whether you perish at the hands of my master, Ling Yin Tian, or if you can seize my double pupils and bloodline. Upon hearing this, the old man's expression shifted dramatically. As the countdown concluded, black mist enveloped the old man, and countless skulls soared from the shadows, accompanied by chilling screams that sent shivers down the spines of the audience. In the stands, one onlooker exclaimed in horror, "This is the people of the demon court." This technique is the 10,000 souls great technique that everyone in their ranks masters. It is indeed a denizen of the demon court. I have heard that the great art of 10,000 souls signifies that each skull embodies a living being. Goodness, with such an abundance of skulls, it is likely that tens of thousands have perished at his hands. Chapter 25, Slaying the Elder of the Demon Court. Upon hearing the origins of his opponent, a fierce expression flickered across Ling Xiao's face. Demon Court old dog, should we meet in reality, I might retreat in fear. However, here, your power is confined to the 9th layer of the Spirit Infant realm. Let us see how arrogant you can be. The Demon Court's demonic nation was despised by all. Since time immemorial, whether it was the Great Wilderness Ancient Kingdom, the Seven Sects of the Northern Dipper, or the Ling Tian Sacred Land, these three giants have borne the responsibility of safeguarding the southern heavenly mysterious domain. For millennia, countless disciples of the Ling Tian Sacred Land have perished at the hands of the demon court's denizens. As thousands of skeletal figures surged forth, a grave look crossed Ling Xiao's eyes. The wind and thunder breaking space shuttle shot forth, flickering like lightning amid the black mist. Clang, clang, clang. Ling Xiao was slightly taken aback. The wind and thunder breaking space shuttle could not breach the defenses of these skulls. Impressive, yet not formidable. Ling Xiao snorted coldly and stepped forward. Instantly, the ground around his toes froze and spread outward. In midair, the biting cold howled, causing the black mist laced with skulls to slow momentarily. Divine physique. It was Ling Xiao's ice-fire divine body. An excited voice erupted from the audience. Boom! Following the sound, a sea of flames began to spread atop the ice. The black mist was consumed almost instantaneously. Boom, boom, boom. The skulls, now deprived of their shroud of mist, were as vulnerable as vampires exposed to sunlight. One by one, they screamed in agony before exploding. My myriad souls! The elder roared in fury. These thousands of skulls, the result of countless lives extinguished, had taken him a long time to refine. He never anticipated they would be annihilated by Ling Xiao so effortlessly. You shall pay for this, boy. The elder growled. In an instant, a cold gleam flashed. A slender silver needle shot toward Ling Xiao's face. Cursed old dog of the demon court, is he really using the soul-devouring needle? What? The soul-devouring needle? Referee. Stop him at once. Everyone was instantly aghast. Ling Xiao's expression turned icy, his murderous intent surging. Yet, he did not dare to underestimate his opponent. He summoned his divine bones and, in a heartbeat, appeared behind the old man. This technique was a form of soul attack. If struck, it could mean death in reality. Old dog, you shall perish. Ling Xiao's frigid voice resonated behind him. The demon court elder was taken aback, hastily redirecting the soul-devouring needle toward Ling Xiao once more. But Ling Xiao would not grant him that opportunity. The wind and thunder breaking space shuttle transformed into a blade, slicing through the air. Divine Sword of Thunder. This celestial technique, a pinnacle skill of the Ling Xiao Sacred Land, unleashed a thunderous roar. A colossal sword, forged from heavenly lightning, descended from the skies. Boom! With the strike of the lightning sword, all was annihilated. The elder of the demon court fell, unyielding to the end. Yet, before his demise, he mockingly declared, Boy! You cannot kill me with non-soul-based attacks. I am an elder of the demon court in the southern heavenly mysterious domain, the myriad skeleton sovereign. When we meet in reality, prepare your heavy pupils and bloodline for my enjoyment. Demon court old dog, let me never lay eyes on you again. Ling Xiao seethed with rage. Just then, his gaze sharpened. The elder was attempting to retract the soul-devouring needle even as he faced death. Observing this, Ling Xiao darted forward with blinding speed and snatched the needle, utilizing his extreme cold ice flame to seize it. No! The myriad skeleton sovereign gasped in horror. Yet, with his body destroyed, he had only a wisp of lingering essence remaining. Realizing Ling Xiao's intent, he desperately tried to reclaim it. But in the next moment, the elder's expression shifted dramatically. He felt the connection to the soul-devouring needle severed. What a jest! The extreme cold ice flame enveloped it, freezing and burning away the link. How could he reclaim it? Seizing the soul-devouring needle, Ling Xiao flung it toward the myriad skeleton sovereign. No! The elder watched helplessly as the needle darted towards him, but the last remnant of his soul could not evade its path. Shoo! The soul-devouring needle pierced through. His nearly dissipated soul froze momentarily in midair, akin to fragile glass, before shattering and vanishing into the sky of the Soul Ruins realm. In reality, within a demon den, the myriad skeleton sovereign spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes widening in disbelief before he closed them for eternity. Victory for Ling Tian Supreme. As the referee announced the outcome, Ling Xiao exhaled deeply. In that moment, he truly grasped the perilous nature of the Soul Ruins realm. His earlier confidence and carelessness transformed into caution and vigilance. It seemed that even in the soul ruins realm, one must conduct oneself discreetly. Ling Xiao mused. Whether it be soul-based attacks or the recklessness of individuals risking annihilation by the realm's rules, he realized such matters were not easily confronted. Soul-based techniques could be fatal. Furthermore, there existed formidable beings such as those of the Earth Origin Realm, Heaven Origin Realm, and Extreme Tao Sovereign Realm. Should they brashly attempt to break their cultivation despite the threat of annihilation, the consequences would be beyond his endurance. Meanwhile, outside Spirit Infant City, Tang Wanqian and others, who had been vigilantly awaiting, darkened at the sound of the realm spirit's announcement. They had not anticipated this individual to break the arena record, truly. He had stumbled upon luck. Lord Lonzi, what shall we do now? A mysterious figure clad in black asked, his voice clumsy. From afar, one could discern a tail hidden beneath the black robe, indicating he was not of the human race. Have the other sects been informed? Tang Wanqian's eyes gleamed with cunning. They have been notified. Excellent. Let the heavenly mysterious sect and the Imperial Sky sect be aware that Ling Xiao has entered the Soul Ruins realm. They shall act on our behalf without us lifting a finger. Tang Wanqian asserted confidently. During the 100 Sects conference, they had clearly recognized the disparity between themselves and Ling Xiao. If they could eliminate him or severely wound him before the Son of Heaven battle, it would be beneficial for all their sects. Given Ling Xiao's current notoriety, they would not need to provide further information, he would be found naturally. But what if he does not emerge from the arena? The mysterious figure voiced his concerns. Worry not. Tomorrow, a hidden treasure belonging to a 9th layer Extreme Tao Sovereign will be unveiled. At that time, everyone will emerge, including this boy. It is said that this sovereign comprehends the ultimate 9 heavens divine thunder, his strength rivaling that of a celestial king, and the treasures within are numerous. No one can resist such temptation. Chapter 26, A Heartfelt Connection. Have you heard the news? Tomorrow, a secret treasure trove belonging to a powerful figure from the ninefold extreme realm will be unveiled. Lei Zhengu excitedly informed Ling Xiao. In just one day of the arena competition, Ling Xiao achieved an impressive record of 50 consecutive victories, all while possessing the strength of a mere first-level spirit infant. This feat is exceedingly rare throughout the spirit infant domain. Ling Xiao, akin to a rising star, began to shine brightly across the entire realm. Upon hearing this news, Ling Xiao's interest was piqued. A secret treasure from the ninefold extreme realm? I wonder what profound insights this powerful figure grasped. It is said to be related to the formidable 9 heavens divine thunder. If I could acquire such a legacy, it would undoubtedly benefit my Thunder Dominator sacred body. Perhaps even leading to its transformation into a divine physique. Lei Zhengu exclaimed with enthusiasm. It seems that tomorrow we must indeed join in on the excitement. The next morning, the bustling spirit infant city was teeming with countless strong individuals who flowed toward the 9th Thunder Mountain. It was rumored that this powerful figure had come to the Soul Ruins realm in pursuit of ascension to the Immortal King, but unfortunately, he met with failure. This hidden treasure lies within the 9th Thunder Mountain. The extreme path mastered by this figure is the rare 9 heavens divine thunder. A force capable of shaking the very foundations of the earth. If I could comprehend even a fraction of it, my thunder manifestation would surely undergo a metamorphosis. What am I thinking? Just enjoying a bowl of soup would be a success, even finding a piece of thunder attribute or would be a boon. The ores from 9 Thunder Mountain are at least of the 8th or 9th rank rare materials indeed. Aside from the legacy of the 9 heavens divine thunder, it is also rumored that the celestial fire of creation exists. Yes, I have heard of that too. This esteemed 9 heavens thunder lord once commanded the heavenly thunder immortal sword flame, one of the 8 immortals among the 4 gods, 8 immortals, 9 emperors, and 10 spirits. Listening to the discussions of passers-by, Ling Xiao's eyes brightened. To be honest, Ling Xiao had little interest in the extreme path of the 9 heavens thunder lord. The strongest path is one that one comprehends oneself. Unless it is of the same attribute, transformation through understanding is necessary. However, if the celestial fire of creation is involved, that would be a different matter altogether. Senior brother. Just then, a melodious voice broke through his thoughts. Ling Xiao turned in confusion to find Gu Xingli, somewhat bashful. saying, "I acquired this exquisite crystal bracelet at the auction house yesterday. If you wear it, it can help you withstand some soul attacks." Gu Xingli gently bit her lip and extended her delicate hand, offering the bracelet. "Is this a gift for me?" Ling Xiao asked, taken aback. "Yes." Gu Xingli nodded softly. Ling Xiao accepted the bracelet as if it were a precious treasure and adorned it on his wrist. This outstanding spiritual artifact can resist mental attacks. In the Soul Ruins realm, everyone must possess similar treasures, otherwise, they would face life-threatening dangers. Gu Xingli advised. Ling Xiao felt a wave of shame wash over him. His master had warned him about these matters upon entering the Soul Ruins realm yesterday, but his arrogance had led him to disregard it. He never expected to almost suffer a great loss in the arena the previous day. "Thank you." Ling Xiao expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "By the way, did you go out last night to buy this exquisite spiritual artifact for me?" "Yes. We are both newcomers to the Soul Ruins realm. Yet it seems you are even more familiar with it than I." Ling Xiao teased. I just inquired a bit." Gu Xingli stammered. At that moment, a notification sound echoed in Ling Xiao's mind. Detected bound target Gu Xingli, reverse gifting host exquisite spiritual artifact Star Moon bracelet, triggering return mechanism, bound target favorability at 51. Return quantity and multiplier at 51 times. Congratulations, host has obtained the quasi-immortal artifact Star Essence Lingxi chain, exclusive use for host and Gu Xingli. Ling Xiao's eyes gleamed upon hearing the notification. Reverse returns? Looking at the pair of bracelets emanating a celestial glow in his backpack, he was filled with excitement. What thrilled him was not merely the quasi-immortal artifact, but the mechanism that allowed for returns from Gu Xingli's gift. In time, as their mutual favorability increased, Gu Xingli would naturally reciprocate his initial generosity. When that time comes, the returns would be nothing short of bountiful. Xingli. Ling Xiao gently grasped Gu Xingli's small hand. The sudden touch made her flinch slightly. "Do not be afraid, you gifted me such a thoughtful present, so I also have something to give you. Now, close your eyes." Gu Xingli hesitantly complied. Ling Xiao swiftly took out the Star Essence Lingxi chain, placing one on her wrist. "All done, open your eyes." Gu Xingli slowly opened her eyes and was met with the sight of a radiant bracelet adorned with starlight on her wrist. "Wow! How beautiful!" Gu Xingli's eyes sparkled with joy. Regardless of age, any girl possesses an irresistible charm for such delightful adornments. This is a quasi-immortal artifact capable of resisting mental attacks, which I originally intended to gift to you. Who would have thought that we would share such a connection, and you would gift me first? Ling Xiao fabricated a kind-hearted lie. This bracelet, known as the Star Essence Lingxi chain, perfectly symbolizes our heartfelt connection. I have infused it with a soul mark, making it usable only by you and me. Even if it falls into others' hands, it will merely be an exquisite ornament. Gu Xingli's mouth slightly parted, momentarily taken aback by this unexpected romantic gesture. Women, by nature, are creatures easily satisfied. A touch of surprise, a hint of romance, is often enough to elicit joy. This time, Gu Xingli did not politely decline, instead, she graciously accepted Ling Xiao's sentiment. However, since this was originally a mechanism of reverse return, once gifted by Ling Xiao, it would not yield further returns. Ling Xiao understood, thinking that such a situation would lead to an infinite cycle. "Master brother, could you two refrain from exchanging sweet nothings? The crowd has dispersed, and if we don't hurry, there will be nothing left," Lei Zhengu remarked in exasperation. Looking around, Ling Xiao realized that the throng of people that had previously surrounded them had vanished. "Let us go." Ling Xiao awkwardly scratched his head. Just then, a fierce aura suddenly surged from behind. Ling Xiao was instantly alarmed. Crack! An invisible barrier flared around Ling Xiao, only to shatter in an instant. Simultaneously, the Star Moon bracelet that Gu Xingli had gifted him fractured, scattering into shards. "Be careful!" Chang Yilin and Lei Zhengu exclaimed in alarm, immediately shielding Ling Xiao. Upon turning, they saw dozens of figures clad in black, wielding long swords and spiritual blades, slowly closing in. At the same time, several others emerged behind them. surrounding the group in a tight circle. Ling Xiao's expression darkened as he gazed at the shattered remnants of the bracelet. You dare to destroy the gift my wife just gave me? Chapter 27, The Blood Rune of Thunder. Who are you, remnants of the demon court? The faces of the group changed dramatically as they sensed the overwhelming demonic energy emanating from their opponent. You killed our Grand Elder and still wish to escape alive? The leader shouted fiercely before charging forward without hesitation. Meanwhile, not far from the scene, beneath a great tree, Tang Wanxian erupted into laughter upon witnessing the unfolding events. Ha ha! Truly, heaven is aiding me, this fool has brought about his own demise. Having slain the elder of the demon court, they will pursue this Ling Xiao to the ends of the earth. However, the next moment, Tang Wanxian was left utterly astounded. A flash of silver light darted by, and dozens of the demon court members fell in unison. The soul-biting needle. Upon seeing this, Tang Wanxian's expression fluctuated between shock and uncertainty. How could this individual possess the soul-biting needle of the demon court? Yet, regardless of his astonishment, Ling Xiao stood there in pristine white attire, untouched by blood. Where the soul-biting needle passed, it left no trace, as if a scythe had swept through, leaving nothing alive in its wake. Having exited the soul ruins. You surround me with such numbers, I would not care to engage. However, within the confines of this realm, all are at the spirit infant level. What arrogance do you possess? Ling Xiao coldly scoffed while toying with the soul-biting needle, subsequently expressing his approval. I must admit, this soul-biting needle is quite remarkable. This artifact is uniquely crafted by the demon court, designed to hunt the righteous within the soul ruins. Chang Yilin explained gravely. Countless lives have perished at their hands within this realm. Who knows the rank of the old fool I dispatched? It seems he had many willing to risk their lives to slay me. Ling Xiao spoke with lingering trepidation, then bent down to retrieve the shattered bracelet. He turned to Gu Xingli with an apologetic expression. I sincerely regret that the gift you just presented me has been ruined by these ruffians. As long as you're unscathed, that's what matters. Gu Xingli replied with concern. Shall we continue our journey? If we delay, we may not even have a drop of soup left. Boom! Even from several miles away, the thunderous roars of the storm could be heard. The Nine Thunder Mountain was perpetually cloaked in dark thunderclouds. The sky churned with countless bolts of lightning, at times striking down like a purple serpent, and at others exploding like a web of silver snakes. The mountainside was dotted with charred trees, and thunder-patterned vines intertwined with shattered rock. Halfway up the mountain floated the thunder pool, with azure-white electric plasma boiling within, revealing the tattered garments of fallen cultivators. The most perilous location was Thunder Cliff, where 9 golden bolts coiled atop the peak, while the base lay littered with the bones of calamity beasts. At this moment, thousands of cultivators congregated beneath Nine Thunder Mountain. Why had the thunder here suddenly grown so tumultuous? The secret vault has opened. The thunderous might of that senior has stirred all the lightning of Nine Thunder Mountain into a frenzy. They speculated. Once the tempest subsides, we can venture in. The crowd looked on eagerly. Yet, some reckless individuals, endowed with the talent of thunder, had already charged forward, seeking greater opportunities. Others observed this spectacle, anxiously stamping their feet, yet powerless to act. As the thunder began to wane, the dark clouds enveloping Nine Thunder Mountain gradually dissipated. A frenzied group surged forward into the mountain's depths. Ling Xiao and his companions followed at a leisurely pace. Surveying the area, they found themselves surrounded by thunderstruck trees and peculiar black stones that still crackled with electricity, slithering like silver serpents. The group seemed to possess a singular purpose as they rushed up the mountain. Before long, they arrived at the thunder pool halfway up the mountain. The azure-white plasma continued to boil, swirling with the remnants of those who had perished here, sending chills down their spines. In the depths of the thunder pool, a flickering red light caught their attention. What is that? The crowd gathered around the thunder pool, pointing and murmuring. It appears to be a thunder blood rune. A thunder blood rune? What is that? You don't even know this? A blood rune is a treasure forged by a powerful cultivator using their essence blood to imprint their soul, infused with the might of their comprehension of the ultimate path, possessing immense power. Hiss. If one were to acquire this, would it not grant them the means of the ultimate path within this spirit infant domain? Indeed.
Listening to the discussions around him, Ling Xiao felt a surge of excitement. His eyes suddenly flashed with golden light.
Open the heavy eyes. Instantly, the murky azure-white plasma became crystal clear.
The violently churning plasma seemed to still, as the thunder blood rune came into sharp focus before Ling Xiao. Even the cracks and patterns upon it were distinctly visible.
What a treasure! Ling Xiao marveled. At that moment, a gaze imbued with the power of lightning met Ling Xiao's heavy eyes.
He narrowed his eyes in shock, discovering that beneath the thunder pool lay a massive thunder dragon cloaked in dark lightning mist. Its terrifying aura and pressure caused Ling Xiao's heavy eyes to slowly close.
What kind of monster is this? It dares not meet my gaze.
Ling Xiao was taken aback. Yet, it was not that his heavy eyes were weak, rather. This creature's might was overwhelming, rendering Ling Xiao unable to fully wield the power of his heavy eyes.
If the senior brother desires it,
I shall dive down and retrieve it for him.
Thunder Wardrum declared resolutely, plunging directly into the pool without a moment's hesitation. Stop! It's dangerous! Gu Xingli cried out in unison from beside him.
But it was already too late.
Fear not, the Wardrum is of the Thunder Tyrant body. The power of this plasma cannot harm him. Chang Yilin reassured, unperturbed. There is danger at the bottom of the thunder pool. Gu Xingli instinctively warned.
Ling Xiao's lips curled into a slight smile as he gazed at his little wife, feeling increasingly exhilarated. This reincarnated immortal emperor had lived a full life.
Almost as if he could foresee the future and avoid calamity.
Meanwhile, numerous cultivators with abilities related to thunder also dove in headfirst. And as the last word left their lips, a resounding roar echoed, causing the thunder pool to erupt violently.
The surging plasma shot up several meters, drenching those nearby. Ah!
So refreshing! Some exclaimed, while others, particularly female cultivators, shrieked as they ascended into the air. As the dragon's roar reverberated through the skies, Ling Xiao had already pulled Gu Xingli close, retreating several dozen feet. Soon after, the massive head of the thunder dragon slowly emerged from the water. The onlookers scattered in panic, but fortunately, the thunder dragon seemed only to target those who had entered the thunder pool, not daring to venture beyond its confines. At that moment, Ling Xiao spotted a disheveled figure hurtling toward him from a distance.
It was none other than the narrowly escaped Thunder Wardrum. By the heavens! That was close, I almost met my end. Chapter 28, Healing the Little Dragon. On that day, the thunder pool was guarded by a dragon, rendering the blood talisman seemingly unattainable. Ling Xiao sighed in disappointment. Yet, there remains a glimmer of hope. Gu Xingli pondered thoughtfully. Oh?
Ling Xiao's eyes sparkled with intrigue.
Do you possess a solution?
I do, though it may pose some challenges.
What kind of solution? Ling Xiao inquired eagerly.
The Thunder Cliff harbors 9 divine thunders.
Manifestations of a formidable expert of the ultimate realm. If we could reclaim one, we would earn the dragon's favor. Is that truly the case?
Ling Xiao's eyes shimmered with excitement.
He then playfully questioned, how do you know all this?
Gu Xingli, of course, refrained from revealing that she had once visited this place in a previous life, where she witnessed a powerful being reclaim a divine thunder and seize the blood talisman.
I overheard those individuals speaking of it just now. Gu Xingli replied,
a hint of guilt in her voice as she pointed to the other cultivators ascending the mountain.
Then let us hasten our pursuit.
The group swiftly prepared to depart. At that moment, the thunder pool erupted once more, and the lightning dragon soared towards them.
What is happening? The group gasped in astonishment. Upon closer inspection,
they discerned a figure darting towards them at great speed.
Initially, Ling Xiao paid little heed, cautiously grasping Gu Xingli's hand in preparation to flee. However,
as the figure drew near, it inexplicably tossed a shimmering egg, adorned with dense silver scales, through the air.
Ha ha! Enjoy! The figure mocked before swiftly disappearing. By the heavens! Ling Xiao exclaimed in alarm.
The airborne lightning dragon immediately locked its gaze upon him, unleashing a bolt of black lightning as thick as a thigh.
Dodge! Ling Xiao shoved Gu Xingli aside and instinctively hurled the silver egg into the sky.
A thunderous roar erupted as the black lightning abruptly halted,
retracting as if in fear of harming the egg.
Seizing the opportunity, Ling Xiao leaped and cradled the egg before it could touch the ground. Clearly, the dragon had fixated on him, and should the egg suffer any harm, the consequences would be dire. As long as the egg remained intact, there was a chance for survival. Stop idling. Go after that rogue. I wish to uncover the identity of this treacherous individual. Ling Xiao commanded, not glancing back. Chang Yilan and Lei Zhengu immediately set off in pursuit. Double pupils activated. Ice and fire wings unfurled. Ling Xiao entered a state of heightened power. Suddenly, a thought struck him. What is this? Glancing down, he beheld a large and a small pupil rotating beneath golden irises. Swiftly penetrating the silver shell to reveal a tiny dragon with twin horns, curled in slumber, surrounded by swirling black lightning. Astonishingly, a diminutive black sword was embedded in its head. With a thunderous rumble, the lightning dragon swooped down, its immense pressure rendering Ling Xiao immobile. It seemed this creature feared for its offspring and intended to capture Ling Xiao alive. In an instant, myriad thoughts raced through Ling Xiao's mind as he contemplated various strategies. At that moment, inspiration struck. He raised the dragon egg and called out, "I can heal your child." Upon hearing this, the dragon approached, slowing as it neared Ling Xiao. Its massive head hovering above him, radiating anger. "Human! What did you say?" "I said, I can heal your child." Ling Xiao reiterated earnestly. "Is this true? If you dare deceive me, you shall never escape the Nine Thunder Mountain." The dragon threatened. "Is the child within the egg injured by a small black sword atop its head?" "How do you know?" The dragon's eyes widened in shock, trembling with a mix of fury and concern. "I have already stated, I can assist you. If you can save my child, I shall grant you any request. Restoring your child is no trivial task, but I require your assistance to ensure success." "Of course. As long as my child survives, I shall comply with your every demand." The dragon, once radiating fury, now appeared as a desperate father solely focused on its offspring. "First, I must clarify that if your eyes are not deceived, you should be able to see that I did not steal your egg, correct?" Ling Xiao explained, rolling his eyes. Yes. I was blinded by anger when I discovered my child was missing." "I apologize." The dragon responded contritely. "Can you provide details about your child's condition?" Ling Xiao asked. "I must understand the situation to tailor my remedy. I was once the guardian beast of the Thunder Pool, serving the revered Nine Heavens Thunder Master. After his demise, I remained here to protect his legacy. 300 years ago, a serpent demon came and bore a dragon child." The dragon fell into reminiscence. Little did I know that the serpent, feigning friendship, coveted the Thunder Pill. Just as she was about to give birth, she attempted to steal the Thunder Pill, only to be harmed by the Master's restriction. The Black Sword is the Nine Heavens Thunder Sword from the Master's lifetime. In a desperate bid for self-preservation, the venomous serpent used her unborn child as a shield. In that critical moment, I intervened to block the sword, but its spirit injured my offspring." Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao grasped the situation. It seemed that extracting the sword spirit would revive the little dragon. Yet, the extraction posed a formidable challenge. Perhaps a Caesarean approach is warranted. A bold idea materialized in Ling Xiao's mind. He could freeze the little dragon's life force with extreme cold flames, then shatter the shell to retrieve the sword spirit. Afterward, he could restore the little dragon's vitality. With this plan in mind, Ling Xiao carefully summoned the extreme cold flames while channeling the ice and fire divine body, nurturing the dragon with fire while encasing its life force in ice. Once accomplished, he gently cracked open the egg, revealing a 3-inch long, curled black dragon. The sword spirit had penetrated the dragon's head by a third, a slight further intrusion, and all hope would be lost. Moreover, 3 centuries had passed. The dragon must have expended tremendous life force to sustain its child. Ling Xiao delicately extracted the Nine Heavens Thunder Sword spirit, discovering it to be an artifact of celestial quality. He couldn't help but rejoice at this unexpected boon. After completing the task, Ling Xiao housed the little dragon within himself, nurturing it with the power of his ice and fire divine body. "How is my child?" the elder dragon inquired anxiously. "I have extracted the sword spirit.
but the wound is difficult to heal. I have encased its life force in ice and fire. To restore it fully, I must nurture it gradually with my ice and fire divine body. This may require some time. If you trust me, please allow me to care for your little dragon until it awakens, after which I shall return it to you. Ling Xiao opened his arms wide, inviting the elder dragon to sense the life force of the little dragon within him. Seeing this, the elder dragon finally relaxed. So be it. This may indeed be the only path forward. As long as my child can survive unscathed, that is all I desire. Here, take this thunder marrow. It will aid in my child's recovery. The thunder serpent slightly parted its large maw, expelling a substantial mass of viscous, bluish-white liquid. Observing this scene, Ling Xiao couldn't help but furrow his brow. It appeared unmistakably reminiscent of a 30-year-old phlegm. However, one might consider it an advance payment of sorts for the future nourishment. Otherwise, this little creature would undoubtedly consume a vast quantity of rare resources during its recovery. Ah, and then there is the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Sword. Having extracted the sword spirit, one cannot wield it without the blade itself. The thunder serpent opened its mouth once more, and a black long sword, identical to the previous sword spirit, slowly descended into Ling Xiao's grasp. At the moment the blade and spirit merged, a brilliant arc of lightning erupted into the sky. A superior celestial weapon. Feeling the immense power radiating from the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Sword, Ling Xiao instinctively gasped. "Thank you, esteemed elder," he expressed with a respectful bow. Then, hesitantly, he inquired, do you still require that blood talisman from your thunder pool? Chapter 29, The 12 Ancestors' Talismans. Ling Xiao, engrossed in the lightning blood talisman he held, could hardly bear to part with it. The thunder dragon was bound to the thunder pool, fulfilling its duty. Thus, the little dragon could only temporarily reside within Ling Xiao's body. Upon finding Chang Yilan and his companions, Ling Xiao observed them subduing the previously captured man in black attire. What did he say? Ling Xiao approached. This fellow is quite obstinate, he refuses to divulge anything. Chang Yilan sighed helplessly. Ling Xiao, with an impassive demeanor, moved closer. You recognize me, do you not? The man coldly scoffed and turned his head away. You are neither a disciple of the demon court nor a remnant of the demon kingdom. Since you know me, you must belong to one of the hundreds of sects under the jurisdiction of Ling Tian Sacred Land. In an instant, Ling Xiao deduced the man's origin. Let me guess your sect, Shen Tian sect? Yu Tian sect? Or perhaps the Wild sect? The black-clad man's face revealed shock. Ling Xiao continued. You intend to use the Thunder Dragon to eliminate us, your calculations are astute, but do you understand the consequences of assassinating a holy son? The lightest punishment is a shattered soul, while the gravest could lead to the annihilation of your sect. Upon hearing this, the man immediately felt his legs weaken. Kneeling on the ground. Holy Son, spare me. I am merely an elder of the Shen Tian sect, this matter has nothing to do with me. I acted under orders. Our sect master sent me to kill you upon learning of your arrival in the Soul Ruins realm. Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. Oh? How did your sect master learn of my presence in the Soul Ruins realm? It was Tang Wanshan from the Beast Master sect who informed our sect master. So it was he. Ling Xiao's mind instantly recalled Tang Wanshan, whom they had encountered upon entering the Soul Ruins realm yesterday. This Tang Wanshan harbors ill intentions and has rallied other sects to bring about our demise in the Soul Ruins realm. Gu Xingli spoke solemnly. This individual must not be spared, the Beast Master sect has risen too rapidly and in a suspicious manner, suggesting ulterior motives. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Ling Xiao's eyes. He gently patted the man's shoulder. In the next moment, the soul-piercing needle, concealed between his fingers, swiftly pierced the man's neck. The black-clad man widened his eyes, collapsing with reluctance. Senior brother, spare his life. It would be better for the Shen Tian sect to seek justice than to kill him. Chang Yilan asked, puzzled. They will not acknowledge him. If we let this fellow return to reality, the Shen Tian sect will undoubtedly hide him, or worse, eliminate him as I have, leaving us with no evidence. The others nodded in agreement. Enough. I will handle the Tang Wanshan matter, let us first resolve the situation at Nine Thunder Mountain. Ling Xiao declared.
producing the lightning blood talisman. Look, what is this? The others gazed in confusion, their eyes widening in astonishment.
Lightning blood talisman? How did you acquire it? Did the thunder dragon not resist you?
Ling Xiao smiled triumphantly.
This little one attempted to use me as a pawn.
But I discovered the thunder dragon's egg was gravely injured. I brokered a deal, I would heal its offspring, and in return, it granted me the lightning blood talisman. With a flourish, Ling Xiao generously presented the lightning blood talisman to Gu Xingli.
This is for you. Gu Xingli was taken aback, repeatedly shaking her head. No, no, no.
This is too precious.
I cannot accept it. The Soul Ruins realm is fraught with peril.
Although you have attained the Spirit Infant realm, your rapid breakthrough has left your foundation unstable.
You require numerous means of protection.
Ling Xiao patiently persuaded her.
With this lightning blood talisman, you gain an additional safeguard.
Your safety ensures my peace of mind.
If you refuse my gift now, what if I were to marry you and offer you the entirety of Ling Tian's sacred land? Would you refuse that too?
But Gu Xingli was flustered.
Memories of Ling Xiao's character in her previous life flooded her mind.
And the contrast with the present left her feeling as if she were dreaming.
Take it.
It is yours, after all. Ling Xiao pressed the lightning blood talisman into Gu Xingli's hands.
Seeing that she no longer resisted, he finally exhaled with relief. If you do not accept it, how can I reclaim it? As expected, the system's voice echoed once more.
Gu Xingli's affection rating, 5, detected that the host has gifted the bound target, Gu Xingli,
a lightning blood talisman, triggering the return mechanism.
The affection rating of the bound target is now 56, with a return quantity and multiplier of 56 times. Detected that the host possesses 2,000-fold return cards and 10-100-fold return cards.
Would you like to select one of the return cards for this transaction?
Yes. Ling Xiao replied without hesitation.
Host has used 1,000-fold return card.
Congratulations, host, on receiving a 1,000-fold return reward.
Please choose the return result, 1,000-fold quantity return or 1,000-fold quality return. 1,000-fold quality return. The lightning blood talisman was no ordinary item. A quality return would undoubtedly yield something far more powerful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring one of the 12 Ancestors' talismans, the Thunder Ancestor Talisman. Thunder Ancestor Talisman, one of the ancient 12 Ancestors' talismans, containing the power of devastating thunder.
Ling Xiao could hardly contain his excitement as he beheld a golden talisman, surrounded by vibrant, multicolored lightning, resting within the space.
This Thunder Ancestor Talisman resembled a medallion, inscribed with ancient runes.
In comparison to the previous lightning blood talisman,
the power of this Thunder Ancestor Talisman was magnitudes greater. At that moment, gale force winds howled at Thunder Cliff.
9 golden bolts of heavenly lightning soared like dragons through the skies. Countless cultivators gathered, eager to glimpse the true essence of the 9 heavens' divine lightning. This divine lightning was said to be the manifestation of the ultimate truth of a formidable being. And it was rumored that only those who earned the recognition of the 9 heavens' divine lightning could enter the hidden treasure trove.
What if someone were to force their way in? Look down at what lies beneath Thunder Cliff. Crowds gathered at the cliff's edge, peering down.
The base was littered with a mass of white bones, countless nameless corpses piled high, remnants of untold years and unknown lives lost.
Suddenly,
a bolt of 9 heavens' divine lightning surged forth, resonating with a cultivator who had comprehended the ultimate truth of the 9 heavens' divine lightning atop Thunder Cliff.
Look!
Someone has gained the recognition of the 9 heavens' divine lightning, they have comprehended its true essence. A voice rang out from the crowd. All gazes turned towards the figure enveloped in the golden 9 heavens' divine lightning.
Isn't that Li Xiaofeng of the Xiantian sect? How surprising! Ling Xiao remarked. He focused on the individual, realizing it was indeed him.
To think he had arrived in the Soul Ruins realm and encountered such fortune.
However, upon reflection, it was unsurprising.
This fellow was the Thunder's sacred body, naturally resonating with the 9 heavens' divine lightning.
Zhang Gu, hasten to comprehend, see if you can resonate and grasp the ultimate truth.
Ling Xiao suddenly remembered that Zhang Gu also possessed the Thunder-dominant sacred body.
Perhaps he could acquire the inheritance as well.
As his words fell,
The 9 bolts of 9 heavens' divine lightning converged into a magnificent golden teleportation array. Beyond it lay the secret trove of the ultimate being of 9 Thunder Mountain. The true treasures were hidden within. Before long, several others soared upwards. Ling Xiao then turned to Gu Xingli. Use the lightning blood talisman and see if you can gain the recognition of the 9 heavens' divine lightning's ultimate truth. Gu Xingli nodded, eagerly retrieving the lightning blood talisman. As she infused her spiritual energy into it, a beam of blood light shot skyward, followed by a column of golden lightning. The celestial thunder of the 9 heavens seemed to be drawn irresistibly towards this direction. Upon witnessing this spectacle, everyone retreated in trepidation, fearing that they might be struck by the divine lightning and suffer a fate worse than death. However, as the divine thunder merged with the blood lightning of the blood talisman, Gu Xingli found herself lifted effortlessly from the ground, soaring directly into the heart of the formation. Chapter 30. This sword, named Justice, that was the blood symbol of thunder from the thunder pool. Those with knowledge and keen eyes immediately recognized the blood symbol of thunder. The onlookers were filled with confusion. Wasn't there a thunder serpent guarding that place? How could it be obtained by someone? There are always greater powers in individuals beyond one's comprehension. One must never underestimate anyone in this soul ruins realm. At that moment, the thunder war drum comprehended its true meaning, radiating golden light, akin to a vajra, and upon gaining recognition, it ascended. Everyone, step aside. Just as Ling Xiao was about to attempt entry with the ice-fire divine body, a sudden commotion erupted behind him. Turning around, he saw a troop clad in armor storming in. At the forefront was a general with a long beard, wielding a saber, accompanied by a fierce red flame tiger, exuding an aura of dominance. Hundreds of soldiers immediately moved forward, encircling everyone. It was the Black Scale Ravaging Army. Someone swiftly recognized their origin. The Black Scale Ravaging Army? Who are they? You don't know? They roamed the Black Sand Desert in the real world, each one a formidable being above the spirit infant stage. The Black Sand Desert borders the great wilderness ancient kingdom, which finds these brigands quite troublesome, unable to deal with them effectively. Ling Xiao had heard whispers of the Black Scale Ravaging Army. Once, when his master Ling Yuntian had taken him to the great wilderness ancient kingdom for the birthday celebration of the Emperor of the Wasteland, he had overheard tales of this legion. They are notorious for their wicked deeds. Little did he know, they were just as ruthless in this soul ruins realm. You have 10 seconds to leave. Once the time is up, those who remain shall face utter annihilation. The leading general wore a mocking smile, reveling in the fear and panic of his prey, much like a wolf among sheep. Flee! Flee! Everyone scattered in all directions. By the time the countdown ended, most had escaped the encirclement, leaving a few who were trapped inside. However, the Black Scale Ravaging Army showed no mercy, quickly converging and attacking those remaining with their long spears, brutally and without hesitation. Those who escaped felt an immense relief. Witnessing this scene, the ever-chivalrous Chang Yilin stepped forward without hesitation. Halt! With a fierce shout, a surge of righteous sword energy descended from the heavens, forcing the encroaching bandits to retreat. This 9 Thunder Mountain secret treasure belongs to the Soul Ruins realm. The opportunities here are for all. Why should you monopolize it? Who are you little brats? The leading general's fury flared. Without further ado, he swung his saber down. Yet, in the real world, he might be a figure of significant power, but here, he was merely at the spirit infant stage. The saber, engulfed in swirling black smoke, swept toward Chang Yilin, who, with his righteous longsword poised in the air, blocked it effortlessly. How utterly disgusting! What is the purpose of suppressing power in this soul ruins realm? The general spat in irritation. If it were in reality, I would have cleaved you in two. Without further delay, he commanded the surrounding hundreds of Black Scale soldiers to close in. They had no sense of honor or fairness. Their sole aim was to eliminate their foes by any means necessary. Seeing this, Ling Xiao waved his hand, and a black longsword surged forth from within him, crackling with thunder. At the moment it emerged, the 9 divine thunders suspended in the sky began to roar. The entire world seemed to tremble. The 9 divine thunders transformed into divine dragons, charging forth with overwhelming thunderous power. The air around 9 Thunder Mountain began to coalesce into an even more formidable thunderstorm. This is of the nine heavens divine thunder sword. The crowd was left in awe, their eyes drawn to the spectacle. Those with extensive knowledge immediately recognized the sword's origin. This was the celestial weapon wielded by that supreme being of the path of extremity, the nine heavens divine thunder sword. Seeing this, Ling Xiao smirked disdainfully and shook his head. No. From this day forth, it shall be known as the nine heavens divine thunder sword, but also as the sword of justice. With a single strike, the black, destructive lightning instantly struck the heart of the black scale soldiers, obliterating hundreds of them into ashes. Following closely, the nine divine thunder dragons surged toward the bearded general. Upon witnessing this, the bandit leader's face paled in terror. He quickly threw down his protective mirror, which expanded into a golden shield upon the wind. Boom! The nine divine thunders struck the shield, momentarily held at bay. Yet, cracks began to appear, threatening to shatter. Oh! Such a treasure exists! Ling Xiao's brow arched in surprise. The nine heavens divine thunder was actually blocked. But something even more terrifying was on the horizon. The thunderstorm gathering from the entirety of Nine Thunder Mountain loomed above like a mountain pressing down, unleashing a destructive storm towards them. Run! Even the onlookers would be swept away by this force. Ling Xiao pointed his sword to the heavens and shouted, "Nine heavens divine thunder! Open! Everyone, enter the secret treasure and seek your fortunes." The crowd gazed in astonishment as the door, which once required comprehension of the path of thunder, swung open wide. Everyone was free to enter. Swish! 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 Countless figures transformed into streaks of light, rushing toward the entrance. The bandit leader, noticing this, also sought to enter but was blocked by Ling Xiao's swift movement. Want to get in? Crawl through my legs, and I will let you in. You little brat, I will kill you. The thunderstorm had already engulfed Nine Thunder Mountain. The bandit swung his saber, charging at Ling Xiao. In the face of the thunderstorm, Ling Xiao, wielding the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Sword, thrust it toward the man's head. With one swift strike, the head fell. Ling Xiao, witnessing this, turned and entered the secret treasure. Looking down, he saw the black sword thrumming in his hand, as if rejoicing. From this day forth, you shall be called Justice. How does that sound? The sword vibrated in response, as if acknowledging the name. Ling Xiao continued. I suppose you don't understand what justice truly is? Allow me to enlighten you. Justice is equality, fairness, it is the justice within these 12 maxims. The sword erupted in golden light, as though it had received a cleansing and transformation from the depths of the soul. A powerful aura began to rise rapidly, reaching the level of a quasi-artifact in the blink of an eye. Ling Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it truly this powerful? Meanwhile, the system suddenly chimed with a notification. Congratulations, host, for comprehending the 12 maxims. Please swiftly collect the other 11 maxims swords and name them. Once completed, all 12 swords will ascend to the level of artifacts. Chapter 31, Ancestral Symbols Might. Entering the secret chamber, Ling Xiao surveyed his surroundings, immediately captivated by the spectacle before him. It was a cavern brimming with electrical energy. Deep within, stalactites hung inverted from the, pulsating with azure and violet luminescence. Myriad lightning serpents writhed amidst the stone pillars, their explosive discharges and sulfuric scent reverberating against the rocky walls. Puddles of water snaking across the ground were vaporized by the electric light, ethereal white arcs flickering like spider webs within the steam. At the cavern's furthest recess floated a fist-sized thunder core, its surface riddled with ever-widening fissures that emitted a searing white plasma, scorching the stone into patterns of black. Even the airborne dust motes carried minute static sparks, trembling in the thunderous din. Just then, the clamor of intense combat echoed from afar, and Ling Xiao hastened toward it. To his surprise, he found Gu Xingli embroiled in a dispute. What is the meaning of this? Ling Xiao interjected, positioning himself protectively before Gu Xingli, his expression dark as he interrogated their adversaries. I discovered this Ninth Order Thunder Core first, Gu Xingli explained indignantly. I was about to extract it when these individuals attempted to seize it. Possession is not merely a matter of discovery, one of the men retorted arrogantly. By that logic, I have laid eyes upon this entire secret chamber. Does that mean everything within belongs to me? Ling Xiao recognized the speaker as one of those denied entry earlier. Disgust welled within him. Smack! Ling Xiao's backhand struck the man's face with resounding force. I permitted your entry to seek your own fortunes, not to plunder those of others, he declared imperiously. Now, be gone. The man, narrowing his eyes, drew closer, only to blanch in recognition. Why yes, apologies. I was mistaken. I shall depart at once. He had witnessed Ling Xiao's obliteration of the Black-Scale Marauder Legion and had no desire to meet a similar fate. Meanwhile, Gu Xingli gazed at Ling Xiao's back. A sweet sensation of contentment blossoming within her. In her previous existence, she had trod a solitary path, overcoming every obstacle to reach the pinnacle of immortality, unaided and alone. This feeling of being shielded was an unexpectedly exquisite delight. At that moment, Ling Xiao turned back, their eyes meeting. Gu Xingli, flustered, lowered her gaze. As long as I am here, none shall dare to harm you, Ling Xiao murmured, gently stroking her silken hair. This secret chamber was replete with treasures. Even a shard of rock pried from the wall could be used in the crafting of mystical artifacts. The occupants frantically sought to claim these objects as their own. Soon, the group arrived at an even grander cavern. At its center, a skeleton sat cross-legged upon a black jade dais, engulfed in flames crackling with electrical energy. These fiercely potent flames resembled a host of razor-sharp lightning swords. The celestial thunderous sword flame! Someone exclaimed. The creation's celestial fire is indeed here. Excitedly, the crowd surged forward, only to be halted by a sudden descent of a lightning barrier, barring their path. Several individuals, unable to stop in time, collided with the barrier and were instantly electrocuted, their souls annihilated. A wave of terror swept through the crowd as they stared in disbelief at the descending barrier. Upon the barrier, currents coalesced, forming a series of characters. My inheritance requires the essence blood of a great thunder rock. What? It requires the essence blood of a great thunder rock? Someone cried. That is a Dharma aspect realm beast. We stand no chance. These indigenous beasts and inhabitants were immune to the suppression of regional rules, though some present were powerful cultivators from the outside world. Here they were confined to the spirit infant realm. The local beasts, unburdened by such restrictions, had grown to strengths beyond the spirit infant stage. The crowd gazed longingly at the skeleton atop the jade dais, but they were helpless. Before the skeleton lay a row of treasure chests, undoubtedly containing the inheritance of the nine heavens divine thunder venerable. The situation was akin to taking a pill in anticipation of vigorous activity, only to be informed by one's partner of an inopportune visit from their relatives, compounded by ailments ranging from hemorrhoids and fractured limbs to mouth ulcers and otitis media. Utterly hopeless. Some abandoned their quest, hoping to find better luck elsewhere. Others set off towards Thunderclap Cliff, intent on hunting a great thunder rock. Soon, only a handful remained in the cavern. Those with thunder attribute spirit roots or techniques cautiously approached the barrier, testing its power, but all met their end. Ling Xiao, struck by an idea, turned to Gu Xingli. Give me the thunderous blood talisman, allow me to see if it has any effect. It is futile. Gu Xingli replied with certainty. She distinctly recalled that the previous recipient of the inheritance had only succeeded after slaying a great thunder rock several days later. Ling Xiao stroked his chin in contemplation. If the thunderous blood talisman is useless, I wonder if my thunder ancestral symbol will be of any use? With a glint of anticipation in his eyes, Ling Xiao retrieved the thunder ancestral symbol, one of the 12 ancestral symbols. The moment the symbol appeared, the cavern's electrical energy began to converge upon it. The cave was illuminated as if by daylight, the thunderous light filling every corner. Even the celestial thunderous sword flame burning on the skeleton within the barrier seemed to respond to a summons, intensifying its blaze. All lightning seemed to bow in submission. The thunder ancestral symbol, one of the 12 ancestral symbols. How does he possess such a thing? Gu Xingli exclaimed, her eyes wide. She herself had once possessed one, its power immense, only to have it stolen by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was merely in the spirit infant realm. Yet he had already obtained an ancestral symbol. It defied reason. Gu Xingli's mind reeled, unable to comprehend how Ling Xiao had acquired it. Then, holding the thunder ancestral symbol, Ling Xiao cautiously approached the barrier. The instant the symbol made contact, the barrier cracked open, creating an aperture. It works! The onlookers gasped. They surged forward, eager to follow Ling Xiao. As Ling Xiao stepped fully into the barrier, a figure leaped forward, attempting to follow. But as his head entered, the barrier snapped shut, severing his head from his body. The cauterized wound was devoid of blood. The crowd recoiled in horror. Upon entering, Ling Xiao immediately approached the skeleton and extended his right hand. A searing, electric shock surged through him, causing him to recoil. "We shall see if your celestial thunderous sword flame is a match for my glacial ice flame," Ling Xiao declared, a frigid white flame manifesting on his palm. These two creation celestial fires, both among the 8 great immortal flames, were about to test their superiority. Chapter 32, The Legacy. As the two flames made contact, the atmosphere within the thunderous curtain immediately turned tumultuous. The flames intertwined and clashed, creating violent ripples. The surrounding thunderous veil trembled violently, on the verge of being torn apart by this immense force. Onlookers outside were filled with excitement. If the thunderous veil were to be shattered, they would share in the legacy within. After a moment, Ling Xiao stepped back a few paces, his complexion pale as he gazed at the two burning flames. Both were among the 8 great heavenly fires, and neither could overpower the other. As the intermediary, Ling Xiao bore the brunt of the force generated by their collision. And if this continued, he would surely be the one to suffer. Unable to subdue the heavenly thunder sword flame for the time being, Ling Xiao shifted his attention to the other treasure boxes. Upon opening the first treasure box, his brows furrowed in surprise. Inside lay a pale blue pill, a supreme Tao pill. Ling Xiao was astounded. What a remarkable treasure! This pill contained the essence of the supreme Tao of the 9 heavens Thunder Sovereign. If consumed, it would enable him to instantly comprehend the entirety of the supreme Tao of the 9 heavens Thunder Sovereign. Without hesitation, he stowed the treasure box into his spatial bag. He then opened the second treasure box, his brows raised in curiosity. Inside, he discovered a book with a wrinkled cover, clearly having been read numerous times. He picked it up and saw the bold title, The Art of Heavenly Fire Creation. Ling Xiao's heart raced as he opened the book. To his astonishment, it contained methods for manipulating various heavenly fires. Captivated by its contents, he stood there, engrossed, oblivious to the growing crowd around him. News of someone entering the thunderous veil spread rapidly. Those who had initially left returned. Upon seeing Ling Xiao standing there, they immediately began whispering amongst themselves. Ancient Xingli and her companions were infuriated upon hearing their murmurs. "How dare you? You owe your entrance to my senior brother's assistance. Otherwise, you would have been driven away by the Black Scale marauding army long ago. Now you conspire to seize my brother's opportunity. How shameless can you be?" Upon hearing this, the crowd cast malicious glances in their direction. "So you are his junior sister, that makes things even easier." Someone in the throng shouted. "Capture her as a hostage and compel the one inside to surrender everything." Ancient Xingli's expression changed dramatically as she turned to see the culprit lurking in the corner, Tang Wanxian. Hearing this, the crowd swiftly surrounded her. Chang Yilin and Lei Zhengu immediately positioned themselves in front of Ancient Xingli, ready for battle. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao, having acquired the methods for merging various heavenly fires, prepared to absorb the heavenly thunder sword flame once more. The teachings in the art of heavenly fire creation were straightforward: to store the heavenly fire in different parts of one's body. Although there were further instructions on how to merge all forms of heavenly fire, Ling Xiao had no time to delve into them thoroughly. Following the guidance, Ling Xiao was able to slowly absorb the heavenly thunder sword flame into his body without relying on the extreme cold ice flame. This was thanks to his divine physique. An ordinary person would struggle to endure the power of the heavenly thunder sword flame. "Senior brother, come out quickly." At that moment, a piercing scream reached Ling Xiao's ears. Turning his head, his expression changed as he saw Chang Yilin, Ancient Xingli, and Lei Zhengu surrounded by the hostile crowd. "Kid, throw everything out, or I'll kill them." Just then, Ling Xiao was at a critical juncture of absorbing the heavenly thunder sword flame. "Are you listening to me? Stop absorbing the heavenly thunder sword flame immediately. That belongs to me." A middle-aged man, his face twisted with malice, held a long knife to Ancient Xingli's throat. The knife,
clearly a spiritual weapon, grazed her delicate skin, drawing a thin line of blood as she struggled. Witnessing this, Ling Xiao's fury ignited. However, halting now would mean losing everything. If you don't stop, don't blame us for being ruthless. You wouldn't want your junior sister to be harmed, would you? The middle-aged man pressed ancient Xingli down onto a stone, then viciously tore at her outer garments. Ling Xiao's vision darkened with rage. Fine, I promise you, he shouted, but he continued to absorb the heavenly thunder sword flame. I'll count to 3, throw all the treasure boxes in front of you. The middle-aged man sneered and began his countdown. Seeing this, Ling Xiao swiftly tossed a treasure box outward. As it made contact with the thunderous veil, it miraculously suffered no damage and flew out freely. It appeared that the veil was one-sided. All eyes were fixated on the treasure box, which traced a graceful arc through the air, and as it neared the ground, everyone braced themselves to seize it. At that critical moment, a rotund figure appeared out of nowhere and deftly caught the treasure box. Elder brother, don't worry. Continue absorbing the heavenly fire, I'll handle the rest, came a voice from the figure. Jin Zibei? Ling Xiao and the others stared wide-eyed at the newcomer. Yet there was no time for questions. Ling Xiao intensified his absorption. Simultaneously, he opened the remaining treasure boxes. There were 6 in total, each containing a celestial grade cultivation method, the renowned Nine Heavens Thunder killing technique of the Nine Heavens Thunder Sovereign, a set of celestial grade armor, a 9th grade spirit pill, the Heavenly Thunder body refining pill, and lastly, a black token. The box that Ling Xiao had tossed contained a small dagger, also a celestial grade artifact. Brat! Return the treasure box to me. The middle-aged man fumed, tightening his grip on ancient Xingli's neck, threatening her menacingly. Jin Zibei, undeterred, smirked and declared loudly. This treasure box is in my possession now, whoever kills him will get it. Fatty, do you really think I want to kill this girl right now? The middle-aged man threatened fiercely. Alright, fine. We can negotiate. You can have the items, but release my sister-in-law and junior sister. Jin Zibei waved his hands urgently. First, give me the treasure box. Then catch it well, don't let anyone snatch it. Jin Zibei tossed the treasure box high into the air. All gazes were drawn to it once more. The middle-aged man's men instinctively released their hold on ancient Xingli, leaping to snatch the treasure box. In the next moment, Jin Zibei dashed forward and pulled ancient Xingli to his side. At that instant, Ling Xiao successfully completed the absorption of the heavenly thunder sword flame. Chapter 33, The Thunder Dragon's Escape. With a sweeping motion, Ling Xiao cleared everything within the thunderous veil. He bowed deeply to the remains of the deceased. After gathering his composure, he prepared for burial. Just then, a flicker of enlightenment illuminated his mind. What was this? Upon closer inspection, he noticed a section of emerald green bone, entwined with threads of lightning, located at the chest of the corpse of the revered Gu Xingli, the supreme bone. It was astonishing that the Gu Xingli possessed a piece of this extraordinary relic. Overwhelmed with excitement, Ling Xiao carefully extracted it, offering an apology. Do not hold it against me, esteemed elder. I vow to carry forth your legacy, and I shall graciously accept the supreme bone. Your remains will receive a worthy burial. After interring the bones on the very ground where the revered one had passed, Ling Xiao turned slowly. This place, being the final resting ground of Gu Xingli, served as a fitting tribute. Outside, chaos erupted as Ling Xiao emerged with a somber demeanor. The thunderous veil had dissipated, and he had arrived. The onlookers, previously vying for the treasure box, immediately redirected their focus toward Ling Xiao. Forget the box. That fellow absorbed the celestial fire. Let us kill him and seize everything he possesses. With one voice raised, hundreds surged forth from the cavern. I seek justice for the masses, yet the masses are ungrateful. If that is the case, then let them face my wrath. With the sword of justice in hand, Ling Xiao unleashed a blinding flash of lightning. The Gu Xingli sword, a relic of its former master, summoned the fury of 1,000 storms to claim its rightful power. Kill! As the sword cleaved through the air, thunder roared. Lightning coalesced into a serpentine form, striking down upon the throng with unrelenting ferocity. The battlefield became a scene of utter devastation, where the weak were reduced to dust.
In this tumultuous clash, the favor of the heavens, the earth, and the people dictated the outcome. In this moment, the Jiu Shao Shunlei sword served as the harbinger of divine retribution, punishing all injustices. In an instant, the cavern was obliterated, mountains trembled, and Ling Xiao descended upon the chaos like a deity. As the cave began to collapse, the survivors scattered in fear. In a corner, the scoundrel who had previously taken ancient Xingli hostage trembled in terror. As Ling Xiao approached, he prostrated himself, pleading for mercy. "Spare me, great hero. I shall never dare again." With his head repeatedly striking the ground, the sound echoed like iron on stone. Even as sharp stones pierced his forehead, blood flowed freely. Yet he dared not cease. "You are a paragon of justice, while I was merely blinded by greed. I beseech you, spare my life." At that moment, Jin Zibei and others, supported by their spiritual energy, rushed into the crumbling cavern and reached Ling Xiao. "Eldest brother, the cave is collapsing. We must flee." Ling Xiao nodded slightly, his gaze cold and piercing as he turned to the trembling man, his voice laced with lethal intent. "For the crime of dishonoring my wife, you shall pay the price. Even if the King of Hell were to intervene, it would not save you." With that, he unleashed the soul-devouring needle, launching it with precision. "You dare!" A thunderous voice echoed from the distance. "I am an elder of the Northern Dipper 7 sect, and this child is my direct disciple. If you lay a finger on him, I will not show you mercy." The elder, enraged, charged forward with his sword drawn, but Ling Xiao remained undeterred. "No matter where you come from, in this realm of spiritual infants, you shall kneel before me, whether you are a dragon or a tiger." The soul-devouring needle turned swiftly toward the self-proclaimed elder of the Northern Dipper. The elder's face blanched in shock as he raised his sword in defense. "I am the transmission elder of the Yuhong sect of the Northern Dipper 7. The grudge of killing my disciple is unpardonable. Wait for me." He glanced at the crumbling rock overhead and fled in haste. As the cavern collapsed, Ling Xiao and his companions wasted no time in escaping. The hidden chamber disintegrated, causing the very fabric of space to shatter. The entire Nine Thunder Mountain trembled ominously. In the thunder pool halfway up the mountain, the Thunder Dragon raised its head in astonishment. "This fellow has caused the hidden chamber to collapse. It seems the frenzy is upon us." Yet, that shouldn't be possible. Entering the hidden chamber requires acknowledgement, and there were not many who entered. How could such chaos ensue? But then again, with the collapse, I am free from my master's constraints and can leave this place. I can finally reunite with that young man. I have always felt uneasy about that precious treasure being with him. Besides, the accounts with that venomous woman from years past must be settled. I wonder where she is now. As the space fractured, a massive rift appeared at the Thunder Cliff. Countless figures surged forth from the breach. Above the Thunder Cliff, innumerable greedy eyes fixated on the sky, as many released signal flares to summon reinforcements, eagerly awaiting Ling Xiao and his companions' emergence. The treasures within would not be easily claimed, such was the law of survival in the Soul Ruins and the entire Tian Yuan continent, survival of the fittest. The notion of fairness was but an illusion. Ling Xiao's ambition to forge a world of equity would demand monumental effort. "Here they come." Suddenly, a voice rang out, and all eyes turned upward. Ling Xiao and his companions shot forth, with the elder of the Northern Dipper leading the charge. As he landed, the elder brandished his sword, ready to strike. Yet, he soon sensed something amiss among the crowd. "Ha! Truly, the heavens favor me. This boy has caused the hidden chamber to collapse. His strength must be formidable. Ordinary spiritual infants are no match for him. However, he bears precious treasures, and with so many here, I need not lift a finger. Countless will seek to end his life." As Ling Xiao and his companions descended, they quickly assessed the tense atmosphere. However, even in the face of overwhelming numbers, Ling Xiao remained unyielding. "If the situation turns dire, you all must flee without a second thought." "No," they replied in unison. "How could we abandon our eldest brother? You must listen, this is not the time for bravado. Their numbers are too great, and I cannot fight to my full potential. You will only hinder me. Just as before, if any of you are captured, it would be a fatal blow." The ever-pragmatic Chan Yilin nodded in agreement. "Eldest brother speaks wisely. We must find an opportunity to escape, but you must not linger in battle. The moment we see a chance, we leave immediately. Once we reach the Spirit Infant City, we will be safe, and then we can return to the mortal realm without issue. Ling Xiao remained silent, drawing his sword with resolve. His figure radiated a fierce determination. Damn it! If not for the fear of being a burden, how could I miss out on such a fiery scene? Lei Zhengu exclaimed with excitement. Chapter 34, A dire predicament trapped in Nine Thunder Mountain. As Ling Xiao advanced deliberately, those initially poised to besiege him instinctively recoiled. Observing this, an elder from the Seven Stars sect of the Northern Dipper immediately incited the crowd. Why the trepidation? He is but one man, while we are legion. Let us attack together. Attack what? Await reinforcements. Once they arrive, there will be no need for fear. Indeed. Perhaps you did not witness this youth single-handedly confronting the Blackscale Marauder Legion. Finding no assistance forthcoming, the elder could only stand his ground, feigning fortitude. Boy! You have slain a disciple of the Seven Stars sect of the Northern Dipper. Today, you must provide an explanation. Furthermore, everyone, heed my words. This youth employed the soul-devouring needle to murder my apprentice. He is a member of the demon court. All, join me in exterminating this demonic fiend. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Those previously hesitant stepped forward, righteously indignant, and assailed Ling Xiao with accusations. So, he is a scoundrel of the demon court. No wonder he is so arrogant. Slay him. Exterminate the demonic fiend. Make him surrender all his possessions. Witnessing this spectacle, Ling Xiao found amusement in the situation. Many present likely recognized him and were aware of the origins of his soul-devouring needle. Yet, they brazenly fabricated falsehoods, joining in the clamor. How lamentable, how pathetic. He used my betrothed as a hostage to threaten me and sought to defile her. Tell me, did he not deserve to die? Ling Xiao glared at the crowd, retorting icily. Do not attempt to intimidate me with the Seven Stars sect of the Northern Dipper. I stand here today, what can you do to me? Furthermore, you ungrateful wretches, you undoubtedly reaped substantial gains within the secret trove. Have you forgotten how you entered? Without me, you would be reduced to eating excrement. As for the provenance of the soul-devouring needle, do any of you not recognize me? Were you all blind when I slew the demon court elder in the arena? Today, I stand here. Those who seek to seize the legacy treasures are welcome to come forward. Let me witness your hideous visages and etch each of you into my memory. If you fail to kill me, I shall return to the real world and settle accounts with each of you individually. Oh, yes. I almost forgot to inform you, I am Ling Xiao, the sacred son of the Celestial Feather Holy Land in the Southern Azure Domain. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. He is the sacred son of the Celestial Feather Holy Land? The one with the divine constitution and innate double pupils? No wonder he is so audacious. I know of this. He slaughtered his way through the arena yesterday and indeed slew a demon court elder. It is said that this elder held a high-ranking position in the Southern Azure Domain, and the demon court's upper echelons are already enraged. So that is the case. Then we truly cannot involve ourselves in this matter. I am not one to be ungrateful. This matter was deliberately incited by someone. Many were kept in the dark. Upon hearing this, some who were merely spectators chose to depart. However, those who remained were the ones truly intent on seizing Ling Xiao's treasures. These were the individuals who would stop at nothing. Do not listen to his lies. He is a member of the demon court. Even if he is not, as the sacred son of the Celestial Feather Holy Land wielding the soul-devouring needle, he is complicit with the demon court. Let us eliminate this scourge for the people. At this moment, someone shouted loudly from the crowd. Ling Xiao's expression changed instantly. In that instant, crimson light flickered in his eyes. Wherever his gaze fell, everyone appeared as slow as ants. Activating his double pupils, Ling Xiao swiftly located the individual inciting the masses. He saw this person cloaked in black robes, hiding in a corner, vociferously shouting. Beside him stood Tang Wanxian. In an instant, Ling Xiao arrived before this person, seized him by the neck, and hurled him into the air.
Immediately, the soul-devouring needle pierced him like 1,000 arrows, instantly killing him. Death to those who insult the celestial feather holy land. Ling Xiao roared, his voice echoing through the thunderclap cliff valley. One echo followed another, silencing everyone. Do you still seek vengeance for your disciple? I see that you are an elder of the Seven Stars sect of the Northern Dipper. And I recognize that your sect and my celestial feather holy land are both reputable factions in the Southern Azure Domain. I shall extend you a modicum of respect. But if you persist in your obstinacy, do not blame me for being impolite. Ling Xiao threatened the elder fiercely. I shall dispatch someone to your sect to demand an explanation regarding your disciple's insult to my betrothed. I implore your sect master to provide me with a satisfactory response. Oh, yes. I almost forgot to inform you that my betrothed is not only the personal disciple of my master, Ling Yuntian, but also the newly appointed sacred daughter of my celestial feather holy land. To insult the sacred daughter of my holy land is an affront that your Seven Stars sect of the Northern Dipper must answer for. Or else you must not blame my celestial feather holy land for being discourteous. You. The elder was so enraged that his nose became crooked. Finally, he uttered a threat that even he found unconvincing, then turned and swiftly departed. Do you think the celestial feather holy land is so formidable? I shall await you at the Seven Stars sect of the Northern Dipper. Rumble. At that moment, figures flickered in the sky. Where the figures passed, flowing light radiated. Countless individuals wielding weapons rapidly approached. Not good. The reinforcements they summoned have arrived. Chang Yilin and the others, who were about to leave, immediately stood before Ling Xiao. They had intended to depart, but Ling Xiao's domineering display had deterred everyone. However, at that moment, figures flickered in the sky, their auras powerful. Approaching. It was evident that these were the reinforcements they had summoned. The remaining individuals who genuinely sought to seize Ling Xiao's treasures immediately swarmed forward, encircling Ling Xiao and his companions. Humph. Boy, regardless of whether you are the sacred son of some celestial feather holy land or a mere cur, if you do not surrender what is inside, do not blame us for being impolite. That person immediately became arrogant again. Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow and asked, who are these people? Chang Yilin had entered the Soul Ruins realm earlier than Ling Xiao. Surveying the surroundings and looking at the sky, he immediately recognized the origins of these individuals. In the real world, reputable forces generally do not engage in such activities, as they have reputations to uphold and fear retaliation. These individuals are mostly bandits and brigands from the real world, nameless figures. However, in the Soul Ruins realm, they gather together, united by their shared proclivities, and band together for mutual support. Even if they are killed, unless they are slain by soul-based attacks, they can re-enter the Soul Ruins realm and resume their banditry. Furthermore, they do not recognize each other in the real world. Hearing this, Ling Xiao immediately understood. In that case, there is nothing to hold back. Today, this matter shall be considered an act of eliminating evil for the people. As his voice faded, hundreds of figures converged on the summit of Nine Thunder Mountain. Not far away, Tang Wanqian witnessed this scene and became excited. Quick! Join forces with the Profound Heaven sect and others to assassinate Ling Xiao under the cover of chaos. If we miss this opportunity, there will never be another as opportune. Chapter 35, The Sacred Sun appears atop Nine Thunder Mountain, the winds howled fiercely. Hundreds of figures stood in sullen readiness, their murderous intent palpable, their gazes like lightning, fixated on the solitary figure at the center. Do not worry, my brother. Reinforcements from the Ling Tian sacred land are on their way, we just need to hold on a little longer. Chang Yilin declared with a grave expression. There's no need for concern. Ling Xiao waved dismissively. Just take care of yourselves. Oh, and protect the fourth. Jin Zibei, with his rotund figure, feigned nonchalance as he proclaimed. No worries, I've brought my bodyguards. As his words fell, dozens of figures surged forth from the crowd. By the way, how did you get here? Lei Zhengu inquired. His brow furrowed in confusion. There's nothing that money can't solve. Jin Zibei replied smugly. Can money really maneuver the rules of the soul abyss? The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. Of course not. But it can certainly buy treasures to enter here.
Hand over your belongings, and we may spare your lives, otherwise, you shall perish. The onlookers, finding the situation almost casual, seethed with rage, their eyes blazing. However, aware of Ling Xiao and his companions' identities, they hesitated to act too harshly, fearing retaliation from the Ling Tian sacred land. Why waste words with them? They are stalling for time, waiting for support. Let's attack together. With that, the crowd surged forward. Ling Xiao brandished his thunder sword, stepping forward as the Nine Thunder Mountain erupted with crackling thunder. One swing of his sword unleashed a torrent of lightning, obliterating dozens of figures midair. Simultaneously, Gu Xingli and others charged forth. In an instant, the moon obscured the clouds, and stars twinkled brilliantly. Gu Xingli wielded a star plate, channeling starlight that cascaded down, merging within the plate. The power of the celestial bone surged forth, enveloping Gu Xingli in a soft lunar glow, rendering her ethereal, akin to a celestial maiden. The gathered starlight flowed into her body, empowered by the celestial bone, and erupted from the star plate, piercing through dozens of figures. Lei Zhengu found himself in a strenuous battle, facing 4 or 5 opponents alone. Without the might of the thunder tyrant body, he would have been grievously injured. Yet, the strength of his body continuously fortified and healed him amidst the surrounding lightning. Chang Yilan descended with a righteous aura, embodying justice as he judged the bandits. What are you standing there for? Help out! Jin Zibei snapped, delivering a kick to one man's backside. Only leave 2 behind, the rest, come assist. Jin Zibei's bodyguards hastily rushed forward. Instantly, the pressure on Ling Xiao and his companions diminished significantly. At that moment, hidden among the crowd, Tang Wanqian's gaze flickered with malice. We have no time. Reinforcements from Ling Tian sacred land are nearly here. Li Xiaozong, let your people take action. Li Xiaofeng gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. He then turned to the 2 cloaked figures behind him, instructing, forcefully remove the power seals, even if it means self-destructing the spirit infant, we must kill Ling Xiao. Yes. The 3 cloaked figures responded in hushed tones, then shot forth like shooting stars. Meanwhile, at the thunder pool halfway up the mountain, the old thunder dragon slowly opened its eyes, the concealed space destroyed, and the entire 9 Thunder Mountains barriers vanished. The old thunder dragon was packing up to leave when it suddenly sensed a familiar aura. It's that little fellow. Upon realizing, the old thunder dragon burst forth from the water, soaring into the heavens. At that precise moment, Ling Xiao's eyes glowed a fierce golden red as he scanned his surroundings, quickly locking onto the 3 approaching black-clad figures. A formidable aura emanated from them, stunning those around him who were attacking him. Who are these commanders? How dare they unseal their powers? They're not one of us. Ha, the heavens are aiding us. The crowd rejoiced at this revelation. Tian Yuan realm. Ling Xiao murmured with a serious expression. What a hefty price to pay, they are willing to sacrifice their lives for a legacy treasure. Be careful, Ling Xiao. Gu Xingli exclaimed, her face pale with alarm as she rushed towards him without a second thought. In that moment, Gu Xingli was oblivious to the subtle shift in her own heart. Yet, in this realm dominated by spirit infant experts, a Tian Yuan realm individual was practically a force of annihilation. With a mere flick of their hands, they could suppress countless foes. Ling Xiao held his sword in his left hand while, unbeknownst to him, his right hand had already drawn forth the divine bone. With the divine bone in his possession, Ling Xiao felt unafraid of the Tian Yuan realm adversaries. However, he was utterly unprepared for what transpired next. As the 3 figures drew within 100 meters of him, they suddenly halted, their auras rapidly escalating. Not good, they are about to self-destruct. Ling Xiao's heart sank in alarm. The self-detonation of 3 Tian Yuan realm experts would unleash devastation comparable to 3 nuclear bombs. Instinctively, Ling Xiao cast a glance towards the distance, preparing to flee. I dare anyone to touch him. A thunderous roar erupted from the stormy clouds. The massive head of the old thunder dragon emerged, its black scales shimmering with a chilling light, surrounded by a majestic tempest of thunder. Simultaneously, the void shattered as 3 black iron chains extended forth, radiating an aura that sent shivers down one's spine. These are the chains of rules. Anyone who breaks the rules shall be annihilated by them. Just then, The three Tian Yuan realm experts detonated themselves before the chains of rules could enact their judgment. The explosive spiritual energy surged forth, carrying an aura of annihilation. Ling Xiao, shocked, sought to utilize the divine bone's power to escape. In his peripheral vision, he caught sight of Gu Xingli, recklessly launching herself towards him. That girl? Is she out of her mind? Ling Xiao immediately redirected his focus towards Gu Xingli. Just as he was about to leave everyone on Nine Thunder Mountain behind, the thunder dragon above extended its claw, conjuring a formidable electric barrier that enveloped them. The destructive spiritual energy was swiftly contained within, rapidly compressing into a sphere the size of a fist. Meanwhile, the chains of rules that had reached out in pursuit found nothing to bind and retracted. Seizing the opportunity, the old thunder dragon hurled the sphere of annihilation into the void. Everyone, drenched in sweat, gazed at the harrowing scene, their hearts pounding with fear. How terrifying! To protect the legacy treasure, even Tian Yuan realm experts are willing to self-destruct. To self-destruct their powers means they will perish in the real world. Is it worth it? Moreover, this individual even self-destructed a soul-attacking treasure. Anyone struck by that power would meet their demise. Meanwhile, Tang Wanxian and Li Xiaofeng, having retreated to a safe distance, were infuriated by the sight. Damn it! He cannot be killed. Let us go. This fellow has the protection of that long worm, he cannot be slain here. Tang Wanxian fumed. At that moment, a large contingent of Ling Tian sacred land experts surged forth, surrounding the entirety of Nine Thunder Mountain. Salute to the sacred sun! 1,000 voices roared, echoing through the heavens. Chapter 36, The Return of the Celestial Bone. Ling Xiao first bowed deeply to old Lei Jiao, then turned and waved his hand, commanding everyone, kill. Leave no one alive. In an instant, the group scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. However, how could the powerful warriors of the Ling Tian sacred ground allow them to escape so easily? At this moment, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Foolish girl! Are you trying to throw your life away? Ling Xiao nervously patted Gu Xingli's head. Only then did Gu Xingli realize that she had recklessly attempted to save Ling Xiao just moments ago. Reflecting on it now, she felt a surge of astonishment at her own concern for him. Since when had she become so worried about Ling Xiao? Finally, the dust settled. Ling Xiao followed the strong warriors of the Ling Tian sacred ground back to their stronghold in the Soul Ruins realm. It was a vast courtyard located in Linging City, where everyone from the Ling Tian sacred ground who ventured into the Soul Ruins realm resided. Within the ancient and elegant rooms, a large pile of treasures radiating various hues of brilliance lay before Ling Xiao. Among them were 2 supreme bones and all the treasured inheritances of the Nine Heavens God Thunder Sovereign. One of these supreme bones was obtained from breaking a record in the arena, while the other belonged to the Nine Heavens God Thunder Sovereign himself. As Ling Xiao picked up the 2 supreme bones, their information immediately surfaced in his mind. Name: Great Thunder Flying Peng Bone. Grade: Supreme Bone. Effects: Great Thunder Flying Peng Technique condenses the power of the Great Thunder Flying Peng to deliver devastating strikes. Great Thunder Flying Peng Flash condenses the wings of the Great Thunder Flying Peng to soar through the skies. The other supreme bone was from the Nine Heavens God Thunder Sovereign. Name: Blood Zombie Bone. Grade: Supreme Bone. Effects: Blood Absorption can absorb the opponent's spiritual energy for personal use. Blood Zombie Physique possesses a blood zombie physique that craves blood, gaining immense power through it. In addition, there was the Nine Heavens God Thunder Sword, which had already become a quasi-artifact. Its power was evident from the previous battle. There were also Extreme Dao Pills, the Creation Heavenly Fire Technique, the Heavenly Thunder Immortal Sword Flame within him, and the Nine Heavens God Thunder Sovereign's Immortal Level Technique, the Nine Heavens God Thunder Kill. Additionally, there was a set of Immortal Grade Battle Armor, a 9th Grade Spirit Pill, the Heavenly Thunder Body Refinement Pill, an Immortal Grade Dagger, and finally, a Black Token. There were also some high-level refining materials. Soon after, Ling Xiao called the others over. Looking at the table full of treasures, he handed the set of Immortal Grade Battle Armor to Chang Yilan. This armor is for you. It's evident that you have some shortcomings when it comes to close combat. With this, you can effectively mitigate that weakness. Is this too valuable? Chang Yilan felt a surge of emotion yet was hesitant to accept it. Take it. We are brothers, no need for pleasantries. Ling Xiao insisted, pressing the armor into Chang Yilan's hands. He then gifted the 9th Grade Spirit Pill,
the Heavenly Thunder Body Refinement Pill. To Lei Zhangu. With this Heavenly Thunder Body Refinement Pill, I believe your physical strength will grow even stronger. He. Then I shall not be polite. Lei Zhangu grinned as he accepted the pill eagerly. Jin Zibei looked at Ling Xiao with hopeful eyes, his small eyes seemingly pleading, "What about me? What about me?" However, Ling Xiao's gaze passed over him and landed on Gu Xingli. "Senior brother, what about me?" Jin Zibei could no longer contain his plea. "Do you still need such things? In the entire Southern Sky Mystic Domain, who has riches comparable to yours? That's not the same. The nature of what you give and what I have is different. You brat." Ling Xiao shook his head in exasperation. He then presented the immortal grade dagger to Jin Zibei. He. "Thank you, senior brother." Jin Zibei held the dagger as if it were a treasure. Finally, Ling Xiao presented one of the supreme bones to Gu Xingli. "This supreme bone is for you." I cannot accept this." Gu Xingli repeatedly waved her hands in refusal. "This is too precious. Compared to the other items." The value of this supreme bone was evident. When Gu Xingli awakened her supreme bone, even Ling Yuntian of the Ling Tian sacred ground was astonished. "Now." Ling Xiao was casually offering her a supreme bone, leaving her in disbelief. "Look, here we go again. What is mine is yours." Ling Xiao said helplessly. "Take it. I have plenty of these." As he spoke, he astonishingly produced another one. "This one in your hands is from the Nine Heavens God Thunder Sovereign, and don't forget. After I broke the arena record, the spirit of the Soul Ruins realm rewarded me with another." At this moment, everyone's eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment. Anyone who awakened a supreme bone was a formidable entity, and even a single piece could enable an entire sect to cultivate a disciple to their fullest potential. Yet, Ling Xiao was casually producing one after another as if he were wholesale distributing them. Seeing this, Gu Xingli reluctantly accepted it. In truth, Ling Xiao had intended to give all the items he had just handed to Chan Yilan and the others to Gu Xingli as well. However, knowing her character, she would undoubtedly refuse so many gifts. Regardless, gifting Chan Yilan and the others was still a commendable choice, for they had helped him countless times. The relationship among Ling Yuntian's direct disciples was exceptionally close. Moreover, during the expedition to Nine Thunder Mountain, they had risked everything to protect him. Such dedication deserved Ling Xiao's gratitude. At that moment, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Detected that the host has gifted the bound target Gu Xingli the supreme bone. Great Thunder Flying Peng Bone, triggering return mechanism. The bound target's favorability is 56, return quantity and multiplier is 56 times. Detected that the host has 1000 times return card and 1000 times return cards. Would you like to choose one of the return cards for this return? Yes. I choose the 1000 times return card. The host has used 1000 times return card. Congratulations on receiving 1000 times return reward. Please choose the return result, 1000 times quantity return or 1000 times quality return. 1000 times quality return. Congratulations, the host has obtained the Immortal Sovereign Bone. Nine Heavens Thunder Kunping Bone. Listening to the prompt in his mind, Ling Xiao's brow furrowed. Why is it not the Divine Sovereign Bone? The last time he gifted Gu Xingli the Moonlight Star Grass, he had received a divine bone. This time, despite the 1000 times return, it was still a supreme bone. But it was an Immortal Sovereign Bone. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Xiao understood. It seemed that the previous divine bone was sealed due to a curse. Simultaneously, he was surprised to find that this Immortal Sovereign Bone seamlessly fused with his body, as if it had always belonged there. Moreover, it did not trigger any anomalies, saving him a great deal of trouble. Once everyone departed, Ling Xiao took out the other supreme bone and began the process of fusion. Chapter 37, The Divine Sun War begins. Flying Corpse Blood Bone. The capabilities of this supreme bone are, on the whole, quite acceptable. In particular, its primary ability allows it to assimilate the spiritual power of others for its own use. Is this not akin to a cultivation world's soul-devouring technique? This is a method for swiftly augmenting one's cultivation, and for Ling Xiao, who possesses a divine physique, its side effects are negligible. In the silent, tenebrous chamber,
A blood-red skeleton levitates, its osseous fissures coursing with crimson luminescence. Ling Xiao sits in meditative repose, his hands forming a mystic mudra, his person suffused with swirling spiritual energy. As he incants the spell, the flying corpse blood bone gradually draws closer, each osseous articulation emitting a grating, bone-chilling susurrus. The instant the first rib merges with his chest, Ling Xiao is seized by a violent tremor, his pupils constricting sharply. Countless sanguine striations emanate from the point of contact, meandering beneath his skin like living entities. He feels his blood effervescing, each corpuscle seemingly imbued with its own sentience, ravenously craving external spiritual energy. Abruptly, the skeleton transmutes into a crimson emanation, completely subsuming itself within Ling Xiao's form. His eyes blaze with a scarlet intensity, and his lips involuntarily contort into a rictus, revealing rows of gleaming white teeth. An unprecedented sanguinary craving surges within him, granting him a preternatural awareness of the hematic flow of every living being within a 100-mile radius. The chamber's candles flicker wildly, buffeted by the sanguine spiritual energy, casting his silhouette upon the walls, transforming him into a ravenous demon poised to devour. What a wondrous sensation! Ling Xiao exclaims, opening his eyes with unbridled delight. For the first time, he experiences such an intense yearning for something, the power of blood. At this moment, Ling Xiao is akin to a wanderer traversing the desert for 3 days and nights, his lips parched, desperately craving a draught of cool, delectable water. However, this desire is swiftly suppressed by Ling Xiao's formidable willpower. It seems this is the supreme bone's side effect. Ling Xiao muses inwardly. Yet, driven by this craving, he senses that his physical capabilities have become exceptionally potent and acute, fueled by an overwhelming pursuit of blood. Over a month elapses. Within this soul-void realm, Ling Xiao, with his formidable strength, shatters the rankings of the spirit-infant domain arena, achieving a record of 123 consecutive victories and claiming the top position. Furthermore, during this period, Ling Xiao has traversed several secret realms, resulting in a qualitative enhancement of his power. Knock, knock, knock. Gu Xingli raps on Ling Xiao's door. Senior brother, the Divine Sun War commences tomorrow. Master has sent word for us to depart from the Soul Void realm. Understood. During this time, in addition to venturing into the Soul Void realm and battling in the arena, Ling Xiao's relationship with Gu Xingli has undergone a qualitative leap. Gu Xingli has transitioned from addressing Ling Xiao by his given name to using the more affectionate title of senior brother. Over a month has passed, and more than a year has transpired in the outside world. It is time to depart. Ling Xiao opens the door, and the glaring sunlight floods in, causing him to squint slightly. An aura of dominance emanates from Ling Xiao's person. Having cultivated diligently during this period, Ling Xiao's strength has reached the 9th level of the Spirit Infant realm. The Icefire Spirit Infant has manifested 3 heads and 6 arms, just a step away from the Dharma Aspect realm. Clutching the extreme Dao pill in his hand, Ling Xiao had intended to seize this opportunity to utilize the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Venerable's extreme Dao pill to break through to the Dharma Aspect realm. Alas, time does not permit such a breakthrough. However, this is not necessarily a detriment. Ling Xiao has yet to decide what kind of Dharma aspect to comprehend for the first stage of the Dharma Aspect realm. Should it be the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Extreme Dao from the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Venerable's Extreme Dao pill? Or the Extreme Dao of Ice or Fire from his own Icefire Divine Physique? Ling Xiao leans towards the Extreme Dao of Fire, for he possesses not only the Icefire Divine Physique but also the Extreme Cold Ice Flame and the Heavenly Thunder Immortal Sword Flame, 2 types of creation heavenly fire. Comprehending the Extreme Dao of Fire would result in a qualitative enhancement of his power upon entering the Dharma Aspect realm. But for now, this plan must be shelved. Let us gather everyone, depart from the Soul Void realm, and return to the soaring heavens Holy Land. As 9 golden rifts tear open the firmament, the 108,000 steps of the heavenly stairway blaze with celestial fire. The profound heritage of the soaring heavens Holy Land is unveiled at this moment. As the flying ships of various sects shatter the morning mist, the entire sky is enshrouded in shadow. The profound heaven sect arrives. The imperial heaven sect arrives. The wild sect arrives. With the resounding cries of the mountain guardians, the major sects arrive as scheduled. The Divine Sun War, which commences once every millennium. officially begins. The flying ships land, and the representatives of each sect, guided by disciples of the soaring heavens Holy Land, proceed to their designated positions. Once all the Divine Sun representatives are seated, the representatives of each sect, led by Li Xiaofeng, turn their gaze in unison towards a black lotus throne atop the white jade steps. There, the seat of the current Holy Son of the soaring heavens Holy Land awaits. And this year's Divine Sun War features a white lotus throne to the right of the Holy Sun's black lotus throne, newly established for the Holy Daughter, rumored to be the Holy Sun's betrothed. Even before their arrival, all the participants in the Divine Sun War feel an unprecedented pressure, the oppressive aura emanating from Ling Xiao, the Holy Son of the soaring heavens Holy Land. Have you heard? This Holy Son Ling Xiao has been training in the Soul Void realm for the past year, surviving countless assassinations and reaching an unprecedented level of cultivation. Bah! What unprecedented level? He's still in the spirit infant realm. Who among us hasn't reached the 4th or 5th level of the spirit infant realm? Leaping 4 or 5 minor realms in a single year, who in all the world can match that talent? Indeed. Li Xiaofeng has reached the 7th level of the spirit infant realm. What if he's the Holy Son? With so many minor realms separating them, it won't be easy to overcome. Listening to the surrounding flattery, a bitter smile plays on Li Xiaofeng's lips. The others speak lightly, but only Li Xiaofeng knows how formidable Ling Xiao truly is. Have you heard? The young sect master of the Mystic Maiden sect, the sect about to be expelled from the soaring heavens Holy Land, has returned. The sect with only 7 or 8 members? That's the one. It's said that the Mystic Maiden sect has only one old crone on the verge of death, but her strength has reached the celestial origin realm, along with a beautiful master and 7 or 8 disciples. The young sect master entered the Soul Void realm 5 years ago and has only just emerged. No way. A sect with 7 or 8 members is still considered a sect? Well, the Soaring Heavens Holy Land has a rule that as long as a sect has disciples and their strength meets the requirements, the sect's legacy can continue. By the way, is the young sect master male or female? It should be female. The Mystic Maiden sect only accepts female disciples. Chapter 38, The Gathering of Talents. As the echoes of the voice faded, a sudden chant resonated from the southwestern horizon, heralding the arrival of a colossal skeletal elephant bearing a blood-red lotus throne. With each step, the elephant's feet birthed black flames and crimson lotuses, distorting and collapsing the very fabric of space. Leaning against the throne was a woman clad in red, her fingertips entwined with serpentine chains, causing the swords of the disciples from various sects to emit mournful cries in her wake. It was she, the disciple of the Xian Nu sect, Du Honglian. The crowd gazed up in astonishment. On the skeletal elephant sat several women, each displaying a distinct demeanor, either seated or reclining atop the blood-red lotus throne, their gazes haughty as they traversed the air. Yet, despite their ostentatious entrance, they were relegated to a corner, as their sect remained largely unknown. Unperturbed, they settled quietly. The announcement came forth: the princess of the great wilderness has arrived. With another shout from the mountain's guardians, a magnificent chariot, drawn by 3 azure phoenixes, soared through the sky. Behind it, 1,000 armored soldiers floated in the air, flanking the chariot protectively. The presence of the wind spirit princess from the great wilderness raised murmurs of confusion. What business did she have at the battle of the divine sons of our Ling Tian Holy Land? Perhaps she was merely an observer. But if other factions were permitted to participate, what significance did our own competition hold? As the Azure Phoenix chariot hovered at the martial arena, Huang Linger, flanked by 2 guardians, made her way directly to the Wanlian martial arena. "Ah, little Linger! How fares your father?" called out Ling Yuntian, his voice resonant with mirth. "Greetings, Uncle Ling." Huang Linger replied with a respectful bow, her tone shifting to a playful lilt. "Please, Uncle Ling, do not suggest that I refrain from joining. As an outsider, I wish to partake in your divine sun battle." This declaration sent ripples of astonishment through the assembly. She truly intended to compete. However, relief washed over the crowd when Huang Linger reassured them, "Fear not, Uncle Ling. My participation is solely for the sake of experience. I seek neither rank nor rewards. Furthermore, I come representing the great wilderness, bringing with me 100 treasures as a token for the divine sun battle." "Such kindness, my dear. Ling Yuntian responded graciously, leading her to the sacred platform. Surveying the surroundings, Huang Linger raised an eyebrow, noting the promising talents present. Indeed, the Ling Tian Holy Land flourishes more than ever. But, Uncle Ling, where is your divine son? At this juncture, Huang Linger nearly ground her teeth in eager inquiry. The lad is still within the soul ruins. But he should arrive shortly. Why do you ask? Merely curious to witness the prowess of your so-called divine son. Huang Linger retorted, her voice laced with determination. Ling Yuntian smiled knowingly, aware of the underlying tension between them. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the depths of the clouds, capturing the attention of all present. Amidst the tumult, 9 azurite serpents dragged a bronze beast cart, shattering the light of the heavens. An elderly man in grey robes sat atop the cart, tapping his waist-bound demon-slaying vessel, from which surged forth 300 winged thunder tigers. The beasts bore the crimson markings of the Beastmaster sect, their roars resonating ominously. The spectacle was awe-inspiring, prompting Ling Yuntian to scrutinize the scene. What sect within the Ling Tian Holy Land possessed such might? Surely, even the Xian Tian sect could not rival this display. Yet, upon recognizing the grey-robed elder, his expression shifted dramatically. What troubles you, Uncle Ling? Huang Linger sensed the disturbance in his demeanor. Why is he here? Ling Yuntian murmured incredulously. At the elder's side stood a blue-haired youth and a tall figure clad in golden robes. The blue-haired youth was none other than Tang Wanxian, while the identity of the other remained a mystery. Ha! My junior, it has been too long. The grey-robed elder bellowed, leaping from the beast cart, followed closely by the 2 young men. You're still alive. Ling Yuntian eyed him warily. If I still breathe, how could you possibly perish? The elder replied, surveying the surroundings with a tinge of nostalgia. 1,000 years have passed, yet the Ling Tian Holy Land remains unchanged, lacking in progress. I dare say your ascension to the position of divine son was merely opportunistic, failing to elevate the sect. Such concerns need not trouble you, elder brother. Your treachery with the demon realm and betrayal of our master, do you not fear his wrath upon your return? Ling Yuntian retorted coldly. Oh? That old relic yet lives? The grey-robed elder feigned surprise. Then let him emerge and attempt to cleanse the sect. I wonder if he can still vanquish me. With his words, a towering mountain ape, 100 feet tall, let out a roar that shook the heavens. Upon its shoulders rested a colossal beast tablet, inscribed with the remnants of countless demon souls, now howling to be freed. Should these entities be unleashed, the entire Ling Tian Holy Land would face dire consequences. You conspired with the demon realm and dare to threaten the Ling Tian Holy Land so brazenly. Ling Yuntian thundered. Now, dear brother. I am the current leader of the Beastmaster sect. This is not mere collusion with the demon realm. The spirits of the beasts were sealed by us, for the sake of the people. Do you comprehend? Ling Yuntian could only snort in resignation. The Divine Sun battle was too grand, inviting renowned factions from the southern celestial realm, including the 7 sects of the Big Dipper. A scandal here would be a source of embarrassment. Yet, the gathered sects began to piece together the unfolding narrative. It became clear that this man was none other than Ling Yuntian's elder brother. Rumors of the previous Divine Sun battle a millennium ago suggested that Ling Yuntian had secured the title amidst fierce competition, with many perishing in the struggle. Whispers of treachery with the demon realm had emerged, ultimately leading to his brother's expulsion from the sect. Could it be that he intended to participate in the Divine Sun battle? That seemed improbable, for there were regulations in place. It should be the 2 youths flanking him who were eligible. Chapter 39, a display of dominance at this moment. The crowd's gaze shifted towards Tang Wancheng and another individual. You two, pay your respects to your Shirshu. Ouyang Bo beckoned, and Tang Wancheng alongside the other youth promptly approached. Ling Yuntian let out a cold snort. Ouyang Bo, you have been expelled from the sacred land of Lingyun. There is no bond of brotherhood between us. Your disciple has no connection to me either. Truly, you are a fool to ignore the obvious. My father returns today to reclaim all that rightfully belongs to him. I address you as Shirshu out of courtesy, yet you seem to have mistaken your worth. The youth clad in golden robes spoke haughtily. As soon as the words left his mouth, the disciples guarding the divine altar drew their swords and charged forth.
What are you even doing here?
This place is beyond your audacity.
Just then, an enraged voice echoed from the void. Slap!
Suddenly, a resounding slap broke the air. The youth had yet to comprehend the situation before he was sent flying, tumbling off the divine altar.
It was astonishingly swift. Even Ouyang could only catch a glimpse of a fleeting shadow. He turned just in time to see his son, Ouyang being cast aside. The elder in gray.
Ouyang was the senior brother of Ling Yuntian. The young man was his son, Ouyang named with the hope of one day returning to the sacred land of Lingyun. Upon closer inspection, Ling Xiao led his companions Chang Yi, Lei Zhengu, Jin Zibei,
and Gu Xingli from afar. You dare strike me!
Ouyang rose from the ground, fury igniting within him as he prepared to charge.
Yet,
the enforcers stationed beside the altar swiftly surrounded him.
Slap!
Ling Xiao sidestepped and delivered another sharp slap to Ouyang face.
Who are you speaking to? Do you even understand your own standing? Get out of my sight!
Ling Xiao bellowed at everyone from the Beastmaster sect.
And you old fool! Leave at once! Do you comprehend where you are? You insolent wretch, how dare you insult me? Ouyang glared at Ling Xiao, raising his hand to retaliate. However,
he was halted by Ling Yuntian.
What of it if I insult you? Ling Xiao and his companions approached. I witnessed your previous actions. First and foremost,
you are a traitor expelled from the sacred land of Lingyun. You are no longer one of us.
Secondly, did you not come here under the banner of the Beastmaster sect to participate in the Divine Sun battle? Ouyang remained silent, his eyes filled with rage. I ask you again, did you?
Ling Xiao demanded, his voice rising.
Yes. Ouyang replied coldly. Then get out of here.
This altar is reserved for the core figures of the sacred land of Lingyun.
You, a mere member of the Beastmaster sect, dare to stand here? Do you not regard the sacred land of Lingyun?
Ling Xiao was unperturbed by his opponent's status or strength.
In the sacred land of Lingyun, he was the law.
Seeing that his words were ignored, Ling Xiao shouted, "Where is the law elder?"
Here.
One of the 18 elders, the law elder, stepped forward with an imposing demeanor. The Beastmaster sect has insulted the authority of the sacred land of Lingyun. Henceforth, revoke their qualifications to participate in the Divine Sun battle, detain all their disciples, and expel them entirely from the sacred land of Lingyun.
You dare!
Ouyang composure shattered at this declaration.
Observing Ling Yuntian's expression, Ouyang understood that provoking the sacred land of Lingyun at this moment could lead to dire consequences. It was not yet the time for full-scale conflict. Securing victory in the Divine Sun battle would resolve everything. Do you think I wouldn't dare? Law Elder, take action. Seal the sacred land and form the Nine Heavens Thunder Prison formation. Yes.
With Ling Xiao's command, the enforcers indeed began to act.
Fine. We will leave. Ouyang trembled with rage, leading Tang Wanchang and Ouyang down from the altar, retreating to their designated corner within the Beastmaster sect. Damn that little wretch!
I will tear you to shreds.
Ouyang growled in fury. Fear not, master. Do not worry, father. Tang Wanchang and Ouyang reassured him in unison. The Divine Sun battle is about to commence. As long as we secure the title of Divine Sun, we will expel Ling Xiao from the sacred land of Lingyun and take our revenge for today's humiliation. Indeed.
But you must exercise caution, that fellow was incredibly swift. I barely had time to react.
Ouyang cautioned carefully. Rest assured, father, he caught me off guard. If he truly comes at me,
with my prowess as a sacred body, I will not falter.
Ouyang declared confidently. As Ouyang and his companions returned quietly,
Ling Yuntian felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then leaned towards a nearby individual and whispered, "Inform the Grand Elder that Ouyang has returned. He is bold enough to reappear so openly, there must be a powerful backing behind him.
I suspect it is the Demon Kingdom." Understood. After issuing his orders,
Ling Yuntian cast a satisfied glance at Ling Xiao. With Ouyang Bo's return, an invisible threat loomed over the entire sacred land of Lingyun. However, upon seeing Ling Xiao standing firm, Ling Yuntian felt a sense of reassurance and security. At the 9th level of the spirit infant realm, just a step away from manifesting the Dharma aspect. You have not wasted this past year in the soul ruins. In the soul ruins, a day equals 10 in the Tianwu realm. A month there felt like a mere blink here, yet I have gained much, sufficient for the Divine Sun battle. Ling Xiao spoke with confidence. Nonetheless, we must remain vigilant. Ouyang Boa's son is formidable, and that Tang Wancheng possesses supreme bones. Moreover, the talented young woman from the Xianin sect, who is about to be expelled, has returned as well. Oh? Ling Xiao surveyed the surroundings with interest. His unique eyes quickly locking onto a cold-faced woman clad in a red dress seated in a corner. After a brief gaze, the woman in red instantly followed his line of sight, fixing her gaze upon Ling Xiao. Oh? Quite perceptive, she actually noticed my scrutiny. Ling Xiao chuckled lightly. Yet, when he turned to face her, he found a girl, standing at only 1.6 meters tall, with twin ponytails and a slender waist, glaring at him furiously. Who are you? Ling Xiao shuddered. You are the supreme of Ling Tian. Huang Linger hissed through clenched teeth. You are. Ling Xiao scrutinized the girl. A familiar voice suddenly echoing in his mind. It's you. You little brat, you showed no mercy and killed me. Are you even a man? Huang Linger lunged at him, ready to unleash a flurry of punches upon his chest. Wait, the arena in the soul ruins is a matter of life and death. You can't blame me for that. Did you really come looking for me? Ling Xiao replied, bewildered as he lifted Huang Linger off the ground, delivering a playful slap to her backside. Slap! The crisp sound resonated as Huang Linger, now with a developed figure, let out a startled cry. A rosy hue spreading across her cheeks to her ears. You scoundrel! How dare you slap my backside? I will kill you. Just then, a notification tone echoed in Ling Xiao's mind. Chapter 40, The Awakening of the Divine Sun's Battlefield, detected a bindable return target, Huang Linger. Would you like to proceed with the binding? Ling Xiao was momentarily taken aback. A new binding target? And it was this little enchantress? Until now, the system he possessed had only been activated by Gu Xingli, for she was the destined one. Now, the system could bind others as well, indicating that Huang Linger was not to be underestimated. Perhaps, she too was a person of destiny. Bind! Bind immediately! Ling Xiao fervently commanded within his heart. With just Gu Xingli, he had acquired a divine physique, divine bones, and numerous advantages that allowed him to stand tall across the entire Tianwu continent. If he were to bind a few more individuals, wouldn't that be akin to ascending directly? In the next moment, an intangible mental connection surged between the two. Binding successful. The host can view Huang Linger as personal information at any time and will receive corresponding return multiples based on affinity. Congratulations, host! You have successfully bound your second target and received a binding gift pack. Would you like to open it? Open! Ling Xiao replied without hesitation. Congratulations, host! You have received 1 10,000-fold return card, 5,000-fold return cards, and 10,100-fold return cards. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao's heart soared with joy. The previous beginner's gift pack had left him with only the 100-fold return card. He had not anticipated that just after using it, he would be compensated anew. Especially the 10,000-fold return card, which had previously granted him a divine physique. If utilized wisely, it could yield extraordinary rewards. After some playful banter, Huang Linger left with a fierce remark, just you wait. I will also participate in the Divine Sun's war. And I shall ensure you do not attain the title of Divine Sun. With that, she turned and swayed her twin ponytails as she departed. Master, what is this absurdity? She, a princess of the great wilderness, dares to enter our Ling Tian sacred land's Divine Sun's war? If she were to claim first place, how would we save face? Ling Xiao complained with discontent. Haha! Huang Linger abruptly turned around, laughing wildly. Are you scared? Admit it. Defeating me in the Soul Ruins arena was sheer luck. Humph. But fear not, even if I achieve first place, I shall relinquish it to you. Provided you allow me to slay you once in the Soul Ruins arena. No, 100 times will do. Ling Xiao rolled his eyes dismissively. You? Seriously? What? Are you not convinced? If you have the capability, let us have a match right now. I can't be bothered to waste words with you. Ling Xiao chose to ignore her, having realized something quite absurd: Huang Linger's identity. As the most favored little princess of the great wilderness, she lacked for nothing. Why would she need him to provide anything? Thus, even though Huang Linger held a perfect affinity of 100 towards him, it was of no consequence. With this thought, Ling Xiao promptly checked Huang Linger's personal information. Current binding target: Huang Linger. Identity: Princess of the Wind Spirit of the Great Wilderness. Power: 8th level Spirit Infant Realm. Physique: Wind Spirit Sacred Body. Cultivation Method: Immortal Grade Golden Emperor. 9 transformations. Immortal Grade Wind Spirit Shadow Transformation. Spirit Techniques: Immortal Grade Golden Emperor Sword. Heavenly Grade Golden Emperor Palm. Immortal Grade Wind Spirit Kill. Gazing at her attributes, they glittered with brilliance. Such stats were unparalleled. No wonder she was so arrogant. Realizing the inappropriateness of the situation, Huang Linger departed in a huff. Soon, the long-awaited Divine Sun's War commenced with its grand introduction. Buzz! The chimes from the Golden Hall of Ling Tian Sacred Land resounded throughout the Ling Tian mountain range. All present stood in solemnity, the Wanlian martial arena trembling with a thunderous roar. Everyone was awestruck by the magnificent spectacle. As the Wanlian martial arena ascended, it transformed into a floating owl suspended 1,000 meters above the ground. With a flourish of his sleeve, the Ling Tian Sacred Master commanded the banners of 100 sects to rise from the sea of clouds, weaving a canopy of radiant light. The 18 elders of the sacred land recited ancient incantations in unison, and at the center of the Wanlian martial arena, a towering black crystal monument erupted, illuminating the names of past divine sons with blood-red brilliance. As the name Ling Yuntian glimmered with golden light, it struck awe into the hearts of all present. Beneath that divine platform, Ouyang Bo trembled, his gaze fixated on the towering black crystal monument, particularly on the last name inscribed there. That name had once belonged to him. Ouyang Bo. Yet now, he had lost everything. Today, he returned to reclaim all that was once his. He wished to engrave both his name and that of his son upon that monumental crystal. Rest assured, Father, after today, our names will surely be immortalized. The voice of Ouyang Gui reached him, and Ouyang Bo's tense form gradually relaxed, as Ling Yuntian proclaimed the tenets of the sacred land. The lengthy procedures came to a close, and several hours had passed since the sun had risen high in the sky. The Divine Sun's War was officially underway. With a voice that stirred the hearts of the multitude, Ling Yuntian declared the commencement of the war, prompting cheers and jubilations from the tens of thousands present. Following this battle, the Ling Tian Sacred Land would undergo a complete reshuffling of its hundreds of sects and a redistribution of benefits. Moreover, the title of Divine Son would be conferred upon one of the participants, who would become the next leader of the Ling Tian Sacred Land. The rules of the Divine Sun's War had surely been memorized by all participants. Ling Yuntian coldly admonished each one present. You are all the elite of the Ling Tian Sacred Land, the future pillars of our sect. I will not allow any of you to lose your lives within the battlefield. Should you encounter an insurmountable crisis, immediately shatter your spirit talisman and await the Elder's rescue. Though you shall forfeit your chance at competing for the title of Divine Son. The battlefield is fraught with peril, yet it is also rife with opportunities. And the ultimate score will be based on the essence of the slain demon beasts. The higher the score, the better. Now, I declare the Divine Sun's battlefield open. All participants, enter the battlefield. Life and death are fated, do your utmost and do not disregard your own lives. The battlefield will remain open for 36 hours. After which you will be automatically teleported out, and scores will be tallied. Battlefield. Commence. With a stern command from Ling Yuntian, the 18 elders severed the chains binding the dragon pillars within the Wanlian martial arena. The remnants of the imprisoned dragons roared forth. As the 18 dragons converged into a singular, even more formidable shadow of a dragon, it charged fiercely towards the White Jade Plaza. The ground erupted with terrifying patterns. And a fearsome visage emerged, its crimson, slitted eyes opening wide, gathering a flood of red light.
A domain unique to the pioneers of the Ling Tian sacred land. Materialized above the Wanlian martial arena, ready to host the Divine Sun's war. Chapter 41, The threat of Tang Wancheng. Hundreds of figures surged into the celestial battlefield of the secret realm like meteors. The scene shifted. Everyone had been transported to the periphery of the Ling Tian battlefield. This was a separate world, replete with mountains, rivers, seas, and deserts, yet fraught with peril. Upon entry, Ling Xiao immediately spotted Tang Wancheng and Ouyang Gui converging with others from different sects, forming a formidable alliance. It was evident that they had conspired beforehand, achieving collaboration as soon as they arrived, with their target unmistakably set on Ling Xiao and his companions. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and Shang Yilin and the others quickly gathered around him. There are too many of them, we must keep our distance. What are we afraid of? They are all from Ling Tian sacred land, they can't possibly kill us. Huang Linger retorted dismissively. Foolish. Ling Xiao chastised without hesitation. Did you not see my master's senior brothers arrive? They are determined to seize the position of the divine son of Ling Tian sacred land. The death of a few is inconsequential. Even if I were to perish here, my master would be unable to protest. Historically, the mortality rate in the Divine Sun War exceeds 60%, and there have been instances when only 2 or 3 emerged alive. What? Is it truly that exaggerated? Huang Linger exclaimed, her eyes widening. Why is the competition among you from Ling Tian sacred land so fierce? There is no way around it. Ling Tian sacred land cannot subdue over 100 sects, resulting in this oppressive situation. Changing it isn't a simple task, Ling Xiao sighed. They wouldn't dare to harm you, you may act independently, but we must leave this place swiftly. Just then, Tang Wancheng approached slowly, a sinister smile gracing his face. Ling Xiao, we have 36 hours. We have plenty of time, I hope you can walk out of here alive. With that, his gaze shifted to Gu Xingli. Saintess Gu Xingli, should I secure the position of the Divine Sun, I shall ensure you become my bride. Ling Xiao's expression hardened, ready to strike. But Gu Xingli grasped his arm firmly. Now is not the time to kill him. There are too many witnesses. If the Divine Sun War concludes and someone reports your indiscriminate killing, even if you attain the position of Divine Sun, it would be considered a violation. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao could only silently endure. Having such a strategic-minded partner certainly helped avert numerous crises. However, the verbal insult was a grudge that could not go unavenged. Ha ha! Ling Xiao, let us see what unfolds. Tang Wancheng laughed heartily as he departed. Ling Xiao promptly retrieved a map and began instructing everyone. Memorize the marked points on the map. The red zones are off limits, they harbor beasts of earth profound realm and above, far beyond your current capabilities. Your task is solely to deal with targets below the Dharma aspect realm. The group received the map and began to memorize it diligently. Suddenly, Gu Xingli suggested. I propose we act independently. This way, we can swiftly acquire the true essence of the beasts. In the end, we shall provide you with all the essence, ensuring your Divine Sun position is secure. Senior sister, junior sister speaks wisely. Lei Zhanggu and the others nodded in agreement. Ling Xiao was the designated Divine Sun. They entered merely to seek opportunities and had no interest in the Divine Sun position. Senior sister, junior sister? Huang Linger was taken aback. What is this title? Junior sister is the fiancée of the eldest senior brother. Is there a problem with calling her senior sister? Jin Zibei replied nonchalantly. She is your fiancée? Huang Linger gazed at Ling Xiao in disbelief. You have a fiancée already? Yes, and what of it? He responded. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Huang Linger huffed, turning to leave. How boring, I'm not playing anymore. Hey, what do you mean by that? Ling Xiao quickly called after her. It means nothing. Huang Linger soon regained her composure, then vented, this so-called Divine Sun War is utterly unfair. They band together, pooling all the true essence of the beasts for one person, while you only have 4 or 5 people. What is the point? Does having more people guarantee victory? Ling Xiao scoffed, turning his gaze toward the desolate depths of the forest. Indeed, quantity can lead to success, but quality can as well.
Senior brother, no.
The others quickly understood Ling Xiao's intentions and urged him to reconsider. Fear not, my time in the soul ruins was not spent in vain. I do not engage in battles without confidence. Ling Xiao asserted confidently. He then produced communication talismans, distributing them to everyone.
If you encounter an insurmountable threat, shatter the talisman immediately. Everyone will be alerted, and the nearest person will rush to assist. The group nodded in unison and then dispersed. In the shadows, some distant figures swiftly conveyed this information. Tang Wanchang and the others, who had moved further away, erupted into laughter upon receiving the news. Ha, junior brother. If they were together, we would indeed be at a disadvantage, but these fools have chosen to separate recklessly. Now we can take them down one by one. Ouyang Gue revealed a cruel smile. This Ling Xiao is a direct disciple of Ling Yuntian. If I capture him, I shall ensure he suffers for the humiliation he has caused. Prepare to eliminate Ling Xiao and his companions. As for the true essence of the beasts, once they are dead, who secures the first place will be ours to determine, Tang Wancheng said, suddenly frowning. But there is still one threat. Who? Du Honglian. Who is she? Ouyang Gue inquired, puzzled. A disciple from the Zuan sect. This sect has only 7 or 8 members and is about to be expelled from Ling Tian sacred land. However, before our entry, I heard Du Honglian had been in the soul ruins for several years and has just emerged. Her strength is unknown but should not be underestimated. I once attempted to recruit her, but she is unyielding and is determined to secure the position of Divine Son. Tang Wancheng explained. Eliminate anyone who obstructs our path. But since she is a woman, I wonder how she looks. Ouyang Gue remarked, a greedy smile forming. She is undoubtedly a beauty. I saw her when we entered. And she is truly exceptional. Tang Wancheng praised. If we capture her, I shall ensure you have the pleasure of her company, junior brother. Ha ha. You understand me best. Senior brother. Ouyang Gue responded with satisfaction, patting Tang Wancheng's shoulder. Although Tang Wancheng was the senior brother, Ouyang Gue was the son of Ouyang Bo, gifted and possessing greater strength than Tang Wancheng. However, to Tang Wancheng, Ouyang Gue was merely a brainless pawn. As Ouyang Gue continued forward, a mysterious man in black beside Tang Wancheng spoke in a low voice, Lord Lonzi, are we truly going to relinquish the position of Divine Son to Ouyang Gue? He. That depends on whether he can walk out of here alive. Tang Wancheng narrowed his eyes, speaking with malice. Unexpectedly, Ouyang Gue was also a piece on his chessboard. Tell me, if Ouyang Bo learns that his son was killed by Ling Xiao, what sort of madness might he unleash once he exits? Lord Longzi. You have a far-reaching vision, achieving 2 goals with 1 action. Impressive. Chapter 42, The Cold Pool and the Ice Dragon. Indeed, this is the place. In the depths of the dense forest, Ling Xiao surveyed his surroundings, gazing at the towering peaks that pierced the clouds. Beneath his feet, the wind and thunder shuttles suddenly came to a halt. The atmosphere was eerily silent, even the chirping of birds had vanished. The air was thick with a foul stench, a palpable aura of demonic beast pressure. Before entering, Ling Yuntian had informed Ling Xiao of several unique treasures within the battlefield. After a millennium, the opportunities that had once been taken from these places should have re-emerged. With this thought in mind, Ling Xiao plunged into the cold pool nestled within the mountain gorge. A chilling mist enveloped the gorge, obscuring visibility. At that moment, a fierce presence locked onto Ling Xiao. Immediately after, a sound akin to water breaking erupted from beneath the cold pool. A noxious aura surged forth through the icy fog. Ling Xiao swiftly retreated, but the creature was swifter. At this juncture, he finally discerned the beast that burst forth from the water, a colossal ice dragon, over 100 meters long, adorned with shimmering silver ice crystal scales. Its massive head was the size of a house, opening its cavernous maw to fiercely bite at Ling Xiao. A beast of the 5th phase Dharma realm. Ling Xiao's expression shifted as the 9 heavens thunder Kunping bone within him surged with thunderous power. He unleashed this energy through the fairness thunder sword he wielded. A tumultuous thunderstorm coalesced into a thunder dragon, colliding violently with the ice dragon. The impact created a shockwave that radiated outward, dispersing the cold mist that enveloped the depths of the cold pool. In an instant, lightning crackled and ice shattered, leaving chaos in their wake. At that moment, Ling Xiao finally beheld the scene beneath the cold pool. It resembled a gourd, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. A vast cold pool lay like a mirror at the base of the mountain. Before such a pool, the 100-meter-long dragon appeared minuscule. 1,000 years had slipped by in the blink of an eye, and this sacred ground had only nurtured a beast of the fifth phase Dharma realm. It seemed that the last battle of the divine sons had been fiercely competitive. Ling Xiao could scarcely imagine the carnage that had unfolded here in the past, as they fought tooth and nail for treasures. Roar! At that moment, the ice dragon roared once more, opening its gaping maw to unleash a frigid breath. Ling Xiao, witnessing this, let out a cold laugh and remained steadfast, unmoving. The howling cold wind whipped past him. Standing unscathed, the ice dragon appeared momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom why its lethal attack bore no effect on him. An insignificant creature from the depths could not possibly comprehend the might of the ice and fire divine body, nor the power of the extreme cold ice flame. Without further ado, Ling Xiao flashed and appeared atop the dragon's head. He then brandished the obsidian Nine Heavens divine thunder sword, plunging it down toward the massive dragon head. In an instant, sparks flew as the sword penetrated the dragon's skull. The 100-meter-long ice dragon softened and plummeted into the cold pool. As Ling Xiao withdrew the thunder sword, a semi-transparent dragon shadow was drawn forth alongside it. The essence of the ice dragon. Observing this, Ling Xiao reached out and then slowly opened his hand, revealing a chilling essence stone that emanated frost. A beast of the fifth phase Dharma realm, yielding 25 points of merit. Excellent indeed. In the battlefield, the lowest strength of beasts is at the spirit infant realm. The rules of the divine son's battle state: a spirit infant realm beast grants 1 point. A first-level spirit infant grants 2 points, and so forth. Upon reaching the Dharma realm, it becomes 20 points, with each phase thereafter increasing the total accordingly. As Ling Xiao obtained the essence of the dragon, the little electric dragon within him emitted a faint dragon's roar, clearly yearning for the essence of the ice dragon. Being both dragons, the essence of the ice dragon was particularly enticing to the little electric dragon. However, since this essence was pivotal to the divine son's battle, it could not yet be bestowed upon the little creature. Consequently, Ling Xiao promptly retrieved the lightning marrow prepared by its progenitor. The flowing lightning marrow gradually entered the little electric dragon's mouth, causing the little creature to happily munch away. Subsequently, Ling Xiao stored the ice dragon essence in his spatial pouch. Having completed all this, he plunged back into the cold pool to continue his search. Unbeknownst to Ling Xiao, the moment the ice dragon essence was placed in the pouch, it seemed drawn by some unseen force, slowly rolling beside a withered divine seed. Soon after, the essence dissolved, saturating the soil like rain, nurturing all life. The previously sprouted but withered divine seed extended a tender sprout, firmly rooting itself in the earth. Ling Xiao, oblivious to the changes within the spatial pouch, was astounded by the scene at the bottom of the cold pool. He gazed in awe as a grand palace of ice emerged beneath the surface. Here, there was indeed a dragon palace. As he looked around, Ling Xiao noted that within and around the palace, there were no signs of life. Cautiously, he swam inside, only to find the interior completely barren. Ling Xiao felt a sense of despair. The last battle of the divine sons had been ruthless, leaving not a trace behind. At that moment, a glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes. A radiant five-colored divine light shimmered in the center of the dragon palace, emanating from a massive shell that was slightly ajar. Upon closer inspection, Ling Xiao discovered a translucent pearl within, roughly the size of a fist. The pearl was enveloped in pure spiritual energy, clearly a coveted treasure. It seemed this gem had regenerated, sprouting anew after a millennium. Ling Xiao contemplated this quietly, preparing to reach out and retrieve the pearl. Just then, a beastly roar echoed through the chamber. Ling Xiao turned to see a towering shadow of a lion charging toward him, at least 10 meters high. The lion's treasure technique. The lion's sacred body. Ouyang Gue. Ling Xiao instantly recognized the figure, but there was no time to evade. If he did, the shell and pearl behind him would likely be destroyed. The predecessors left the shell behind, not depleting resources. If it were destroyed, what would the future participants of the Divine Son's battle have to gain? With this thought, Ling Xiao's internal thunder surged. The nine heavens thunder Kunping bone manifested, revealing a colossal thunderous Kunping shadow that effortlessly crushed the lion's illusion. Such was the formidable power of the nine heavens thunder Kunping bone. Upon closer inspection, Ouyang Gue, Tang Wanxian, and over 10 other participants from various sects slowly approached. Li Xiaofeng, I once thought you were a man, yet here you are colluding with them? You have truly disappointed me.
Ling Xiao observed Tang Wanxian, and behind him, Li Xiaofeng, Xiang Zhantian, Bai Yunjian, and others were close behind. Li Xiaofeng hung his head in shame, remaining silent.
Ouyang Gue looked at Ling Xiao with an expression of surprise.
The overwhelming Kunping illusion had shattered his lion's treasure technique and sent waves surging 100 feet high across the cold pool.
Ling Xiao?
I didn't expect to encounter you so soon, but I must tell you, my father once visited this place and revealed several treasure locations within the battlefield to me.
Ouyang Gue strode forward, brimming with pride.
Yet, in truth, encountering you brings me greater joy than seizing the treasures here.
Today, you shall not leave this place alive.
Ling Xiao let out a cold laugh. I feel the same way. Encountering you brings me greater joy than any fortune found here.
Chapter 43, Silken Combos. Ling Xiaoxiao's caution made Ling Xiao acutely aware that Ouyang Bo was indeed a formidable adversary. If he could eliminate Ouyang Gue within the battlefield, it would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to Ouyang Bo.
It had been far too long since he had unleashed his killing instincts. He hoped not to be disappointed. Ling Xiao tugged at his collar, and in an instant, his skin turned a ghastly white. This transformation was a consequence of the Supreme Bone's bloodthirsty nature.
In this state, Ling Xiao would grow even more bloodthirsty and eager for combat.
A slight grin revealed his sharp fangs, glistening ominously.
Ling Xiao's transformation sent shivers down the spines of all present.
Let me witness the true horror of the power bestowed by the Supreme Bone's bloodthirsty essence.
With that declaration,
Ling Xiao vanished, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow. Despite the restrictions of the cold pond's depths, his speed remained unaffected. With a swift motion, Ling Xiao landed on all fours, exerting force upon the crystalline floor of the Dragon Palace, which instantly cracked under his weight. He darted past a figure,
climbing onto their shoulder, and opened his maw wide, viciously sinking his fangs into their neck.
In an instant, flesh and blood erupted, mingling with the frigid waters,
creating a crimson mist.
Ling Xiao greedily absorbed the warmth of the blood, which intertwined with the cold pond water, transforming into pure spiritual energy coursing through his body, bestowing him with immense power.
What strength!
He marveled, astonished by the transformation of the blood's essence that enveloped him in a radiant glow.
As he moved, he left behind a trail of crimson shadows, reminiscent of a bloodthirsty demon, inciting terror in onlookers. The bloodthirsty methods of the demon court. Ling Xiao. As the scion of the Ling Tian sacred land, how could you practice such brutal techniques?
Li Xiaofeng shouted, but the reality offered him no reprieve. With a resounding crash, Ling Xiao's formidable strength sent him flying. In the next moment, Ling Xiao clawed at Li Xiaofeng's head, unleashing a powerful suction that drew forth the spiritual energy from within him, flowing into Ling Xiao and amplifying his own power. Such a tyrannical, effortless, and potent cultivation method, Ling Xiao thought, sensing the wild spiritual energy within Li Xiaofeng. He believed that by completely absorbing it, he could not only break through to the Dharma manifestation realm but potentially ascend to at least the second tier of that realm.
Did you see that?
The illustrious scion of the Ling Tian sacred land practices demonic arts. Now you must believe what I've said, the Ling Tian sacred land is merely a hollow name.
Let us unite and vanquish Ling Xiao, overthrowing their dominion. Tang Wanxian proclaimed loudly, rallying everyone around him.
Suddenly, another spectral figure of a lion charged forward. Ling Xiao was compelled to disengage from Li Xiaofeng, who was then sent crashing away by Ouyang Gue's lion technique. Li Xiaofeng collided violently with the solid ice walls of the Dragon Palace, spitting out blood, lamenting his misfortune. Use your supreme bone to seize him.
This brat is too swift. Ouyang Gue shouted, realizing they could not grasp Ling Xiao. At his command, Tang Wanxian unleashed his supreme bone's abilities. With a fierce cry, 16 curved spider legs sprouted from Tang Wanxian's back, launching countless silver threads that enveloped the entire Dragon Palace. Initially dismissive,
Ling Xiao soon found himself ensnared when the silver strands wrapped around his ankles, rendering him momentarily immobile. Seizing the opportunity, Ouyang Gue and the others surged forward.
Ouyang Lion Technique. Li Xiaofeng, Thunderous Sacred Body, Thunderous 10,000 Swords. By Yun Jian, White Cloud Sword Intent. Xiong Zhantian, Titan Giant Ape Cauldron. Each of these individuals unleashed their signature techniques, none of which could be withstood by their peers. Now, they were laying bare their trump cards to confront Ling Xiao. As they unleashed their attacks, Ling Xiao, unable to evade, let out a long howl, channeling the power of the bloodthirsty corpse while invoking the nine heavens' thunderous Kunping bone. The transformation into the Kunping was accompanied by a roar that resonated from ancient times. Ling Xiao morphed into a colossal Kunping, overshadowing the entire cold pond. And the spider threads binding him shattered instantly. The combined spiritual techniques of his adversaries crashed against Ling Xiao's gigantic form but failed to inflict any harm, showcasing the might of the supreme bone. With a resounding declaration, the Kunping surged forth, creating towering waves across the cold pond. In midair, Ling Xiao regained his form. However, the transformation had drained a significant amount of spiritual energy, making it unsustainable for long. Standing above the nine heavens, Ling Xiao gazed down upon the cold pond as if it were an ant's nest. Ice and fire divine body, absolute frost flame. Freeze 1,000 miles. Empowered by the ice and fire divine body, the absolute frost flame enveloped everything in a chilling force, sealing the entire cold pond in ice. Nine heavens divine thunder. Thunderous judgment of 10,000 tons. Nine heavens divine thunder sword, thunderous sword of justice. Nine heavens divine thunder, heed my command, 12 ancestor talismans of thunder. With these incantations, after sealing the pond, Ling Xiao unleashed a formidable strike with the nine heavens divine thunder, causing the heavens and earth to shift in hue. Dark clouds gathered over the valley as thunderbolts, thick as tree trunks, descended with destructive intent. The thunder shattered the cold pond, flooding the entire valley. The surrounding lightning erupted, burying the valley completely. In the wake of this devastating assault, not even an ant would escape the impending retribution within the valley. Chapter 44, The Wrath of the Red Lotus. Observing the desolate valley, Ling Xiao descended swiftly. A glimmer of golden light flickered in his eyes as his dual pupils manifested. In an instant, the ruins became crystal clear. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Where are the people? With such formidable power, they could not possibly have withstood it. However, through his heavy gaze, Ling Xiao could only discern dozens of corpses scattered across the shattered cold pond. The individuals led by Tang Wanxian had vanished without a trace. Even Li Xiaofeng and the others were nowhere to be found. Where have they gone? Ling Xiao waved his hand, summoning the extreme fire of the ice fire divine body. The frigid flames boiled fiercely. The heavenly thunder immortal sword ignited. The transformative celestial fire enveloped the might of the ice fire divine body, thoroughly melting the frozen pond. Yet, the mountain's collapse clouded the waters. Ling Xiao plunged into the depths once more, witnessing the ruins of the Dragon Palace, utterly obliterated. Only fragmented corpses drifted away. Tang Wanxian and the others were entirely missing. Ling Xiao's expression darkened, they most likely utilized spatial teleportation. It seems I underestimated them. Ling Xiao remained unperturbed. The battlefield was an independent realm. Even if they possessed spatial abilities, they could not escape this place. The battle of the divine sons had not yet concluded. They would meet again. Suddenly, at that moment, a flash of multicolored divine light appeared. Ling Xiao was astonished to see that, despite his overwhelming assault, the massive shell from which a pearl had emerged remained intact. He approached immediately to retrieve it. Yet, as he attempted to take the shell along, he discovered it was immovable. Ha! If it were so easily handled, the participants in the Divine Sun battle would not have left it here. Ling Xiao sighed with a bitter smile and departed from the area. Meanwhile, 100 miles away from the cold pond, on a certain plain, the void suddenly ruptured. A group of disheveled figures tumbled from within. Are they even human? Li Xiaofeng felt utterly numb. What in the world is this? How did he transform into such a colossal being? Even though they had escaped, they remained in shock from the earlier spectacle. Especially Tang Wanxian. The blue spider silk released by his supreme bone of the 2/8 spider spear, capable of binding space, had snapped completely. The sense of helplessness in that moment made him feel as though he was gazing up at Ling Xiao, akin to staring at the cosmos. That damned fellow must have exerted his utmost strength with that monstrous display. I believe he will need time to recover before utilizing that ability again. Ouyang Gue reassured himself. Indeed, such a miraculous power could not be wielded effortlessly, it must come at a significant cost. The others nodded in agreement. It appears that eliminating Ling Xiao will not be an easy task. To be safe, we should quickly slay the demon beasts and obtain true essence, otherwise, in the end, we may fail to kill him and still not acquire any essence. Li Xiaofeng suggested. Yes, we have the advantage in numbers. We only need to gather everyone's true essence and let Ouyang Gue take on the role of the Divine Son. Then, no matter how formidable Ling Tian is, he will be helpless. Everyone concurred. After tidying up, the group surveyed their surroundings, preparing to journey to the next treasure site. Look! What is that? At that moment, Bai Yunjian from Yutian sect suddenly pointed towards the distance and shouted loudly. The crowd turned to look, only to see the horizon painted crimson, as if the very clouds were ablaze. It is the transformative celestial fire. The well-informed Tang Wanxian remarked. The transformative celestial fire must be man-controlled. Ouyang Gue speculated. Among all the competitors who entered, someone must master the transformative celestial fire. Which sect do they belong to? Do you recognize them? The crowd shook their heads. Let us go take a look. Amidst the vast wilderness, blossoms of red lotuses burned fiercely. A woman in red stood out vividly, suspended in mid-air. Her entire being engulfed in crimson flames. The fire resembled a red lotus, scorching everything in its path. A gigantic, formidable gale specter wolf roared in agony. Yet the raging winds could not extinguish the red lotus fire, rather, it intensified. It is Du Honglien. Tang Wanxian recognized the woman at a glance. Ouyang Gue's face lit up with delight. Truly, amidst adversity, fortune has emerged, failing to kill Ling Xiao has led us to this woman. TSK, indeed, as you said. She is an extraordinary gem. Capture her, and let me vent the rage I just experienced. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaofeng and the others' expressions darkened. They had not come here to assist in tyranny. Witnessing this, they immediately urged, Ouyang Gue, this is the battlefield of the Divine Sun. There are only 36 hours in total, and already over 3 hours have passed. The total essence we have gathered from the demon beasts is insufficient to exchange for even 100 points. Do you still have the mind for this? Are you teaching me how to act? Ouyang Gue's face darkened as he coldly replied. If you are dissatisfied, you are free to leave now. But do you truly believe you can obtain the position of Divine Son? I tell you, if I kill Ling Xiao, the position of Divine Son will be within my grasp. At that time, do not blame me for not giving your Xiantian sect any face. You. Li Xiaofeng was momentarily speechless, unable to respond. What of it? How much essence matters? If we kill Ling Xiao, even 100 points will signify our victory. Tang Wanxian encouraged. I assure you, following my beast control sect will guarantee you a life of luxury. As soon as his words fell, Ouyang Gue had already made his move. The divine beast technique unleashed a red lotus fire that dissipated into a heatwave, spreading across the heavens and earth. Who goes there? Du Honglien suddenly turned around, her red attire and hair standing defiantly in mid-air, exuding elegance. Upon seeing the newcomer, she could not help but frown. Ha ha. The Xianan sect is also known as the Jade Maiden sect. Indeed, they are unruly, but I find it appealing. Ouyang Gue laughed heartily. I heard your Xianan sect has dwindled to only 7 or 8 members, all female. I am Ouyang Gue, the junior master of the beast control sect. Du Honglien. You wield one of the transformative celestial fires, one of the 10 spirits among the 4 gods, 8 immortals, 9 emperors, and 10 spirits. Your prowess is impressive. Join my beast control sect, and I assure you, your Xianan sect will not be expelled by the Ling Tian sacred land. With that, Du Honglien coldly snorted, drawing upon the essence of the Gale Spectre Wolf and turning to leave. Did I permit you to leave? Ouyang Gue's expression darkened instantly. He relished the company of unruly women, but he detested those who disregarded his commands. Men, encircle her. As his words echoed, Li Xiaofeng and the others exchanged glances, reluctantly rushing forward. Seeing this, Du Honglian frowned. I do not wish to engage in combat with you. Those who do not want to die, step aside immediately. In an instant, the fury radiating from Du Honglian surged. A massive red lotus bloomed beneath her feet, unleashing a wave of heat that caused the faces of many distinguished figures to change. Chapter 45, The Crisis of Linger and the Might of Heavenly Fire. Though merely one of the 10 spirits, Du Honglian had evidently refined it to perfection, showcasing a power that was undeniably formidable. This overwhelming force compelled those proud sons of heaven to unveil their hidden trump cards in defense. Li Shaofeng activated the Thunderbolt Sacred Body, unleashing the White Cloud Sword with its inherent sword intent. In that moment, they truly comprehended the essence of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Prior to forming an alliance with the Beastmaster sect or Ouyang, each individual present brimmed with confidence, eager to demonstrate their prowess in the contest of the Divine Sons. Yet now, each faced a formidable opponent, one that demanded their utmost effort. What were they standing idly for? With so many men, could they fear a single woman? Ouyang Gui's sharp rebuke spurred Li Shaofeng and the others to grit their teeth and charge forward. In an instant, the entire wilderness erupted into chaos. The remnants of the Red Lotus shattered, anger ignited, the heavens and earth changed color, and thunder roared. For a brief moment, a dozen individuals found themselves unable to subdue Du Honglian. You despicable and shameless villains! What grievances have I, Du Honglian, caused that you would resort to such extremes in the contest of divine sons? She exclaimed, spitting blood in bewilderment. Ha! Blame your irresistible charm. Or perhaps blame your unfortunate encounter with me. Ouyang Gui replied with a sinister smile, advancing slowly. Behind him, the phantom of a lion emerged, emanating an overwhelming pressure. Du Honglian, already on the verge of collapse, began to tremble slightly. While the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. There are still over 30 hours to hunt demon beasts and acquire true essence. I cannot squander all my energy here. With this thought, Du Honglian contemplated fleeing. However, Ouyang Gui seemed to see through her intentions. Think you can escape so easily? Unless you ensure my brothers are well taken care of, don't even think about leaving. Ouyang Gui taunted with a wicked grin. As his words fell, Tang Wanxian swiftly blocked the sole path of escape. Upon seeing this, Du Honglian's expression darkened. It appeared that only through a desperate fight could she carve a path to survival. It was a pity that she had not perished at the hands of demon beasts but instead would fall to this band of scoundrels. Nevertheless, if it was her fate to die, it would not come easily. Having spent considerable time in the Soul Ruins realm, she was no easy prey. If we must fight, let it be a fight to the death. With her fury ignited, she took steps forward, each one blossoming with red lotus. Gazing skyward, the red lotus danced in a breathtaking display. The onlookers gasped and instinctively recoiled. Roar! The lion charged, disrupting the formation of the red lotuses. Petals exploded in the air. Ouyang Gui's power was unmistakable. Tang Wanxian, bind her! He commanded sharply. Silver threads ensnared the air. The supreme bone and the 8-spider spear appeared. Countless silver threads whirled from all directions, swiftly wrapping Du Honglian into a cocoon. The method of binding was executed with precision, highlighting her alluring figure. Ha ha! Good brother! You truly delight me! Ouyang Gui exclaimed, intrigued. He approached to remove Du Honglian's veil, revealing her exquisite, fair complexion. His eyes gleamed with unrestrained desire as he moved to tear at her. Stop it, you scoundrels! At that moment, a delicate voice rang out. Linger soared through the air, wielding a golden giant sword that descended from the heavens. The golden emperor sword has fallen. Ouyang Gui was taken aback and quickly retreated. One sword pushed back the crowd, and Linger swiftly reached Du Honglian's side, raising her hand to sever the silver threads. Yet she discovered the threads were too resilient, her blade could not cut through them. You shameless men, bullying a woman, do you not have any shame? Linger rebuked. Tang Wanxian's expression grew serious. Haha, another little girl has arrived? Ouyang Gui, seemingly unaware of Linger's identity, became even more excited. Each possesses unique qualities, this day is truly rewarding. Tang Wanxian warned, be cautious. This girl is the princess of the great wilderness ancient nation, do not provoke her. However, with a quick shift in his gaze, he continued to incite. In this contest of divine sons, we intend to slay Ling Xiao, and all those who oppose us shall be buried here. If you're interested, we could capture both of them, dispose of them later, and shift the blame onto the Ling Tian sacred land. This way, we could gain an ally to overthrow Ling Yuntian's reign. Ouyang Gui's eyes lit up with joy. Indeed. We can aid father in this war zone, how fortuitous. Men, charge. Capture these two women. He commanded, but none dared to move. Ouyang Gui may have been a fool, but they were not. This was the great wilderness ancient nation. What are you doing? Do you not wish to live? Ouyang Gui shouted. Other collaborations we can agree to. But to have us capture the most favored princess of the great wilderness ancient nation? You are pushing us into a pit of fire. Li Xiaofeng replied, troubled. If anything happens to the Wind Spirit Princess, a war between the great wilderness ancient nation and the Ling Tian sacred land could erupt. Seeing this, Tang Wanxian quickly whispered to Ouyang Gui, this is exactly the outcome we desire. If war breaks out, it will present us with the best opportunity. We can eliminate Ling Yuntian and have our master ascend to the throne of the Ling Tian sacred land with ease. Ouyang Gui's lips curled into a smile. You are correct. We have no need to fear, in fact, we hope for their conflict, allowing us to reap the benefits. Do not worry. These cowards will not dare to act. I will bind both of them for you, and you may do as you please. Ha, good brother. That will be a labor of love. Ouyang Gui replied, exhilarated, and immediately commanded Tang Wanxian to act. As the silver threads flew once more towards Linger, panic washed over her. She could not fathom how someone in this war zone knew her identity and dared to attack her. A wave of intense unease surged within her. As the silver threads approached, she wielded the golden emperor sword to slice through them, sending them scattering. Yet there were simply too many. One moment of carelessness, and the threads ensnared her from behind, binding her tightly. Observing the two ensnared figures, Ouyang Gui approached with a gleeful clap. Ah! The most favored princess of the great wilderness ancient nation, I wonder what that feels like. He moved to strike. Suddenly, Tang Wanxian recalled something and spun around to warn Li Xiaofeng and the others fiercely. I warn you. If news of today's events escapes this war zone and you dare to speak recklessly, do not blame me for being unkind. Furthermore, you are all witnesses. If the great wilderness ancient nation seeks accountability, you too shall not escape the consequences. As long as you heed my words. Stating that this wild spirit met her demise in the battlefield, slain by a beast, both you and we shall coexist peacefully. However, should you dare to speak otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Rest assured, as long as you comply, after my junior enjoys her presence, I shall permit you to partake in the remnants of her essence. Such a remarkable being must not be squandered. Moreover, this wild spirit possesses the rare wind spirit sacred body. If one could engage in dual cultivation with her, the experience is something you may envision for yourselves. Chapter 46, Uncertain Whispers, born with dual pupils, who among those present does not stand above millions of prodigies? What manner of woman have they not encountered? Yet, the princess of the great wilderness ancient kingdom, her status, her lineage, should one manage to conquer her, the sheer exhilaration from the depths of the soul would render one utterly unrepentant for life. Moreover, should one succeed in instilling a sense of their own might within her, leading to an uncontrollable spiral, might it not grant them the opportunity to join the great wilderness ancient kingdom and soar to unprecedented heights? They were already in collusion with Ouyang Gui. Should their actions be exposed, they could not evade the consequences. It would be better to cease all pretense and indulge in earthly pleasures. A few individuals from other sects stepped forward, grinning as they approached Ouyang Gui. Brother, this is outrageous. How can you act in such a manner? Li Xiaofeng, seething with rage, advanced to intervene. The Xintian sect, after all, was the foremost sect beneath the Ling Tian sacred land. His upbringing had instilled in him the imperative to never turn a blind eye to such transgressions, let alone conspire with the wrongdoers. However, he was swiftly struck aside by Tang Wanxian's hand. Previously, he had lost a portion of his spiritual power to Ling Xiao, drastically diminishing his strength. Furthermore, he had barely survived an attack from Ouyang Gui's beastly technique. Now, he was utterly weakened. And a mere slap from Tang Wanxian sent him sprawling. Had it not been for the Xiantian sect's slight value, with your current demeanor, you would have long since met your end. Tang Wanxian spat vehemently. Dare to disrupt my junior's endeavors? You truly court death. Li Xiaofeng slowly rose from the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and turned to leave. He felt powerless, bound by the Xiantian sect's looming presence, and though he could not intervene, the sight of such an event transpiring before him would haunt him for life. In response to Li Xiaofeng's departure, Bai Yunjian and Xiong Zhantian also turned to follow suit. They too felt the same, unable to intervene, yet unwilling to witness the disgrace. Pay them no mind, once the deed is done, they shall face the consequences. Ouyang Gui sneered as he tore away the outer garment of Huang Linger. Uncle Tian, Uncle Di, come save me. Huang Linger was now in a state of utter panic. Yet, within this isolated space, even her two protectors could not hear her cries. Even if you scream to the heavens, no one will come to your aid. Ouyang Gui laughed malevolently. How could I, Du Honglian, who once traversed the realm of souls, return only to encounter such filth? This battle for the divine sun has become utterly sordid. My pristine reputation is being tarnished by your vile hands. Du Honglian, draped in crimson, shed tears of humiliation. Where are you, Ling Xiao? You scoundrel, I am being bullied in your domain, come and rescue me. For reasons unknown, Huang Linger's mind conjured the image of Ling Xiao. Unlike the realm of souls, death here was irrevocable. Must I truly concede? I surrender. Please. Do not let these beasts humiliate me further. In this moment, Huang Linger placed her last hope upon Ling Xiao. Tang Wanxian, hearing this, erupted into triumphant laughter. You still expect that fellow from the Xiantian sect to save you? He is currently miles away, searching for our whereabouts in the cold pool. Just moments ago, he was miles away clashing with us. Do you truly believe he can arrive here in an instant? What folly! Upon hearing this, Huang Linger's heart sank into despair. Just as her final garment was about to be stripped away, a fierce killing intent surged from 100 miles away, arriving in an instant. The vast wilderness stretched endlessly before them. Ling Xiao, wielding the divine bone, flashed forward, arriving before the crowd in a blink. The might of the divine bone cast its gaze upon all. Boom! The divine bone descended like a colossal hammer, compressing and collapsing the very space around them. Ouyang Gui and the others were immediately struck with terror, abandoning the two bound girls to flee. Observing this, Ling Xiao swiftly moved forward, rescuing the two girls. With a thunderous crash, the ground within a radius of several hundred meters was instantly transformed into a pit over 100 meters deep. This was merely due to Ling Xiao's restraint, fearing harm might befall the girls. Had he unleashed his full strength, the devastation would have extended for miles, likely shattering the very fabric of space. Meanwhile, those who sought to curry favor with Ouyang Gui were crushed to a pulp beneath a single blow. Their spiritual essences unable to escape, meeting their demise. Ling Xiao. Upon seeing the newcomer, Ouyang Gui and Tang Wanxian's eyes widened in disbelief. What brings you here? Why can I not be here? Ling Xiao retorted coldly, before promptly freeing the two girls from their bindings. At this moment, only 3 or 4 followers remained by Ouyang Gui and Tang Wanxian's side. Tang Wanxian, seizing the opportunity, called out loudly, Li Xiaofeng, come quickly. Let us eliminate Ling Xiao together. In this dire moment, he needed to rally more allies to bolster their chances of victory. However, Li Xiaofeng, having resolved to depart, hesitated in place. Li Xiaofeng, your recent words reveal a flicker of conscience. You represent the Xiantian sect in this conspiracy with Tang Wanxian. I shall not hold past grievances against you. Depart from here at once. Ling Xiao spoke coldly. The battle for the divine sun determines the position of the divine sun. Yet the top 10 also gain the right to enter the Ling Tian ancestral land in search of ancestral legacies. This is your final hope. Thank you, divine sun. Li Xiaofeng felt a shiver run through him and bowed in gratitude. In his eyes, there was a mix of guilt, regret, and admiration. Ultimately, he chose to leave without a backward glance. Bai Yunjian and Xiong Zhantian followed suit, departing as well. With this, Ling Xiao had thwarted Tang Wanxian's machinations. They were also acting under the sex orders, left with no choice. Yet, if they continued down this dark path, they would find only death awaiting them. Let it be so. How shall they perish? Ling Xiao remarked coldly as the three retreated. Ling Xiao, kill them. Spare not a single one. Now dressed. Huan Linger exposed her fair skin, her eyes brimming with tears as she cried out. When had Princess Fengling ever endured such indignities? If you do not slay them, I shall inform my father upon my return, commanding him to dispatch troops to annihilate them all. Humph. How naive. Ouyang Gue scoffed. Ling Xiao. Our previous encounter was marred by my oversight. You indeed possess some skill, but as a sacred body of the divine lion, should it come to blows, you shall find no advantage. Is that so? Ling Xiao chuckled coldly. Have you heard the whispers of the heavens born with dual pupils? Chapter 47, Binding Du Honglian. As the words fell, a radiant golden light erupted from Ling Xiao's eyes, and behind him, a colossal dualite phantom slowly opened its gaze. In that instant, the very fabric of the world seemed to shift, as if an ancient demon emperor had awakened. The overwhelming pressure that emanated from the depths of the soul instilled a profound fear, causing all present to gasp in astonishment. Suspended in mid-air, with the dualite phantom as his backdrop, Ling Xiao appeared to transcend time itself, embodying the very essence of judgment. In an instant, two beams of golden light burst forth from the gigantic phantom's eyes, merging with Ling Xiao's being, which then released two piercing rays of judgmental gold light towards Ouyang Gue. Panic-stricken, Ouyang Gue swiftly unleashed his treasured Swan Ni technique. However, his once proud technique crumbled before the might of the dualite judgment light, disintegrating like fragile paper or glass. The light penetrated his physical form, pierced through his, and shattered his spiritual infant. The dualite light obliterated both body and soul, leaving no trace behind. Ling Xiao seldom resorted to the use of the dual eyes, but when he did, it signified his utter fury. It indicated that the target must perish. With a swift flash, where the golden light passed, Ouyang Gue and the other three were instantly reduced to mere dust. Tang Wanxian reacted with remarkable speed, his myriad silver threads swirling to mount a defense. Yet, upon the slightest contact, they melted away like snow under a scorching sun. Was this the innate power of the dual eyes? Trembling, Tang Wanxian lamented his fate, wishing he had been endowed with more legs by his mother. Despairing at the sight of the golden light approaching once more, he cried out, "My Lord Tianwu!" In response, a pink radiance erupted around him, momentarily blocking the dualite light. However, it only lasted 3 seconds before being pierced through again. A woman's scream echoed, and the pink glow enveloping Tang Wanxian swiftly vanished, departing at a speed that surpassed even Ling Xiao's swiftest strike. As it faded, a voice lingered, "The innate dual eyes are indeed formidable, may we meet again." Within that pink glow, Ling Xiao discerned a fleeting rabbit silhouette. As the golden light dissipated and the dual eyes withdrew, Ling Xiao rubbed his slightly aching eyes, a testament to the aftereffects of their use. In truth, his understanding and mastery of the dual eyes were still far from complete, and employing such abilities came at a great cost. Yet, their power was undeniable. Failing to eliminate Tang Wanxian was a significant regret. Yet it indicated that the young man possessed hidden strengths. He could not be allowed to remain. This realization weighed heavily on Ling Xiao's mind. From the outset of the 100 Sex Conference, he had sensed that Tang Wanxian was treacherous, filled with malice, and utterly untrustworthy. Even within the soul ruins, this perception held true. Although he had escaped this time, Ling Xiao was sure he still lingered in the Ling Tian battle realm. Thus, should their paths cross again, he must not be allowed to flee. "Are you two all right?" Ling Xiao turned, concern etched on his face. "Humph. You arrived just in time. But let me tell you, if anything were to happen to me, you'd better prepare for my vengeance." Huang Linger retorted defiantly. "Hey! Get your facts straight. I saved you. Yet you have the audacity to blame me?" Ling Xiao replied, exasperated. "Who told you to engage in such a dangerous battle, and to let those morally corrupt individuals participate?" Huang Linger shot back stubbornly. "Listen, my dear aunt, in the entire Tianwu continent, victors and vanquished alike resort to any means necessary. Who are you to preach morality to these people? You're like a flower in a greenhouse, forever unable to grow. Call me aunt all you want. But who are you referring to as a flower in a greenhouse?
I am a formidable eightfold spiritual infant realm cultivator, a true genius in my De Huang ancient kingdom.
Huang Linger asserted, her voice imbued with pride. If you wish to live, you should leave this place quickly.
The Ling Tian battle realm is vast.
And I cannot guarantee I will save you again. Who would care for your rescue? Huang Linger conceded, her tone softening. Thank you for saving my life. At that moment,
Du Honglian, standing nearby, hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Ling Xiao then noticed the striking beauty of the red-haired woman beside him. She resembled a phoenix, ablaze with passion. Proud yet reminiscent of a rose, exquisite but armed with thorns that elicited sympathy. He recalled hearing that her sect had dwindled to 6 or 7 members. If she did not distinguish herself in the Divine Sun battle, her sect would likely face obliteration. The Ling Tian sacred land is unique, it encompasses hundreds of sects. And with such morally corrupt individuals, it is a source of embarrassment. Du Honglian replied, in life and death competitions, it is only natural for individuals to act in self-interest. The debt of gratitude for saving my life, I shall forever remember.
Ding. Detected a potential binding target, would you like to proceed with the binding? Ling Xiao's eyes brightened. Could Du Honglian be bound as well? Bind. Binding successful.
Congratulations, host. You have received 1 10,000-fold return card, 5,000-fold return cards, and 100-fold return cards. As the system's notification concluded, Du Honglian extended her right hand, a small red lotus of fiery brilliance dancing at her fingertips. This is a fragment of the celestial fire Red Lotus I command. It is a subfire of the Red Lotus Fury, one of the 10 spiritual flames. Though merely a subfire, it possesses immense power and, with cultivation, could rival the strength of a mother fire in time. In gratitude for saving my life, I hope the sacred sun does not disdain this subfire.
Ding.
The binder Du Honglian grants the host the subfire of the Red Lotus Fury, triggering a reverse return mechanism.
Would you like to proceed with a corresponding return based on favorability?
Detected that the host possesses 2 10,000-fold return cards, 10,000-fold return cards, and 30 100-fold return cards.
Would you like to choose one for the return? I choose the 1,000-fold return card. Ling Xiao declared without hesitation.
Promptly accepting the Red Lotus Fury subfire Du Honglian offered.
Ah, so you intend to repay me and not leave a debt of gratitude? Du Honglian remained silent.
Her thoughts aligned with his. She had no wish to owe anyone anything in her lifetime. Although the subfire was difficult to quantify, it alleviated some of her psychological burden. If that is the case, your life must be worth very little indeed, if a mere fragment of the celestial fire can compare.
Ling Xiao teased. I understand that gratitude cannot be easily repaid, but I,
Du Honglian, vow that should the sacred sun require anything that does not violate my principles, I will go through fire and water without hesitation.
Du Honglian declared, bowing in thanks. All right, it's not that dramatic. You are part of my Ling Tian sacred land. Saving you is my duty. I accept this subfire.
After the Divine Sun battle concludes, come join my Ling Tian sacred land for mutual support. Ling Xiao replied casually, though his heart was in turmoil. For at that moment, under the enhancement of the 1,000-fold return card, the subfire transformed into the authentic Red Lotus Fury. 1,000-fold return card successfully used.
Please choose between quantity return or quality return. Quality return.
Congratulations, host. You have obtained the complete version of the Red Lotus Fury. Chapter 48, The Bonds of the Bound Ones. The Battle of the Divine Sun binding the souls of Huang Linger and Du Honglian may very well be Ling Xiao's greatest achievement. In truth, Ling Xiao holds little interest in the title of Divine Sun. To him, as long as it is not claimed by someone with ulterior motives, it is of no consequence. Ling Xiao has always felt that he is not suited for this position. The most fitting candidate would undoubtedly be his second disciple, Chang Yilan. He has expressed this sentiment numerous times, yet it has consistently been dismissed by Ling Yuntian and refused by Chang Yilan himself. Ling Xiao has previously stated that mere strength does not qualify one to be the sect leader. Such a role requires a grand vision, management skills, and the ability to utilize talent effectively. The reason Ling Tian Holy Land is currently unable to reclaim the 100 sects and achieve complete unification is due to the absence of such a person.
In Ling Xiao's mind, Chang Yilin embodies these qualities. By the way, you wield the phoenix fire, yet you were captured. It seems your comprehension of this transformative fire is rather lacking, Ling Xiao inquired with a hint of confusion. This transformative fire is one of the 10 spirits. And I have mastered it proficiently. The humiliation I faced today arose from being besieged by them in my battle with the demon beasts, alongside the destruction of my spirit weapon in the soul ruins. Otherwise, even if I were outmatched, I wouldn't have been captured. Du Honglian pouted, initially reluctant to explain, but felt compelled to do so when Ling Xiao pressed the issue. No weapon? Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao's spirits lifted. What weapon did you originally use? A top-tier spirit weapon, a long spear with fire attributes. She replied. Wonderful. I have, however, before Ling Xiao could finish, Huang Linger, as if performing a magic trick, presented a spear intricately carved with phoenix designs. Here, I happen to have a top-tier spirit weapon, the Phoenix Fire Spear. If you do not mind, please take it. Ling Xiao was taken aback. This seems rather inappropriate. Du Honglian protested verbally, yet her sparkling eyes betrayed her excitement. Take it. I admire your spirited nature. Otherwise, I wouldn't have stepped forward to assist you. Huang Linger declared with remarkable generosity. In that case, I shall not be polite. Du Honglian accepted the spear and waved it a few times. Instantly, the air resonated with the cries of the fire phoenix, echoing far and wide. A surge of fiery power engulfed the surroundings. Feeling the strength emanating from the spear, Du Honglian was filled with joy. Yet, she was not one to owe a debt of gratitude easily. She promptly produced a fiery red bracelet. This is a protective spirit weapon gifted to me by a senior. It is also a top-tier spirit weapon. Wearing it can deflect 3 fatal attacks from adversaries below the extreme realm. I bestow it upon you. No. This is far too significant. Huang Linger, much like Du Honglian, quickly waved her hands in refusal. You gift me a top-tier spirit weapon. And I reciprocate with a top-tier spirit weapon. This is merely the etiquette of gift exchange. I have decided you are my friend. And this shall serve as a mutual gift. Du Honglian asserted resolutely. At that moment, Ling Xiao observed quietly from the sidelines, watching the deepening bond between the two women. Hey! Ling Xiao abruptly interrupted them. If he did not intervene soon, they might forge an everlasting bond. Ling Xiao felt speechless. Du Honglian had just bound her spirit and was in urgent need of a weapon. Such a splendid opportunity to receive help had been stolen by Huang Linger. A top-tier spirit weapon. If he had utilized a 1000-fold return card, who knows what treasures he might have received. Reflecting on this, Ling Xiao's gaze toward Huang Linger was filled with unshed tears. You, girl, if you cannot repay me with something good in the future, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. He thought bitterly. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the system's notification chimed once again. Congratulations, host. The bond between the bound ones has been activated, deepening their sisterly affection. Through mutual gifting and assistance, the host can also benefit from an equal return mechanism. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao was nearly elated to the point of exclamation. Is this even possible? Detection indicates the bond between the bound ones has been activated. In mutual gifting of the top-tier spirit weapon Phoenix Fire Spear and the top-tier spirit weapon Heavenly Fire Chain, the return mechanism has been triggered. The mutual affection levels between the bound ones are 80 and 85, respectively, leading to a corresponding multiplicative return. Detection reveals the host possesses the following return cards. Would you like to select one for the return? Ling Xiao fell into contemplation. It appeared that the mutual gifts they exchanged triggered the return mechanism, calculated as sequential returns. Just as Ling Xiao previously gifted a plethora of spirit herbs to Gu Xingli, which were then collectively assessed for return. However, he believed the quality of the returns from 2 top-tier spirit weapons would be commendable. With this thought, Ling Xiao promptly utilized a 1000-fold return card for quality return. Although the quality was commendable this time, the significance of the 10,000-fold return card was undeniable. He resolved to wait for an absolute opportunity to use it. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 Immortal King trial card. Immortal King Trial Card. Upon use, you will acquire all the powers of an immortal king for 12 hours. You may choose to use it all at once for the full duration or divide it into 3 opportunities, each lasting 3 hours.
Ling Xiao gasped in astonishment. An Immortal King Trial Card? The description lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. It is no exaggeration to assert that with this item,
Ling Xiao would undoubtedly possess the capability to unify the entire Ling Tian Holy Land. He could even slay an immortal king from the De Huang Ancient Kingdom or the Northern Dipper 7 sects, paving the way for the Ling Tian Holy Land's dominance over the southern heavenly mysterious domain.
Thus, the timing for utilizing this trial card must be approached with utmost caution. After regaining his composure, Ling Xiao bid farewell to Du Honglian as she departed. Before she left, however, he presented her with numerous spirit herbs and elixirs to aid in her recovery. Gifted bound one Du Honglian several spirit herbs and treasures, triggering the return mechanism, utilizing a 100-fold return card.
Congratulations, host! You have obtained a jar of Dao water. Through a series of returns, Ling Xiao acquired an item known as Dao water. Dao water, consuming it accelerates comprehension of the heavenly Dao and can also be used to irrigate immortal herbs,
hastening their growth.
This item would likely require one to be at the extreme realm to comprehend the heavenly Dao before it could be utilized.
For now,
it was of no use to him, and he casually placed it into his spatial bag.
However, this seemingly trivial action would lead to a momentous transformation.
As the Dao water entered the spatial bag, it fortuitously landed beside a divine-grade withered seed. The seed, having already absorbed the essence of a true dragon,
began to take root and sprout.
At that moment, as if endowed with consciousness, it gently brushed against the jar of Dao water. Immediately, the Dao water began to trickle, and the jar's opening opened on its own, pouring forth its contents onto the seed. Like a long-awaited rain, the seed visibly cracked open and sprouted a tender shoot. In this desolate realm, it took root and flourished.
Chapter 49, The Bodhi Tree of Time's Many Forms. Why do you always follow me?
On the desolate plains, as the sun dipped beyond the horizon, a man and a woman cast elongated shadows.
This place is perilous, you should leave immediately. You are not participating in the Divine Sun's battle. What if you encounter danger again? Did you not slay that Ouyang Gue?
What is there to fear?
Huang Linger retorted, pouting slightly. Did he not escape? Even with my dual pupils activated, I could not detain him. It is evident how many tricks he possesses.
You should hasten your departure from the Ling Tian battle domain.
I shall accompany you in your training. I will give you all the true essence I acquire, alright? Do I need your meager essence? Weren't you the one who said I was a flower in a greenhouse? If I train to become an outdoor flower, wouldn't that be fine? What does that have to do with me? If you do not take me along, I shall not provide proof. Huang Linger suddenly halted. Proof of what?
Ling Xiao was taken aback.
Proof that Ouyang Gue insulted me first. And only then did you kill him.
Huang Linger huffed, a smirk gracing her lips.
Does that even matter? Ling Xiao momentarily faltered. I am well aware that Ouyang Gue's father is your master's senior brother. Moreover, he does not come with benign intentions. You have slain his son. Will he simply let it go? Am I afraid of him?
Ling Xiao scoffed.
Indeed, you are not afraid, but should he seek revenge, you might find it overwhelming. Wouldn't you?
Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao fell silent.
This old ruffian even makes my master wary. If he learns of his son's demise, he will undoubtedly go to great lengths. However, this was an inevitable situation. Ling Xiao was prepared to face whatever challenges came his way. But what if I provide proof?
Huang Linger seemed to have Ling Xiao under her thumb, a triumphant smile dancing on her lips.
Proof of what? Ling Xiao remained perplexed. Do you not see? If I divulge my matters with Sister Honglian, and the great wilderness ancient kingdom holds him accountable, would that so-called Ouyang Bo dare to trouble you? Upon hearing this,
Ling Xiao's eyes widened in realization. Considering this, Huang Linger indeed held significant leverage.
Ahem. But you must not run off.
Ling Xiao coughed lightly, conceding helplessly.
Though Ouyang Gue was dead, there remained the unexpected Tang Wanchuan.
Furthermore, with over 100 sects, there were bound to be some cunning individuals, not to be underestimated. Thus, the forthcoming days would focus on gathering true essence. As the sun rose and set, a day swiftly passed. Half of the time for the Divine Sun's battle had elapsed, during which Ling Xiao had vanquished dozens of formidable demons, accumulating over 100 points. Not to mention, Huang Linger had contributed significantly. It must be said, despite her lack of combat experience, the sheer number of treasures she possessed was staggering. With a barrage of exquisite spiritual weapons raining down, accompanied by a few celestial artifacts, the formidable demons were left in utter disarray. Right. I will give you all my true essence. After a brief rest, Huang Linger presented all her true essence to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao graciously accepted, gathering it within. Let us see how much true essence our efforts have yielded today. Ling Xiao eagerly opened his spatial backpack, intending to combine his true essence with Huang Linger's. However, upon opening the spatial backpack, he was instantly frozen in shock. Where are the items? Where has all the true essence gone? Ling Xiao exclaimed, standing up abruptly. What are you losing your mind over? Huang Linger playfully punched Ling Xiao's back. And no, it's nothing. Once calmed, Ling Xiao began to investigate. At that moment, he realized something was amiss. Upon closer inspection, he beheld a solitary seedling in the desolate area, sprouting from the ground. This was the system's spatial backpack. Ling Xiao gazed at the scene before him in disbelief. Initially, when the system was activated, he had received a 10 by 10 grid backpack. Yet after opening the beginner's gift pack, it had expanded to this vast space. Now, upon closer scrutiny, Ling Xiao astonishingly discovered that the seedling sprouting from the ground was none other than the divine-grade withered seed he had discarded earlier. Had it not withered away? How could it now take root and sprout? Ling Xiao was utterly perplexed. Yet at this moment, all the true essence had vanished. Even the Tao water returned from bestowing so many spiritual herbs and pills to Du Honglian had disappeared. The issue lay with this seed. Could it be that the true essence and Tao water had caused this seed to take root and sprout? Ling Xiao pondered briefly before arriving at a conclusion. This was a divine-grade seed, thus, when it matured, it would undoubtedly become a divine herb or divine tree. Excitement surged within Ling Xiao. A single celestial herb? The moonlight celestial herb was sufficient to awaken the celestial bone of Gu Xingli. The power of a divine herb was beyond imagination. Without delay, Ling Xiao commanded the system to examine its information. Times many forms Bodhi tree, germination phase, level, chaotic divine grade, origin, born within the spatial rift at the dawn of chaos, abilities, 1. Causal retracement, tree sap, the silvery sap allows the drinker to return to a significant moment of life decisions. Side effect, each time causality is rewritten, a new parallel world will continue to develop. The sap, when exposed to air, forms a solidified time amber barrier. 2. Universal engraving, growth rings, each growth ring stores the ultimate techniques of those who have comprehended the Tao here. Touching a growth ring will immerse one in the corresponding spiritual techniques illusion, only by passing can one obtain the inheritance. The 9,000th growth ring conceals the truth of the ancient celestial and demon war. 3,000 forms fruit produces a transparent fruit every 3,000 years. Consuming it grants the temporary ability of concept materialization, extending life by 13,000 years. 4. Temporal blossom bud, a 7-colored flower that blooms during the simultaneous illumination of sun and moon, its petals serve as miniature time gates. Plucking the flower will randomly teleport the individual to any point in history. The number of petals corresponds to the days one can remain. Exceeding the limit results in permanent banishment within the time crevice, germination phase, seedling phase, growth phase, flowering phase, fruiting phase, decline phase. At this moment, Ling Xiao's mouth hung agape, capable of accommodating 2 eggs. The information regarding the seed was simply outrageous. Was it not a withered divine-grade seed? How could it sprout and transform into a chaotic divine tree? Yet upon reflection, it made sense, it had been a divine-grade seed even in its withered state. And now that it had revived, it naturally regained its power. From germination to decline, 18,000 years. Ling Xiao could scarcely fathom what kind of era that entailed. However, Ling Xiao suddenly pondered. Could it be that the essence of the demon beasts had facilitated its rooting and sprouting, thereby also shortening its growth period? Indeed. This so-called times many forms Bodhi tree should be capable of accelerating its growth through items imbued with spiritual energy. Merely its sap could enable one to reverse time. It was unimaginable what kind of formidable existence it would become once fully matured.
Chapter 50, The Emergence of the Celestial Egg, All Beasts Pay Homage at Present.
It seems that the essence of the demonic beasts cannot be stored here.
Furthermore, anything of significant importance imbued with spiritual energy must also be kept outside,
lest it be devoured by this creature.
It is not that Ling Xiao is unwilling, rather, the timing is simply not right.
With this thought,
Ling Xiao requested a storage pouch from the wild spirit girl, filling it with the remaining essence.
Let us proceed. Ling Xiao glanced at the map,
making his way toward the last marked point. Before entering, Ling Yuntian had divulged several locations housing treasures.
Now, only one remains, and it is the most crucial of all. For within lies a celestial egg, seized from the demon kingdom by the ancestors of Ling Tian sacred land 8,000 years ago. This egg was damaged during the battle,
rendering it incapable of hatching. However, upon being brought to the Ling Tian battle domain, it was discovered that it could gradually be repaired. Following the last battle of the Son of Heaven, the egg was on the verge of hatching, and it is anticipated that this time, it will finally emerge. This is the true egg of a celestial beast, capable of growing to the 9th tier of celestial king.
Yet, upon Ling Xiao's arrival,
he was greeted by an astonishing scene of fervor. Hundreds of candidates had gathered here, evidently aware of the news.
After all,
many participated in the battle of the Son of Heaven. Each sect had informed their representatives about the conditions within the battle domain.
Senior brother. Upon seeing Ling Xiao's arrival, Chang Yilin and the others immediately congregated around him. Where is Xingli?
Ling Xiao surveyed the surroundings but could not spot Gu Xingli.
I have no idea. Since sister-in-law entered, I haven't seen her.
Everyone shook their heads. Ling Xiao's brow furrowed at this.
From the very beginning, Gu Xingli had taken the initiative to suggest they act separately.
With only a day remaining, she was still missing. It was likely that she had devised her own plan and objective from the onset.
What is going on?
Ling Xiao inquired, glancing around.
Chang Yilin's expression turned grave. The hatching of the celestial egg is expected in half a day, yet by then,
only an hour will remain before the battle domain closes. It will be impossible to subdue the egg within that time.
Then why are these individuals still standing here?
Of course, they seek one last opportunity.
Chang Yilin replied with a wry smile.
They knew that relying on the essence of the demonic beasts to exchange for points would lead to failure.
In 3 days, the points they earned from slaying demonic beasts amounted to only a few hundred.
To win was exceedingly difficult, only by capturing the celestial egg did they have a chance.
Ha!
Ling Xiao chuckled lightly. If it were that simple, it would be a different story. Furthermore, this celestial egg must not be damaged, otherwise, even if we escape, we shall face severe repercussions.
This egg is a treasure of the demon kingdom, said to be a descendant of an ancient demonic beast's bloodline. If it were to perish here, the demon kingdom would seek endless revenge. Let us go.
Ling Xiao waved dismissively. Staying here serves no purpose.
We should hunt demonic beasts first and return tomorrow to assess the situation.
As time passed, half a day slipped away.
However,
the number of people gathered here had dwindled by a third compared to the previous day.
In this Ling Tian battle domain, life and death were dictated by fate. It seemed that of the hundreds who entered, fewer than 100 would emerge.
Each individual here was a prodigy of their respective sections. Ling Xiao surveyed the area again.
His brow furrowed. Still no sign of Xingli? No, none. The group could not help but wear expressions of concern.
Search everywhere,
Ling Xiao commanded, and everyone dispersed immediately.
But as the celestial egg neared hatching, golden light began to radiate across the sky.
Boom! The earth trembled, dark clouds amassed. The entire Ling Tian battle domain seemed to shudder. Countless demonic beasts, as if summoned, rushed toward this location from all directions. After a fruitless search,
Ling Xiao and his companions reconvened.
Still no luck? None.
They all shook their heads.
At this moment, Ling Xiao's heart began to race. Although he knew that Gu Xingli, who had sought to enhance her power by extracting the supreme bone, was not one to face life-threatening peril during this time of companionship, his heart had become thoroughly intertwined with hers. Her every action tugged at his soul. Even knowing she was safe, his heart could not help but drum with anxiety. Enough. Let it be. Ling Xiao waved his hand and then inquired, by the way, during your search, did you encounter that scoundrel Tang Wanqian? Tang Wanqian? The group looked bewildered. The wild spirit girl stood up angrily. This guy conspired with Ouyang Gui to insult me and Sister Holian. Fortunately, the foolish boy arrived just in time. But that scoundrel managed to escape. Ling Xiao's expression turned serious. If possible, we must not allow that scoundrel to leave the Ling Tian battle domain, or it could lead to trouble. Then let us pursue him now. The group prepared to move once more. Hold on, even if we find him, you are not his match. Ling Xiao shook his head. Not a match? Just that little brat? Lei Zhengu scoffed. Let me show him what for. That brat possesses a trace of rabbit-like energy within him, even my heavy pupil could not defeat him. Lei Zhengu was immediately taken aback. He vividly recalled the immense power of the heavy pupil, a sensation that brought one nearly to the brink of death, where the balance of life and death lay entirely in Ling Xiao's grasp. If he could escape even from that, it suggested the boy possessed something extraordinary. Let us depart. With all beasts paying homage, capturing the celestial egg seems unlikely now, Chang Yilin said gravely. The tremors intensified, and the mountains began to collapse. If one were near the celestial egg, they would likely be trampled into oblivion by the myriad beasts. Ha ha! Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao let out a wild howl. I do not seek the mountain shall come to me. Brothers, prepare to reap. Everyone was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend. Fool, don't you understand? The foolish boy intends to hunt demonic beasts and gather their essence. The wild spirit girl was the first to grasp the situation. Leaping gracefully as if lifted by an unseen hand, soaring freely. Only then did the others come to their senses, astonished. Is he really going to harvest them during the homage of all beasts? That seems like a reckless endeavor. Chan Yilin shared the same astonishment. The demonic beasts here are all at least in the spirit infant realm, even one requires our utmost effort to confront. How can we face thousands? This is akin to striking a rock with an egg. Yet at that moment, Ling Xiao had already ascended to the heavens. Behind him, a colossal, crimson eye, reminiscent of primordial chaos, slowly opened. A pair of eyes gazed down upon the earth, as if a divine emperor had descended, commanding all to submit. Chapter 51, The Emergence of the Celestial Egg. Has that person gone mad? As the myriad beasts pay their homage, he dares to prepare for a hunt. From which obscure corner do you hail? You do not even recognize the holy son of the Ling Tian sacred land? Is that the power of the dual pupils? It is simply astonishing. Ling Xiao made a bold move, instantly capturing the attention of all present. The demonic beast surged forth like a tidal wave. The crowd had already retreated to a safe zone, awaiting the closure of the battlefield to depart from this place. Those who initially harbored thoughts of subduing the celestial egg were now utterly frightened, their ambitions quashed in the face of the beastly onslaught. At this moment, Ling Xiao stood atop the mountain peak, resembling a divine emperor, disdainfully surveying the ants below. As the beast tide approached, Ling Xiao unleashed his power. Judgment of the dual pupils. Two beams of golden light erupted from the massive shadow of the dual pupils, leaving behind a path of devastation. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and the ground became a river of the beast's lifeblood. Frightened, the true essence of many fled in a flurry of light. Observing this, Chang Yi and the others rushed forward to capture the escaping essence, reminiscent of a dream where one gathers wealth effortlessly. Onlookers hiding at the periphery seethed with envy at the sight. Roar! At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, tearing through the sky. As they turned to look, a gigantic fire-infused flying tiger approached, its massive wings aflame. With a gaping maw, it unleashed a torrent of raging flames. All the beasts retreated, recognizing the majesty of the Beast King, who defied the might of the dual pupils. Playing with fire? Ling Xiao chuckled derisively. I am your ancestor. With that proclamation, Ling Xiao withdrew the dual pupils. The true essence he had slain from the demonic beasts was enough to overshadow all others. This blazing flying tiger, with its strength at the Earth origin realm, was not to be underestimated. He would need to exert his full strength. Indeed, while the dual pupils wield immense power, they also demand considerable energy. As the inferno surged toward him, distorting the very fabric of space, Ling Xiao dared not be negligent and activated the heavenly fire of transformation. The frigid ice flames within him surged, augmented by the ice and fire divine body, reaching their zenith. Boom! The spiritual energy coalesced, forming a beast of ice flames. A colossal dragon, ablaze with ethereal white flames, roared forth to collide with the torrent of fire. In an instant, half the sky was enveloped in a tempest of flames and ice. Heavenly fire of transformation. In the crowd, Gu Xingli gazed in disbelief at the spectacle. He too possessed the heavenly fire of transformation. The realization struck him, and he chuckled bitterly. No wonder he had previously dismissed the fire from the red lotus that he had gifted him. It was evident he had regarded it with disdain. Moreover, the power of the heavenly fire of transformation undoubtedly surpassed that of his own red lotus fire. 4 gods, 8 immortals, 9 emperors, 10 spirits. Judging by its might, it undoubtedly reached the level of the 8 immortals. Observing its form, a duality of ice and fire, it was likely the extreme cold ice flame. But in the next moment, Gu Xingli was rendered speechless by what he beheld. Another heavenly fire of transformation. Boom! Thunder rumbled as dark clouds gathered over 100 miles. The sky trembled as bolts of lightning tore through the thick clouds, descending with unparalleled force. It ultimately converged upon the celestial egg atop the mountain, forming a colossal sword of heavenly lightning. This sword, ablaze with the flames of thunder, shattered space with its might. Heavenly thunder, celestial sword flame. Gu Xingli found himself at a loss for words, utterly astonished. As a wielder of the heavenly fire of transformation, he deeply understood its rarity. A common person could spend their entire life without ever glimpsing it, let alone absorbing and refining it. Yet now, 2 manifestations of the heavenly fire of transformation appeared simultaneously within a single individual. Was he not afraid of the repulsion of the heavenly fire? Gu Xingli could not comprehend. For an ordinary person, refining even one heavenly fire of transformation is an arduous task, with the slightest misstep leading to certain death. Moreover, the immense energy within the heavenly fires creates a fierce repulsion. Even existing within the same space could unleash a catastrophic energy capable of obliterating everything. Yet now, these 2 heavenly fires of transformation harmoniously coexisted within one body, seamlessly intertwined. As the thunderous sword descended, annihilation ensued. The immense flames and thunder fell from the heavens, striking mercilessly into the body of the blazing flying tiger. A formidable beast of the Earth origin realm was effortlessly slain by Ling Xiao. It is important to note that Ling Xiao was merely at the 9th level of the spirit infant realm. Though he was a mere step away from the law manifestation realm, he had transcended an entire realm in this feat ordinary geniuses, when slaying opponents 2 or 3 minor realms below them, would garner admiration from countless cultivators. To surpass a major realm elevates one to the status of prodigy within sacred lands and sections. Yet now, to slay a beast of the Earth origin realm while transcending 2 major realms altogether defies any conventional notion of genius. It is simply monstrous. For human cultivators, battling on equal footing with demonic beasts is a daunting task. They find it difficult to slay beasts of the same realm. The physical might of demonic beasts necessitates the combined efforts of 2 or more human cultivators to achieve victory. In this Ling Tian battlefield, Earth origin realm beasts are among the elite. The ancestors of the Ling Tian sacred land had eradicated all beasts surpassing the Earth origin realm for the safety of their chosen ones. Thus, this Earth origin beast, amidst a sea of demonic creatures, was already a formidable presence. Ling Xiao's strike thoroughly intimidated the myriad beasts. The surging tide of demonic beasts came to an abrupt halt, each one gazing in terror at the colossal form of the fallen blazing flying tiger. Roar! At that moment, the true essence of the fallen tiger, unwilling to succumb to death, erupted from its body. Angrily, it roared at Ling Xiao as if to flee. But in the next instant, a massive hand seized it forcefully. TSK, the true essence of an Earth origin beast is worth hundreds of points. Ling Xiao contentedly stored it away. The essence from this single beast equaled the efforts of other contenders over 2 or 3 days. Crack! At that moment, a crisp cracking sound resonated throughout the land. Though the sound was subtle, barely rising above the growls of the myriad beasts, it rang clearly in the ears of every person and beast present. Everyone froze. Then abruptly looked up toward the mountain peak. They beheld the milky white, enormous celestial egg, now splitting open with a fissure. A beam of pearlescent light, tinged with gold, burst forth, piercing through the lingering dense clouds. As the clouds dispersed, the golden light mingled with sunlight, instantly filling the realm with a warm glow and gentle aura. Everyone instinctively squinted comfortably as the outer layer of the eggshell was completely torn away. A soft, palm-sized, milky white creature crawled out from within. Chapter 52, Siege of Gu Xingli. The celestial larvae, birthed from the divine egg, appeared soft and gelatinous, resembling a caterpillar. Yet, upon each segment of its body, there was a small mouth, inhaling and exhaling the spiritual essence of the surrounding world. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone could no longer contain themselves and surged forward. Even the previously subdued beast tide erupted once more, roaring and howling as if they had spotted a delectable feast. They charged recklessly towards it. Ling Xiao was alarmed and hurriedly shouted for everyone to retreat. In that moment, a realization dawned upon him: this was not a grand homage from myriad beasts, but rather, these creatures sought to claim the celestial larvae for themselves, just as all others did. The beast tide, now even more frenzied than before, surged forward. At that instant, before anyone could reach the larvae, a white figure suddenly appeared beside the divine egg. With a swift motion, it grasped the soft celestial larva and, in a leap, vanished from sight. Everyone was momentarily stunned, unable to react. Yet when they looked again, the celestial larva had already disappeared. It was Gu Xingli. Ling Xiao recognized her unmistakably as the one they had been searching for. It turned out that since her arrival, she had been plotting. Her target was none other than this celestial larva. A tremendous rumble reverberated through the ground as the sky was torn apart, a deep voice resonating from within. All participants, evacuate the Ling Tian battle domain within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. The voice of Ling Yuntian echoed. The battle for the divine sun had come to a definitive close. There was only a brief moment to depart, and all could only lament their lost opportunity. The chance to seek the celestial larvae was now gone. Once the domain closed, they would have to wait another millennium for the next divine sun battle. Let us depart. Everyone sighed in resignation, transforming into streaks of light racing towards the heavens. However, the number of these streaks was far less than when they had entered. Let us go. Ling Xiao commanded the others, and soon, Chang Yilin and the others followed suit. Concerned for Gu Xingli, he instinctively activated his heavy eyes to search for her figure. But the next moment, his expression changed dramatically. Tang Wanqian! Ling Xiao roared, vanishing from his spot. The others, who had just leaped into the air, halted at this sight. Calling out, "Senior brother!" Ling Xiao, with a glance, locked onto Chang Yilin and the others hovering mid-air. This is bad, something has gone awry. Without a moment's hesitation, Chang Yilin and Lei Zhangu followed Ling Xiao. Meanwhile, Huang Linger and Du Honglian exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. Though unaware of what had transpired, it was evidently not a good sign. With the battle domain on the brink of closing, if they failed to exit, it would spell trouble. I owe a debt of gratitude to the Holy Sun and cannot remain idle. Whatever the cause, if it concerns him, I must act. Du Honglian declared resolutely. As the princess of the great wilderness ancient kingdom, this matter does not pertain to you. You should leave at once. With that, Du Honglian turned to depart. Humph. Who knows if that foolish lad has stumbled upon some treasure and wishes to hoard it all for himself. I refuse to leave. Huang Linger huffed, finding a flimsy justification to follow suit. Yet, an inexplicable worry lingered in Huang Linger's heart. Just moments prior, after capturing the celestial egg, Gu Xingli had transformed into a streak of starlight and fled. She was acutely aware that several others were eyeing the celestial egg, having stealthily approached it, waiting for the moment of hatching. The shell of the egg was immensely hard, and only by breaking it could one claim the celestial larvae within. However, as soon as she had seized the larva, the lurking cultivators immediately turned hostile. With no option left, Gu Xingli had to make a hasty retreat. inadvertently escaping to a treacherous marshland thick with toxic miasma, spanning hundreds of miles, impassable by flight. Turning back, she found herself encircled by 4 cultivators who approached her with malicious intent. "Hand over the celestial larvae. You shall not escape unscathed." Their auras were markedly different from the other participants. Since entering, Gu Xingli had not encountered them before. One exuded an overwhelming demonic aura. Another was shrouded in dark clouds of magic, while another bore scales, half man, half beast. The fourth, however, was none other than Tang Wanxian. "Ah, Saintess Gu Xingli. What a surprise to see you again." Tang Wanxian sneered, advancing with menacing steps. Gu Xingli retreated rapidly until she found herself at the edge of the toxic marsh. "You treacherous Tang Wanxian, have you conspired with the minions of the Demon Kingdom? Do you believe that once I escape, I won't inform Ling Tian's sacred ground of your treachery?" Gu Xingli threatened fiercely while discreetly channeling spiritual energy into the starry chain on her wrist to alert Ling Xiao. Meanwhile, as Ling Xiao hastened through the terrain, he felt the chain on his wrist tremble violently, signaling that Gu Xingli was in peril. "Foolish girl, having succeeded, why didn't you reveal yourself? What could they possibly do to you?" Ling Xiao sighed, filled with helplessness. Ultimately, it was Gu Xingli's lack of trust in him that led to this predicament. After all this time, her fondness for him had barely exceeded 50, whereas Du Honglian, whom she had met only briefly, held a fondness exceeding 80. Since entering, Gu Xingli had harbored ulterior motives, and Ling Xiao was uncertain of her thoughts. However, given her identity as the reincarnation of the Celestial Emperor, their intertwined fates from a previous life made it impossible to elevate her fondness in a short span. "Time is running out, the battle domain will close in mere moments. That girl has already alerted Ling Xiao, soon, he will come rushing in. We should join forces." Tang Wanxian immediately incited the demon and the scaled creature. The figure emitting a demonic aura now stood beside Tang Wanxian, indicating they were well acquainted, and their position suggested that he ranked below Tang Wanxian. "Very well." After a brief contemplation, the two agreed without hesitation. With that, they surged forward, the 4 of them. All adept cultivators at the 7th or 8th level of the spirit infant realm, attacking Gu Xingli in unison, forcing her to retreat step by step. Though she possessed the celestial bone, a supreme artifact, she found herself overwhelmed. Thunderous rock strike. Gu Xingli evaded an attack and unleashed a powerful spell. With a commanding shout, lightning gathered in the sky, forming the massive silhouette of a thunderous rock, which then unleashed its fury upon the 4 assailants. This was the divine technique bestowed upon her by Ling Xiao, derived from another piece of the supreme bone. Chapter 53, Mutual Destruction. A thunderous roar erupted. The formidable might of the supreme bone forced the 4 individuals to retreat 100 meters. "Be cautious. That wretched being has awakened her celestial bone. She is not to be trifled with. Time waits for no one, let us reveal our true capabilities." Tang Wanxian grimaced, clutching his chest. Previously injured by Ling Xiao, he was now no match for Gu Xingli. Upon hearing Tang Wanxian's suggestion, the others exchanged glances. In an instant, demonic energy and dark clouds began to coalesce. The poisonous miasma from 100 miles away was drawn towards them. Phantom Shadow Illusion Killing Technique. 9 Nether Annihilation Spell. Dragon's Roar of the Vast Sea. As they gazed at the dense mass of demonic clouds and energy, a colossal attack was formed, spanning thousands of meters. Gu Xingli's eyes sparkled like stars. And she did not dare to be careless. Celestial Sovereign Star Moon Bone, Celestial Stars of the Azure Abyss. With the moonlight enveloping her, she tore through the gigantic demonic clouds. Countless stars and moonlight cascaded from the heavens. The expressions of the crowd shifted drastically. The might of the celestial bone was indeed terrifying. A grimace appeared on Tang Wanxian's face as he glanced around, sensing something was amiss. As the starry moonlight descended, even though they were all-powerful beings of the spirit infant realm, there was no certainty they would survive under the celestial techniques. Even if they did, they would likely be gravely injured, and when Ling Xiao arrived, they would all perish. "Master Tianwu, lend me your strength." Tang Wanxian roared inwardly. Suddenly, a flash of pink light flickered. A feeble voice resonated in his mind. "I have been injured by the Eye of Rebirth, I cannot intervene any longer.
or I may fall into a deep slumber for at least 3 years.
Master Tianwu, this is critical.
If you do not act, we shall all perish here.
Tang Wanxian implored desperately.
Just this once, for the sake of my past rescue of you, please help me one last time.
After a long pause, the weak voice replied. Relax your mind, I shall borrow your body for a moment.
Tang Wanxian's heart soared with joy as he complied.
Instantly,
a power not his own began to control his body. He became a mere observer of the unfolding events. Suddenly, Tang Wanxian's eyes shimmered with pink light. And he felt the radiant energy swirling within. In an instant, he exerted his legs with force and vanished from his original position.
At that moment,
his strength transcended the law manifestation realm, approaching the earthly profound realm. The ground beneath him exploded into a deep pit as he shot forth like a meteor.
Boom!
Gu Xingli was sent flying, skidding hundreds of meters before landing in the poisonous swamp. The might of an attack rivaling that of the earthly profound realm was a force even Gu Xingli could not withstand.
In mid-air, the celestial stars dissipated as they lost the gravitational pull of the celestial bone. Boom! Boom! Boom!
The 3 great attacks followed in quick succession.
In an instant,
the swamp was flattened, and the thick fog of poison dispersed into the atmosphere.
Tang Wanxian shouted in exhilaration, Master Tianwu, eliminate her.
Seize her celestial and supreme bones.
They are mine, all mine. At that moment, an enraged roar echoed like thunder. A figure engulfed in flames of fury manifested, reminiscent of a demon king's descent.
For reasons unknown, as Ling Xiao witnessed this scene, the crimson flames of rage within him surged uncontrollably. In this state, he sensed his power had significantly increased.
Hurry! Master Tianwu! That fellow is approaching.
Quickly take the celestial insect, the celestial bone, and the supreme bone, and leave this place.
Tang Wanxian appeared to behold the most terrifying sight of his life, urgently urging Master Tianwu within him.
As Ling Xiao drew near to Gu Xingli,
an intense heat radiated towards him.
In an instant, Ling Xiao, ablaze with furious flames, appeared before Gu Xingli.
This is impossible. A tone of disbelief escaped Tang Wanxian's lips.
Ling Xiao furrowed his brow, and the divine bone in his hand fell like a heavy hammer.
This defies spatial laws. Tang Wanxian concentrated a pink glow to resist. But upon contact, it shattered instantly.
He was then forcefully propelled away, his body flying through the air in a state of excruciating agony. Under the weight of the divine bone, survival was not an option.
And you all?
Ling Xiao's gaze shifted to the other 3.
When did this group of crawling vermin infiltrate the battle of my Ling Tian sacred land's divine son? Just as Ling Xiao prepared to strike,
a rift in the sky began to slowly mend.
Brother! We must leave. Gu Xingli's faint voice called from behind.
Ling Xiao swiftly turned to assist her.
You 3. Capture him and ensure he remains here. Tang Wanxian was enveloped in a pink light, slowly ascending.
This was Master Tianwu's final act of assistance before her slumber. At this moment, Tang Wanxian's visage contorted with rage as he hoarsely shouted at the other 3.
Yet, the individuals from the demonic court and the armored youth hesitated.
Only the son of the demon kingdom, upon hearing Tang Wanxian's command, charged forward recklessly.
Go first. Do not worry about me.
Ling Xiao pushed Gu Xingli away, and she collapsed weakly to the ground.
Xingli!
Ling Xiao was instantly alarmed, turning to help her up. Yet upon seeing her struggle to stand, his fury ignited further.
Boom! At that moment, the son of the demon kingdom launched a desperate attack.
Ling Xiao, caught off guard, received a heavy punch, staggering to one knee. A complex expression crossed Gu Xingli's eyes as she produced the soft celestial insect and handed it to him.
Brother, take this. Leave quickly with it. There is no time. We must go together. Ling Xiao scooped Gu Xingli into his arms. The demon prince charged at them again.
Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted. The eye of rebirth opened, and the light of judgment surged forth.
The demon prince was sent flying, disintegrating into dust mid-air. And you, Tang Wanxian.
The light of the eye of rebirth swept past, and Tang Wanxian, who was about to ascend, was sent crashing down.
Ah! Tang Wanxian roared in fury. Master Tianwu, eliminate him. At that moment, the rift in the void was nearly sealed. Chang Yiling and others rushed over, urging, "Brother, we must leave. If we delay any longer, it will be too late. Take your sister-in-law and go." Ling Xiao forcefully tossed Gu Xingli into the air. Chan Yiling and the others swiftly caught her. "And you?" In the midst of despair, Tang Wanqian, enveloped in pink light, charged directly at Ling Xiao, attacking madly while shouting frantically, "What are you two standing there for? It's a dead end if we escape, it's better to take him down with us." Upon hearing this, the individuals from the demonic court and the armored youth revealed a glimmer of determination. The three of them poured their remaining strength into an assault on Ling Xiao, attempting to self-destruct their spirit infants, seeking mutual destruction. Alas! The lament of Gu Xingli pierced the heavens, her fingers digging deeply into her palms, causing rivulets of blood to cascade down her gilded sleeves. Her heart was consumed by anxiety, yet she was rendered helpless, her desperate cries echoing in the air, her voice hoarse with utter despair. Why? Why were the experiences of this life diverging so drastically from those of her previous existence? However, Chang Yilin firmly restrained her, preventing her escape. As the spatial passage slowly began to close, their sole hope of survival dwindled. Once the passage sealed completely, all would perish in this desolate realm. Chang Yilin gritted his teeth, veins throbbing on his forehead. With unwavering resolve, he channeled the essence of the sword art to its zenith, forcibly pulling the distraught maiden away from the swirling vortex of energy. Subsequently, he led the group, hurtling toward the imminent closure of the passage. To remain meant certain death. To escape offered a glimmer of hope for survival. Ever prioritizing the greater good, the usually composed and rational Chan Yilin acted without hesitation, leading the others in a desperate sprint for the exit. In the fleeting moment before they breached the passage, a colossal burst of flames erupted from behind, illuminating the dim space with an incandescent glow. Amidst the conflagration, Ling Xiao's figure appeared infinitesimally small, before being entirely consumed by the raging energy, obliterated from existence. No! It cannot be. He cannot be dead. He cannot be dead. Even after escaping the perilous realm, Gu Xingli remained consumed by grief. She stumbled, her gaze vacant, muttering to herself, shaking her head as if to deny the cruel reality before her. Even if he remains within, he will surely emerge after a millennium. He must. Gu Xingli clung to this last vestige of hope, seeking solace for herself and those around her who shared her sorrow. Upon the martial arena, the previously encompassing battle domain vanished abruptly, like a fleeting dream. Amidst the cacophony of the collapsing domain, 37 figures plummeted onto the arena floor like fallen stars. The jade surface fractured into a spiderweb of cracks upon impact, the air thick with the acrid scent of blood. Hundreds of sect elders in the audience rose in unison, the sound of overturned sandalwood chairs reverberating. The few remaining survivors, tattered, disheveled, and utterly wretched, emerged into view. Observing the scarcity of survivors, the onlookers expressed their regret, shaking their heads in lament. 500 entered the battle domain, yet only a handful emerged alive. Such a catastrophic mortality rate far exceeded their initial expectations. 500 prodigies. The Holy Land Elder's voice trembled, the tassels of his whisk quivering as he lamented, "Only these remain? Where is Ling Xiao?" A commanding roar echoed through the heavens as Ling Yuntian, treading upon the void, his silver-patterned cloud boots yet to touch the ground, demanded an answer. His gaze darted anxiously across each individual, failing to find Ling Xiao's presence, causing his brow to furrow, his eyes filled with apprehension and bewilderment. Senior brother. He is trapped inside." Gu Xingli collapsed to her knees, tears streaming down her face, her body trembling. "That is impossible," Ling Yuntian declared with unwavering conviction, his eyes reflecting disbelief. He knew the extent of Ling Xiao's power. In his eyes, Ling Xiao was a figure capable of standing above all others. How could he fall so easily in this minor battle of the divine sons? "Master, senior brother is indeed trapped inside. He was ensnared by Tang Wanqian of the sect and the denizens of the country demon court, unable to escape. Before we departed, we witnessed them detonating their dharma forms, engulfing senior brother in flames." Chang Yilin's eyes reddened as he spoke with a mixture of grief and indignation. Had anyone else made such a claim? Ling Yuntian would have dismissed it. However, with the usually steadfast and dependable Chan Yilan stating it so unequivocally, Ling Yuntian was compelled to consider it seriously. Is this the truth? Ling Yuntian's voice quivered as he posed the question, a manifestation of his suppressed anguish. Ling Xiao was the unparalleled genius whom the Holy Land had nurtured for years. The core figure upon whom they had placed their hopes for leading the Holy Land in its conquest of the southern heaven-profound domain and, ultimately, dominating the entire continent. How could he accept that his fate was now uncertain? What has transpired? Ling Yuntian suppressed his fury, his gaze sweeping coldly across the crowd as he demanded an explanation. Ha ha! At that moment, an arrogant burst of laughter shattered the heavy atmosphere. A crimson blaze erupted from the eastern side of the viewing platform as Ouyang, riding a phoenix phantom, soared through the air, a steel mask concealing half his face, yet failing to hide the glee in his eyes. Is this what you call a holy son? My dear junior brother, is this the genius you have cultivated? I find him to be quite unremarkable. Ouyang's lips curled into a mocking smile as he cast a contemptuous glance at Ling Yuntian. Ling Yuntian's face darkened as if about to pour rain. And he glared fiercely at Ouyang. However, he knew that more pressing matters demanded his attention. This was not the time to quarrel with Ouyang. Someone explain to me what has occurred. Ling Yuntian's voice was low and authoritative, conveying an undeniable sense of coercion. Master Gu Xingli, as a party involved, wiped the tears from her face, suppressing her grief as she sobbed. When the immortal egg was born, I obtained it, but some individuals set their sights on me. As the entrance was about to open, and only a brief period remained, I anticipated that someone would attempt to seize it, which would inevitably delay our departure. To avoid implicating senior brother and the others, I fled with the immortal egg, but I could not shake off those who pursued me. What I never expected was that individuals from the country and the demon court had infiltrated our divine sun battle. They pursued me, attempting to force me to relinquish the immortal egg. I was besieged, and in desperation, I sought assistance from senior brother. At this point, Gu Xingli glared at Ouyang, her eyes burning with fury, as if she wished to devour him. Among them was his disciple, Tang Wanxian. Tang Wanxian incited one of the country individuals to stall senior brother. To allow us to escape, senior brother single-handedly held them all back. In the end, Tang Wanxian instructed everyone to prevent senior brother from leaving the battle domain. Finally, two individuals even detonated their nascent souls, perishing alongside senior brother. We do not yet know whether senior brother perished with them, survived, or remains trapped inside. After hearing the entire account, Ling Yuntian slowly turned, his figure seeming to grow taller in an instant. A pair of eyes flashed with chilling intent as he stared intently at Ouyang, as if wishing to tear him apart with his gaze. Ouyang, if anything untoward has befallen my disciple, I will ensure you never leave this place. Ling Yuntian's voice was icy and cutting, each word forced from between clenched teeth, conveying an unmistakable threat. Chapter 55, The Fury of Ling Yuntian. Ouyang was taken aback, not anticipating that Ling Yuntian would abruptly direct his ire towards him. In a fit of anger, he retorted, if anything were to happen to my disciple, I would hold you accountable. However, the true source of Ouyang's anxiety was not Tang Wanxian but rather his son, Ouyang, as he had yet to catch a glimpse of him. This thought ignited a sense of urgency within him, and he hastily approached the divine platform, seeking out all participants emerging from within, inquiring anxiously, have you seen my son? His voice trembled, and his eyes were filled with worry and hope. The crowd shook their heads, indicating they had not seen him. This cannot be. At that moment, Ouyang was utterly dismayed, his gaze wandering, and his steps faltering, as though he had lost his anchor. Subsequently, he abruptly channeled his internal energy, and a formidable aura surged forth from him, enveloping all those who had emerged with an invisible net. What are you doing? The leaders and elders of the sects to which these participants belonged sensed something amiss and rushed to block Ouyang, their expressions tense. They understood that those who had survived from the battlefield were the elite of their sects, their future hopes, and could not be lost. Among these survivors were also Li Xiaofeng and others. Ouyang's countenance darkened as he approached the members of Xiantian sect, unabashedly demanding, where is my son? Wasn't he with you? Upon hearing this, the sect leader's face turned ashen, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes as he instinctively glanced towards the divine platform. They had indeed colluded with Ouyang Bo in secret, but his reckless questioning in front of everyone threatened to expose their hidden dealings.
Li Xiaofeng's expression was grim and devoid of emotion. The trials of the Son of Heaven's battle had yielded numerous insights for him. The most profound being the actions of Ouyang Gue, which had significantly challenged the teachings and philosophies he had adhered to for years.
When faced with Ouyang Bo's inquiry, Li Xiaofeng slowly shook his head, his demeanor calm, concealing the turmoil within. He had just learned of Ling Xiao's demise in the battlefield, and his heart was still heavy with sorrow and shock.
Ling Xiao, is he dead?
Li Xiaofeng felt dazed. Visions of Ling Xiao's valiant figure in battle flooding his mind. Ling Xiao's strength had deeply impressed him, leaving an indelible mark on his heart. The thought of such a heroic figure falling was a devastating blow to him.
As events unfolded in the battlefield,
Ling Xiao had unwittingly become the benchmark Li Xiaofeng aspired to. If he were to perish, Li Xiaofeng would feel a profound emptiness, as if he had lost his direction. At that moment, Ouyang Bo trembled, retrieving a shattered life token from his storage ring.
The instant his gaze fell upon the broken token, he was struck as if by lightning, frozen in shock.
An overwhelming rage surged from within him, igniting a furious outburst.
What has happened to my son? Why is his life token shattered?
Ouyang Bo's voice nearly roared, echoing throughout the Wanlian martial arena, sending shockwaves through all present.
Everyone understood the significance of a broken life token.
It was clear and simple: Ouyang Gue had perished within. Ouyang Bo had not realized the token was broken earlier because the battlefield existed as an isolated world, severed from the outside, preventing timely information from being conveyed.
Only now,
with the battlefield closed and reconnected to the outside world, had the dreadful news emerged.
What is going on? Do not tell me you are ignorant.
Ouyang Bo's eyes blazed with fury as he fixed his gaze on Li Xiaofeng and the others, as if he intended to consume them alive.
If you do not speak, I will ensure you all accompany him to the grave.
Li Xiaofeng and his companions were well aware of the events that transpired.
However, having witnessed Ouyang Gue's heinous actions, they tacitly chose to remain silent. I am sorry, we truly do not know. Once we entered, Ouyang Gue left with Tang Wanxian and did not seek us out.
Li Xiaofeng replied, his expression placid, his tone devoid of inflection.
Nonsense. Wasn't it agreed that you would enter and eliminate Ling Xiao? Ouyang Bo, in his frantic state,
inadvertently revealed their secret discussions to the crowd.
At that moment, Ling Yuntian, upon hearing this revelation, felt his face darken as if a storm was brewing, ominously foreboding.
So, it is you who conspired to kill my disciple?
Ling Yuntian commanded. Where is the law enforcement team? Arrest them all. You think you can do that? Ouyang Bo scoffed,
already contemplating a desperate counterattack. Everyone from the Beastmaster sect, unleash the ancient demon spirits and crush the Ling Tian sacred ground. As his voice fell, Ouyang Bo cast a cold glance at the sect leaders of Xintian and others. The matter had been exposed, with death looming on either side. They might as well join him in toppling the Ling Tian sacred ground. Do not worry, I will hold Ling Yuntian at bay. You focus on dealing with the other elders of the sacred ground. As for my master, Ling Yangtian, should he dare to show himself,
I will immediately unleash the ancient demon spirits. Upon hearing this, the leaders of Xintian sect hesitated. Boom!
A massive light curtain rose from all directions, enveloping a radius of 1,000 miles. It was the Ling Xiao Bihai Chong Tian array, the protective formation of Ling Tian sacred ground.
It is over. Ling Tian sacred ground is serious now. Spare us, O Lord.
It was the Beastmaster sect that plotted rebellion, we had no part in it.
I know you are innocent, but you are still members of Ling Tian sacred ground. Surround them immediately, they must be executed.
Ling Yuntian stated coldly.
Do not listen to his nonsense. Think about it. How many years have you survived under Ling Tian sacred ground? The opportunity to overthrow their rule is right before you. What are you waiting for? Are we afraid of them?
Join me and topple Ling Tian sacred ground's authority, we will be the ones in charge from now on.
Ouyang Bo seized this opportunity to incite all present. Witnessing this scene, Ling Yuntian suddenly laughed bitterly.
This was precisely why his master, Ling Yangtian, had urged him to unify the Ling Tian sacred ground. When sects operate independently, the authority granted by the sacred ground will inevitably lead to fractures.
One word unsaid can prompt rebellion.
With this in mind, Ling Yuntian gritted his teeth and addressed the law enforcement elders beside him fiercely.
Anyone who shows even a hint of agreement must be executed, even if it means annihilating all sects. Upon hearing this, the 18 elders of the sacred ground were taken aback. Lord, think twice. Resorting to slaughter to quell discord is ultimately not the solution.
The grudge against the sun can be resolved by eliminating Ouyang Bo alone, it does not involve others.
Indeed, Master. If we resort to mass slaughter, we will lose the people's support.
Chapter 56, The Divine Son, Ling Xiao. Everyone fervently advised, believing that Ling Yuntian was consumed by rage, intent on avenging Ling Xiao.
However, unbeknownst to them, on a personal level, Ling Yuntian felt compelled to seek vengeance for Ling Xiao. Publicly.
Seizing this opportunity to unify the Ling Tian sacred land was entirely within reach. At that moment, Li Xiaofeng and others promptly stepped forward to dissuade their master.
Master, please. Do not conspire with Ouyang Bo. It is true that Ouyang Gue was slain by Ling Xiao, but do you know why? Ouyang Gue committed heinous acts in the battlefield.
Capturing the holy maiden of Xian Nu sect and the princess of the great ancient kingdom, Huang Ling with the intent to humiliate them.
We intervened. Only to be struck down. It was at the critical moment that Ling Xiao came to their rescue. Ouyang Gui's rebellion and insult to the princess of the great ancient kingdom will not go unpunished if we align ourselves with Ouyang Bo. The great ancient kingdom will not spare us. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. The Xian Tian sect, which had previously resolved to conspire against Ouyang Bo, began to waver. On the divine platform, Ling Yuntian suddenly turned to his niece. Is this true?
Huang Ling, hands on her hips, snorted defiantly. I have already informed my father, the Emperor. I believe he will send troops soon, and when he does, they will annihilate all members of the Beastmaster sect.
Ha ha. That is splendid. Ling Yuntian laughed heartily.
This development would allow him to seize the opportunity to unify the entire Ling Tian sacred land.
However, at that moment, on the Wanlian martial arena, the many sects led by Xian Tian sect shouted loudly.
The Beastmaster sect harbors treachery and conspires against the sacred land.
Their crimes warrant execution. Master, we implore you to issue the order to eradicate these vile traitors. Our Xian Tian sect, our Yu Tian sect, our Man Huang sect
are willing to take the lead in vanquishing the Beastmaster sect. Instantly, over 100 sects formed a battle line, expressing their loyalty to Ling Yuntian with fervor. Fearing his disbelief, they commanded all disciples to charge towards the Beastmaster sect.
Xian Tian sect, you have indeed allied with us, yet now you betray us? Do you truly believe Ling Yuntian will spare you? The faces of the Xian Tian sect members shifted between fear and determination. After a moment of contemplation, they gritted their teeth and retorted, "Humph. We intentionally cooperated with you, do you think the master is unaware?" At this moment, these sects felt an overwhelming desire to survive.
Fully aware that attempting to overthrow the Ling Tian sacred land alongside the Beastmaster sect was utterly impossible.
With the backing of the great ancient kingdom, even 100 Beastmaster sects could not prevail.
However, turning against them now, even at the cost of their sects, might allow them to save their lives.
Even if they perished, their sects could endure. Instantly, the Wanlian martial arena descended into chaos. Those sects, desperate to survive, fought fiercely against the Beastmaster sect. Boom!
Just then, dark clouds gathered in the sky, causing the entire Ling Tian sacred land to tremble violently. Even the protective grand formation that had just risen began to ripple. A terrifying pressure emanated from a massive boulder carried on the shoulder of a gigantic mountain-moving ape brought forth by the Beastmaster sect.
Looking closely, the ancient demonic beasts intricately carved on the boulder began to stir, as if attempting to break free from their restraints. Boom! Suddenly, a bird's shrill cry echoed.
A colossal bird, whose wing alone could obscure the sun, soared into the sky. Its wings spread over 1,000 meters, and with a single flap,
countless disciples from various sects were sent flying. The ancient demonic beast, the Gale Thunderbird.
Witnessing this terrifying sight, everyone was struck with astonishment. The Beastmaster sect,
with its mastery over beasts, could summon ancient demonic creatures.
Ling Yuntian, you have taken everything from me, return it all to me. Ouyang Bo roared in fury, charging towards Ling Yuntian. Ling Yuntian was alarmed and panicked. If he could not restrain the Gale Thunderbird, the Ling Tian sacred land would have no one left to defend it. Was it truly necessary to involve his master, Ling Yuntian? Just then, the 18th elder flew into action but was sent sprawling by a single flap of the Gale Thunderbird's wings, proving utterly outmatched. In that brief encounter, they could vividly perceive that this ancient demonic beast had reached an unfathomable level of power. Boom! The peaks were flattened, and the entire Ling Tian sacred land resembled a scene of apocalyptic devastation. At this moment, Ling Yuntian could not afford to concern himself with anything else. Ouyang Bo's attacks were lethal, and one misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. While everyone was in a state of panic, awaiting death, the sky darkened completely, enveloping the Ling Tian sacred land in an impenetrable gloom. With a thunderous roar that resonated through heaven and earth, amidst the dim light, a gigantic claw emerged, seizing the 1,000-meter-long Gale Thunderbird and crushing it with immense force. In that instant, the onlookers finally discerned what had cast such an enormous shadow. It was a colossal pang bird, even larger than the Gale Thunderbird, overshadowing the sky. As the sky was once again unveiled, the pang bird vanished, replaced by a figure clad in dark robes, exuding majesty and grace, descending like a celestial being. It was the divine son, Ling Xiao. At this moment, amidst the bloodshed, Gu Xingli, intent on avenging Ling Xiao, held the Big Dipper star plate gifted to him by Ling Xiao, gazing blankly at the sky. The star plate shimmered with starlight, still stained with the blood and flesh of the enemies of the Beastmaster sect, suspended in midair. Senior brother! Jin Zibei shouted excitedly, drawing everyone's attention back to the scene. As they beheld that familiar face, that well-known figure, Gu Xingli realized in that moment the indelible bond that had formed between her and Ling Xiao. She understood then that Ling Xiao had been irrevocably imprinted upon her life and soul, irreplaceable. Gu Xingli's affection level, 20, hearing the prompt sound echoing in her ears. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a slight smile, thinking, "Little one, even though you are a reincarnated celestial king, having seen the vicissitudes of the world, you are not exempt from the sorrows of life and death." Suddenly, Ling Xiao's expression turned serious. The might of the divine sun enveloped the entire arena. Thunderous roars reverberated across the land. Ling Tian sacred land, heed my call. I am Ling Xiao. The Beastmaster sect conspires against the sacred land, seeking treason. The traitors Ouyang Gui and Tang Wanxian have already been dealt with in the battlefield. Now, all sects, heed my command and eradicate these traitors without exception. Your past errors will be judged by your actions today, rewards and punishments will be determined later. With a single command, all the sects that had rallied upon Ling Xiao's appearance gazed at him with fervent admiration. This was the formidable figure they should follow in their generation. Kill! In that moment, the atmosphere ignited with the fierce intent to slay, as the towering figure of Lei Zhanggu resounded with a tigress roar. The murderous intent of hundreds of thousands surged forth, igniting the powerful cohesion of a sect. Chapter 57, The condensation of the law of the body. The martial arena of 10,000 forgings resembled a hellish battlefield. A thick, metallic scent of blood permeated the air, sharp and nauseating. Rivers of blood flowed ceaselessly, staining the ground in a vivid crimson hue. Ouyang Bo stood amidst the sea of blood, his expression dark as if he could wring water from it. The thousands of disciples from the beast-taming sect, along with numerous majestic beast souls, had nearly suffered total annihilation, their corpses strewn across the ground in a heart-wrenching scene. Those who, in their usual lives within various sects, treaded cautiously, solely focused on survival, now seemed to have gone mad, ruthlessly attacking the beast-taming sect without regard for cost. They understood all too well that in this deadly moment, eliminating even one more member of the beast-taming sect would slightly lessen the punishment their own sect would endure when the time for reckoning arrived. In this critical juncture, Ouyang Bo realized he had severely underestimated the overwhelming influence of the Ling Tian sacred land. The enmity with Ling Yuntian, the revenge for his son, was irreconcilable. Ouyang Bo suddenly threw his head back and roared towards the heavens, his voice laden with boundless hatred, piercing through the layers of clouds, as if striving to reach the ears of the sequestered Ling Yuntian. Today, I returned to prove to that old man Ling Tian that I was the true sovereign, the genuine victor of the Divine Sun War. His fists clenched tightly, his body trembling slightly, as the tide of past grievances and humiliation surged within him, gradually consuming his reason. What if he conspired with the demon nations? What if he employed nefarious means? Ouyang Bo surveyed his surroundings, his gaze frenzied, as if proclaiming his truth to the world. This was, after all, a realm where the weak were preyed upon by the strong. What wrong had he committed? His voice, hoarse and distorted with fury, echoed across the vast martial arena, radiating a sense of desperate madness. Ling Tian, the victors and the vanquished, this is a truth I accept. Ouyang Bo roared once more, his form suddenly rising, suspended high above the ground, resembling a malevolent deity. At that moment, a bizarre, dark green mist began to emanate from his being, coalescing above him, until in the blink of an eye, an enormous, grotesque dark green skull materialized. A chilling aura swept over the crowd below, sending shivers down their spines. This is disastrous. Ouyang Bo is about to unleash his ultimate technique. Ling Tian's expression changed drastically upon witnessing this. Should Ouyang Bo succeed, the power of his attack could turn the lives of hundreds of thousands within the Ling Yin sacred land into mere collateral. Ouyang Bo's ultimate technique possessed the capacity to erase the Ling Tian sacred land from existence with but a single individual's strength. Its toxicity and lethality were unparalleled. A veritable weapon of devastation. Ouyang Bo, you have truly strayed far down the path of evil, beyond redemption, treading a road from which there is no return. Ling Tian, in a flash, became a streak of light soaring upwards. Simultaneously, a massive sword began to materialize behind him, its resounding hum echoing through the air. This was the Cloud Sword ultimate path, derived from countless tribulations and profound insights amidst mountains and mists, capable of cleaving mountains and shattering the heavens. Upon seeing this, Ouyang Bo erupted into a wild, unrestrained laugh. Haha. Ling Tian, do you truly believe your Cloud Sword ultimate path can slay me? To think you could obstruct my ghostly poison ultimate path is nothing short of folly. He guffawed, his manic demeanor intensifying, as if he could already envision the annihilation of the Ling Yin sacred land. If today, I can drag the 100 sects down with me into death, then even in demise, Ouyang Bo shall find satisfaction. With that, the colossal skull formed of toxic mist opened its gaping maw. The dense, tangible poison surged forth like a roaring tide, sweeping towards the martial arena of 10,000 forgings. As it passed, the very air seemed to corrode, and below, the hundreds of sects, hundreds of thousands of cultivators gazed upon this apocalyptic scene in despair. After all, the unrestrained attack of an ultimate path expert was an insurmountable chasm of death for all cultivators beneath that level. No one could withstand it. Ling Tian found himself at a loss. How could his Cloud Sword ultimate path contend against such a deluge of poison? The only option left was to eliminate Ouyang Bo. Ouyang Bo, the past grievances shall be settled today. Ling Tian roared, as the heavens churned and a colossal sword descended, breaking through the clouds. The palpable pressure forced everyone to bow low. Ouyang Bo's ultimate path was aimed at the hundreds of sects and their hundreds of thousands. Now, confronted with Ling Tian's attack, he had no means of countering. Haha, let the hundreds of thousands from the Ling Xiao sacred land die alongside me. I have no regrets. Accepting his fate, Ouyang Bo spread his arms wide, awaiting the arrival of death. Yet, in that critical moment, the world appeared to freeze. A terrifying cold wave swept in, as Ling Xiao tread the heavens, each step birthing a frost lotus beneath him. Do not worry, master. I shall handle this ghostly poison. Ling Xiao's voice resonated with an immense sense of security. In that instant, Ling Tian felt that Ling Xiao had truly matured. It seemed he could bear the weight of everything within the Ling Tian sacred land. Everyone fortified their spirits, striving with all their might to withstand the encroaching poison. Ling Xiao's voice echoed throughout the martial arena of 10,000 forgings, as hundreds of thousands sat down, forming a protective barrier of spiritual energy to fend off the toxic mist's assault. What are you planning? Ouyang Bo, who had already come to terms with death, now felt a flicker of panic in this final moment. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sinister smile. I intend to absorb this poison, allowing you to perish in vain. With a whoosh, the cold wave engulfed the arena. The sudden freezing of the poisonous mist diminished the pressure felt by everyone. Subsequently, Ling Xiao opened his mouth wide, unleashing a tremendous suction force. The dense poison swirled into a massive vortex, drawn into his being. No! Ling Yuntian's eyes widened in horror.
Ouyang Bo's ghostly poison ultimate path was something even he treated with caution, to let Ling Xiao, a cultivator not yet at the law-body realm, touch it would surely turn him to pus. This suicidal approach gripped everyone with dread. Senior brother. Gu Xingli's voice trembled, the hope that had just ignited now turned to vapor. Even if she were reborn as a celestial king, she would not dare to withstand an attack from an ultimate path expert. If it were merely a matter of Ling Xiao escaping the battlefield by chance, Gu Xingli might consider it a stroke of fortune. But to directly confront an ultimate path attack was akin to striking a rock with an egg. It was a certain death. Yet unbeknownst to all, as the dense poison entered his body, it was frantically absorbed under the influence of the Supreme Bone's necromantic energy. Ling Xiao's form swiftly transformed into a pallid state devoid of blood. The Supreme Bone was devouring blood and converting it into spiritual essence. It absorbed not only flesh and spiritual energy but all forms of energy. And at that moment, a dark green orb began to coalesce within his dantian. Simultaneously, the threshold to the law-body realm began to unfold before him. Chapter 58, The Nine Heavens poison thundered deep within Ling Xiao's dantian, a peculiar light flickered. A colossal figure, with 3 heads and 6 arms, known as the Icefire Spirit Infant, floated serenely, surrounded by swirling icy and fiery energies, reminiscent of a dreamlike vision. At this moment, the green poison pearl formed by the ghostly poison began to dissolve slowly, gradually transforming into a dark green phantom. Upon closer inspection, this phantom bore a striking resemblance to Ling Xiao, possessing 7 or 8 parts of his likeness. This, indeed, was the legendary Law Avatar Phantom. Simultaneously, an unusual fluctuation surged within Ling Xiao's body. He focused inward and was astonished to discover the small thunder flood dragon, which had been nurtured within him. At that moment, it resembled a famished beast encountering a feast, voraciously devouring the encroaching, seemingly apocalyptic ghostly poison, a formidable power that threatened to consume the world. The ghostly poison, originally a weapon of vengeance wielded by Ouyang Bo, intended to obliterate the Ling Tian sacred land, was so potent that it could alter landscapes and bring devastation to living beings. Yet, the small thunder flood dragon appeared oblivious, absorbing the overwhelming ghostly poison alongside Ling Xiao, significantly alleviating his burden. No! Ouyang Bo's expression twisted in despair as he beheld this scene. His eyes widened with unwillingness and hopelessness. He let out a furious roar that echoed through the heavens and earth, akin to the lament of a wounded beast. He had poured everything into this desperate, suicidal strike, hoping to take countless lives with him and drag the Ling Tian sacred land into ruin, only to find his efforts thwarted so easily by Ling Xiao. However, before Ouyang Bo could recover from this crushing blow, Ling Yuntian's cloud sword's ultimate force loomed ominously above him. In an instant, a blinding light erupted, resembling the blazing sun. As scorching sword energy crisscrossed, Ouyang Bo had no chance to resist. He was instantly torn into countless fragments, reduced to ashes. Even in death, his eyes remained wide open, filled with resentment and fury. It seemed that even in the afterlife, his lingering grudge would be hard to dissipate, leaving him unable to rest in peace. As the crowd believed the crisis had been averted, an unexpected change occurred within Ling Xiao. The once voracious thunder flood dragon now appeared as if it had drunken too much, swaying uncontrollably, spewing bubbles, its aura chaotic, evidently overwhelmed by the excessive ghostly poison. Ling Xiao, alarmed by the dragon's peculiar state, was filled with dread. In his panic, he hastily retrieved the invaluable thunder essence, attempting to soothe the creature's distress. Yet, the ghostly poison was too domineering. The thunder essence entered its belly like a drop in the ocean, yielding no results. If this continued, the dragon might perish, and it could very well retaliate against him. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, the ultimate pill. In the critical moment between life and death, he recalled the precious ultimate pill bestowed by the Nine Heavens God of Thunder, which contained astounding power. Without hesitation, he reached out and swiftly consumed the ultimate pill. Instantly, a tempest erupted within Ling Xiao, with booming sounds resounding, shaking his very core. The power of the Nine Heavens God of Thunder awakened within him, wreaking havoc. The brilliance shone as if threatening to tear his body apart.
The small thunder flood dragon sensed this familiar yet potent energy. Its previously closed eyes slowly opened, revealing a flicker of clarity and longing. Threads of the nine heavens god of thunder's power, akin to a sinuous serpent, gradually merged into the dragon's form. The crisis was averted. Ling Xiao gazed at the now listless thunder flood dragon, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement. Yet, he had no time to dwell on this. He had reached a critical juncture in condensing his law avatar. The success or failure hinged on this moment. A bitter smile crept onto his lips as he contemplated his original plans to either condense a fire-based law avatar, harnessing the ferocious flames to incinerate all foes, or to manipulate an ice-based law avatar, freezing the battlefield for absolute control. Failing that, he could rely on the ultimate pill from the Nine Heavens God of Thunder to form the formidable Nine Heavens God of Thunder law avatar, sufficient to establish his standing in this world of powerhouses. Yet, fate had other designs. By a twist of chance, he found himself condensing a law avatar derived from the ghostly poison, a concept he had never encountered before. Abruptly, the small sip of the ultimate pill absorbed by the thunder flood dragon began to intertwine with the residual ghostly poison, merging and exuding an aura both eerie and formidable. As the law avatar finally took form within Ling Xiao's dantian, all present were rendered speechless. A massive, shadowy green law avatar phantom emerged, radiating a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. Even more astonishing was the intertwining threads of golden lightning power that resembled golden dragons within the dense green. The two energies coiled around each other, creating an unprecedented spectacle, a fusion of ghostly poison and the Nine Heavens God of Thunder. Ling Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment and joy. What kind of law avatar was this? The ghostly poison dissipated, and the onlookers emerged from their stupor, gaping at the colossal green phantom that overshadowed the heavens and earth. Withstanding the ultimate realm's attacks and consuming them to further refine his law avatar, it seemed only the holy sun Ling Xiao could achieve such a feat. What holy sun Ling Xiao? He was the divine sun Ling Xiao. Ah, yes. From this day forth, the Ling Tian sacred land would undoubtedly undergo a significant transformation. This could be a boon even for our lesser sects. From this day forth, you shall be named the Nine Heavens Poison Thunder Law Avatar, Ling Xiao proclaimed, bestowing a name upon his first law avatar. As a beam of golden light pierced through the clouds, illuminating the faces of all present, the battle of the divine suns concluded in this extraordinary fashion. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, Gu Xingli rushed into the embrace she had longed for. "Didn't you die in there? How did you come back?" she exclaimed, her small fists pounding against Ling Xiao's chest, her voice choked with emotion. Gu Xingli affection level 1, Gu Xingli affection level 1, a wave of tears washed over her. Gu Xingli's affection for Ling Xiao soared to 80 points. It's a long story. Let us clean up this mess first. After her words, the war drums thundered in the sky. The banners of the great wilderness ancient kingdom waved above the Ling Tian sacred land. Stand ready. The law enforcement elder keenly sensed the impending danger. With a single command, everyone immediately entered a state of combat readiness. Do not be alarmed. It is our army from the great wilderness ancient kingdom. Huang Linger quickly stepped forward to explain. Chapter 59, The conclusion of the Divine Sun War within the sacred land of Ling Tian. In the Grand Hall, Ling Yuntian sat majestically upon the sacred throne, exuding an air of authority as his steely gaze swept across the assembly below. Before him knelt a dozen or so prominent sect leaders, headed by the master of the Xian Tian sect, each one prostrating themselves within the hall. Among them, some bore expressions of indifference as if they had cast aside the fear of life and death, while others trembled uncontrollably, unable to quell the terror within their hearts. These individuals, strong enough to reach the celestial origin realm, were accustomed to wielding power in their respective sects, yet now they displayed a range of emotions, revealing their distress. Do you acknowledge your crimes? Ling Yuntian's voice suddenly boomed, echoing within the hall like a thunderclap, causing a resonating buzz in everyone's ears. At his words, all heads bowed in unison, too fearful to meet his piercing gaze. Lord Saint, we plead for mercy. We acknowledge our sins. The leaders of the celestial origin realm, once full of pride, now begged fervently, their voices laced with trepidation. Aside from you, are there any other sects conspiring with the Beast Master sect? Ling Yuntian's tone remained icy, imbued with an undeniable sense of authority. we are unaware of any such matters. We are here to confess voluntarily, as for other sects. We truly do not know.
The assembly hastily divulged all information regarding their collusion with the Beastmaster sect, as if spilling beans,
fearing that any hesitation might lead to their demise.
Observing this, Ling Yuntian turned slightly to glance at Ling Xiao, seated on the Divine Sun's throne. His eyes filled with anticipation.
Xiao heir, I entrust this matter to you.
Following the resolution of this turmoil, Ling Yuntian had genuinely witnessed Ling Xiao's growth and transformation. He firmly believed that entrusting this matter to Ling Xiao would not lead to disappointment. Ling Xiao was momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised. He had expected Ling Yuntian to execute these individuals as a warning to others, but instead, the burden had been placed upon him.
However, he quickly composed himself,
nodding in acceptance, and rose to approach the kneeling figures. In the battlefield, you, Li Xiaofeng and others, still possess a semblance of conscience. When Huang Linger and Du Honglian were captured by Ouyang Gue, you intervened, you all exerted your utmost in the eradication of the Beastmaster sect.
Logically,
the crime of rebellion merits execution, but considering your timely repentance and your desire to make amends, I can spare your lives. Ling Xiao's voice was steady and powerful,
resonating clearly throughout the hall.
Upon hearing this, the kneeling individuals felt as though they had grasped a lifeline, bowing repeatedly before Ling Xiao, their eyes brimming with gratitude and relief.
Divine Sun's grace.
If we are spared, we would willingly serve as your humble servants,
they exclaimed fervently.
The Divine Sun War signifies the unification of my sacred land of Ling Tian. If you wish to survive, I shall implant the soul-devouring curse within you. From this day forth, your fate shall be entwined with the sacred land of Ling Tian. Ling Xiao's gaze grew stern, pausing momentarily before continuing. Of course, should you perform well in the future, I can naturally assist in lifting the soul-devouring curse.
However, should you harbor any treachery, with but a thought, I can send you to the netherworld.
Hearing this, fear flickered across their faces, and a chill coursed through their hearts.
Once the soul-devouring curse entered their bodies, it was akin to surrendering their lives to another. Should their captor feel even the slightest displeasure, a mere thought could spell their doom. Even if they were of a higher realm than Ling Xiao, they were powerless against the sinister potency of the soul-devouring curse. After careful deliberation,
they all nodded in unison. Better to endure a wretched existence than to face certain death. Although this meant they would become mere puppets of the sacred land, they were willing to cherish the opportunity to preserve their lives.
Thank you, Divine Sun, they chorused in gratitude, subsequently opening their dantians to allow Ling Xiao to implant the terrifying soul-devouring curse.
Before long, a tenuous connection formed between Ling Xiao and these individuals,
like an invisible thread binding their fates to his command.
From this moment onward, they became Ling Xiao's loyal servants, a formidable cadre of celestial origin realm warriors.
Undoubtedly a significant acquisition. The sacred land of Ling Tian shall inevitably unify. In my name as Divine Sun, I command you to lead your respective sects in the subjugation of other sections. Disobedience shall be met with ruthless execution.
Yet those who sincerely surrender may join the sacred land and become its disciples, depending on their qualifications. Ling Xiao proclaimed, his voice resonating with authority.
Understood,
they replied in unison, their voices echoing throughout the hall. Witnessing this scene, Ling Yuntian and the 18 elders of the sacred land nodded in satisfaction. This approach was truly the optimal resolution. Thus, without the loss of a single soldier, the sacred land could incorporate over 100 sects under its banner,
marking an epic milestone in its history. Summon all participants of the Divine Sun War into the hall, Ling Yuntian then declared, weariness evident in his voice. The next phase would be the conclusion of the Divine Sun War. 37 figures entered the Grand Hall in procession. Upon their arrival, their gazes instinctively fell upon Ling Xiao, filled with awe and admiration. The breathtaking display of his prowess against the Beastmaster sect was simply too astounding to forget. As contemporaries, they looked up to Ling Xiao as if gazing at the vastness of the starry sky, acutely aware that the chasm between them was insurmountable, perhaps in this lifetime they would never catch up to his strides. The incident with the Beastmaster sect shall not hinder the proceedings of the Divine Sun War. You have survived the battlefield against all odds, and thus you shall receive your rewards. Ling Yuntian stated, his gaze sweeping over the crowd with a mixture of pride, Now, all present, present your beast essence, and we shall begin the ranking. Ling Xiao naturally followed suit, though previously Gu Xingli and others had already bestowed all their beast essence upon him. Li Xiaofeng, having slain 37 spirit infant realm beasts and 3 Dharma realm beasts, earns a total of 309 points, temporarily ranked first. Bai Yun Jian, having slain 28 spirit infant realm beasts and 2 Dharma realm beasts, earns 289 points, temporarily ranked second. Xiong Zhantian, having slain 25 spirit infant realm beasts and 2 Dharma realm beasts, earns 251 points, temporarily ranked third. Du Honglian, having slain 40 spirit infant realm beasts and 5 Dharma realm beasts, earns 599 points, temporarily ranked first. As all presented their essence, rankings swiftly emerged. Among them, Ouyang Gui and others had perished, while Du Honglian stood first due to her exceptional performance. A clamor erupted as Ling Xiao poured forth the beast essence crystals, and astonished gasps filled the air. Goodness! So many! This must be several hundred. Not just that, look at the color of that essence. It must include several hundred from Dharma realm beasts. Heavens, is that a crystal from a Yuan realm beast? Chapter 60, The Dreamy Celestial Butterfly. Little Sugar Treasure. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone was left utterly astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. However, only those who had participated in the Battle of the Chosen One were aware of how Ling Xiao's profound essence had been acquired. The emergence of the celestial egg had incited a fierce competition among myriad beasts. Ling Xiao's battle had resembled a bloody massacre, with the essence he procured far surpassing what any of them could hope to attain collectively. After a thorough tally, Ling Xiao's results were freshly unveiled. Ling Yuntian, brimming with excitement, personally announced the outcome. Ling Xiao had slain 210 spirit infant realm beasts, 899 realm beasts, and 1 earth origin realm beast, amassing 312 points, thus claiming the first position. I declare that Ling Xiao is the victor of this Battle of the Chosen One. As his words echoed, the entire Golden Hall was instantly engulfed by resounding applause and cheer, the cacophony soaring to the heavens. In the Battle of the Chosen One, the top 10 contestants were granted entry into the Ling Tian ancestral land to receive their inheritances. While the remaining participants could join the Ling Tian Holy Land as core disciples, Ling Yun Tian continued. Before entering, they had received word that the Ling Tian Holy Land was poised for unification. Their sect leaders had urged them to seize the opportunity to directly join the Holy Land, as this would elevate the status of their sect's disciples amidst the future development of the Ling Tian Holy Land. We are willing to join the Holy Land and become core disciples, the remaining individuals proclaimed in unison, kneeling fervently. Excellent! Ling Yun Tian nodded approvingly. Each of these individuals was a potential heir to their sect's legacies. Their allegiance to the Holy Land would undoubtedly foster the unification plan greatly. That will be all for today. The top 10 contestants shall proceed to the ancestral land tomorrow to receive their inheritances. With a wave of his hand, Ling Yun Tian declared the grand event temporarily concluded. On Ling Xiao Peak, the clouds rolled tumultuously. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Gu Xingli inquired, "How on earth did you manage to come out? Unless you possess the divine ability to traverse spatial barriers, it is nearly impossible to escape." Bear in mind, the Ling Tian battle domain was established by the first generation of the Ling Tian Holy Land sovereign, and has since been meticulously maintained and fortified by successive leaders and elders. One cannot exit unless they reach the realm of the Immortal King. Ling Xiao smiled enigmatically. Because I never actually entered. What? Gu Xingli's eyes widened in disbelief. You didn't enter? How is that possible? Yet, in an instant, she grasped the truth. So, it was your avatar that entered the battle domain? Ling Xiao replied, "Do you recall when I accompanied you to visit that elderly couple?" Oh. Gu Xingli suddenly understood. She vividly remembered that during their journey, Ling Xiao seemed to be cultivating a particularly formidable spiritual technique. That technique could manifest an avatar, endowed with tremendous self-detonation power. Ling Xiao had obliterated a mountain in the process. You scoundrel! You made me worry for nothing. Gu Xingli lamented. Is the form you have now an avatar? What do you think? Ling Xiao replied with a mysterious smile. Gu Xingli rolled her eyes, are you playing a nesting doll game with me? By the way, take this. Gu Xingli suddenly recalled something and produced the white, glutinous celestial insect that had hatched from the celestial egg. However, to Ling Xiao's surprise, the moment the celestial insect emerged, its 7 tiny mouths on its back seemed to catch a whiff of something. In an instant, it adhered itself to Ling Xiao's face. Whoa! The speed was astonishing, leaving Ling Xiao momentarily stunned. The next moment, the tiny mouth at the front surprisingly spoke, "Daddy." A soft, sticky voice emanated from the celestial insect. Ling Xiao's eyes widened in shock. Gu Xingli, too, was incredulous. The celestial insect could talk. Could you get off? Ling Xiao gently peeled the insect from his face and held it in his hands for a closer examination. This glutinous celestial insect was entirely milky white, segmented into 7 parts like a caterpillar, sporting 2 tiny antennae. Its back, or rather, its abdomen, had 7 small mouths capable of firmly attaching to any surface, exhibiting a remarkable suction capability. Why do you call me Daddy? Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. I do not know, but my memories tell me that the one who protects me is my closest kin, and my closest kin are my daddy and mommy. Gu Xingli couldn't help but chuckle, despite having taken it with her. Why did it call Ling Xiao Daddy? Daddy chased away the big monster and protected me. Ling Xiao and Gu Xingli exchanged glances, realizing that during the celestial egg's emergence, the swarm of beasts had mistakenly believed Ling Xiao had protected it. Gu Xingli mused, I understand now, you killed the beasts, so it thinks you protected it. I suspect it might be an ancient beast. For only ancient beasts possess memory inheritance, awakening their memories as they age. It must be due to this inheritance that it calls you Daddy. Ah, I see. Ling Xiao exclaimed, enlightened. He then teased, if I am your daddy, then she is your mommy. Did you hear that? The celestial insect wriggled its soft body and obediently called out, Mommy. Gu Xingli's face flushed crimson. In 2 lifetimes, she had never had a partner. Suddenly being addressed as Mommy tugged at her heartstrings. How vexing. Gu Xingli playfully swatted Ling Xiao. Ha ha. The sounds of their playful chase resonated throughout the mountain peak. From this day forth, your name shall be Little Sugar Treasure, how does that sound? Okay. Daddy. At that moment, Ling Xiao suddenly heard the system's notification sound. Detected potential binding target, ancient dreamy celestial butterfly, Little Sugar Treasure. Would you like to bind? Bind. Ling Xiao eagerly responded. He had not anticipated that this could also be bound. In the next instant, Little Sugar Treasure swiftly burrowed into Ling Xiao's skin, subsequently entering his dantian, where it settled alongside the Little Thunder Flood Dragon. The Little Thunder Flood Dragon curiously scrutinized this unexpected guest. Moments later, the 2 little creatures began to chase each other playfully within Ling Xiao's dantian, creating a lively scene. After an indeterminate amount of time, the 2 little beings seemed to tire and lay down. Little Sugar Treasure appeared hungry, its 7 tiny mouths attaching themselves to Ling Xiao's dantian, beginning to suckle. Ling Xiao could distinctly feel his spiritual power being gradually siphoned away by this little creature. However, the amount was negligible to him. What astonished Ling Xiao even more was that the system issued another notification. Detected that the host has granted a thread of spiritual power to the bound target. Little Sugar Treasure. Triggering return mechanism. Favorability of the bound target is at 100. Return quantity and multiplier is 100 times. This grant is detected as continuous. And the host is eligible for sustained return rewards. In the next moment, a surge of powerful spiritual energy began to converge from all directions, flowing into his body, rapidly circulating through the great cycle, ultimately settling in his dantian. Ling Xiao stared in disbelief. Thus, as long as Little Sugar Treasure continued to absorb his spiritual power, he would reap a 100-fold return. From now on, as long as Little Sugar Treasure fed, he would gain spiritual energy. He would no longer have to toil endlessly in his cultivation. With Little Sugar Treasure, his strength could rise effortlessly. Most importantly, the affection level of Little Sugar Baby has astonishingly reached 100. Children are indeed remarkably easy to deceive. Chapter 61, The Chaos Mother Worm and the Rift Claw of the Little Thunder Dragon, Bound Target, Dream Fantasy Butterfly, Little Sugar, Affection Level, 100, Unwavering Loyalty, Identity, one of the 10 ancient celestial insects, Strength, Spirit Infant Realm, Growth, Larval Stage, Egg, Larva, Pupa, Adult, Transformation into Butterfly, Technique, Inherited Devour the Heavens and Earth. Moreover, because Little Sugar was gifted to Ling Xiao by Gu Xingli, it triggered the return mechanism. Detected binding target. Gu Xingli bestowed upon the host the celestial insect Dream Fantasy Butterfly, triggering return mechanism, binding target affection level, 80. Return quantity and multiplier, 80 times, detected that the host possesses two 10,000-fold return cards, 8,000-fold return cards, and 30,000-fold return cards. Would you like to choose one for the return? Absolutely. Such a splendid opportunity, Ling Xiao would certainly not let it slip. This is one of the 10 ancient celestial insects. Who knows what treasures a 10,000-fold return might yield? He chose the 10,000-fold return card. Host used one 10,000-fold return card. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 10,000-fold return reward. Please choose the return result, return quantity or return quality, of course, quality return. No matter how many celestial insects he acquires, they remain mere insects. Should he obtain a divine insect, it would be monumental. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Chaos Mother Worm. Name, Chaos Mother Worm, Level, Chaos Level, Affection Level, 100, Unwavering Loyalty, Stage, Egg, Larva. Adult, can reproduce upon reaching adult stage, ability, none, state, hungry. It turned out to be of Chaos Level. The 10,000-fold return card is indeed best used strategically. The better the quality, the more rewarding the return. Noticing the Chaos Mother Worm was in a state of hunger, Ling Xiao promptly began to nurture it with his own essence blood and spiritual energy. When he placed the Chaos Mother Worm into his dantian, Little Sugar seemed to encounter something exceedingly terrifying, trembling in fear as she hid behind the Little Thunder Dragon. There was no other choice. The Chaos Mother Worm belonged to the Chaos level, while Little Sugar was merely a celestial insect. The disparity in their levels was too vast. Furthermore, the bloodline suppression made it impossible not to feel fear. Thus, Ling Xiao had no choice but to place the Chaos Mother Worm into his spatial pouch. To his surprise, once the Chaos Mother Worm entered the spatial pouch, it automatically adhered to the Time Will Thousand Aspects Bodhi tree. Ling Xiao was instantly alarmed. This Bodhi tree was a divine object of chaos super divine quality. If the Chaos Mother Worm drained its energy, it would be a tremendous loss. However, when Ling Xiao attempted to detach it, he discovered they were in a remarkably symbiotic state. With that, Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. If they could coexist harmoniously, that would be splendid. He could nourish them together later. In the War of the Sons of God, Ling Xiao reaped substantial rewards. The celestial egg was the greatest gain. And he also indirectly acquired the Chaos Mother Worm. Additionally, there was the Dragon Pearl obtained from the Cold Pool Dragon Palace. As Ling Xiao took out the Dragon Pearl, the little dragon within him became ecstatic, flailing about in excitement, exhibiting an intense craving. You desire this? Ling Xiao summoned the Little Thunder Dragon. As soon as it appeared, it coiled around Ling Xiao's arm, gazing pitifully at the cold Dragon Pearl. Ling Xiao focused his gaze. Extreme Cold Dragon Pearl, a Millennium Dragon Pearl cultivated within a 10,000-year dragon clam, containing the essence of a true dragon. Upon seeing this, Ling Xiao suddenly understood. It was infused with the essence of a true dragon. No wonder the Little Thunder Dragon adored it so much. After a moment's contemplation, Ling Xiao directly offered it to the Little Thunder Dragon. Although it was not a bound target, nurturing it would still prove advantageous. Most importantly, it had a powerful father. When they eventually met, Ling Xiao would surely benefit from the good graces of the father upon witnessing how well he had cared for his son. Once the Little Thunder Dragon obtained the Dragon Pearl, it eagerly swallowed it whole. The next moment, an aura of extreme cold enveloped the Little Thunder Dragon entirely. Astonishingly, it grew at a visibly rapid pace. Originally measuring 3 to 4 decimeters in length, it had now grown to over 2 meters. Its dark scales glistened with vitality, and horns sprouted from its head, making it resemble a true dragon even more. If it continued to grow at this rate, it might one day transform from a dragon into a true dragon. Furthermore, the Little Thunder Dragon could now articulate human speech, making communication vastly more convenient. Thank you, Big Brother. The little thunder dragon exclaimed in a voice reminiscent of a 6 or 7-year-old boy. "You little rascal!" Ling Xiao chuckled. "If there is nothing else, I shall return to care for little sugar." With that, the little thunder dragon prepared to depart, but Ling Xiao quickly stopped it. "You call me big brother? While little sugar calls me father, and you refer to her as sister. Isn't that muddling the hierarchy? What should I do? I already have a father." The little thunder dragon replied, feeling aggrieved. "How about this, you can call me master." "Master." The little thunder dragon obediently responded. "All right then. Return and take good care of little sugar," Ling Xiao instructed. "All right." The little thunder dragon transformed into a flash of light and entered Ling Xiao's heart. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Xiao hurriedly checked its attributes. To his astonishment, he was taken aback. Name: Thunder Dragon, Affection Level, 90, Strength, Spirit Infant Realm, Growth, Young Dragon, 20, Full Value Evolution into True Dragon, Technique, Inherited Thunder Roar. Inherited Rift Claw, he had unexpectedly gained another inherited spiritual technique. Ling Xiao felt a rush of surprise. He could hardly wait to see the little thunder dragon demonstrate its abilities. "Try using that Rift Claw and let me see its power." "Master, this Rift Claw doesn't possess much attack power, it merely allows for the rending of space for teleportation. Currently, I can control it within a range of about 1,000 meters. Ling Xiao's brows furrowed in intrigue. This reminded him of an anime he had once watched, where a dragon tribe possessed this ability, using it to summon deep-sea monsters, causing significant destruction. "Can you use this ability while inside me?" "I should be able to," the little thunder dragon pondered. The next moment, a rift appeared before Ling Xiao, as if the very fabric of space had been torn. A fissure spanning over a meter emerged, revealing the scenery outside the room. Ling Xiao stepped through and found himself instantly outside the door. "Excellent." Ling Xiao nodded in satisfaction. With this ability, the little thunder dragon could assist him without needing to emerge. Although this skill was not as effective as his divine bone teleportation, it could bypass obstacles and catch enemies off guard. "All right, you may rest now," Ling Xiao reassured the little thunder dragon before returning to his room. He then closed his eyes to cultivate, his thoughts transcending space to connect with another realm, the Ling Tian battle domain. At this moment, within the Ling Tian battle domain, the spirit infant explosion had finally subsided, allowing the avatar created from it to regain mobility. Looking around, the surroundings lay in ruins, reduced to a desolate wasteland. Remarkably, Ling Xiao's spirit infant explosion avatar had survived. Chapter 62, The Generous Gift from Tang Wanxian, Immortal Bone and Supreme Bone. At this moment, Ling Xiao was in awe of the formidable power of the ice and fire divine body. In the earlier explosion, he quickly encased himself in ice using the ice and fire divine body while simultaneously operating the supreme body refinement technique, the diamond dominance technique. From the Ling Tian sacred land, this technique had been cultivated by Ling Xiao to the 8th layer, boasting astonishing defensive capabilities, impervious even to spiritual weapons. With the dual protection, he astonishingly withstood the damage from the self-detonation of the two foes' spiritual infants. Surveying the chaotic surroundings, Ling Xiao emerged from the ruins, only to discover that the two adversaries had been reduced to mere fragments. The self-detonation of a spiritual infant was a force to be reckoned with, even for those in the Dharma aspect realm. At that moment, a pink luminescence caught his eye, startling him into alertness. This pink glow was all too familiar. It had once shielded him when he used the heavy eye technique to slay Tang Wanxian. He recalled that this entity was referred to as Lord Tianwu by Tang Wanxian, suggesting it was either a person or an intelligent being. Cautiously, Ling Xiao approached and discovered that the pink radiance was entwined with a severed half of a body, which he recognized to be Tang Wanxian's corpse. Although the body lay lifeless, the spiritual infant remained unharmed. In the path of cultivation, reaching the spiritual infant realm meant that even if the physical form was destroyed, survival was still possible as long as the spiritual infant persisted. Suddenly, a voice filled with terror broke the silence. "Why you haven't perished yet?" Turning to investigate, he beheld a small spiritual infant encapsulated within the pink glow, Tang Wanxian's very own spiritual infant. "This is impossible. 2 spiritual infant realm experts self-destruct. And yet your physical form remains intact? Tang Wanqian would never have imagined that Ling Xiao not only survived but still retained his corporeal form. It was widely known that such a close-range explosion would spell doom for any spiritual infant. The reason his spiritual infant survived was due to the protection afforded by Lord Tianwu. Without it, his spiritual infant would have been annihilated entirely. Unbelievable. You truly are an indomitable cockroach, managing to keep your spiritual infant alive. Ling Xiao declared, seizing the spiritual infant in his grasp, rendering its fate entirely within his control. Fortunately, his avatar had evaded destruction, otherwise, given this fellow's fortune, he might have continued to exist within the Ling Tian battle domain, recuperating over millennia and potentially returning to exact revenge. Alternatively, he could have unearthed some treasure within this realm, allowing him not only to survive but to thrive, re-emerging for vengeance after several years. Such scenarios were certainly plausible. Yet, there was no escape for this individual from Ling Xiao's grasp. Lord Tianwu, save me! Tang Wanqian cried out in desperation. However, the so-called Lord Tianwu had succumbed to unconsciousness during the battle with Ling Xiao. The only reason he was still under protection was due to the residual energy that lingered. Now, it seems no one can rescue you, Ling Xiao proclaimed, crushing Tang Wanqian's spiritual infant with a single hand. Thus, Tang Wanqian met his end at Ling Xiao's hands. Yet, the pink glow enveloping Tang Wanqian's spiritual infant lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. Just then, a flash of golden light flickered in Ling Xiao's eyes. His heavy eye activated. He discerned a small pink rabbit nestled within the pink radiance, deep in slumber. What on earth was this creature? Ling Xiao pondered, observing the diminutive pink rabbit, which could even withstand his heavy eye. Its power must undoubtedly be formidable. At that moment, Ling Xiao sensed the energy of the pink glow rapidly waning. If he did not act swiftly, it would vanish completely. Although this entity belonged to Tang Wanqian, the nature of their connection remained a mystery. Driven by curiosity, Ling Xiao slightly opened his mouth and inhaled, drawing the essence into his abdomen for cultivation. Indeed, once this entity entered his body, the pink energy ceased its dissipation. Having completed this, Ling Xiao glanced around and aimlessly began to search. Suddenly, a flash of light caught his attention, causing him to widen his eyes in astonishment. The supreme bone. To his surprise, he had stumbled upon a supreme bone right here. However, he quickly recalled the origin of this bone. Rumor had it that Tang Wanqian possessed one within him as well. If all went according to expectations, this was the very bone. Ling Xiao immediately approached and, amid a pile of flesh, unearthed a uniquely shaped supreme bone. Upon closer inspection, he could not help but raise an eyebrow. Name, 28 Spider Spear Bone, Level, Supreme Bone, Effect, Spider Spear Stab, 16 sharp spider spear tips on either side. Laced with potent poison. Blue Spider Silver Thread, the 16 spider spears can simultaneously launch a multitude of resilient spider threads to ensnare enemies. This supreme bone was the very one that had ensnared Huang Linger and Du Honglian. Ling Xiao swiftly absorbed it. In the next instant, 8 spider spears extended from each side of his back, making him resemble a Spider-Man. Moreover, they possessed immense strength. After a few movements, Ling Xiao realized that with the aid of these 16 spider spears, he could traverse any terrain with ease, scaling even the most daunting cliffs without difficulty. They also provided formidable offensive capabilities, immensely aiding him in combat. Excellent! Ling Xiao declared, satisfied as he stowed it away. Just as he prepared to depart, a fleeting shadow of darkness caught his eye. Intrigued, he approached and was instantly delighted to find a storage ring alongside a black, dragon scale-like bone. If his assumptions were correct, this storage ring belonged to Tang Wanqian, a member of the Beastmaster sect with deep ties to the Monster Kingdom. Surely, it contained numerous treasures. As for the other black bone, Ling Xiao curiously picked it up. To his astonishment, upon closer inspection, he realized it was an immortal bone. Tang Wanqian possessed an immortal bone. Ling Xiao was taken aback and began to examine it. Name, Black Gold Dragon Bone, Level, Immortal Bone, Effect, Black Gold True Dragon Form, transform into a Black Gold True Dragon, possessing immense strength. True Dragon Supremacy, as the foremost among the top-tier demon clan of the Monster Kingdom, it exerts a powerful dominance over all beasts,
enhancing any attack on them by 50. Black Gold Dragon Roar emits a dragon's roar, inflicting significant sonic damage and embodying a potent soul attack. Chapter 63, The Beast Mastery Soul Spell, another piece of celestial bone. At this moment, Ling Xiao found himself at a loss for words to describe his feelings.
Tang Wanxian, oh Tang Wanxian, how deeply I adore you. If Tang Wanxian were to hear this,
he would likely be so enraged that he would bleed from all 7 orifices.
How could one commit such an act of treachery?
To have sacrificed not only a piece of supreme bone but also a piece of celestial bone for Ling Xiao. After absorbing these treasures,
Ling Xiao eagerly opened Tang Wanxian's storage ring. With Wanxian deceased, the soul mark on the ring was effortlessly dispelled by Ling Xiao. In an instant,
he entered the storage ring, and his gaze was met with a dazzling array of spiritual light.
Countless top-tier spirit stones were piled high, numbering in the millions.
Alongside them were several treasure boxes. As Ling Xiao examined these boxes one by one, he discovered they contained not only top-grade elixirs but also rare spiritual herbs,
all of exceptional quality.
Additionally, he stumbled upon a celestial level technique and several heavenly level techniques.
The Beast Mastery Soul Spell. This was the inherited technique of the Beast Master sect.
After the fierce battle with Ouyang Bo, Ling Xiao had garnered some understanding of the Beast Master sect, a once glorious faction that had flourished a millennium ago,
rivaling the mighty Ling Tian sacred land.
However, it had fallen victim to slander, accused of colluding with the demon nation, leading to its eradication by other sections. This technique was the very foundation that had allowed them to become formidable beings.
To his astonishment, this invaluable spell was now in the possession of Tang Wanxian. Without hesitation,
Ling Xiao began to peruse the spell. Shortly thereafter, he received the system's approval and mastered the Beast Mastery Soul Spell. This system not only facilitated the return of resources but also recorded information about various entities in a data-driven manner.
Before long,
the information about the Beast Mastery Soul Spell appeared on Ling Xiao's attribute panel.
Name, Beast Mastery Soul Spell, Level, Celestial, Effect, Supreme Method for controlling beasts.
Utilizing blood essence and soul incantations to command myriad creatures for one's own use. The spell is divided into 2 parts. The first part refines the spirit and soul, while the second part teaches the mastery of the Beast Mastery Soul Spell.
Surveying his surroundings, Ling Xiao's eyes gleamed with excitement.
With this technique,
could he not command all the beasts within the Ling Tian battle domain?
Given the vast expanse of the domain, if he could control these creatures, they could assist him in uncovering hidden secrets or treasures within.
Time seemed to stand still within the battle domain, and without haste,
Ling Xiao began to cultivate the remaining heavenly level techniques. Even more unexpectedly, he discovered a technique specifically designed for soul attacks.
Should he master it,
he would no longer need to worry upon entering the soul ruins. The celestial techniques he found included the Great Desolate Listening Palm, the Heavenly Fire Transformation,
and the soul attack technique, Heart-Piercing Soul Spell. Though the Great Desolate Listening Palm was a heavenly level skill, its power at peak mastery would rival that of ordinary celestial techniques.
The Heavenly Fire Transformation required fire attribute spiritual energy to activate, allowing the user to instantly ascend 3 minor realms.
The stronger the fire attribute energy,
the more pronounced the effect. If one were to enhance it with the chaotic heavenly fire, its power would double, potentially allowing for a rise of up to 9 minor realms. It was as if this technique had been specially prepared for Ling Xiao, who possessed an abundance of chaotic heavenly fire. Combining 3 types of chaotic heavenly fire with the Heavenly Fire Transformation, he pondered what heights his power could reach. As for the heart-piercing soul spell, it required a brief preparation time, but its power was fearsome. If struck, both body and soul would be pierced through, leaving no escape even for a spiritual infant. Furthermore, Ling Xiao discovered a token within the storage ring. This token resembled the thunder token he had previously found on the 9th Thunder Mountain, belonging to the esteemed Thunder Sovereign.
Its purpose remained unclear, but a quick scan with the system left him astounded. Demon Nation Dragon Child Token, Black Gold Dragon Clan of the Demon Nation. A Dragon Child token that commands myriad beasts. Remembering the Black Gold Dragon Bone, Ling Xiao speculated that Tang Wanxian must indeed be of the Demon Nation,
as one could not possess such a token without such ties. Previously in his haste, he had neglected to examine the Thunder token from the Thunder Sovereign.
What mystery might it hold? With that thought, he promptly retrieved the Thunder Token. Thunder Pavilion Elder Token. Holding this token allows one to command the disciples of the Thunder Pavilion. It was indeed the Elder Token of the Thunder Pavilion. Could it be that the Nine Thunder Sovereign was an elder of the Thunder Pavilion? Ling Xiao was filled with astonishment. The Thunder Pavilion was a renowned entity within the Central Divine Region, a place of great significance. The Tianwu continent was divided into several regions: the Eastern Sea, the Southern Celestial Domain, the Western Demon Nation, the Northern Frozen Wasteland, and the Central Divine Region. The Central Divine Region was vast and prosperous, surpassing the other four regions combined, serving as the heart of the continent. Its major powers were categorized into 1 land, 2 sects, 3 clans, and 4 pavilions. The land was the ancient sacred land, a dominion with a legacy spanning millions of years. The 2 sects were Ling Xiao sect and Tianyan Dao sect. The 3 clans were the 3 eternal families, the Yi, the Xiao, and the Chen families. Finally, the 4 pavilions were the Thunder Pavilion, Wind and Cloud Pavilion, 5 Elements Pavilion, and Yin Yang Pavilion. If the 9 Thunder Sovereign belonged to the Thunder Pavilion, Ling Xiao resolved that he must visit the Thunder Pavilion when he eventually ventured into the Central Divine Region. After all, he had received the 9 Thunder Sovereign's teachings and was, in a sense, his disciple. Presenting this token to the Thunder Pavilion might yield unexpected rewards. The Ling Tian battle domain had always existed as an independent world created solely for the battle of the divine sons of the Ling Tian sacred land. One could only wonder if there were any treasures left behind by ancestors within. The next opening of the battle domain was a millennium away. Since he was merely a clone remaining here, he saw no harm in allowing this clone to thoroughly explore the domain for any hidden secrets. The following morning, as the celestial cranes danced upon Yunxiao Peak, Jilan knocked on Ling Xiao's door. Throughout the night, Ling Xiao had been in constant communication with his clone within the Ling Tian battle domain. By dawn, he had mastered the celestial level beast mastery soul spell and the 3 heavenly level techniques. Not only that, but he had also utilized the system space to extract all the items from Tang Wanxian's storage ring. Moreover, he had fed all the true essences of the demon beasts gathered from the Divine Sun battle to the Time Wolf 1000-aspect Bodhi tree. Remarkably, the Chaos Mother Bug, which had been parasitically residing within the Bodhi tree, had also recovered from its state of hunger. These two were truly voracious. Thousands of demon beast essences were swiftly digested without so much as a burp. Chapter 64, The Search for Legacy on the Journey to the Ling Tian Ancestral Land. The little Lei Jiao suddenly asked, trembling with trepidation, "Master, why do I suddenly feel an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from you? I feel quite frightened being within your body." With a slight smile, Ling Xiao explained, "I have absorbed a fragment of the black gold dragon bone celestial essence. There is no need for concern. Indeed, it is the black gold dragon bone. That is the only true dragon of the demon kingdom." Little Lei Jiao's eyes widened in shock. However, upon realizing that this was a fortuitous acquisition of Ling Xiao's, it settled down. Although the pressure from the depths of its soul persisted, the essence of the true dragon would hasten its evolution, acting as a potent catalyst for its presence within Ling Xiao. The Ling Tian ancestral land lies in the rear mountain, a forbidden zone of the Ling Tian sacred land, where entry is strictly prohibited. Deep within these mountains lie the remains of countless former powerhouses of the Ling Tian sacred land, including many past saints and elders. Only those who have made remarkable contributions to the Ling Tian sacred land are worthy of eternal rest here. Ling Yuntian led the 18 elders, gathering the top 10 from the Divine Sun battle at this location. With a solemn expression, he admonished, "You are the elite of the new generation of the Ling Tian sacred land, having distinguished yourselves through the Divine Sun battle. Now, the Ling Tian ancestral land is open to you. Once inside, I hope you can find a suitable legacy. Within the Ling Tian ancestral land, remnants of the spirits of the ancestors linger. Only by defeating them can one obtain the corresponding legacy. However, you must remember, the ancestral spirits possess only combat consciousness. If you find yourselves at a disadvantage, retreat immediately, or your lives may be at stake. Your first task is to select a legacy that suits you. There are countless ancestral coffins here, each inscribed with information regarding the legacy and identity of its occupant. Once chosen, you may enter with the power of your soul to confront the ancestral spirits." Understood. The 14 replied in unison. The 10 who advanced in the Divine Sun battle included Chang Yilin, Lei Zhengu, Jin Zibei, and Gu Xingli, who, as Ling Yuntian's direct disciples, naturally had the privilege of entering the ancestral land first. With a wave of his hand, Ling Yuntian slowly opened the restrictions of the ancestral land, revealing a dark passageway. The 14 entered in succession. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves within a vast and pitch-black cavern, surrounded by an array of coffins. Upon entering, they did not hasten to select their legacies but instead turned their gazes toward Ling Xiao. The reason was simple: Ling Xiao had undeniably become their pillar of support. His identity as the Divine Sun beyond question. The 13 positioned themselves around Ling Xiao, slightly misaligned, presenting a formidable front. With a gesture, Ling Xiao instructed, "Go and choose your respective legacies, but remember the words of the Sacred Lord, do not force anything. The Ling Tian Sacred Land is on the verge of unification. And you are the future stalwarts of the Sacred Land. I hope you can put aside past grievances and unite as one, do you understand?" "Yes. Thank you, Divine Sun," they all exclaimed in unison. Immediately, the group dispersed, beginning their search for legacies. Ling Xiao surveyed the surroundings and noticed that Gu Xingli and the others had not hurried away, with Du Honglian among them. "Master has mentioned that the more powerful legacies are often found deeper within. Let us venture further," Ling Xiao suggested, leading a few of them onward. Along the way, he offered individual guidance. "Xingli, you possess celestial bones, try to select a legacy infused with the power of the stars. Second junior brother, you wield the righteous sword energy. You should be quite familiar with this. Third junior brother, having attained saintliness through your physical form, seek the legacies of those who cultivated physical refinement. Fourth junior brother, despite your mastery of the path of wealth, Master has indicated that you lack self-protection ability, so seek out simpler legacies." Turning to Du Honglian, he continued, "As for you, Honglian, you possess the celestial transformation fire. I have a list here for you, detailing the ancestors who once held the celestial transformation fire legacies." "Thank you. Thank you, Divine Sun." Du Honglian gratefully accepted the list. At that moment, Du Honglian's favorability level, 5, detected that the host has gifted the bound target Du Honglian a legacy list, triggering the return mechanism. The bound target's favorability is now 90, with a return quantity and multiplier of 90 times. Detected that the host possesses one 10,000-fold return card, 8 1,000-fold return cards, and 3,100-fold return cards. Would you like to use one of these return cards for this occasion? Is a return possible? Ling Xiao was quite taken aback. Noting the 3,100-fold return cards available, he promptly utilized one. Return successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the highest and most suitable legacy information from the Ling Tian ancestral land. Hearing the voice in his mind, a red dot immediately materialized before Ling Xiao's eyes, indicating the location of the highest legacy. "I found it." Just then, Du Honglian exclaimed. Ling Xiao turned to look and saw her standing before a redwood coffin, her face alight with barely contained excitement. He hurried over to examine the information inscribed on it. 9th generation Sacred Lord of the Ling Tian Sacred Land, ancestor of heavenly fire, once possessed one of the 8 great celestial fires, the primordial burning heavenly rage flame. Excellent. Ling Xiao nodded in satisfaction. This primordial burning heavenly rage flame is remarkably similar to your red lotus fury. It should suit you perfectly. Thank you so much, Ling Xiao. Du Honglian's face flushed a deep crimson, her heart racing like a wild deer. There's no need for such formalities. By the way, have your masters agreed to join the Ling Tian Sacred Land? Ling Xiao seized the opportunity to inquire. At this, Du Honglian lowered her head. My master said that our Xian Nu sect has always only accepted female disciples. Unless the Ling Tian Sacred Land grants us a separate peak, allowing us to recruit followers in the way of the Xian Nu sect, we would be willing to join. I see, Ling Xiao replied, somewhat hesitant. Once we return, I will discuss this with my master. If your Xian Nu sect were to transform into the Fairy Peak and join the Ling Tian Sacred Land, we would certainly welcome you. Really? Du Honglian exclaimed in delight. I will inform my master immediately. If we could stay, that would be truly wonderful. Indeed. In the future, we can cultivate together. Ling Xiao remarked. That's fantastic. Hearing that she could train alongside Ling Xiao, Du Honglian was filled with exuberance. But what if your fiancée is unwilling? Haha, should we become fellow disciples in the future, what would that matter? Ling Xiao replied casually. Then I shall enter first. With that, Du Honglian transformed into a beam of light and dove into the coffin. Ling Xiao then noticed that Chang Yilan and the others had also found their suitable legacies. Observing this, he promptly followed the guidance in his mind and made his way to the innermost depths of the ancestral land. Chapter 65, All means exhausted. The ancestral land sprawled vast and boundless, resembling a realm of shadows. Upon entering, one is greeted by an overwhelming sight of countless coffins, stacked in layers, akin to a silent forest of tombstones. Various types of coffins are displayed here: stone, bronze, and those crafted from dark wood. Each coffin's surface is encrusted with dark green corrosion. Ling Xiao tread upon a ground littered with bones, grayish powder swirling in the chilling breeze, rising to brush against the hem of his dark garments. As he ventured deeper, the inscriptions on the coffins became increasingly worn and indistinct, ravaged by the passage of time. Some coffin lids lay askew, revealing half-buried arm bones, their fingers tightly clutching rusted bronze artifacts. When Ling Xiao's luminous pearl illuminated the 781st row of coffins, the decayed Nanmu would finally succumb to the weight, crashing down. This was the spot. Ling Xiao's gaze fixed upon the flickering crimson mark in his consciousness. The heavy wooden coffin, pierced by 9 obsidian chains, was askew amidst the mound of bones, its lid marked with deep scratches as if made by desperate fingers. Ling Xiao approached, not hastening to examine the coffin's details, but gently brushing away the accumulated dust, only to feel a viscous substance beneath his fingertips. It was dark golden corpse wax seeping from the coffin's crevices, gleaming amber under the moonlight. First-generation Grand Elder of Ling Tian Sacred Land, Elder Mu Gu. Ling Xiao scraped away the rust from the plaque with his sleeve knife, sparks flying as the blade grazed the bronze. Upon reading the inscription about entering the Tao with supreme bones, a resonant thunder echoed from within the coffin, sending tingles through his palm. The obsidian chains entwined around the coffin stirred autonomously, their rings clashing with a wailing shriek reminiscent of anguished spirits. Ling Xiao murmured the contents, his heart resolute. Since this was guidance from the system, it must be of the highest caliber, perfectly attuned to his path. With this thought, he hesitated not and plunged into the depths. The skeletal realm unfolding before him left him breathless. As he gazed out, the vast expanse of the world was constructed entirely from bones. Towering mountains of bones rose and fell, while a sea of swirling white bones flowed through the valleys, painting the landscape in a ghastly pale hue. The air was thick with the stench of decay, each breath seemingly infused with the essence of death. A faint, mournful wailing echoed near his ears, as if the skeletons were recounting ancient tales, or perhaps the land itself was whispering its enigmatic lament, sending chills down his spine and enveloping him in an atmosphere of demise. Just as Ling Xiao was taken aback by this world of bones, a figure emerged atop a distant bone mountain. Ling Xiao focused his gaze, channeling his divine bone power, and in an instant, stood before the elder. Whom? The elder appeared ethereal, as if he might dissipate at any moment. He uttered a sound of surprise and swiftly turned to face Ling Xiao. Divine bone? He immediately recognized the ability Ling Xiao had just employed. Who dares approach? The elder commanded, and in an instant, countless skulls within this skeletal realm reverberated, shaking Ling Xiao's very soul. Ling Tian Sacred Land, the 983rd generation disciple, the current holy son, victor of the divine child war, Ling Xiao, pays respects to the Grand Elder Mu Gu. Ling Xiao promptly knelt, speaking earnestly. Oh! Elder Mu Gu's interest was piqued. He had not anticipated that Ling Tian Sacred Land had flourished to the 983rd generation. He sighed, I wonder what the world outside is like. Do not be concerned, esteemed elder. Under the decree of Ling Tian Sacred Land, over 100 sects have submitted, ushering in an era of peace. Ling Xiao recounted the recent events of Ling Tian Sacred Land to Elder Mu Gu. Good, good, good. Elder Mu Gu nodded repeatedly. Indeed, indeed. After this, he looked at Ling Xiao with admiration. It seems our Ling Tian Sacred Land is destined to astonish the entirety of Tianwu continent once more. You, young one, possess divine bones, a divine body, and within you lie several pieces of immortal bones and supreme bones. No wonder you were able to find your way here. I humbly request guidance from you, esteemed elder. I will not disappoint your expectations and shall lead Ling Tian's sacred land to prosperity. Let me see what strength you possess, worthy of receiving my legacy." As he spoke, the entire skeletal realm began to shift. Ling Xiao was taken aback, quickly summoning the wind thunder breaking sky shuttle to ascend into the air. As he looked up, his mouth fell agape in astonishment. The bone mountains began to coalesce, transforming in the blink of an eye into towering bone beasts. Most importantly, Ling Xiao observed that the bones here had all transformed into supreme bones, radiating diverse luminescence, each hue indicative of a different grade of bone. The ground was littered with supreme bones, interspersed with colorful immortal bones and countless divine bones. Ling Xiao found himself at a loss for words to describe the scene before him. If all these bones were supreme, merely taking a few out could cement his reputation across the world. Boom! At that moment, the colossal bone beast raised a leg akin to a towering pillar and stomped down upon Ling Xiao. Before he could evade, the ground erupted with numerous bone chains, ensnaring him. 82 Spider Spear. Manifest! Ling Xiao shouted, and 16 spider spears sprang forth from his back. With swift motions, the spears cleaved through the encroaching chains. Excellent, excellent! Just as Ling Xiao reveled in the might of the 82 spider spears, the gigantic bone beast opened its maw, unleashing a barrage of bone spikes that rained down upon him with blinding speed. Little Thunder Jiao, tear the sky claw! Here it comes! The little Thunder Jiao within him tensed, raising its dragon claw to rend the space before them. Ling Xiao plunged into the breach. Countless bone spikes pierced the ground, creating a shockwave that extended hundreds of meters. Ling Xiao was inwardly astonished. With such an attack, none among the 14 who had entered, save for himself, could hope to evade. At that moment, Ling Xiao found himself on the back of the bone beast, and the 16 spider spears swiftly carved a gaping hole into its flesh. This won't do. The 82 spider spears excel in close combat, but this beast is too large to inflict any real damage. With a thunderous roar, Black Gold Dragon Bone, true form of the Black Gold Dragon, Ling Xiao transformed into a colossal black dragon stretching 1,000 meters in length. The spectral white light of death illuminated the ebony scales of the Black Gold Dragon, reflecting an awe-inspiring majesty. Black Gold Dragon Bone, true form of the Black Gold Dragon. A resounding dragon's roar erupted from Ling Xiao, sending the towering bone beast staggering backward, finally collapsing onto the ground. Boom! The entire skeletal realm quaked in response. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Xiao offered no respite to his opponent. Great Wilderness Truth-Seeking Palm. With a mighty shout, the skeletal clouds parted, and a colossal hand descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the massive bone beast. Chapter 66, Refining One's Own Celestial Bones. Crack. Crash. The colossal bone beast shattered into fragments in an instant. The figure of the elder Mu Gu reappeared atop a towering bone mountain. Shortly thereafter, this very mountain began to tremble once more, transforming into a gigantic bone bird that swooped down towards Ling Xiao. Again? Ling Xiao felt exasperated. Very well. Let me show you this. His gaze intensified as he summoned the Nine Heavens Thunderclap Kunping, manifesting in its majestic form, the great rock spreading its wings. The entire space was engulfed in darkness. The immense bird, carrying an unparalleled pressure, swiftly tore the bone bird apart. Very good. The bone bird disintegrated into countless fragments, raining down like bone shards. Elder Mu Gu gazed at Ling Xiao, his smile growing ever more satisfied. Yet, the spectacle was not over. The entire skeletal realm began to ripple with azure waves. The bone mountain melted into water, transforming into a vast bone sea. Once more? Ling Xiao was taken aback, for the undulating bone sea, under Elder Mu Gu's control, surged with towering waves, crashing the rock into its depths. The bone sea boiled, and the rock was swiftly eroded to nothingness. This is infuriating. Ling Xiao erupted in fury. The Nine Heavens Thunderclap Kunping transformed into a behemoth that stirred the ocean tides. With a gaping maw, the colossal creature devoured the tumultuous waters of the sea. Excellent. Elder Mu Gu reappeared, his gaze towards Ling Xiao increasingly approving. 2 supreme bones, 2 celestial bones, and 1 unabsorbed divine bone, all wielded with such mastery, young man. You possess talent. However, should you pass this final trial, you shall inherit my legacy. As his words faded, the semi-transparent figure of Elder Mugu began to solidify. He transformed into a skeleton radiating golden light, exuding an aura of terror that Ling Xiao had never encountered even from his master, Ling Yuntian, whose strength had reached the pinnacle of the realm. The golden skeleton before him was at least at the level of a celestial king. Boy, unleash all your abilities and give it a try. The golden skeleton's hollow voice echoed. Even if you fail the trial, I shall reward you with a divine bone. Is that so? Ling Xiao's eyes ignited with fervor. If one could receive a divine bone without passing the trial, what would be the reward for success? Having comprehended the power of the divine bone, he knew he must give it his all. As he contemplated, the golden skeleton surged forward like a beam of golden light. Its speed was so great that even with the divine bone's teleportation ability, Ling Xiao could not evade. Boom! He crashed into a bone mountain. The impact caving in his chest, causing him to spit out blood, his face contorted in pain. What ferocity! Ling Xiao was astonished, but before he could recover, the golden skeleton struck again. With his ice-fire divine body at its peak, frigid air enveloped him, encasing him in a layer of crystalline ice. A massive ice shield materialized before him. Boom! Yet, the hastily formed shield shattered like parchment. With the diamond body technique activated, Ling Xiao was once again slammed into the bone mountain. Fortunately, the shield had softened the blow, allowing him to endure. However, before he could catch his breath, Elder Mugu assaulted him once more, declaring, "If you wish to tread the path of divine bones, the true realm lies in refining your very bones into divine bones, not relying on external ones. I have traversed the world for millennia, achieving this by refining all my bones into celestial bones." Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao experienced an epiphany. It became clear that every bone in Elder Mugu's body, from head to toe, was a celestial bone, with several distinctly colored ones evidently being divine bones. How could this be achieved? Ling Xiao was astonished and perplexed, but now was not the time for such thoughts, as Elder Mugu charged at him once more. With the divine bone shadow technique, Ling Xiao swiftly dodged to the distance. This time, his evasion was timely, but Elder Mugu, almost instantaneously, turned to attack again. The speed of his strikes had increased exponentially. In a moment of desperation, Ling Xiao summoned the assistance of the Little Thunder Flood Dragon. "Crack the sky's claws!" he exclaimed, realizing that even a glance towards the distance would not suffice to escape. Only with the aid of the Little Thunder Flood Dragon could he narrowly evade the impending strikes. However, with this help, Ling Xiao seized the fleeting moments to retaliate. He drew the Nine Heavens Thunder Sword and unleashed his most formidable divine technique. The Nine Heavens Thunder Slaughter. Chapter 67, The Legacy of the Elder of Bones. A resounding rumble echoed as golden thunder, as thick as a bowl, cascaded from the heavens, wreaking havoc in the world of bones. Yet, the Elder of Bones moved with such swiftness that, despite the immense destructive power of the Nine Heavens' divine thunder, it could not inflict even the slightest harm upon him. Instead, he used this opportunity to close the distance once more. The 9 transformations of the celestial deity. Ling Xiao possessed an abundance of combat experience. Upon sensing the impending assault, he instinctively unleashed the celestial grade technique, the 9 transformations of the celestial deity, taught by Ling Yun. This technique bore a resemblance to the profound mysteries of the 3 Xian transformations of heavenly fire, allowing for a temporary enhancement of strength and the ability to instantaneously create 9 avatars, each possessing the same power as the original, albeit for a limited duration. Moreover, Ling Xiao could teleport between these 9 avatars. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the Elder of Bones shattered one of the avatars. Following this, with the force of thunder, he obliterated 7 more. Just as he charged towards the original, Ling Xiao seized the moment to roar towards the heavens, heavenly fire of creation. Extreme cold ice flame, celestial thunder sword flame, rage of the red lotus, 3 Xian transformations of heavenly fire, break for me. Boom! 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 In an instant, Ling Xiao's aura surged as if erupting from a geyser, breaking through the limits of the Dharma aspect and reaching the realm of the ultimate path. The sudden influx of power instilled a sense of composure within Ling Xiao. Elder of Bones, you are ultimately but a wisp of lingering soul. It is time to end this.
At that moment, Ling Xiao realized that upon reaching the realm of the ultimate path, his perception of all things transformed dramatically. The adage "a mountain is not a mountain, and water is not water" rang true as he discerned the Elder of Bones' vulnerabilities. Awakening the double pupils. A dazzling golden light flickered in his eyes, and the vast silhouette of dual pupils manifested behind him. A stream of golden light enveloped the Elder of Bones instantly. The dream sea of the double pupils. In the next moment, the Elder of Bones vanished, replaced by an expansive, boundless starry sky. This was the dream sea conjured by the double pupils. Countless pairs of double pupils suddenly began to weave tales. These luminous eyes reflected the myriad events from the Elder of Bones' life. In that year, a youth with broken bones emerged from the mountains. In that year, he wielded his own leg bones as swords, vanquishing all prodigies. In that year, he obtained his first piece of supreme bone. At 18, he comprehended his unique divine refinement bone technique, refining his own leg bones into what became his first supreme bone. By 30, he was hailed as the foremost youth, reaching the ultimate path and refining all his bones into supreme bones, earning the title of the Supreme Bone Emperor. All these past events materialized within Ling Xiao's double pupils. The Elder of Bones beheld it all, entranced. Simultaneously, the golden light enveloping the Elder began to fade. For Ling Xiao had discovered that within this sea of bones, the Elder of Bones was in an invulnerable state. Only by isolating him could he be defeated. As the golden light dissipated, the bones of the Elder transformed into a pile of withered remnants, descending into the sea of bones, indistinguishable from one another. When the Elder of Bones reappeared, his translucent form bore a glimmer of tears in his eyes. "Child. Thank you." His voice trembled as he deeply bowed to Ling Xiao, his junior. "Senior, you flatter me." Ling Xiao rushed forward to assist, but his hands merely passed through the Elder's translucent form. Suddenly, a stream of light erupted from the Elder's being infused into Ling Xiao. Alongside it, a golden bone also emerged from the Elder's being, embedding itself within Ling Xiao. "Child, I have imparted the divine refinement bone technique to you. Cultivate it diligently. Furthermore, I bestow upon you a piece of divine bone from within me. Hoping you can surpass me and achieve the state of refining all your bones into divine bones." The legacy of the Elder of Bones took form within Ling Xiao. In an instant, he grasped the so-called divine refinement bone technique. "This divine bone is a piece of skull I have condensed within me. I have thoroughly erased my consciousness, allowing you to absorb it directly," the Elder of Bones instructed. "Moreover, the cursed divine bone you possess can be liberated from its curse through my divine refinement bone technique, enabling its absorption. The profundities of the divine refinement bone technique are boundless, you must explore them step by step. I, a lingering soul, have traversed through the vast river of time, and meeting you is both my fortune and our destined connection. One day, we shall meet again." With those words, the translucent figure of the Elder of Bones gradually faded away. Boom! Following this, the entire skeletal world began to collapse and vanish. At that moment, a powerful force pulled Ling Xiao away from that realm. The scene shifted, revealing a dim and shadowy environment. Surveying his surroundings, Ling Xiao discovered he had returned to his ancestral land. Indeed, if I defeat the lingering souls here, I can acquire their legacies. If I enter one by one and vanquish them all, I shall obtain all their legacies. With this thought, Ling Xiao promptly approached the next bronze coffin and reached out to touch the tombstone, preparing to enter. Yet, unexpectedly, a powerful repelling force surged forth, sending him flying backward. It seemed each individual could only accept one legacy. Once obtained, no other legacies could be claimed. Disheartened, Ling Xiao rose to his feet and then sat down upon the ground. Delving into the so-called divine refinement bone technique and the other divine bone bestowed by the Elder of Bones. Name, Divine Refinement Bone Technique. Level, High-Grade Celestial. Effect, forge all bones in the body using divine soul essence and blood, transforming them into supreme bones, celestial bones, and even divine bones. Accompanying active celestial technique, divine bone annihilation, consolidating the powers of all supreme bones, celestial bones, and divine bones to inflict tremendous damage upon the target. What an astonishing technique! Ling Xiao felt a surge of excitement upon reading the description. Simultaneously,
After mastering the divine refinement bone technique, he sensed that the powers of his supreme bones, celestial bones, and the divine bone in his possession had significantly increased. Utilizing them felt as natural as breathing. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao took out the divine bone gifted by the Elder of Bones. Name: Divine Skull of the Elder of Bones. Level: Divine Sovereign Bone. Effect: Heaven-defying strike. The skull is the hardest bone in the body. Using it as a weapon inflicts immense damage upon the target. Sovereign Shield: ignores any attacks targeting the mind or soul. Ignore any soul attacks? Ling Xiao's excitement reached new heights at this revelation. If he ventured into the soul abyss realm, wouldn't he be invincible? How remarkable is this divine bone? Overwhelmed with enthusiasm, he began the process of absorption. With the Elder of Bones enhancement, Ling Xiao faced no resistance as he absorbed the divine bone, akin to drinking a sip of water. Once the absorption was complete, he suddenly heard a rustling sound behind him. Turning around, he discovered a shadowy figure stealthily weaving between the coffins, seemingly searching for something. Upon witnessing this, Ling Xiao swiftly nestled himself into a nearby coffin, quietly observing the unfolding scene. Chapter 68: The Rubbing of the Treasure Map. This individual is one of the 10 chosen ones. However, Ling Xiao knows little about him. Only that he hails from the Ling Mountain sect, a rising star in the realm. The man is seen rummaging among ancient coffins, his movements both hurried and cautious, as if in search of something of utmost importance. His eyes betray a mix of greed and determination, leaving no corner unexamined. Before long, his footsteps draw closer to Ling Xiao's position. Strange, how could it be missing? He murmurs, his voice tinged with confusion and reluctance. Ling Xiao, concealed in the shadows, observes intently through the crevice of a coffin and discovers that the man is clutching a map, its lines barely discernible in the dim light. This is the place. The man confirms, lowering his head once more and frantically searching within the coffin. Suddenly, a cry of exhilaration escapes him, echoing through the desolate burial ground. Ling Xiao peers again, but a towering coffin obstructs his view, leaving him only to see the man as silhouette. Straining to listen, Ling Xiao catches the sound of rustling, as if the man is shifting something. With no other option, he rises slowly, surrounded by an eerie silence. The man is entirely engrossed in his treasure hunt, oblivious to the changes around him. Employing the unique advantages of his ice-fire divine body, Ling Xiao suppresses his presence to the extent that even his master, Ling Yuntian, would struggle to sense him from such close proximity. Thus, when Ling Xiao stealthily approaches the man from behind, he remains oblivious. Peering down, Ling Xiao observes the man unceremoniously extracting the bones from an ancient coffin. It is common knowledge that each coffin seals the ancestral spirit. Typically, practitioners would enter to obtain their inheritance. Yet this individual deviates from convention, brutally exposing the ancestral remains to the air. Subsequently, the man retrieves an exquisite jade vial from his storage ring. The vial, entirely transparent, emits a faint glow in the dim surroundings, containing a swirling crimson liquid that appears particularly sinister. The moment he uncorks the vial, a strong scent of blood assaults Ling Xiao, causing him to frown in disgust. The man then gradually pours the blood-like liquid over the ancestral remains. At that instant, an unexpected transformation occurs. The once tranquil burial ground is engulfed in a fierce red light, radiating an aura of mystery and danger. From the bones, thick crimson smoke begins to rise, swirling and coalescing into a half-beast, half-human apparition in mid-air. Ling Xiao is taken aback, realizing that the man has summoned the ancestral spirit without adhering to the conventional method of inheritance. Respected ancestor of the Wind Shadow Thunder Leopard, I am your loyal descendant, the man declares with fervor. Our clan faces an unprecedented crisis. The vile Sawtooth Crocodile clan has returned, and our position as a lower-tier leopard tribe hangs by a thread. His voice trembles with anxiety. As your descendant, I beseech your aid and implore you to reveal the location of our clan's treasures. Upon finishing his plea, the man awaits a response in silence. Just as his words linger in the air, a half-beast, half-human apparition begins to dissipate, channeling its spirit energy to materialize a distinctly patterned map. The young man, upon witnessing this, swiftly retrieves a piece of animal hide, deftly imprinting the blood-red lines from the air onto it. Once this task is accomplished, the ancestral spirit fades, and the surrounding crimson light vanishes, restoring tranquility to the scene. However, as the man excitedly turns to leave, he inadvertently collides with Ling Xiao's chest. Who goes there? The man is immediately struck with terror. His earlier exhilaration replaced by fear, instinctively drawing his weapon in a defensive stance. Yet, upon recognizing Ling Xiao, he appears drained of strength, trembling, and managing a strained smile. Your Excellency, I did not expect to find you here. What brings you here? Ling Xiao inquires, a playful smile gracing his lips. I. The young man glances around nervously, his mind racing before he exclaims, I am receiving the inheritance of my ancestor. Is that so? Then what is that you hold? Ling Xiao's gaze narrows upon the animal hide clutched tightly in the man's grasp. This is the inheritance bestowed upon me by the esteemed ancestor. The young man feigns composure. But a flicker of panic crosses his eyes. Allow me to see. Ling Xiao extends his hand, his tone leaving no room for argument. That might not be appropriate. The young man hesitates, attempting to conceal the hide behind him, his demeanor growing increasingly tense, as if bracing for confrontation. This is indeed the inheritance from my ancestor. If Your Excellency is interested, there are other legacies to explore. I have not claimed to want your inheritance. What harm is there in a simple glance? Ling Xiao's tone grows firm, a glint of authority in his eyes. Or perhaps what you possess is not an inheritance at all, but something best kept hidden? And no, that is not the case. The young man laments internally, weighing the consequences. He ultimately concedes, aware that engaging in conflict would be futile against Ling Xiao, and would likely attract unwanted attention. Furthermore, should Ling Yuntian and others learn of this, escape would be impossible. Reluctantly, he hands over the animal hide. Ling Xiao opens it to reveal a vividly detailed map, the blood-red lines intricately depicting mountains and seas, with distinct arrows leading to a mysterious treasure site. This is a map? The inheritance from your ancestor is a map? Is he directing you to seek some treasure? Ling Xiao queries, perplexed. Yes, the ancestor mentioned that his inheritance is incomplete. Hence he provided me with this map to guide me in locating the entirety of his legacy. The young man fabricates a story to align with Ling Xiao's inquiry. Chapter 69, Unveiling Tang Wanxian's Conspiracy. Lord Tian was shocked in the next moment. Ling Xiao's gaze sharpened fiercely. Do you take me for a fool? He thundered, causing the young man to tremble in fear. Speak! Ling Xiao demanded again with an authoritative tone. I will tell you. The youth hastily knelt on the ground, his voice quivering with panic. This is a map of the leopard clan in the demon kingdom, but it is incomplete, only 1/3 remains. The other 2 parts are in the possession of the wolf and rat clans. Within this lies the bounty seized by the lower-tier beast clans of the demon kingdom over the past 5 millennia from the human realm. What? Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao was taken aback, disbelief etched across his features. How do you know this is here? He pressed further. Divine Son, I have spoken the truth. Please, do not kill me. The youth, realizing he had nowhere to escape, hoped for leniency through his confession. Actually, I was originally from the demon kingdom, belonging to the lower-tier leopard clan. By chance, I encountered Tang Wanxian, who provided me with a transformation pill and brought me to the southern celestial realm. As the youth divulged his entire story, a charming pink rabbit's phantom within Ling Xiao stirred, slowly opening its eyes. Rather than awakening abruptly, it cautiously surveyed its surroundings, alert to everything around it. When it realized it was nestled within Ling Xiao's dantian, a glimmer of surprise flickered in its previously bewildered gaze. It understood that if it were to strike suddenly and destroy Ling Xiao's dantian, Ling Xiao would be doomed for life. The thought of being within Ling Xiao's dantian also conjured associations with Tang Wanxian, flooding it with an ominous premonition. It feared that Tang Wanxian might have already. In that moment, a surge of hatred filled its mind. Tang Wanxian had once saved it, prompting it to aid him in return. Now, should Tang Wanxian fall to Ling Xiao, it would undoubtedly seek revenge on Ling Xiao for Tang Wanxian's sake. Just as the pink rabbit prepared to act, it overheard Ling Xiao discussing its existence with someone else. Do you know what the pink aura within Tang Wanxian signifies? Who is this so-called Lord Tianwu? Ling Xiao continued his inquiry. That is Tang Wanxian's fiancée. What? Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow, incredulous. His fiancée? That rabbit? Indeed. The youth affirmed. This rabbit is the saintess of the Moonlight Palace. Tang Wanxian, having been schemed against, found her as he fled. That Na-ve rabbit believed herself rescued by him. So she chose to inhabit his body. Little did Tang Wanxian know, this rabbit had already inherited the celestial artifact of the Moonlight Palace, possessing immense power. And reached the peak of the Dao realm, but due to her physical form being destroyed, she could only remain as a spirit within Tang Wanxian. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao suddenly understood. Then what exactly is this Moonlight Palace? How could it cultivate disciples of such caliber? His curiosity piqued. For he had never heard of such a sect in the southern celestial realm. What you may not know, Divine Son, is that there are indeed sects within our demon kingdom. Though the upper-tier clans Black Gold True Dragons, Undying Fire Phoenixes, and the Qilin lead the way. With the middle-tier clans of tigers, lions, and elephants as the backbone, the lower-tier clans of leopards, wolves, and rats form a vast multitude. However, there exist many other beast races. Some do not fall under the jurisdiction of the upper, middle, or lower-tier clans and establish their own sects, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon to ascend. The Moonlight Palace is among the most formidable of these sects. Ling Xiao began to grasp the enormity of the world beyond, realizing the southern celestial realm was but a small corner of it. Clearly, the journey ahead was long. Why did Tang Wanxian seek to destroy the Moonlight Palace? And what is this? He produced the Demon Clan token from Tang Wanxian. This token represents the dragon son of the Demon Kingdom, embodying the power of the Black Gold True Dragons. By chance, Tang Wanxian obtained a piece of the Black Gold True Dragon's celestial bone, was recognized by the clan as their dragon son, and was dispatched to the southern celestial realm to ally with the Beastmaster sect in a plot to annihilate the Ling Tian sacred ground. This is the true purpose and scheme of Tang Wanxian. No! Suddenly, a piercing cry erupted from within Ling Xiao. In an instant, pink light filled the entire space. And a flickering pink rabbit phantom darted out from Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao was taken aback. This creature has awakened. The rabbit bared its teeth and spoke fiercely, "You speak nonsense. Tang Wanxian could never be that kind of person." The sudden commotion startled the youth, causing him to retreat repeatedly. "Lord Tianwu, you're alive. If I were dead, how could I hear you, a traitor, speak ill of my master behind his back?" The cold voice dripped with malice. The youth's face twisted with bitterness as he struggled to explain, "Lord Tianwu, since you are unharmed and appear beside the Divine Sun, it means that Tang Wanxian is dead, correct?" He cast a pleading glance at Ling Xiao, fearful that Lord Tianwu might strike him down at any moment. "But what I said is the truth," the youth insisted. The Moonlight Palace was commanded by Tang Wanxian, acting under the orders of the Black Gold True Dragon clan. "To eradicate all of you. That is impossible. Tang Wanxian saved me and even took the Moonlight Pestle, the treasure of the Moonlight Palace, for me," Lord Tianwu retorted. "But that was originally taken by Tang Wanxian after he annihilated the Moonlight Palace and then given to you. That cannot be. It cannot be." Lord Tianwu was already lost in the memories of the past. "Lord Tianwu, think carefully." Many of Tang Wanxian's words were riddled with flaws. Whether it be the Moonlight Pestle or the fate of the Moonlight Palace, consider if any other sect possessed the capability to destroy them. Only the strength of the upper-tier beast clans could achieve such a feat, others simply cannot. The youth continued. "Moreover, reflect on the demise of your master and brothers. What were their deaths like? Were some not killed by sound waves? Others torn apart? Those are the methods of the Black Gold True Dragons." Boom! Lord Tianwu appeared to be struck by a tremendous blow, realizing the multitude of inconsistencies. How foolishly had she believed her enemy and developed feelings for him. It cannot be. It cannot be. This is all impossible. Suddenly, Lord Tianwu's expression darkened. The rabbit's essence transformed into a beautiful young woman, 17 or 18, with a ponytail and long legs, who glared menacingly. "You all conspired to deceive me, did you not? This was all a performance to trick me into granting you my power and seeking my assistance. Wasn't he it?" Chapter 70, Binding Ling Tianwu, Ling Xiao gazed at the emotionally agitated Master Tianwu before him, whose soul seemed to tremble incessantly. He could not help but let out a heavy sigh. If she continued in such a state of excitement, she might soon be lost to the void. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao channeled his spiritual energy, delicately delivering a powerful yet gentle force into the flickering, ephemeral essence of Master Tianwu's soul, which appeared on the verge of dissolution. You are far too agitated right now. If this continues, not only will you fail to harm me, but you may also risk your own soul's departure. Ling Xiao urged anxiously as he infused her with strength. As the spiritual and mental energy flowed into her, Master Tianwu's originally ethereal form began to solidify. No longer teetering on the brink of collapse. I understand it is difficult for you to accept this truth, but what if everything is indeed real? Ling Xiao looked earnestly into Master Tianwu's eyes, attempting to calm her and encourage her to contemplate the harsh possibilities. The young maiden's voice faltered. Although her soul had stabilized somewhat, she continued to shake her head, her gaze filled with resistance. Impossible. Tang Wanjian would never deceive me. He has been so kind to me, and he promised to help me exact my revenge. Her voice trembled, and memories of her time with Tang Wanjian flooded her mind. Those warm words and promises made it unbearable for her to believe he would betray her. He is already dead, with no evidence to the contrary. But what if he truly did betray you? What then? Ling Xiao pressed on, seizing this rare opportunity. He knew he must help Master Tianwu confront reality, or face even greater troubles ahead. Master Tianwu hesitated, her long-held convictions starting to waver. Yet years of trust were not easily overturned. If you trust me, then stay within my body for now. Ling Xiao softened his tone, gently coaxing her as one would a wounded child. I know Tang Wanjian promised you vengeance, and I too promise that I will aid you in achieving it. He gazed intently into her eyes, trying to convey his determination and sincerity. The truth behind your hatred is becoming increasingly elusive. We must investigate, piece by piece. Who it was that killed your master and destroyed the Moonlight Palace? Ling Xiao explained patiently, striving to make her comprehend the complexity of the situation. Yes. You could have killed me to avenge Tang Wanjian, but you didn't. Why? Because you too are uncertain. You have begun to see the flaws in Tang Wanjian. Have you not? Each of his words struck like a sharp dagger against the barrier of denial within Master Tianwu's heart. But what if it was indeed Tang Wanjian who colluded with the Black Gold True Dragon? Ling Xiao paused, emphasizing his words. Would you still kill me? This series of questions detonated like heavy bombs, leaving Master Tianwu utterly stunned, her mind in turmoil, unsure of how to respond. I will allow you to remain within my body, residing in my dantian while I investigate your circumstances. Ling Xiao continued, his demeanor resolute and earnest. If those who destroyed your Moonlight Palace were indeed someone else, and if Tang Wanjian truly saved you, you may kill me whenever you wish. He straightened his posture, his eyes reflecting a fearless courage. However, if it is found that Tang Wanjian conspired with the Black Gold True Dragon to annihilate the Moonlight Palace, I hope you will offer me an apology. Seeing her lingering hesitation, the young man from the leopard tribe immediately chimed in. Master Tianwu, you must understand. I was present when Tang Wanjian attacked. He destroyed your Moonlight Palace and framed the tiger tribe of the mid-tier demon clans. His voice was urgent, eager to persuade Master Tianwu of their claims. If you return to the Western Demon Kingdom and inquire among the populace, you will discover that the tiger tribe and the demon sects are currently at each other's throats. This is precisely the true intent of the Black Gold True Dragon, to incite discord among the demon sects and other demon clans. Very well. The young maiden suddenly turned to Ling Xiao, a glimmer of resolve in her eyes. I shall trust you for now. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, the heavy burden in his heart finally lifting. He knew that Master Tianwu was akin to a ticking time bomb. And from the very beginning, he had sought to understand what she truly represented. Little did he expect her to possess the formidable strength of a transcendent beast. Had she acted recklessly just now, he would have stood no chance and likely faced dire consequences. Yet his heartfelt efforts to connect with her were driven by that troublesome system. Reflecting on moments prior. New binding target detected. Ling Tianwu, bind? Due to the host's premature elimination of Tang Wanjian, altering Ling Tianwu's fate, for every 20 points of favorability gained,
the host will receive corresponding unknown rewards.
He had not anticipated that Ling Tianwu could indeed become a binding target.
Ling Xiao, after all, sought to utilize the system to assist her in obtaining boundless rewards. Such a rare opportunity was not to be squandered. Moreover, the prospect of receiving rewards through the increase of Ling Tianwu's favorability was an unprecedented occurrence, even in his dealings with Gu Xingli. However, he could not help but chuckle bitterly, for her favorability, much like Gu Xingli's at the outset, was a negative value. Current binding target, Ling Tianwu, identity, Saintess of the Moonlight Palace, Western Demon Kingdom, favorability, -20, strength, transcendent realm, physique, Moonlight Demon Godbody, technique, celestial grade Moonlight Arts. Spiritual skills, celestial grade Moonlight Slash, celestial grade Moonlight Fall, heaven grade Heavenly Pool Divine Palm, weapon, Moonlight Pestle, status, soul state, good heavens. Truly, she is the destined daughter. Her attributes are simply unparalleled. In her transformed state, she appears as a beautiful maiden of 17 or 18. If she indeed possesses such strength at that age, her talent is unmatched across the realm. The elder Mu Gu he had previously encountered, despite his prowess, only reached the transcendent realm at the age of 30. Furthermore, the physique Ling Tianwu possessed, being the Moonlight Demon God body, was undoubtedly a divine grade constitution. As the pink light returned to his core, both Ling Xiao and the leopard youth sighed in relief. You better be telling the truth. Ling Xiao glared fiercely at the leopard youth, his eyes filled with a warning. By the heavens! If I speak even a single lie, I'll be struck by lightning the moment I step outside, choke on water, and die while eating. The leopard youth raised 3 fingers, swearing with an earnest expression that elicited a chuckle. Enough! Let us go! Ling Xiao replied coldly, then prepared to escort him to the Holy Land's law enforcement elder for processing. Yet fate seemed to revel in irony, for just at that moment, a pink beam of light shot from within Ling Xiao like a bolt of lightning, striking the leopard youth's dantian directly. The overwhelming force instantaneously obliterated both his physical form and spiritual essence. Ah! The leopard youth barely had time to utter a cry before collapsing, devoid of any sensation of pain. Before Ling Xiao could voice his inquiry, Ling Tianwu's voice resonated coldly from within him, as he stated, since he was present when the Moonlight Palace fell, he must die. Her voice lacked any warmth, echoing as if it sprang from the depths of the abyss. Ling Xiao could not help but feel a tremor in his heart. He finally realized that this woman was no ordinary character. From now on, he would have to tread carefully in her presence. A moment's carelessness could very well lead him to suffer the same fate as that young man from the leopard tribe. Chapter 71, reporting the heritage. As Ling Xiao arrived at the entrance, he discovered that some individuals had already attained their respective legacies. In truth, as long as one is not overly ambitious and selects a suitable legacy of a lower grade, success is within reach. Ling Yuntian, who had been vigilantly guarding outside, observed Ling Xiao emerging with a leopard in tow and approached him, puzzled. What is this? Among the 10 chosen sons, there exists a prodigy from the Demon Kingdom with ulterior motives, who has managed to locate an ancestor of our Ling Tian sacred land and has replicated a map. As Ling Xiao spoke, he revealed the map. This map contains the treasures plundered from the human race by the Leopard clan over the past 5 millennia, while 2 other maps are held by the Wolf clan and the Rat clan. Is such a thing truly possible? Ling Yuntian's expression darkened. His concern did not lie with the treasure map itself, but rather with the presence of a treacherous individual amidst the battle of the 10 chosen sons. He then cast a cold glance at the law enforcement elder beside him. The Ling Tian sacred land is on the brink of a great unification. Every sect and individual must undergo stringent scrutiny. Is that understood? Fortunately, it was Xiao who discovered this in time. Otherwise, if this individual succeeded and we nurtured him further, we would have inadvertently sown a deadly seed for the Demon Kingdom. Indeed. The law enforcement elder replied solemnly. The emergence of such an incident was his responsibility. If it had escalated, even 10 heads would not suffice to atone for his failure. While secretly relieved, the law enforcement elder cast a grateful glance at Ling Xiao. Once everyone had emerged, the legacy ceremony for the Battle of the Chosen Sons concluded entirely. In the Ling Xiao sacred land, atop the Golden Hall, all participants in the legacy must report their inheritances to the Lord. Reporting to the Lord, the disciple has acquired the unparalleled legacy of the 10th generation Lord, Zheng Tianlei.
and obtained his celestial grade technique, the Black Killing Thunder Slash. Li Xiaofeng declared, a hint of pride illuminating his face. This legacy had elevated his strength by at least 30%, and this was merely the beginning. Should he cultivate this technique to its pinnacle? The resulting devastation would far exceed his current capabilities. Reporting to the Lord, the disciple has received the legacy of a 9th-generation elder, from which I have comprehended the White Cloud sword intent to the 9th layer. And I am on the verge of breaking through to grasp the true intent of White Cloud. Bai Yun Jian proudly proclaimed, casting a glance at Chang Yilin on the Jade Steps. There was no denying it. During the last 100 Sects conference, Chang Yilin's mastery of the 5 layers of the Haoren sword intent had dealt him a significant blow. Both were prodigies, yet the disparity was staggering. Now, with his 9th layer of White Cloud sword intent, he far surpassed Chang Yilin's 5 layers of Haoren sword intent. Surely, even if Chang Yilin were a genius, he could not attain the same level. However, the next moment, he was left dumbfounded. After the others had introduced themselves, Chang Yilin calmly stated, Master, the disciple has obtained the Great River Sword intent from the 12th generation elder and has merged my already attained 9th layer Haoren sword intent with it, comprehending the new true intent of the human path. Ah! Ling Yuntian stroked his beard, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Meanwhile, Bai Yun Jin below silently spat out a mouthful of old blood. How infuriating! Chang Yilin not only reached the 9th layer of Haoren sword intent long ago but also fused it with another sword intent, grasping the supreme true intent. The gap between him and Chang Yilin was widening ever further. And you? Zhang Gu? Zibei? Xingli? Ling Yuntian's gaze fell upon the 3. Reporting, Master, the disciple. Lei Zhengu stammered. The disciple did not obtain the legacy of the elder. What? Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Ha ha. Xiang Zhantian laughed unabashedly, but the next moment, he felt a formidable aura looming over him, causing him to instinctively cover his mouth and shrink back. For a long time, Xiang Zhantian had aimed to defeat Lei Zhengu. Hearing that Lei Zhengu had failed to acquire a legacy brought him immense satisfaction. However, suddenly, Lei Zhengu shifted his tone. Although I did not attain the elder's legacy, I inadvertently stumbled into the legacy realm of the 6th generation lord. Though I was defeated by him, I refined my Thunder Tyrant's sacred body using the Thunder River, elevating it to the realm of a half-step divine body. Put. Xiong Zhantian spat out a mouthful of old blood upon hearing this. A half-step divine body? What does that even mean? It is merely a step away from achieving a divine body. When Ling Xiao first attained the Ice-Fire divine body, the celestial phenomena it stirred astonished the entire southern celestial realm. If Lei Zhengu were to achieve a divine body, he would undoubtedly ascend to the realm of a saint. The chasm between them was insurmountable, especially for Xiong Zhantian, who had devoted himself to the path of physical sanctification. He, reporting to the master. Jin Zibei revealed a satisfied smile. Initially, when I entered the first legacy realm, the ancestors scorned me and refused to grant me their legacy. In desperation, I had to keep switching ancestors, pleading for their inheritance. However, those old fellows, those venerable seniors, all looked down upon my poor talent and strength, denying me. Until I encountered one ancestor still alive in this world. What? Upon hearing this, Ling Yuntian and the 18 elders were instantly agitated. There is still an ancestor alive in this world? How is that possible? Jin Zibei, please elaborate on the matter. Certainly, Master. This ancestor claims to be an 8th generation guest elder who was buried here after saving the 8th generation lord. Although his physical body perished, his soul still exists in the Soul Ruins realm. As Jin Zibei spoke, he scratched his head sheepishly. This ancestor mentioned that he has endured countless hardships in the Soul Ruins realm's celestial king realm, suffering for many years without a proper meal or drink. When I offered to send him some provisions, he bestowed his legacy upon me. Soul Ruins realm. Celestial king realm. Upon hearing this, Ling Yuntian's expression turned grave. Currently, only his master, Ling Yangtian, had reached the celestial king realm, but he was still in seclusion. Only upon his return could they enter the Soul Ruins realm. Realizing this, Ling Yuntian quickly instructed Jin Zibei, if you manage to locate this ancestor, you must investigate thoroughly. Our Ling Tian sacred land must spare no expense to rescue him. Rest assured, master. Jin Zibei assured, patting his chest. What legacy did you acquire? Ling Yuntian inquired with curiosity. Given that this ancestor could survive to this day, his prowess must be formidable. Is it all right if I don't say? Jin Zibei replied, a look of embarrassment crossing his face. Why? Is there something you wish to hide? Speak. Ling Yuntian commanded with authority. Under the weight of his master's presence, Jin Zibei could only grit his teeth and say, this technique is called the Filthy Arrow Ascension Technique. Chapter 72, The Fecal Chi Ascension Art. The Fecal Chi Ascension Art? It sounds formidable. It must be a celestial grade technique. Ling Yuntian inquired with anticipation. It's not celestial grade. In fact, it doesn't even have a specific grade. It's a technique created by our ancestor, Jin Zibei confessed. His corpulent face flushed with embarrassment, wishing he could disappear into the floor. Oh? Then, demonstrate it for your teacher to see, Ling Yuntian said with interest. In everyone's minds, techniques without a grade were either worthless or extraordinarily powerful. After all, it was passed down by the 8th generation ancestor, so it must be incredibly strong. Moreover, it might even surpass celestial grade techniques upon reaching its highest level. Master, is it possible to forego the demonstration? Jin Zibei asked, his face contorted in distress. No. Ling Yuntian flatly refused. The more Jin Zibei resisted, the more curious everyone became. Very well, Jin Zibei said dejectedly as he walked to the center of the hall. He then addressed the 9 divine chosen, who among you will spar with me? As he spoke, a subtle, mischievous grin crept onto Jin Zibei's lips. Seeing this, one of them immediately stepped forward. This person was none other than the one whom Jin Zibei had used his golden money tactic to have his companion beat half to death during the 100 Sects assembly. The humiliation of that day was still fresh in his mind. How could he let such a golden opportunity pass him by? Jin Zibei, we will soon be fellow disciples. I will address you as senior brother out of respect. But don't blame me for being ruthless when I beat you to a pulp later. Oh? It's you! Jin Zibei recognized the youth and immediately recalled the incident at the 100 Sects assembly. Don't worry, I won't let others beat you up this time. I alone can take you down. Senior brother Jin is still at the transformation realm. Without protectors or external assistance, what gives you such confidence? I, your junior brother, shall witness it firsthand. The youth unsheathed his long sword, preparing for battle. He intended to put on a good show in the Golden Hall, hoping to impress the Holy Lord and the 18 elders and be accepted as a personal disciple. He then said with a touch of chivalry, Senior brother, please make the first move. Then, I won't hold back. Jin Zibei nodded and turned to face Ling Yuntian. Just as everyone thought that Jin Zibei was going to pay his respects to Ling Yuntian before the fight, they assumed that Jin Zibei was quite decent and courteous. But in the next instant, bam! Jin Zibei abruptly bent over, presenting his rear end. A stream of dark yellow, turbid chi transformed into a torrent, ascending like a celestial artifact taking flight. The turbid chi gushed out with unfathomable force, striking the youth and sending him flying. The Golden Hall's gate shattered, leaving a human-shaped hole in the doorframe. Accompanied by a scream, the youth's wails echoed from outside. Ling Yuntian. Ling Xiao. Everyone. At that moment, black dots hovered above everyone's heads, as a flock of crows flew past. This is what you call the fecal chi ascension art? After a long silence, Ling Yuntian managed to utter those words with difficulty. In the hall, everyone covered their noses and retreated. Jin Zibei chuckled awkwardly, Master, I didn't want to, but you forced me to. This thing? Is it truly the inheritance that ancestor bestowed upon you? Ling Yuntian asked with skepticism. Really? Jin Zibei affirmed. Among the many ancestors of my Lingtian Holy Land, was there such an unconventional one? I told you, it has no grade. Moreover, that ancestor said that my internal organs and turbid chi are excessively dense. making this technique exceptionally powerful. Ling Xiao, standing to the side, couldn't help but chuckle. Master, what Fatty said might be true. That single strike was comparable to a powerful blow from a spirit infant realm cultivator at the 7th or 8th level. Someone go check on that kid and see if he was blasted to death by a fart. Jin Zibei was merely a transformation realm cultivator. Yet he unleashed an attack comparable to a spirit infant realm cultivator at the 7th or 8th level. This indicated that this inheritance must have indeed been passed down by that ancestor. Alright. Xingli, what about you? Ling Yuntian asked, at a loss for words. Reporting to Master. This disciple obtained the 3rd generation Holy Lord's stellar nurturing heaven art. Gu Xingli said with excitement. In truth, even she hadn't expected to receive this inheritance. The so-called stellar nurturing heaven art was a celestial grade technique specifically designed to nurture immortal bones, gradually cultivating them into divine bones. Eventually, it could potentially transform immortal bones into divine bones. Among the ancestors of my Lingtian Holy Land, there was someone who possessed such heaven-defying methods? Ling Yuntian said in disbelief. The heavens truly favor my Lingtian Holy Land. At that moment, Ling Yuntian felt fortunate. He was glad that he had heeded Ling Zhao's advice and hadn't extracted the girl's supreme bone. Otherwise, how could he have gained such a talented disciple? After Gu Xingli finished speaking, she couldn't help but look at Ling Xiao. As their eyes met, they smiled at each other. However, to everyone's surprise, after questioning everyone, Ling Yuntian didn't mention Ling Xiao. In the next instant, everyone eagerly looked toward Ling Xiao, their intentions self-evident. The reason Ling Yuntian didn't speak was because Ling Xiao was currently too important to the Lingtian Holy Land. He wanted Ling Xiao to bide his time and take over the Lingtian Holy Land completely after it unified. Therefore, having an additional trump card that no one knew about would give Ling Xiao a better chance of survival in dangerous situations. Master, you haven't asked senior brother what inheritance he obtained. Jin Zibei, always outspoken, said what everyone else was afraid to say. Your senior brother is a divine son. There's no need to announce what inheritance he obtained to everyone. Moreover, there are countless people coveting my Lingtian Holy Land. Not revealing it is also for your senior brother's sake. Hearing this, everyone looked disappointed. After all, no matter how dazzling the others were, they couldn't compare to Ling Xiao. They were genuinely curious about what Ling Xiao, as the divine son, had obtained. Very well, Master. With the unification of Lingtian imminent, announcing my inheritance to the world can also stabilize people's hearts and pacify the realm. Ling Xiao flicked his sleeves and slowly stood up. In the next instant, Ling Zhao's entire back radiated a dazzling golden light. Especially his head, which was even more radiant, as if he were wearing a divine halo. What is this? Such a powerful sensation. This aura, it feels like a supreme bone. Supreme bone? The divine son actually obtained a supreme bone? But for some reason, even the supreme bone feels unworthy of the divine son. This is a divine venerate bone. Ling Xiao said calmly. Upon hearing this, Ling Yuntian's pupils constricted instantly. Because from beginning to end, even he hadn't inquired about Ling Zhao's affairs and didn't know what inheritance Ling Xiao had obtained. The might of a divine bone. How could a supreme bone compare? Back then, Gu Xingli's supreme bone had already shaken the Lingtian Holy Land. A divine bone would completely shake the entire southern profound domain. Chapter 73, The Rebellion of the Sect Heavenly Lord. This is simply unbelievable. Is it truly a divine bone? The supreme bone possesses the grandeur of supremacy. Does the divine bone not signify that the chosen one can ascend to the legendary realm of the divine? However, one cannot be certain about the precise capabilities of this divine bone. Everyone engaged in fervent discussion, yet only Ling Xiao comprehended the gravity of the situation. While possessing a supreme bone indeed bestows a majestic presence and the innate talent to reach the celestial king realm, the divine bone, however, does not guarantee entry into the divine realm. If it were otherwise, how could the elder Mu Gu, who had refined his entire being into celestial bones with several divine bones among them, fail to ascend to the divine? Thus, it can be inferred that the path from the 9th stage of Celestial King to the divine realm has likely been severed. Shower. What then is the power of this divine bone? Ling Yuntian asked excitedly, inadvertently letting the question slip. Upon uttering it, he felt a pang of regret. For the potential of the divine bone should be kept under wraps to preserve its element of surprise. Nevertheless, Ling Xiao dismissed the concern, stating, "This divine bone is not as formidable as one might presume, rather, it possesses an unexpected function, namely, the ability to withstand soul attacks." Gasp! Does this imply that the chosen one, upon entering the soul abyss realm, would be impervious to death? One elder immediately connected the dots to the soul abyss realm. How marvelous! If this is the case, could the chosen one not stand invincible in the arena? Excitement rippled through the crowd. Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow, realizing that he had not considered this angle. If that were indeed the case, would it not allow for infinite point accumulation? One must remember that points earned in the Soul Abyss arena can be exchanged for numerous valuable items, including celestial bones and celestial grade techniques. However, the specifics would require testing within the Soul Abyss realm. At that moment, a temple guard hurriedly entered the grand hall, kneeling and announcing loudly, interrupting the discussions. "I report to the Holy Master, the leader of the Blood Cloud sect seeks an audience, having sustained injuries." Ling Yuntian furrowed his brow in silence, as he had no recollection of this Blood Cloud sect. At that instant, an elder responsible for the unified plan stepped forward. "I report to the Holy Master. The Blood Cloud sect has already pledged allegiance to our Ling Tian sacred land. There are still some sects unwilling to submit. So we have instructed the compliant sects to suppress them using force." Ling Yuntian nodded slightly and commanded, "Let him enter." Shortly thereafter, a ragged, bloodied middle-aged man limped into the hall, struggling to kneel in reverence. Upon witnessing this, Ling Yuntian waved his hand, saying, "No need for that. Thank you, Holy Master. I am the leader of the Blood Cloud sect, tasked by the sacred land to eradicate rebels. However, during our assault on a sect known as the Thousand Mountains sect, we were unexpectedly ambushed. Led by my Blood Cloud sect, over a dozen sects were annihilated, with barely 200 of us escaping." What? The revelation shocked everyone, their faces paling. How could dozens of sects attacking one be met with such a disastrous defeat? Ling Yuntian's brow furrowed as he demanded, "What transpired?" The unwilling sects united, numbering over 30. We were no match for them, and even the Xintian sect and Yutian sect suffered significant losses. Such a situation is indeed alarming. Ling Yuntian's fury ignited. He had believed the Great Unification plan to be foolproof, but this unforeseen turn of events had shaken his confidence. Tension gripped the room as the plan had already been set in motion. There was no turning back. The rebellious sects must be subdued, either they surrender, or they face annihilation. The only course of action now was to dispatch formidable forces to quell the uprising. Moments later, Ling Yuntian's gaze fell sharply upon Ling Xiao. "Xiaoer. With the battle of the Chosen One concluded and your ascension secured, the future of Ling Tian's sacred land rests upon your shoulders. With the emergence of this crisis and the Great Unification plan, we must respond with overwhelming force, demonstrating to those unruly sects the might of Ling Tian's sacred land, and showcasing your prowess as the Chosen One. I entrust this matter entirely to you. You may mobilize the elders and those below their rank as you see fit. Let those sects, who enjoy the protection of Ling Tian's sacred land yet dare to bite the hand that feeds them, witness the consequences of defiance." "Understood, Master." Ling Xiao nodded solemnly. He then surveyed the assembly, embodying the demeanor of a general preparing for battle. The likes of Chang Yilin, Lei Zhengu, and others gazed at Ling Xiao with fervent anticipation, as if imploring, "Choose us. Select us." Seeing their eagerness, Ling Xiao smiled slightly. "Very well. All of you shall accompany me." At that moment, the 9 chosen ones, led by Li Xiaofeng, immediately knelt and declared in unison, "Li Xiaofeng. Bai Yunjian. Xiang Zhantian. We pledge to fight." Ling Xiao furrowed his brow. These individuals had only recently acquired their inheritance and were newcomers from other sections. Was it truly appropriate to include them? However, after a moment's contemplation, he nodded in agreement. "Good. You shall all set out together. This will also serve as an opportunity to gauge your loyalty to Ling Tian's sacred land." With that, Ling Xiao bellowed, "Xiantian sect, Yutian sect, Manhuang sect. Select your most battle-hardened disciples to accompany me in the pursuit of rebels." Where is the law enforcement elder? Here. An elderly law enforcement elder stepped forth immediately. Mobilize 3,000 law enforcement disciples to oversee the military, and 5,000 inner disciples for this opportunity to undergo life and death training. Yes. Observing Ling Xiao's composed deployment. Ling Yuntian and the elders exchanged satisfied glances. Deploying the newly allied Xintian sect as vanguards would not only expend their strength but also solidify their allegiance to Ling Tian sacred land. Ling Xiao's strategy was impeccable. At the Ling Tian sacred land, on the vast grounds of the 10,000 forging martial arena, dozens of Xian iron flying vessels were meticulously arranged. These vessels, inscribed with the array of celestial constellations, were colossal, possessing not only the capability for spatial traversal but also formidable offensive and defensive might. The Ling Tian sacred land boasted hundreds of such vessels, a testament to its profound heritage. Disciples, board the vessels. At Ling Xiao's command, 30,000 disciples, led by the Xintian sect, boarded the flying vessels in unison. Master, I shall not disappoint and will fulfill the great unification. Ling Xiao solemnly clasped his hands. Go forth. Ling Yuntian waved his hand, his gaze deep and contemplative. The fleet of vessels pierced the clouds, cleaving through the vast expanse of space, embarking on their journey to the fabled Thousand Mountains sect. Chapter 74, Ambush. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting a crimson hue over the landscape of the Qianshan sect. Atop the main peak, Tianjin Cliff, the ground was awash with blood, staining the jade steps inscribed with eternal green in a mottled brown. Hundreds of thousands of people swarmed the area, attempting to tidy the chaotic scene. Bodies lay torn and unrecognizable, their identities discernible only through the garments of various sections. Friends were given a proper burial, while enemies had their weapons and resources seized before being burned where they fell. The acrid smoke of the pyres filled the air, and the scent of charred flesh wafted throughout the sky. Within the crumbling main hall, the leaders and elders of dozens of sects, led by the Qianshan sect, gathered in anxious deliberation. What shall we do? We've allowed several hundred to escape, they will surely return with news. An individual paced back and forth in distress, heightening the tension in the atmosphere. Could you cease your incessant pacing? Your agitation only serves to irritate us further. Another retorted angrily. The agitated individual shot back. The Ling Tian sacred land possesses the Xian iron flying vessel. In less than half a day, they will arrive. What do you propose we do? What else can we do? At that moment, Lu Qianshan, the sect leader of Qianshan, snorted derisively. Since we have allied, we must prepare for the worst. Better to be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix, this is the wish of us all. What if the Ling Tian sacred land arrives? We number in the hundreds of thousands, what is there to fear? Indeed, echoed the leader of the Burning Heaven sect. We are all formidable beings of the Tianyuan realm. Unless Ling Yuntian himself intervenes, they cannot pose a threat to us. If we can endure until the end, they will have no choice but to negotiate. At this, a flicker of hope ignited within the hearts of all present. However, within Lu Qianshan's eyes, a shadow of malice flickered. Suddenly, the earth trembled, and the entire mountain shook violently. The already dilapidated hall seemed on the verge of collapse. The crowd hastily took to the air, and with a resounding crash, the hall was reduced to ruins. When they looked up, the sky appeared to be violently torn asunder. Dozens of massive flying vessels emerged, their prows forged from the essence of monstrous beasts. As they pierced through the void, the vessels emitted a deafening roar that reverberated through the air. The overwhelming pressure rendered all within 1,000 miles of the Qianshan sect unable to lift their heads. The might of the sacred land swept across the land. Before a single battle commenced, the multitude of people scattered in panic. Witnessing this, Ling Xiao furrowed his brow. Is this the enemy that has utterly decimated the Blood Cloud Dao sect? Is this all they have? Ling Xiao felt a surge of doubt, yet also recognized the formidable pressure emanating from the Ling Tian sacred land. As dozens of flying vessels surged forth from the void, the captain of the enforcement team stood at the bow, bellowing to the crowd below, the Ling Tian sacred land has arrived, the Son of God is here. Surrender. Rebellious sects. Upon realizing that the Son of God, Ling Xiao himself, had come in person, the leaders of the several sects turned pale with fear. If the Son of God was present, then his accompanying guardians must be even more formidable. Amidst the crowd, Lu Qianshan of the Qianshan sect broke into a triumphant laugh. Ha ha! I never expected to lure this so-called Son of God here. The other sect leaders looked at him in confusion. What are you staring at? Lu Qianshan barked. It has come to this, we must fight with all our might. If we wish to survive, we must kill. With those words, the sects that had been wavering immediately adopted a fierce demeanor. They were well aware of the methods employed by the Ling Tian sacred land. Even if they surrendered now, death awaited them. It was better to gamble their lives for a chance of survival. Blood Cloud Taoist. Thank you for the warning. Lu Qianshan leaped into the air, confronting the dozens of flying vessels alone. As his voice fell, the leader of the so-called Blood Cloud Tao sect, who had accompanied Ling Xiao, broke from their ranks, revealing a ferocious expression as he flew forth. Lu sect leader, you have not disappointed me, that old fellow Ling Yuntian has indeed sent Ling Xiao. The elder known as the Blood Cloud Taoist no longer bore the wounded demeanor from earlier. A crimson aura enveloped the area, sending shockwaves of terror through the crowd. Ling Xiao, who had been seated on the expansive deck, suddenly stood, his expression grave as he gazed at the billowing blood mist. After a long pause, he slowly uttered, Extreme Tao Realm. The leader of the so-called Blood Cloud Tao sect was, in fact, a powerful being of the Extreme Tao Realm. No wonder even Ling Yuntian had kept it concealed. This is bad. The leaders of the Xiantian sect rushed to Ling Xiao's side. A being of the Extreme Tao Realm is from the Demon Court. What? How did someone from the Demon Court get here? The crowd gasped in shock. We've been deceived. Their intent in sending word was to lure the Son of God here for support. As these words fell, Lu Qianshan roared to the heavens. In an instant, he transformed into a monstrous creature, half-man, half-beast, resembling a werewolf. His aura rivaled that of the Blood Cloud Taoist, another being of the Extreme Tao Realm, a powerful member of the demonic tribes. Upon witnessing this transformation, the faces of all turned ashen. Ling Xiao remained calm and composed amid the turmoil. Even the leaders of the Xiantian sect, 10 strong individuals of the Tianyuan realm, were thrown into disarray. Ling Xiao, however, maintained his poise. Leave the Blood Cloud Taoist to me. Fellow sect leaders, as strong beings of the Tianyuan realm, you shall deal with that wolf tribe warrior. What of the other sect leaders? They inquired nervously. They have been incited and have lost all avenues for retreat. Ling Xiao's second disciple, third disciple. Xingli. Present. Replied Chan Yilin, Lei Zhengu, and Gu Xingli, stepping forward. Even Gu Xingli's face bore a look of concern. This was perhaps the greatest peril he had faced since his rebirth. Dong Lian, Li Xiaofang, Bai Yun Jian, Xiong Zhantian. Ling Xiao called upon the 9 chosen ones, his voice resolute. They have orchestrated this scheme, lured us here, and are well prepared. Retreating now would be futile. We must fight with all our might. This battle carries the risk of death, we can only engage. These sects number over 30. With leaders who are all at least of the Diyuan realm, far surpassing your strength. You shall handle them with utmost caution, but remember, during battle, you must persuade them to surrender swiftly. Should they do so, they shall be pardoned for their crimes, and rewarded for their contributions. If we can sway them, victory may yet be within our grasp. After issuing his commands, Ling Xiao summoned the captain of the enforcement team. He ordered that only a small contingent remain to oversee the battle, while the rest would fight alongside the disciples of the Xiantian sect. Additionally, he instructed that a distress signal be sent to request support from the sacred land. At that moment, the captain shook his head. I already sent the signal at the first opportunity. We activated a special formation that has severed all communication, the signal has been dispatched. It seems they truly came prepared. Ling Xiao slowly approached the bow of the flying vessel, gazing into the vast blood mist and the throng of over 10,000 on the mountain. He then raised his hand gently. As his hand descended, the moment of fate approached. Ling Xiao coldly commanded, Ling Tian Sacred Land, you Tian Supreme, all of you. Slay them. Chapter 75, The fierce battle in the extreme path realm. Tens of thousands transformed into torrents, cascading from the heavens. From a distance, It resembled celestial waters pouring down. Yet, atop the 72 peaks of the Qianshan sect, a spectacle even more magnificent arose. At the moment of collision between the two forces, countless lives perished. Chang Yilin unsheathed his long sword, unleashing a power that transcended the realm of Dharma manifestation, directly confronting a sect leader. Meanwhile, Gu Xingli summoned the Big Dipper star disk, causing the heavens and earth to shift in hue. Stars converged, showering down countless beams of light. With a single move, she unleashed a deadly strike, the celestial bone of the Azure Star. A torrential rain of stars fell, claiming innumerable lives. With a thunderous roar, the thunder war drum sounded. The celestial martial acts of heaven-splitting and earth-cleaving surged forth, accompanied by a colossal bolt of lightning. He, in a form just shy of divine, met a formidable opponent of the heavenly origin realm head-on. Du Honglian, too, stood her ground, her fury, fueled by the ancient flames of destruction, painted half the sky red. The might of the transformative heavenly fire formed a domain that deterred others from approaching. In stark contrast, Li Xiaofeng and the other 8 chosen sons found themselves in a dire predicament, acutely aware of the vast chasm between themselves and Chang Yilin and Ling Xiao. Especially for Li Xiaofeng, who once regarded Ling Xiao as an aspirational figure. Now, he observed Ling Xiao preparing to confront a powerhouse of the extreme path realm, whose strength rivaled that of his master, Ling Yuntian. The sect leaders, should you survive this battle, will undoubtedly become the pillars of my Ling Tian sacred land. Ling Xiao's proclamation ignited their fervor. As a son of God and the next prospective sacred lord, his words carried the weight of authority. They were already burdened by past sins. If they could endure this battle, dawn would finally break. Kill! The sect leaders, led by the Xin Tian sect, roared in unison, charging toward the wolf tribe beast. Yet, the disparity in realms proved insurmountable. In their initial encounter, they found themselves at a disadvantage, though fortunately, there were no immediate casualties. Suddenly, a blood-red light coalesced in midair, and a blood arrow sliced through the void, hurtling toward Ling Xiao. Upon witnessing this, Ling Xiao's expression sharpened. Prepared for battle from the outset, his blood surged within him, even trembling slightly. Boom! Ling Xiao shot forth, and in an instant, snow began to fall within a radius of 1,000 miles. A massive ice shield materialized before the flying vessel, clashing with the blood arrow head-on. The ice shield shattered into countless fragments, dissipating the force of the blood arrow. 1,000 meters apart, Ling Xiao locked eyes with the blood cloud Taoist, both testing one another. You wretched boy, the soul ruin realm has slain our grand elder, how could we spare your life? Today, your death shall serve as tribute for our grand elder. The blood cloud Taoist glared, his visage contorting into a ghastly mask. So, it was aimed at him? Then let us descend into hell together. Ling Xiao declared, his skin turning pale. Flying corpse of blood. 2-8 spider spear bone. Appear. His fangs bared, resembling a specter. Ling Xiao vanished in an instant. Concurrently, 16 sharp bone blades erupted from his back, darting forth at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Boom! Spectators could only glimpse 2 afterimages colliding, separating, and colliding again, their forms indistinguishable. Yet, within the eyes of Ling Xiao and his opponent, each of Ling Xiao's charges, executed with ghostly speed, revealed his bared fangs and the wild, savage dance of the 16 bone blades, as he relentlessly tore at his foe. The exhilaration of such close combat elicited a primal roar of excitement from Ling Xiao. Yet, alas, the opponent's strength proved too formidable, rendering him incapable of inflicting substantial harm. Were he facing a heavenly origin realm expert, that individual would surely be intimidated by Ling Xiao's ferocity and sustain injuries. As for a geothermal realm expert, they would likely be shattered to pieces. At that moment, as Ling Xiao contemplated shifting his combat style to harness the power of the black gold dragon bone, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Daddy! The once slumbering little Tangbao stirred, its childish voice emerging. Such rich blood power, Daddy, I'm hungry. In the midst of danger. With a battle raging, Ling Xiao dismissed the plea, not now, I'm busy. Yet, within his dantian, the awakening of little Tangbao astonished Ling Tianwu. What a remarkable celestial insect. This little one possesses some hidden potential. Humph. Daddy ignores me, he doesn't realize I can help him. That villain is too despicable. Little Thunder Flood Dragon. Take me out so I can drain him dry. Little Tangbao huffed indignantly. That might not be a good idea. Little Thunder Flood Dragon hesitated. Will you take me or not? If you don't, I'll ignore you. Fine, I'll take you. Where do you want to go? Little Thunder Flood Dragon relented immediately. Use the Void Claw to send me to that villain's neck. I will attach myself to him and quickly drain him. All right. Little Thunder Flood Dragon complied begrudgingly. A rift in space was torn open by its sharp dragon claws, and Little Tangbao leaped through. At that moment, the Blood Cloud Daoist, embroiled in battle with Ling Xiao, remained oblivious to the peculiar presence now adorning his neck. He grew increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. Why was this Dharma manifestation realm expert proving so difficult to handle? It appeared that the combined force of the flying corpse of blood and the 2/8 spider spear could not subdue him. Ling Xiao exhaled, and then his gaze sharpened. Then let us see the might of my Dharma manifestation. With that declaration, Ling Xiao formed a hand seal. In an instant, the world shifted hues. The sky darkened, and golden lightning streaked across the heavens, gathering above. Subsequently, a colossal humanoid apparition coalesced in midair. It was an enormous figure, crafted from golden thunder, embodying the essence of both ice and fire, possessing 3 heads and 6 arms. Moreover, within the golden lightning was a greenish hue, hinting at an additional hidden power. This was the manifestation of the 9 heavens poison thunder, forged from the fusion of the 9 heavens divine thunder and ghostly mist. Its form, rooted in the spiritual embryo, required the embodiment of 3 heads and 6 arms to manifest. Ling Xiao's spiritual embryo, forged from the powers of ice and fire, now bore the 9 heavens poison thunder, infused with the duality of ice and fire. Boom! The towering 3-headed, 6-armed manifestation surged forth, unleashing its immense might upon the Blood Cloud Daoist. This spectacle left the tens of thousands present in awe. Countless Dharma manifestation realm experts were present. Yet none had seen a manifestation towering 1,000 feet high, such a terrifying sight. After all, the manifestations they had conjured barely reached 100 feet. Chapter 76, Fierce Battle Against the Blood Cloud Daoist with the Power of the Dharma Manifestation, to Confront the Ultimate Path? Young man, are you not merely indulging in fanciful dreams? The Blood Cloud Daoist scoffed coldly. Suddenly, blood mist began to coalesce, spreading over 1,000 miles. As Ling Xiao's 9 heavens poison thunder Dharma manifestation came crashing down, the blood mist instantly dissolved Ling Xiao's manifestation, rendering it utterly invisible. Today, I shall reveal to you what the ultimate path truly is. Ling Xiao's gaze sharpened. The blood mist was indeed his ultimate path. Yet, at this moment, a faint smile graced his lips. Although the power of the Dharma manifestation had not harmed him, the toxins contained within the 9 heavens poison thunder had begun to infiltrate his body. The poison and paralysis emanating from the Dharma manifestation, formed by the 9 heavens divine thunder and ghost mist, were beyond his capacity to withstand. In the next instant, the Blood Cloud Daoist found himself paralyzed by the electric shock, unable to move. The ghost mist seized the opportunity to infiltrate through his blood mist ultimate path, incessantly gnawing away at his spiritual power. Moreover, behind his neck, the small mouth of little sugar baby quietly broke through the skin, voraciously sucking in blood imbued with spiritual energy. Simultaneously, a sudden system notification resounded in his mind: binding target, dreamlike immortal butterfly, little sugar baby. Activating the power of inheritance to devour the heavens and earth, obtaining continuous spiritual energy, acquiring a return mechanism, dreamlike immortal butterfly's favorability is at 100. Host receives a 100-fold return. Boom! An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from his dantian, flooding the entire area like a geyser. What is happening? How could there be such dense spiritual energy? Within the dantian, Ling Tianwu was taken aback. How could so much spiritual energy suddenly appear? And it was so pure. This was energy that could be directly absorbed for cultivation, manifesting within Ling Xiao's dantian. This meant that the energy entering Ling Xiao's dantian could directly transform into his own strength. It was akin to having a direct feeding tube. Digestion was entirely bypassed. At this moment, the Blood Cloud Daoist, paralyzed by the 9 heavens poison thunder, was oblivious to the rapid depletion of his internal power.
He mistakenly believed it was Ling Xiao's Dharma manifestation that had numbed his nerves, resulting in a decline in his strength. Such a potent Dharma manifestation could exert such a significant effect even on the ultimate path. The Blood Cloud Taoist was utterly astonished. He had underestimated Ling Xiao, the saint of the Ling Tian sacred land. Prior to this, the Lord of the Demon Court had warned him to be cautious of Ling Xiao. Although he was merely at the spirit infant level, his strength was not to be trifled with. He had dismissed this warning, and now he found himself at a disadvantage. Hearing the system notification, Ling Xiao immediately turned his attention inward to his dantian. Indeed, he discovered that little sugar baby had vanished. Little lightning flood dragon, where have you taken my sister? Ling Xiao thought without hesitation, knowing that it was little lightning flood dragon who had removed little sugar baby. For only it possessed such capability. I had no choice. Little lightning flood dragon explained helplessly. She insisted that I bring her to the Blood Cloud Taoist, or she would refuse to play with me and would sever our friendship. You. Ling Xiao was furious yet anxious. He looked around, but could not find any trace of little sugar baby. He had no idea where she was within the Blood Cloud Taoist's vicinity. Rest assured. At that moment, Ling Tianwu, who was greedily absorbing the pure spiritual energy from the dantian, nonchalantly remarked, "With me here, nothing will go wrong." Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Ling Tianwu was a formidable presence at the ultimate path. With her assurance, Ling Xiao felt at ease. With newfound determination, Ling Xiao's gaze fixed on the Blood Cloud Taoist. While you are weakened, I shall claim your life. He then drew forth the 9 heavens divine thunder sword. In an instant, the heavens and earth shifted in hue. Thunder of a barrel's thickness began to coalesce in the skies above the 72 peaks of the Qianshan sect. 9 heavens divine thunder kill. Majestic heavenly thunder, drawn forth by the sword. The most potent secret of the 9 heavens divine thunder sovereign was unleashed by Ling Xiao. Boom! The thunder coalesced into 9 golden dragons, tearing through the storm clouds and diving downward with a ferocious roar, charging toward the Blood Cloud Taoist. At this moment, the Blood Cloud Taoist, who was desperately trying to counteract the side effects of the 9 heavens poison thunder, was struck with terror. Is this truly an attack that a Dharma manifestation cultivator can unleash? The Blood Cloud Taoist began to curse under his breath. Regret washed over him. He had underestimated his opponent. The Lord of the Demon Court had warned him that although Ling Xiao was a saint, he was merely at the spirit infant level. Yet, upon arrival, it had transformed into a confrontation with a Dharma manifestation. Fine. A Dharma manifestation it is. But such power, one could easily believe you were at the ultimate path. With no other choice, the Blood Cloud Taoist gathered his spiritual power. In an instant, blood mist thickened, coalescing into a river of blood. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward. The skies roared with tumult. From a distance, one could observe the golden thunder dragons hurtling downward, colliding with the blood-colored spear rising from the earth. The clash of gold and crimson energy reverberated outward, creating massive clouds that spread for miles. Boom! Yet this was merely the beginning. The 9 heavens divine thunder kill unleashed its continuous assault. 1 strike. 2 strikes. 3 strikes. Puff. 1 mouthful, 2 mouthfuls, 3 mouthfuls. The Blood Cloud Taoist spewed forth a torrent of old blood. Just as he attempted to defend himself further, a powerful aura surged from behind him. The Blood Cloud Taoist felt as if he could weep tears of blood. You unleashed 1 skill, and now there's another? How many more will you unleash? With no options left, the Blood Cloud Taoist waved his hand, summoning a massive bronze cauldron that grew in size, colliding fiercely with the 9 heavens divine thunder kill. Only then did he gain the opportunity to turn and face Ling Xiao directly. You brat, I shall kill you. At this moment, the Blood Cloud Taoist realized that only by slaying Ling Xiao could he alleviate the hatred swelling within him. The blood mist surged forth, accompanied by the howls of ferocious beasts. Ling Xiao's gaze sharpened as he beheld the gathering blood mist, which formed into powerful blood demons charging toward him. Each blood demon was formidable, each possessing strength at the spirit infant level. This was the true killing move of the Blood Cloud Taoist. The Black Gold Dragon Bone. The true form of the Black Gold True Dragon.
A thunderous roar echoed across the expanse as a colossal black gold true dragon manifested in the realm. In the distance, Lu Qianshan, locked in combat with the transformed wolf demon, trembled in fear upon witnessing this scene. It was a pressure that struck at the very soul. The black gold true dragon. How could it appear here? However, upon closer inspection, Lu Qianshan soon relaxed. It was merely a projection of the black gold true dragon, not the dragon itself. Meanwhile, within the Dantian, Ling Tianwu, who had been indulging in the spiritual energy, suddenly awakened. Angrily, she demanded, "Did you not claim that Tang Wanqian joined forces with the black gold true dragon to annihilate everyone in my moonlight palace? How then do you possess the black gold true dragon's celestial bone? Are you deceiving me?" Ling Xiao replied calmly. "Did Tang Wanqian not inform you that he possesses a piece of the black gold true dragon's celestial bone?" Ling Tianwu suddenly realized, her mind racing. She fell into deep thought, recognizing that her earlier emotional turmoil had clouded her judgment. Upon reflection, she indeed recalled that Tang Wanqian had always been suspicious. She is not foolish, and over the years of companionship, Ling Tianwu has come to realize that Tang Wanqian is not as understanding and righteous as she had once imagined. On the contrary, he is quite self-serving, always prioritizing his own interests in every matter. At this moment, her feelings for Tang Wanqian began to waver. Chapter 77, Master of the Demon Court, Lung Wuxia. The Black Gold True Dragon possesses a second ability known as the True Dragon Sovereign, which grants it an overwhelming aura of dominance over all beast kind as the foremost ruler among the top-tier demon clans. This ability enhances its attack power against any beast by an astonishing 50%. At this moment, the Blood Cloud entity conjured by the Blood Cloud Taoist, in essence, is also a transformation of a beast. Thus, the sovereign's oppressive force remains intact. The black gold true dragon soars amidst the sea of blood, engaging in fierce combat with the blood entities. In an instant, the blood mist erupts, as one blood entity after another is crushed by the formidable presence of the black gold true dragon. With a thunderous roar, the third ability of the celestial bone is unleashed, causing the blood entities within the mist to erupt in a series of explosions. Ling Xiao reverts to his true form, exhilarated by the intensity of the battle. This is the second time since confronting the Elder Mugu that Ling Xiao has fought with all his might. The thrill of such a challenge ignites a fervor within him. At that moment, as the effects of the nine heavens poison thunder dissipate, the Blood Cloud Taoist begins to sense something amiss. He realizes, to his shock, that his strength has plummeted to the level of the nine phases. This represents a diminishment from the foundation of his spirit, indicating a regression from the extreme Tao realm to the ninefold celestial origin realm. How could this happen? As he feels the power within him swiftly fading, panic overtakes him. He becomes genuinely concerned in the face of Ling Xiao's assault. Upon calming himself to examine the situation, he discovers that the source of his troubles lies in the 7-minute wounds adorning his neck. Just as he becomes aware, a rift in the void opens behind him, and the dream butterfly quietly returns to Ling Xiao's dantian. Next time, do not act on your own accord, do you hear me? Ling Xiao scolds vehemently upon sensing the return of Xiao Tangbao. He understands that their adversary is a formidable figure of the extreme Tao realm, and any misstep could lead to disaster. Xiao Tangbao, feeling wronged, lowers her head, yet within her, a formidable power is accumulating through her inherited abilities. This power has propelled her from the larval stage to that of a pupa. Ha! She yawns, I'm full now, I need to sleep. Do not disturb me. With that, she drifts into slumber, layers of pupa forming around her. Ling Xiao, witnessing this transformation, feels a surge of anticipation. The next stage may very well herald her emergence as a true dream butterfly. Returning to the present, the Blood Cloud Taoist has completely lost his composure. Ah! He screams with all his might, kill! Slay them! Ling Xiao, I shall flay your flesh and grind your bones to dust. At this moment, only the Blood Cloud Taoist understands the gravity of his fall from the extreme Tao realm to the ninefold celestial origin realm. It took him centuries to ascend from the ninefold to the extreme Tao, becoming an elder of the demon court in the southern celestial domain. Now, having regressed, he can only imagine the scorn he will face upon his return. Master, if you do not take action now, when will you? With a furious roar from the Blood Cloud Taoist, the void shatters, revealing a space rift that looms above all present. Useless! A chilling scoff reverberates through the air. From the void emerges a middle-aged man clad in a blood-red robe, his long hair billowing in the wind, his hawkish nose and face etched with profound disappointment and disdain. Another figure of the extreme Tao realm. An overwhelming pressure cascades forth, compelling even the dozens of rebellious sect members led by the Thousand Mountains sect to the ground. Immobilized by the force, Ling Xiao watches in astonishment, struggling against the immense weight of the aura. The master of the demon court, Lang Wuxie. Upon recognizing him, Ling Xiao's pupils constrict in alarm. He recalls that this was the figure mentioned by the supreme Ling Yuntian. Lang Wuxie is the sovereign of the demon court in the southern celestial domain, once pursued by Ling Yuntian, the emperor of the ancient wilderness, and the 7 leaders of the northern Dipper sects, yet he managed to escape. The sheer magnitude of his power is evident. Even Ling Yuntian would find it challenging to contend with him. Why has he appeared here? Is it merely to confront me? Is it worth it? After all, I am but a junior. The unification of the Ling Tian sacred land poses a significant threat to my demon court. I had anticipated Ling Yuntian's arrival, yet instead, I am met with you, a mere wretch. Lang Wuxie's cold gaze sweeps the surroundings, swiftly zeroing in on Ling Xiao. So, you are the favored disciple of Ling Yuntian? Impressive, indeed, to have reduced my elder to this state. I wonder how your master will react upon your demise. He erupts in a twisted laugh, and then, from behind him, countless skulls enveloped in black smoke surge forth, targeting every individual from the Ling Tian sacred land. Run! Ling Xiao feels a profound sense of helplessness upon witnessing this scene. Little Thunder Dragon, shattering Void Claw. He bellows, charging directly at Ling Wuxie. Like an ant attempting to shake a tree. Lang Wuxie observes with amusement as Ling Xiao, in a frenzied attempt to save his companions, appears insignificant in comparison. In the void, the little thunder dragon gathers its strength, creating dozens of spatial rifts that accurately appear beside Ling Xiao's closest allies. Xingli, take everyone and leave this place. Ling Xiao shouts urgently. Simultaneously, he activates the 9 heavens thunder pangbone. In an instant, darkness envelopes the world as Ling Xiao transforms into a colossal bird, hurtling towards Lang Wuxie, buying precious time for his companions. No! Tears well up in Gu Xingli's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, she rushes towards Ling Xiao, determined to face the danger alongside him. In a mere few days, she has witnessed this identical scene twice. From the moment they exited the battlefield, Gu Xingli vowed never to let such a tragedy occur again. Even if it means death, she will stand by Ling Xiao's side. Seeing Gu Xingli rush forward without hesitation warms Ling Xiao's heart. Yet, to ensure her safety, he can only shout, "Do not worry, have you forgotten I can create clones?" Chapter 78, The Wrath of the Ling Tian Sacred Land. Upon hearing this, Gu Xingli was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, this could very well be a manifestation of Ling Xiao. With this thought in mind, Gu Xingli promptly halted her steps and approached the void rift, her face still etched with concern. Hurry! Ling Xiao urged loudly once more. Want to escape? It won't be that simple. Lang Wuxie scoffed. If I allow you insignificant ants to flee, I would be unworthy of my title as the Lord of the Demon Court. As Lang Wuxie uttered these words, countless skulls shrouded in black mist began to entwine around every individual in the Ling Tian sacred land. Ah! A cacophony of agonized screams erupted from the 72 peaks of the Qianshan sect. The tens of thousands brought by the Ling Tian sacred land were annihilated in an instant. Even the leaders of the Qiantian sect were not spared. There was no escape. The Lord of the Demon Court, stronger than Ling Yuntian, had made his move. The experts of the Tianyuan realm were rendered as insignificant as ants. Run! Ling Xiao urged hoarsely. Damn it, Lei Zhengu, if you want to leave, let me go. At that moment, Xiong Zhantian suddenly shouted and charged towards Lei Zhengu. Yet, in the face of such a desperate scramble for survival, Lei Zhengu appeared utterly unconcerned. For his worry was directed towards his elder brother, who was recklessly charging at Ling Wuxie. However, in the next moment, Lei Zhengu found himself utterly dumbfounded. He witnessed Xiong Zhantian thrusting himself forward with all his strength, propelling himself into the void rift, only to be engulfed entirely by Lang Wuxie's skeletal figure.
In that fleeting moment before the rift closed, Lei Zhengu saw a look of contentment on Xiong Zhantian's face. In this life, we may not have determined a victor. But if I do not prevail, I shall surely win in the next. As the void rift sealed completely, Lei Zhengu heard his rival's final words. Everyone, quickly depart. That was merely Ling Xiao's avatar. Do not worry. Gu Xingli shouted to the others. Only then did they feel reassured enough to leap into the void rift and escape. Before departing, Gu Xingli seized Du Honglian's hand and left together. Chan Yilin followed suit without hesitation, and Jin Zibei trailed closely behind. Just as Bai Yunjian and Li Xiaofeng were about to leave, the void rift abruptly began to close. The little Lei Zhao, having sustained numerous rifts, was utterly exhausted. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Xiaofeng and Bai Yunjian exchanged glances and simultaneously came to a halt. Let us go. They both urged in unison. Hurry. Bai Yunjian pressed. No. Li Xiaofeng slowly raised his gaze towards Ling Xiao, who had transformed into a colossal bird obscuring the sun. That person is the goal I must pursue in this lifetime. Even if it is merely his avatar, should he perish here, I will have no regrets. Just then, Long Wuxie suddenly chuckled. You claim this lad is merely an avatar? Do you think my sevenfold extreme path vision is blind? As these words left his mouth, in the instant the void rift sealed, Gu Xingli, Du Honglian, Chang Yilin, Lei Zhengu, and the others widened their eyes in shock. In that final moment, Bai Yunjian selflessly pushed Li Xiaofeng into the rift. Then he was instantly enveloped by black mist, transforming into white bones in the blink of an eye. As the rift closed, a piercing scream reverberated through the realm. No! Gu Xingli cried out, her eyes filled with despair. Once again, she experienced this harrowing separation between life and death. That was not merely Ling Xiao's avatar. It was indeed Ling Xiao's true form. How could this be? It was impossible. Thousands of miles away, after transporting the others, the little Lei Zhao reverted to its original form, completely falling into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, within a sphere of pink radiance, Ling Tianwu wore a grave expression as she retracted her power. It turned out that she had just assisted the little Lei Zhao in transporting them far away. We must return. Inform our master and seek reinforcements. Chang Yilin exclaimed urgently. If it truly was Ling Zhao's true body within, he was likely facing dire straits. The next moment, Chang Yilin produced an exquisite spirit artifact resembling a tortoise shell. Upon landing, it enveloped everyone completely. With a flash of light, it whisked them away from that place. Earlier, the Qianshan sect had been shrouded in restrictions, rendering any teleportation techniques and treasures unusable. Only after exiting could they activate them. This treasure for transporting to the Lingtian sacred land brought everyone back in an instant. Upon seeing the familiar golden hall, Gu Xingli cried out with a choked voice. Utilizing the power of the stars. Disciple Gu Xingli urgently reporting to the sect. The demon court has invaded, the demon nation is wreaking havoc. The Qianshan sect has allied with dozens of sects, over 200,000 have collectively betrayed us. The Xiantian sect, Yutian sect, and dozens of other sects have all perished. Among the 9 chosen sons of the divine, only 2 remain, and all 3,000 law enforcement disciples have perished in battle. Divine Son Ling Xiao has fought against the elder blood cloud Taoist of the demon court. At a critical moment, the lord of the demon court, Long Wuxie, appeared. Divine Son Ling Xiao, in order to protect us, transformed into a colossal bird and charged at Long Wuxie, unaware of his fate. After finishing her words, Gu Xingli's entire being weakened, collapsing to the ground in tears. At that moment, Ling Xiao's mind was inundated with notifications regarding Gu Xingli. Gu Xingli favorability, 10, Gu Xingli favorability, 10, simultaneously, within a 1,000-mile radius, all individuals within the Lingtian sacred land, whether they were cultivating, cooking, or cleaning, stayed rooted in place. Their faces stricken with shock as they looked towards the sky, listening intently. Boom! A palpable surge of immense power erupted from the golden hall of the Lingtian sacred land. Ling Yuntian abruptly stood from his throne, his entire being trembling slightly. The 18 elders mirrored his disbelief, their expressions filled with incredulity. Then, fury ignited within the golden hall. In an instant, the atmosphere of the Lingtian sacred land transformed dramatically. Ling Yuntian's voice, filled with unbridled rage, resonated throughout.
All disciples of the Ling Tian sacred land, heed my command. Immediately cease all tasks, halt all seclusion, and terminate all activities. Assemble at the Wanlian martial arena without fail. Thunderous roars reverberated in every direction. With Ling Yuntian's decree, figures began to emerge from the countless hidden realms within the mountains. Some rode swords, others soared through the air, and many spread their wings. All flew towards a singular destination, the Wanlian martial arena. In the sky, figures cascaded like a dense meteor shower, creating a commotion throughout the entire southern heavenly mystic domain. Within the golden hall, clad in battle armor and wielding a long sword, Ling Yuntian commanded, "Elder, you shall lead 3,000 disciples to guard the sacred land." Second Elder, deploy all flying vessels and summon all inner and outer disciples of the Ling Tian sacred land to eradicate the demons and uphold righteousness. Third Elder, signal all sects and powers in the southern heavenly mystic domain, informing them that the Lord of the Demon Court, Lang Wuxie, has appeared. We must join forces and ensure that Lang Wuxie does not escape again. Understood. All the elders responded in unison. When Gu Xingli and the others arrived at the Wanlian martial arena, they were met with a sight of overwhelming numbers, with tens of thousands arranged in meticulous formation. All present at the arena. The injured onlookers were astounded by the profound strength of the Ling Tian sacred land. Chapter 79, Turmoil in the Southern Celestial Realm. What is the matter? Ling Yuntian approached the frail figure of Gu Xingli, offering support as he inquired with deep concern. We. Gu Xingli, still engulfed in sorrow, struggled to articulate her thoughts. At that moment, Chang Yilan stepped forward to explain. Master, we have been deceived. The leader of the Blood Cloud Dao sect who came to warn us was an impostor, a manifestation created by an elder of the Demon Court, intended to lure us away. The Demon Court's lord, Lang Wuxie, was already awaiting us. When we arrived, the Blood Cloud Daoist appeared and, in collusion with a formidable being from the Wolf Clan of the Demon Kingdom, launched an assault against us. The Chenshan sect was encircled by the 9 nether sealing array, rendering our signals futile. Initially, we had the means to resist, but just as our senior brother was about to slay the Blood Cloud Daoist, Lang Wuxie appeared and effortlessly annihilated us all. In the final moment, our senior brother forcibly opened a rift in the void to allow our escape, while he transformed into a rock and charged at Lang Wuxie. Ling Yuntian's expression darkened ominously, revealing his inner turmoil. He was astonished to realize that Ling Xiao's true power could nearly vanquish a being of the extreme realm. It was crucial to note that he himself was also of that realm. What an extraordinary level it was for Ling Xiao, a mere figure of the law manifestation realm, to approach. Wasn't it your senior brother's avatar that accompanied you? Ling Yuntian mused, fully aware of the affairs within the Ling Tian battle domain. In this critical moment, he hoped it was indeed Ling Xiao's avatar that had joined them. However, the absence of Ling Xiao now raised concerns. No. Gu Xingli, recovering her composure, wept. He urged us to leave first. We intended to stay with him, but he insisted that it was merely his avatar, prompting us to leap into the void rift. Yet, as we prepared to depart, Lang Wuxie claimed that was Ling Xiao's true form. Upon hearing this, Ling Yuntian's heart sank. He knew all too well the formidable prowess of Lang Wuxie. Even he would stand little chance against him. If Lang Wuxie asserted that it was Ling Xiao's true form, it could indeed be the case. Mobilize the heavenly warships, everyone. Set course for the Qinshan sect. Ling Yuntian wasted no time, shattering the Xin Tai Tiger Talisman, and promptly commanded everyone to prepare for departure. Boom! Hundreds of Xin Tian flying vessels soared from the depths of the cloud sea, their ascent echoing like the awakening of an ancient beast. We shall go as well. The already grievously wounded individuals hastily followed suit. Ling Yuntian did not deter them. As Chang Yilan and others struggled onto the deck, they beheld the long-dormant burial sky sword box manifesting behind their master. In an instant, 9,000 soldier talismans coalesced into a dragon-shaped phantom, entwining the flagship, while hundreds of bronze flying vessels tore through the sky, heading towards the Qinshan sect. Meanwhile, within the Golden Dragon Hall of the Great Wilderness Ancient Kingdom, Emperor Huanyun's countenance shifted dramatically upon receiving news from the messenger below. What did you say? The Lord of the Demon Court? Lang Wuxie? Your Majesty, the sacred land of Ling Tian is on the verge of unification. Yet dozens of sects led by the Qianshan sect have rebelled, laying a trap for the sacred land. The son, Ling Xiao, ventured to the battlefield but encountered Lang Wuxia's attack, and his fate remains unknown. After a moment of astonishment, Emperor Huang Yun abruptly rose, causing the ministers below to tremble and bow their heads, awaiting the imperial decree. General Wei Hu, heed my command. Your servant is present. The chief martial official, an imposing figure with a dark complexion and white beard, stepped forward. Lead the 100,000 Wei Hu army to the Qianshan sect to aid the sacred land in annihilating the traitorous forces of the Demon Court and Demon Kingdom. Your servant shall obey. In the Fengling Palace, the spirited Huang Linger, engrossed in carving a puppet with a small knife, muttered to herself. That rascal, it's been so long without a word. I wonder when he will venture into the Soul Ruins realm, so I can follow him. With a sudden slip of focus, she inadvertently severed the puppet's head, which rolled to the ground, bearing a striking resemblance to Ling Xiao. Humph. It's your fault for not keeping in touch, and now you've lost your head. With that, Huang Linger tossed the puppet aside, ready to continue her carving. Just then, one of her protectors entered. Your Highness. What is it? Huang Linger pouted, picking up a piece of 8th-tier spirit wood to carve. It was indeed a waste to use such precious material for her craft. The sacred land of Ling Tian is in turmoil. What sort of trouble could arise? Given the status of the sacred land of Ling Tian as one of the three great powers alongside the great wilderness ancient kingdom, it seemed unfathomable. Earlier in the court, news arrived from the sacred land. They were preparing to unify during this battle of the sun, but some sects have revolted. The son, Ling Xiao, led a force into battle only to encounter Lang Wuxia, the lord of the demon court. His fate is currently unclear. What? Huang Linger gasped, instinctively glancing at the puppet she had just beheaded. Is that rascal Ling Xiao dead? The protector shook his head. It remains uncertain. Merely that his life or death is unknown. However, he faced Lang Wuxia, a being who even the Emperor and Ling Yuntian combined cannot contend against. It is likely. Impossible. Huang Linger interjected vehemently. That cannot be. Come, we shall go to investigate. That is ill-advised, princess. The protector hurriedly cautioned. The opponent is the lord of the demon court, a formidable entity. The emperor has dispatched General Wei Hu with an army of 100,000 to assist. You need not worry. Will you come or not? If not, I shall go alone. Huang Linger demanded, her expression serious. Oh dear, my princess, you cannot be serious. On the other side, within the 7 sects of the Big Dipper, the 7 sect masters convened urgently upon receiving the news. What shall we do? The 6 turned their gazes towards the elder brother, the master of the Tianshu sect. Lan Wuxia has wreaked havoc in our southern celestial realm for centuries. After a long period of calm, he has re-emerged. It seems the southern celestial realm is destined for unrest once more. The master of the Tianshu sect sighed. What else can we do? Kaiyang, Yaoguang, you two shall lead your disciples personally. If you encounter Lang Wuxia, notify us immediately. We shall come forth as well. Understood. In addition, other sects outside the jurisdiction of these 3 powers also dispatched disciples to provide assistance. At this moment, the Qianshan sect had truly descended into chaos. Chapter 80, the unmatched power of Lang Wuxia. The Qianshan sect, nestled among the 72 peaks, now found itself ensnared within the impenetrable confines of the Joyo Seal Heaven Array. Akin to a trapped beast, facing inevitable doom. From a distance of 1,000 miles, one gazed upon a colossal sphere, profound and enigmatic, seemingly harboring boundless terror and despair. Within this sphere, a dense, blood-red aura surged freely, instilling a sense of dread. Amidst the valley, a mountain of corpses lay in stark contrast. The lives of countless thousands extinguished in this gruesome massacre. Their blood coalesced into a winding river, meandering through the valley. The disciples of the Ling Tian sacred land, led by Ling Xiao, had met total annihilation, with not a soul spared. The traitorous Qianshan sect and other rebellious sects fared no better in this calamity, suffering heavy casualties and exhibiting signs of utter ruin. At this moment, Ling Xiao found himself drenched in blood, crouched on the ground.
gazing up at the sky where Lang Wuxie, resembling a descending demon, loomed. Was this truly the master of the demon hall, whom the formidable powers of the southern celestial Xuan Domain had failed to vanquish centuries ago? Indeed, his strength was astonishing. Just moments ago, Ling Xiao had exerted all his might, yet he could not breach Lang Wuxie's defenses. Despite employing every conceivable tactic, it proved futile. Lang Wuxie's might stood before Ling Xiao like an insurmountable mountain, a chasm of 3 great realms separating them, rendering Ling Xiao insignificant despite his possession of the divine physique, divine bones, and several types of heavenly fire. Remarkable. With your divine physique and divine bones, you, a mere novice in the, have managed to last this long against me. Should you fully mature, my demon hall might indeed find you a formidable adversary. Lang Wuxie's voice carried a blend of astonishment and wariness. He was internally alarmed, realizing that Ling Yuntian had nurtured such an extraordinary talent. If Ling Xiao were to continue growing unabated, surpassing Ling Yuntian would be merely a matter of time, heralding an unimaginable catastrophe for the entire demon hall. Centuries ago, I was besieged by Ling Yuntian, Emperor Huang Yun, and the 7 sects of the Northern Dipper, suffering grievous wounds. This blood feud has remained etched in my heart. Lang Wuxie's visage contorted with rage, his eyes ablaze with vengeful flames. Imagine the expression on Ling Yuntian's face when he discovers I have seized your divine bones, and stolen your bloodline. Ha ha ha. His laughter echoed through the sanguine sky, brimming with arrogance and unrestrained glee. Fortune favors me. I never expected so many to rise against the unified strategy of the Ling Tian sacred land. It appears your efforts are not as formidable as you believed. However, the blood essence of these hundreds of thousands will suffice to restore my former injuries. A greedy glint shimmered in Lang Wuxie's eyes as he envisioned the moment of his resurgence to peak power. In the dilapidated plaza of the Qianshan sect, an oppressive atmosphere suffocated those present. The leaders of several rebellious sects gathered, their fearful gazes fixed upon Lang Wuxie and the heavens, their faces etched with worry and despair. What shall we do now? We merely sought independent development, yet we have become complicit with the demon hall. If word of this spreads, how can we ever stand in the southern celestial Xuan Domain again? One sect leader exclaimed, his voice trembling with anxiety. There is no turning back now. We did not foresee Lu Qianshan's connection to the wolf clan of the demon kingdom. Our only recourse is to align with Lang Wuxie, otherwise, when the people of the Ling Tian sacred land arrive, we shall all perish. Another leader lamented helplessly. What? You propose we join the demon hall? Absolutely not. A sect leader shouted in outrage, his eyes filled with defiance. Indeed, even if we must die, we shall never ally with the demon hall. The other leaders echoed resolutely. Ha! The question is no longer one of joining the demon hall but rather of survival. Do you not see that Lang Wuxie intends to absorb all the blood essence here to heal his old wounds? A leader remarked cynically, despair evident in his eyes. As his words fell, the temperature within the Qianshan sect suddenly surged, as if they were trapped within a colossal steamer. The blood essence began to evaporate under the intense heat, swiftly forming a thick blood mist that surged like a tidal wave. In the blink of an eye, the entire Qianshan sect was enveloped in blood mist, visibility reduced to mere meters, resembling a dark hell. In that moment, the few surviving disciples of the rebellious sects erupted in piercing screams. Their blood flowed relentlessly from their pores, transforming them into grotesque figures of blood. Soon after, their bodies shriveled rapidly, drained of life, leaving behind nothing but desiccated husks. This is bad, Lang Wuxie is about to strike. The leaders of the sects were struck with terror, their hearts gripped by fear. To hell with it. We'll fight him. They exchanged determined glances, resolute in their decision, and soared into the air, recklessly charging toward Lang Wuxie. They understood that there was no retreat, they had only one chance to battle for their lives. Boom! 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 However, their resistance appeared utterly futile before Lang Wuxie. Before they could even approach, the sect leaders, possessing strength at the Tianyuan realm, found themselves immobilized in place as if bound by an invisible spell. Moments later, their bodies erupted in violent explosions, transforming into clouds of blood mist, which Lang Wuxie voraciously consumed. Ah! Lang Wuxie let out a triumphant roar, reveling in this sanguinary feast.
As he absorbed the blood essence, his form became more robust, emanating a powerful and malevolent aura. Meanwhile, at the martial arts arena of the Ling Tian sacred land, as all the flying vessels entered the void, Ling Yuntian eagerly produced a massive copper mirror. This was the Xianguang mirror, capable of revealing the essence of those whose blood, flesh, or personal belongings were used as offerings. It could peer into the heavens above and the abyss below. Despite the vast distance of thousands of miles separating the Ling Tian sacred land and the Qianshan sect, even tearing through the void would require a quarter of an hour to arrive. Against a formidable opponent like Long Wuxie, a mere breath could dictate life or death. As Ling Yuntian spoke, he formed hand seals, sending a beam of light into the Xianguang mirror. In the next instant, a bloodied and disheveled figure appeared within the mirror's depths. Chapter 81, The Emperor's Realm. Ling Xiao. Master Brother. Upon witnessing this figure, everyone instinctively took a step forward. In the vision, Long Wuxie appeared like a demonic deity, voraciously devouring the life force of that realm. Below, the surviving disciples of the rebel sect from the 72 peaks were not spared, exploding to become nourishment for Lang Wuxie. Such were the ways of the demon court, prompting disdain and pursuit from the entire Tianwu continent. Before long, the hundreds of thousands within the Qianshan sect suffered catastrophic losses, leaving only Ling Xiao to confront the abyssal Long Wuxie. Increase speed, Ling Yuntian commanded, as hundreds of flying vessels abruptly surged ahead. Boy, are you ready to embrace death? Lang Wuxie's red hair billowed like a specter, exuding an eerie elegance. In the next moment, he suddenly glanced into the void. Through the Xianguang mirror, he locked eyes with Ling Yuntian and his companions, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Rest assured, Ling Yuntian, I shan't terminate your precious disciples so easily. I await your arrival at Qianshan sect. However, before that, I must extract a bit of interest from this boy. As retribution for the blood cloud Taoist. It was utterly astounding that this mere figure at the law manifestation realm could slay the formidable blood cloud Taoist of the extreme path. As his words faded, Lang Wuxie struck. A colossal blood-red hand descended from the heavens. No! Ling Yuntian gasped through the Xianguang mirror, but it was futile. Are you ready yet, sister? Ling Xiao inwardly pleaded, feeling the oppressive weight of death akin to 5 mountains pressing down upon him. At this moment, a pink light within Ling Xiao's dantian flickered. Almost. Ling Tianwu's voice, tinged with urgency, emanated from the pink orb. I never imagined that the blood energy Lang Wuxie absorbed could also restore my power. Just bear with me a little longer. I can't endure much longer. I'm on the brink of death. Ling Xiao lamented, tears brimming in his eyes. After a few breaths, all right, relax your mind and entrust your body to me. In the next instant, Ling Xiao suddenly lifted his head, a peculiar pink light flashing in his eyes. A surge of boundless extreme path power erupted from within him, akin to a volcano's eruption, sweeping forth and dispersing the surrounding bloody mist. Break for me! Ling Xiao roared, his voice brimming with infinite wrath and strength. He shot towards Lang Wuxie like a cannonball. The blood-red hand shattered, and Ling Xiao, akin to the Monkey King, soared toward the heavens. Moonlight slash! Ling Xiao bellowed, and a dazzling sword energy, reminiscent of moonlight, surged forth with a cataclysmic force towards Lang Wuxie. As the sword energy passed, it carved a deep rift in space, shattering nearby rocks into dust. Boom! The sudden explosion and counterattack caught Lang Wuxie off guard, sending him hurtling away like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently into a mountain. In an instant, the earth trembled, and dust billowed, with debris raining down. How? Thousands of miles away, Ling Yuntian, through the Xianguang mirror, stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. He could hardly fathom that his disciple, Ling Xiao, had unleashed a power rivaling that of the extreme path in such a critical moment. Amidst his astonishment, Ling Yuntian swiftly regained his composure. This power cannot possibly be his. Moonlight slash! This is the renowned technique of the Moonlight Palace from the Demon Kingdom. When did this boy forge ties with the Moonlight Palace? At that moment, the blood-soaked ground surged with waves, as if rallying in support of the fierce battle. I never imagined you possessed a strand of an extreme path expert's soul power within you. A sinister figure emerged from the ruins. Lang Wuxie materialized behind Ling Xiao like a ghost. Boom! In an instantaneous strike, with mere physical strength, he kicked Ling Xiao into the ground. What a delightful surprise! If I devour the soul power of this extreme path expert, my own will greatly enhance. Moonlight Slash, a prodigy of the Moonlight Palace, no wonder. With a swift motion, Lang Wuxie leaped forward, covering 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. In the void, blood energy coalesced into a spear, fiercely thrusting toward Ling Xiao. Meanwhile, those observing the battlefield through the Xianguang mirror tightened their breaths, their fists clenched in tension. Moonlight Shield. In an instant, moonlight coalesced, forming a circular moon before Ling Xiao. The blood spear pierced through, but was halted by the moon's barrier. Seizing the moment, Ling Xiao swiftly evaded his previous position. With a mere flick of his effort, Lang Wuxie's blood spear penetrated through the moon, embedding itself where Ling Xiao had just stood. We cannot win, we must flee. Ling Tianwu said gravely to Ling Xiao. Can we escape? Ling Xiao questioned, uncertainty clouding his mind. Do not forget, my true form is that of a rabbit. Fleeing is my forte. Enough. Step aside and let me handle this. Ling Xiao sighed. You? Ling Tianwu's eyes widened in disbelief. Boy! I have no desire to die alongside you. Fear not, I shan't perish, I have trump cards. Ling Xiao replied confidently. Desperate. Ling Xiao resolved to utilize the Immortal King Experience card. One Calamity Immortal King Experience card, upon usage, gain the full power of an Immortal King for 12 hours. It can be used all at once for 12 hours of power, or divided into 3 uses, each lasting 3 hours. This item diminished with each use, and Ling Xiao wished to avoid employing it unless absolutely necessary. Yet, it seemed there was no other choice. Ling Tianwu, half convinced, relinquished control of Ling Xiao's body. As a sole entity, he had previously inhabited Tang Wancheng, aiding him countless times, leading to the accelerated dissolution of his own essence. Just moments ago, while Lang Wuxie absorbed blood energy, he managed to replenish himself. Ultimately, Ling Tianwu was nearly at the 3rd level of the extreme path, far outmatched by Lang Wuxie. Once Ling Xiao regained control of his body, a card materialized in his hand. Boom! At that moment, the entire Joyo ceiling formation began to tremble violently, as if straining against an overwhelming force. Peering outward, one could see the void tearing apart, revealing massive fissures. Hundreds of iron flying vessels descended like colossal beasts, radiating a cold metallic sheen. Ling Yuntian stood atop one vessel, surveying the Qianshan sect, now a hellish landscape, his fury surging like a volcano. He soared into the air. The Tomb Heaven sword box gradually opening, unleashing a powerful sword energy that soared skyward. 8 divine swords trembled violently within the box, sensing their master's wrath, eager to burst forth and pierce the Joyo ceiling formation with ferocity. In addition, the war drums resounded across the land. On the opposite side of Ling Tian's Sacred Land's flying vessel, the void split open as the army of the Great Wilderness Ancient Kingdom arrived as anticipated. Leading them was none other than General Wei Hu, riding the Golden Kirin. The first war god of the Great Wilderness Ancient Kingdom, Qin Sangxiong, followed closely behind, accompanied by over 100 majestic Wei Hu warships. Moreover, to his left, the previously dim sky was illuminated as the Big Dipper pierced through the heavens. Thousands of sword cultivators, clad in their armor, appeared in unison at that moment. To their right, tens of thousands of rogue cultivators surged forth. These were the scattered sects of the southern celestial mystic domain, unaligned with the 3 major powers. Altogether, the combined forces numbered in the hundreds of thousands. A dense throng that blanketed the heavens and earth, instilling a sense of dread and trepidation. Ha ha! Witnessing this spectacle, Lang Wuxie disregarded Ling Xiao and laughed unabashedly. They have come, at long last. You have not disappointed me. Lang Wuxie. Release my disciple. If you have the gall, confront me directly. Ling Yuntian's voice resonated through the air like a thunderous bell, imbued with wrath and authority. As the thick, sanguine aura was entirely absorbed by Lang Wuxie, the matters concerning the Qianshan sect began to crystallize. Through the 9 nether ceiling heaven array, Lang Wuxie gradually opened his eyes, a smirk playing on his lips, as if mocking Ling Yuntian for his tardiness. Ling Yuntian, it has been centuries, I trust you have been well. Oh? General Wei Hu, Qin Sangxiong. I did not expect your presence as well. Yet, it is somewhat regrettable that the old fellow, Emperor Huanyun, is absent. And what of the 7 sects of the Big Dipper? I am surprised it is only the 2 of you who have arrived. Surely, you do not underestimate me so. Long Wuxia's tone, laced with mockery, reverberated through the blood-soaked sky. A fierce wind howled, swirling the dense, sanguine aura within the Qianshan sect. Chapter 82. The ancient demon god Ling Yuntian's spiritual energy surged violently as his furious roar reverberated throughout the space. Thick with a chilling aura, how shameful it is for you, as the master of the demon court and a formidable extreme realm expert, to ruthlessly strike against a junior. Ling Yuntian's piercing gaze fixated on the cold and unyielding Long Wuxia, who hovered in mid-air, cloaked in airy black mist. Quickly notify the disciples of the 7 sects. Lang Wuxia has truly emerged. We must summon all our senior brothers at once. The 2 figures, Kaiyang and Yaoguang from the Big Dipper 7 sects, signaled their urgency. A greedy, chilling smile curled at the corners of Lang Wuxia's lips. This boy, born with and possessing a divine body, commands several forms of celestial fire. And wields both divine and immortal bones. If I can bring him back and refine him slowly, I shall claim these heavenly abilities for myself. But fret not. I shall not take his life. Once I successfully transfer these powers to myself, I will return him to you in one piece. With a mocking tone, Lang Wuxia stood against a backdrop of a blood-red sky, illuminated by the 9 nether ceiling array. Lang Wuxia, I will surely kill you. Ling Yuntian was utterly enraged. His roar akin to rolling thunder, echoing through the scarred earth. Behind him, the 8 divine swords within the burial swordbox trembled violently as if responding to their master's fury, launching a relentless assault upon the 9 nether ceiling array. Each strike sent the massive semicircular formation into violent tremors, creating ripples that distorted the surrounding space, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds. Everyone, break the formation with me. The other elders, witnessing the chaos, surged forward without hesitation. All disciples of the Ling Tian sacred land, along with the armies of the Great Wilderness Ancient Kingdom and the sword cultivators of the Big Dipper 7 sects, soared into the air from the black iron flying vessel. Their spiritual energies converged, and the attacks of tens of thousands wove together into an immense beam of light, descending with a cataclysmic force upon the formation. Crack! With a sound that grated on the ears, the seemingly indestructible semicircular formation shattered like fragile glass, revealing a massive gap before the onlookers. The fissures in space spread like a spider's web, emanating an eerie glow. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Yuntian dashed into the formation like a bolt of black lightning, charging straight towards Lang Wuxia. The 8 divine swords from the burial swordbox surged forth like agile dragons, sweeping in from all directions. If you wish for me to spare your disciple, it is not impossible. Return my right arm, the arm of the war god of the demon court, and I shall release him immediately. Lang Wuxia shifted his tone, presenting his own condition. So you are here for this, but do you think I would agree? Ling Yuntian scoffed. Then there is nothing to discuss. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Long Wuxia's eyes. General Wei Hu, Kaiyang, Yaoguang, join me in slaying the evil. Kill. General Wei Hu, Qin Sangxiong, charged forward riding the golden crow Qilin. Having reached the 5th extreme realm, his aura of slaughter filled the skies. Simultaneously, Kaiyang and Yaoguang of the Big Dipper 7 sects unleashed their swords, their sword energy cutting across 14 states. What such formidable swordsmanship! All spectators, especially Chang Yilin, found it difficult to swallow in awe. His comprehension of the righteous path paled in comparison to the 2 Taoists from the Big Dipper 7 sects. Ha, Ling Yuntian! The grievances of centuries past shall be settled. With Lang Wuxia's long howl, a terrifying blood-red power surged forth like a tidal wave, sweeping across the surroundings. Wherever it passed, the 72 peaks of the Thousand Mountain sect were flattened as if brushed by an unseen hand, leaving only desolation behind. Charred earth and deep ravines remained where mountains once stood. Imperial realm. Feeling this overwhelming force, Ling Yuntian was struck with disbelief, his face etched with shock. When did Lang Wuxia reach the Imperial realm? This is impossible, he murmured, his voice laden with astonishment and dread, as the air around him felt thin under the weight of this imperial power. Did you not expect this, Ling Yuntian? After hundreds of years, you remain unaware that I have ascended to the imperial realm. A colossal hand emerged above the peaks, followed by Lang Wuxie, whose crimson hair flowed wildly, transforming into a towering giant, gazing down upon all with an aura reminiscent of a hellish demon, exuding a chilling presence. Surrounding him was a vibrant blood-red glow, within which countless vengeful spirits howled. This is the body of the war god of the demon court. You have devoured the power of the war god. Ling Yuntian's heart filled with an ominous premonition as he grasped the reason behind Lang Wuxie's sudden surge in strength. At that moment, the sky darkened, thunder roared, as if the heavens themselves were incensed by Lang Wuxie's defiant power. Ha, at least you possess some insight, indeed. This is the power of the foremost war god of the demon court. Lang Wuxie's maniacal laughter echoed across the desolate landscape, reverberating painfully in the ears of all present. He then raised an arm, resembling a pillar holding up the sky, imbued with destructive might, and brought it crashing down upon Ling Yuntian and General Wei Hu. The immense force created a terrifying vortex in the air, instantly drawing in Ling Yuntian, Qin Sangxiong, and the two Taoists from the Big Dipper 7 sects, rendering them helpless against its pull. Within the vortex, space twisted, and time seemed to lose all meaning, as everything around was shattered by this overwhelming force. Boom! Under the impact of this terrifying power, the group was struck down by Lang Wuxie's hand, crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust mixed with shattered stones and severed limbs, a scene too gruesome to behold. Imperial Realm. Ling Yuntian, gripped by terror, turned to the other elders, commanding, quickly inform the Grand Elder. Reverse the power of the world, summon forth my demon arm. With Lang Wuxie's cry, a colossal arm began to tremble fiercely beneath the demon suppression tower, far away in the Ling Tian sacred land. Hundreds of years ago, when all the masters of the southern celestial domain besieged Lang Wuxie, they had summoned the war god of the demon court at a critical moment. This ancient demon, though merely a puppet, still retained a flicker of consciousness, controlled by the demon court. When the war god struck, all were defeated with ease. In the final moments, had it not been for the intervention of the Grand Emperor of the Great Wilderness Ancient Kingdom and the Grand Elder of the Ling Tian Sacred Land, they might have perished in that battle. Ultimately, Lang Wuxie escaped grievously wounded, leaving behind the puppet's arm of the war god, which was then sealed beneath the demon suppression tower. Chapter 83, The Power of the Immortal King Experience card. Yet now, with a single summons from Lang Wuxie, that severed arm traversed thousands of miles, breaking through the demon suppression tower. As the arm rejoined its body, the ancient demon god's remnant form was restored in its entirety, awakening those eyes that had slaughtered countless beings. Furthermore, the power within Lang Wuxie surged, astonishingly breaking through to the Triple Emperor realm in an instant. Ling Yuntian, Qin Sangxiong, Kaiyang, and Yao Guang exchanged glances, revealing expressions of helplessness. Escape! Almost as if by unspoken agreement, they resolved to flee. In the next moment, everyone gathered their companions, preparing to depart. Yet how could Lang Wuxie allow them to succeed? Having come this far, why rush? With a shout, the once shattered nine-nether sealing array restored itself. Hundreds of thousands were trapped within this realm. Die! A frenzied force compressed everyone. Beginning with the scattered cultivators, one after another, figures were crushed mid-air, exploding like fireworks, creating vibrant blossoms of blood in this space. The overwhelming pressure left every heart racing. The dozens of sects led by the scattered cultivators flailed about like headless flies, panicked and floundering within the confines, yet ultimately met with the fate of having their life force drained. Next, it is your turn, you self-proclaimed righteous scoundrels. Lang Wuxie, now embodying the ancient demon god, mockingly gazed upon these cultivators, who resembled mere ants. At that moment, the scene starkly contrasted the might of humanity against that of ants. With a single grasp, he seized the formidable Wei Hu army from the great wilderness, a force of over 10,000, and swallowed them whole. Each individual within the Wei Hu army possessed strength at least reaching the spirit infant realm. The great wilderness suffered grievously from this encounter. Qin Sangxiong's eyes widened with rage as he and his formidable black gold Qilin unleashed a powerful strike. Yet, that once proud attack seemed as fragile as autumn leaves before the ancient demon god, Lang Wuxie. The Emperor realm. They had ultimately crossed a vast chasm of realms. In the path of cultivation, the disparities widened with each step forward. For these formidable beings of the extreme path,
Merely a small difference in realm could dictate life or death, let alone the vast gulf of a major realm. Most crucially, what Ling Wuxie consumed was the body of an ancient demon god. Just the physical prowess alone was nearly insurmountable. Ling Yuntian, it was your master, Ling Yangtian, who severed this ancient demon god's right arm. The enmity between us is far from resolved. His furious voice resonated throughout the realm. Lang Wuxie, with intent, charged at Ling Yuntian and the disciples of the Ling Tian sacred land. His colossal form flattened a mountain peak. Iron flying vessels shattered under immense pressure, causing thousands of disciples from Ling Tian sacred land to perish in an instant. Only a select few, possessing the means to traverse the void, could escape this calamity. The rest faced inevitable death. This scene unfolded in the blink of an eye. Ling Xiao stared in disbelief. Was this the power unleashed by the Emperor realm? Since embarking on the path of cultivation, he had only heard tales of forces that surpassed his own realm. Spirit infant realm, Dharma aspect realm. It was only upon reaching such realms that one could truly grasp their essence. He knew the might of the extreme path and the invincibility of the Emperor realm, yet never anticipated such brutality. Just as Lang Wuxie's colossal hand was about to descend, Ling Xiao prepared to end it all with the Immortal King experience card. A darkened sky was suddenly filled with figures flying towards him from all directions. Initially startled, warmth washed over his heart. Shower, flee quickly. Ling Yuntian was the first to reach Ling Xiao. One of the divine swords from the burial heaven sword box tore through the void, creating an opening. Shower. All that Ling Tian sacred land possesses is here. As the sovereign, I cannot afford to live in disgrace. Even if I return, I would have no face to meet the elders. The future of Ling Tian sacred land is entrusted to you, you must ensure its prosperity. After his words, a fragrant breeze swept by. Gu Xingli's trembling hands tightly clutched Ling Xiao's arm. In this life, so many unforeseen events have transpired. How could Lang Wuxie appear at this moment? This should not be happening. Even with her rebirth as an immortal king, she cannot confront such a turn of events. Brother! Hurry! I possess the star-shifting technique, I can aid your escape. Boom! Immediately, a surge of furious flames swept through. Du Honglian's panicked face was etched with concern. Divine Son, do not panic. I will assist you in leaving this space. Ling Xiao looked at everyone with gratitude. In life and death, true sentiments emerge. At this moment, it was evident who genuinely worried for him. He. Ling Xiao chuckled softly. What are you laughing at? With us shielding you, hurry and leave. They urged him anxiously. What is there to fear? It is merely the Emperor realm, it can be extinguished. Ling Xiao scoffed disdainfully. And then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, he struck out against the descending hand of the demon god. The great wilderness listening palm. A colossal shadow of a palm emerged from Ling Xiao's hand, expanding as it met the oncoming giant hand. The two colossal palms collided, creating a visible shockwave of power that radiated outward. Within the realm of Qianshan sect, tens of thousands were sent flying by this force, crashing against the 9 nether ceiling array before falling back down. The ancient demon god, embodied by Lang Wuxie, was also cast back by this tremendous force, retreating multiple steps before tumbling down 2 mountain peaks, gazing at Ling Xiao with fear. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events and turned their gazes toward him. Ling Xiao sprouted wings, ice and fire coalescing, clad in the divine armor of the Ling Xiao war armor, wielding the 9 heavens divine thunder sword, and slowly floated in the air. An aura of unparalleled majesty emanated from him, a tangible force that left everyone breathless. This power, he had only felt from his master. Ling Yuntian. Ling Yuntian gazed in disbelief at this scene. Confronted with his precious disciple, he, as a master, felt an urge to worship. When did this guy attain the strength of an immortal king? This is absurd. I am merely at the spirit infant realm, this cannot be right. Gu Xingli's eyes nearly bulged out. In this second life, while encountering bizarre situations as expected, this was beyond reason. In the previous life, though Ling Xiao had reached the immortal king realm before her, the difference was merely a few decades. Yet now, she remained in the spirit infant realm, while Ling Xiao had achieved the immortal king realm. Chapter 84, The Empowering Force of the Celestial King in the Ancient Land of the Great Wilderness, the Renowned War God. General Qin Sangxiong stood in stunned silence as he beheld the astonishing scene before him. The Ling Tian sacred land harbored a celestial king. How could this be possible? If that were the case, the Ling Tian sacred land would easily crush the Great Wilderness. The 7 sects of the North Star could hardly fathom such a reality. If true, the very dynamics of the southern celestial mystic domain would irrevocably alter. The era of the Ling Tian sacred land's dominance was imminent. Lang Wuxie was utterly bewildered. His towering figure, akin to a giant infant, sat on the ground, overwhelmed with a sense of indignation. Ling Yuntian, how could you deceive even yourself after centuries apart? You managed to cultivate a disciple to the celestial king realm? Are you even human? Wait. Perhaps this is merely an illusion? Lang Wuxie's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly rose to his feet. 9 Hell's Annihilation. With a thunderous shout from Lang Wuxie, the encompassing formation that enveloped hundreds of thousands began to converge. A display of bravado, I demand your demise. The demonic flames surged as Lang Wuxie let out a frenzied roar. Yet in the next moment, he was frozen in shock. 9 Heavens poison thunder. Break for me. The power of the celestial king manifested through Ling Xiao, who had yet to grasp the profound realms of the earthly, celestial, supreme path, or imperial dominance. Yet he wielded the unparalleled strength of the celestial king. In an instant, a towering figure of the 9 Heavens poison thunder materialized behind Ling Xiao. Embodying the ultimate powers of divine thunder in ghostly poison, resounding with a cataclysmic roar, casting its gaze upon the so-called ancient demon god. Lang Wuxie's mouth fell agape in disbelief. Could it truly be the celestial king realm? As the 9 Heavens poison thunder figure clasped its hands together, Lang Wuxie executed a brilliant escape, abandoning the ancient demon puppet he had consumed for centuries and fleeing to safety. His speed was astonishing, as if meticulously planned. Such a meticulous mind, even with complete assurance, had prepared an escape route. Moreover, this rogue fled towards the gathering of all disciples of the Ling Tian sacred land. Should Ling Xiao pursue him, he risked harming his own. Now, as he experienced the power of the celestial king for the first time, Ling Xiao struggled to fully control this newfound force. Thus, he could only watch helplessly as Lang Wuxie made his escape. After relinquishing the ancient demon's body, the towering figure collapsed, reducing to a mere 3-meter-tall shell. Nevertheless, even that height surpassed that of an ordinary person. At this moment, the Qianshan sect lay in ruins, the very space around them showing signs of collapse. It seemed this place would remain uninhabitable for a century. As the leaders of various factions converged, their gazes towards Ling Xiao underwent a profound transformation. Presently, Ling Xiao utilized the Celestial King experience card, which was not a one-time use. It could be employed in 2 ways, a single use lasting 12 hours or 3 uses lasting 3 hours each. The latter method, while shorter in duration, allowed for multiple applications. In the current situation, a single use would be somewhat wasteful. After a brief silence, it was Ling Yuntian who spoke first. Shower. Your current strength. Ling Xiao did not conceal the truth. Master, I believe you have witnessed the power I unleashed, which was aided by a, senior from the Moonlight Palace. This power still belongs to that senior, she merely temporarily inhabited my body in her soul form. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. So that was the case. I thought. Qin Sangxiong exhaled deeply. If another celestial king were to emerge from the Ling Tian sacred land, it would impose tremendous pressure on all sects within the southern celestial mystic domain. Thus, everyone felt relieved. However, was this not akin to having a celestial king overseeing them? Although it was not Ling Xiao's own power, the soul within him remained present. Whenever needed, Ling Xiao could transform into a celestial king. Master, this power within me can only last for a few hours. Lang Wuxie had just escaped, and I feared harming my own. Hence I refrained from striking. I shall seize this opportunity to capture him. With that, Ling Xiao took a single step forward, creating a rift in the void. His ability to shatter the fabric of space left everyone in awe. For Ling Xiao, the heavy toll of lives lost weighed heavily upon the Ling Tian sacred land. The minions of the demon court had audaciously set traps, nearly costing him his life.
Now, empowered by the celestial king's strength, how could he allow them to flee? With a mere thought, Ling Xiao locked onto Long Wuxie from miles away. Meanwhile, having fled 1,000 miles in haste, Lang Wuxie felt an unsettling chill run down his spine, as though invisible eyes were fixed upon him. Found you! As one born with innate double pupils, Ling Xiao possessed an exceptionally keen perception for locating any target. Uncertain of how the support from the Celestial King would enhance his double pupil powers, he pondered whether he could fully unleash their potential. Judgment light of the double pupils. In the void, two beams of golden light shot forth from Ling Xiao's eyes. With the formidable support of the Celestial King's power, the boundless void was pierced through in an instant. In a mere glance, it was riddled with holes. The golden light erupting from his eyes illuminated the surrounding space, revealing every detail, even carving 10 deep ravines into the void, with remnants of golden flames still flickering. However, Lang Wuxie had already escaped beyond 1,000 miles. Ling Xiao's judgment light could not capture him. Yet, he remained unperturbed. For he had already locked onto his target and was confident in his capture. The Ling Tian sacred land was vast, and escaping its grasp would not be an easy feat. In the next moment, Ling Xiao turned around. Healing light of the double pupils. From his eyes, the golden destructive light transformed into a vibrant green healing light. This powerful healing energy felt as if it emanated from the gentle caress of Mother Nature. The shattered void began to mend. As Ling Xiao's gaze fell upon the path he had taken, the broken Xianshan sect and the injured survivors were enveloped in this verdant healing light. A warm sensation akin to a spring breeze dispelled their internal pain. And even their superficial and internal injuries began to heal. Before long, even those on the brink of death were revitalized. Through the emerald healing light, all beheld Ling Xiao's gaze, radiant as that of a deity. Chapter 85, The Soul Avatar of the Lord of the Demon Court, A Glance Back. Suddenly, a set of armor radiating an indomitable strength akin to the earth enveloped Ling Xiao's body. This was the Judgment Armor. Looking down, he beheld an ethereal white battle armor covering him entirely, with shoulder plates resembling crescent moons and a cloak shimmering with starlit particles. It seemed he was still merely in the realm of the Law Avatar, merely tapping into the power of the Celestial King. Thus, the armor he conjured felt somewhat foreign to him, yet its defensive capabilities were astonishingly formidable. Ling Xiao could distinctly sense that should he don this armor infused with the light of the heavy eye, he could withstand the ancient demonic deity summoned by Lang Wuxie without so much as a hair being harmed. Heavy Eye's dreamlike sea. In the next moment, Ling Xiao unleashed a power from his heavy eye that even his Law Avatar realm could not wield. The void before him transformed into a surreal azure ocean. Within this realm, Ling Xiao was the absolute sovereign. With merely a thought, anyone pulled into the dreamlike sea would find escape utterly impossible. This was the profound strength of the heavy eye, the very foundation of Ling Xiao's supremacy over the masses. Just then, Ling Xiao felt an unexpected stirring within his heavy eye, as two black orbs began to whirl. This heavy eye harbored powers yet to be unearthed. As the orb spun rapidly, Ling Xiao's eyes appeared from a distance like a pair of swirling Tai Chi symbols. Concurrently, the entire void began to rotate. Images of unfamiliar scenes materialized in Ling Xiao's mind, akin to frames of a film playing forward. Most astonishingly, the unfolding images revealed experiences he had never encountered, while those receding into the past depicted his own life. This was the past and the future. Ling Xiao was momentarily stupefied by the revelation. The power of the heavy eye could unveil both past and future. Yet, before he could delve deeper into this extraordinary phenomenon, the Celestial King's power within him began to wane. A wave of alarm surged through Ling Xiao. The time for utilizing the Celestial King's power was drawing to a close. Snapping back from the exhilarating experience of the heavy eye's power, Ling Xiao vanished from his position in a flash. The next moment, he appeared directly before Lang Wuxie. Allowing a being of the extreme path to escape from a Celestial King would be akin to the latter seeking death by colliding with a rock. Now that he had arrived, why the haste? Ling Xiao echoed Lang Wuxie's earlier sentiment. Upon hearing this, Lang Wuxie's face turned ashen. His meticulously crafted plan had been shattered by Ling Xiao's unexpected intervention. Everything was utterly undone, and a dark cloud loomed over Lang Wuxie's countenance. Kid, although I know not how you acquired the Celestial King's power, it is evidently not yours. Should you kill me, the demon court will not spare you. Ling Xiao grasped the void, seizing Long Wuxie effortlessly. You were just plotting to annihilate the entire Ling Tian Holy Land. And now you claim the demon court will not let me go? With a resounding slap, Ling Xiao sent Long Wuxie flying. Yet, before he could land, Ling Xiao pulled him back. The thrill of retaliation was always the most satisfying and invigorating form of attack. You've lived for at least 1,000 years. Is it not shameful to utter such childish words? Ling Xiao scoffed, eliciting a sinister grin from Long Wuxie. It seems today, I cannot escape your grasp. However, all matters have room for negotiation. There are no others present. Speak, what will it take for you to spare me? You may set any terms. Firstly, the Ling Tian Holy Land lacks nothing. Secondly, do you think I would trust the empty promises of the demon court? I tell you, only death can settle this grudge. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Xiao enveloped Long Wuxie entirely in the Celestial King's power. Then, amidst Long Wuxie's horrified gaze, he obliterated his body and soul, rendering him utterly non-existent. What Ling Xiao did not anticipate was that, upon Long Wuxie's demise, he transformed into a wisp of black smoke, dissipating into the cosmos. A chilling echo lingered. Kid, since you have severed matters so decisively, do not blame me for being ungracious. This was merely my soul avatar in the southern celestial mystic domain. The true ordeal has only just begun. We have a long road ahead. We shall meet again in the rivers and lakes. Witnessing this scene, Ling Xiao was struck with trepidation. If merely a fragment could wreak such havoc, what devastation would the true body unleash? At that moment, Ling Xiao noticed a droplet of pitch-black blood floating in the air, emanating an eerie aura. This. Ling Xiao beckoned, and an invisible force drew the droplet closer. Upon closer inspection, he furrowed his brow. Was this the essence of the Lord of the Demon Court? Generally, those who attain the extreme path cease to concern themselves with worldly matters, focusing solely on ascending to higher realms. Consequently, leaders of major sects often leave behind soul avatars to handle such affairs. The soul avatar is formed through a combination of essence and spiritual power, possessing independent consciousness. Only the host can sense it when actively probing or upon the avatar's demise. It appeared that this was indeed the essence of the Lord of the Demon Court. Surely, it must possess significant energy. Ling Xiao pondered. Feeding it to the time-will Qianxiang Bodhi tree should aid in its growth. With this thought, Ling Xiao prepared to store the essence in his system backpack to nourish the Bodhi tree. However, in the next instant, the droplet of black blood transformed into a streak of light, piercing into Ling Xiao's forehead. Before he could extract it, the first opportunity of the Celestial King experience card expired. Ling Xiao's expression changed, preparing to utilize the card once more to retrieve it. This essence belonged to the Lord of the Demon Court. One could only speculate the potential side effects. Yet, upon scrutinizing within himself, Ling Xiao found that the blood had caused no adverse reactions. Instead, it seamlessly dissipated within him, leaving no trace. However, upon deeper investigation, he could discern its whereabouts. The essence had indeed fused with his ice and fire divine body. Ling Xiao felt a mix of confusion and intrigue. Nevertheless, he was certain it bore no detrimental effects. The system's rules supersede the heavenly laws. As the system's host, I can scrutinize all aspects of myself. With this realization, Ling Xiao promptly opened his attribute panel for examination. Any unusual changes should reveal themselves through the system's information. In the next moment, his information surfaced in his mind. Host, Ling Xiao, strength, 1 aspect of the law avatar realm, divine ability, superlative heavy eye, physique, divine ice and fire devouring spirit body, law avatar, 9 heavens poison thunder, divine bones, swift shadow Kuilon leg bone. Mu bone divine head bone, 9 heavens thunder Kunping bone, black gold dragon bone, flying zombie blood corpse bone. 2-8 spider spear bone, spiritual techniques, celestial grade divine transformation of the 9 changes, 8th layer, celestial grade Ling Xiao sword technique, 7th layer. Earth grade divine sword thunder control technique, 9th layer, immortal grade spirit infant explosive kill, immortal grade 9 heavens divine thunder kill, immortal grade great wilderness listening poem. Celestial fire 3 mysteries transformation, heart piercing soul curse. Heavenly Fire, Celestial Grade Extreme Cold Ice Flame, Celestial Grade Heavenly Thunder Sword of Flames, Spiritual Grade Crimson Lotus Fury. Weapons: Divine Sovereign Bone of the Wild, Celestial Grade Wind and Thunder Piercing Shuttle, Celestial Grade Ling Xiao Battle Armor, Soul Devouring Needle, Semi-Divine Artifact 9 Heavens Thunder Sword. Sword of Thunderous Justice, 12 Ancestral Talisman of Thunder, Semi-Celestial Artifact Star Embedded Spiritual Chain, exclusive. Pets: Chaotic Mother Insect, Little Thunder Dragon. Items: 1 10,000-fold return card. 8,000-fold return cards, 2,900-fold return cards, a trial card for Celestial King, Elder's Token of Thunder Pavilion, Dragon Princess Token of the Demon Kingdom. Chapter 86, The Power of Devouring. Upon finishing the chapter, Ling Xiao's gaze immediately fell upon his ice and fire divine body. It was evident that due to the drop of blood from the Lord of the Demon Court, Ling Xiao's ice and fire divine body had undergone a transformation. Now aptly named the Ice and Fire Devouring Divine Body. What could this mean? As Ling Xiao pondered in confusion, the system provided an explanation. This drop of blood inherently possesses devouring power, and upon merging with the Ice and Fire Divine Body, it has also acquired this ability. Ling Xiao realized the implication but, still somewhat apprehensive, inquired, "Will this have any impact on me? Or will the Lord of the Demon Court influence my body through this blood?" Rest assured, host. The soul fragment of the Lord of the Demon Court has already developed an independent consciousness. And the power of the Celestial King has completely erased its original awareness and aura, retaining only the power of the blood itself. Hearing this, Ling Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. With this assurance, he could utilize it without concern. Otherwise, he would have needed to use the Celestial King experience card to separate the blood. Now that the Ice and Fire Divine Body had gained devouring power, Ling Xiao was curious about the extent of his physical enhancement through gradual absorption. Upon returning to Qianshan sect, tranquility had been restored. The devastated sect had seen all resources transported back by Ling Tian's sacred land. All disciples who had perished in the battle were returned for a grand burial. Ling Yuntian stood atop a flying vessel, observing the support from various factions below. "Everyone, this invasion by the Demon Court is a significant calamity for our southern celestial region. I am gratified that you received the news and arrived promptly. Following this incident, our southern celestial region will soon commence the 1,000-year Reign of Blessings Conference. To express gratitude for your assistance, Ling Tian's sacred land promises to present 1,000 exquisite spiritual artifacts during the conference. The Reign of Blessings Conference serves as an opportunity for the entire southern celestial region to support the younger generation of disciples. True to its name, it is a grand event co-hosted by Ling Tian's sacred land, the Great Wilderness Ancient Kingdom, and the 7 sects of the Big Dipper, open to all young disciples." Upon hearing this, particularly those from loose cultivator sects, excitement surged as they realized they could gain opportunities without any investment, a remarkable chance for ascendance. At Ling Tian's sacred land, Ling Yuntian looked at Ling Xiao with a face full of satisfaction. "Shower, how is the matter with Lang Wuxie?" Once the dust had settled, Ling Yuntian solemnly inquired. "Lang Wuxie is the sole incarnation of the Lord of the Demon Court. After I eliminated him, I received threats and warnings from the Lord. It appears that the Demon Court will not relent." Ling Yuntian expressed his concerns. "Do not worry, Master. As a disciple of the younger generation, I will ensure they cannot create any disturbances," Ling Xiao confidently replied. Seeing Ling Xiao's demeanor, Ling Yuntian was reminded of his younger self. And he could not help but pat Ling Xiao's shoulder, exclaiming, "You have truly grown." "Master," Ling Xiao stated earnestly, "after the Qianshan sect incident, I believe we at Ling Tian's sacred land will genuinely achieve unification. With the Reign of Blessings Conference a year away, let me lead the disciples to unify Ling Tian's sacred land." However, Ling Yuntian shook his head in refusal. "You need not concern yourself with the concluding matters. Leave it to Chang Yilin. In the coming year, focus solely on your cultivation. The power of the Celestial King is ultimately an external force. Your own strength is still at the Law Avatar realm." "Understood." Ling Xiao nodded heavily. As dusk enveloped the cloud sky peak in a soft veil, a captivating silhouette awaited. The golden hues of sunset cast a romantic glow over the mountain. Ling Xiao slowly approached Gu Xingli. After several life and death separations, Gu Xingli's feelings towards Ling Xiao had undergone a dramatic transformation. Yet in the next moment, her pupils dilated, and she instinctively retreated. Scrutinizing Ling Xiao with a mix of apprehension,
even utilizing her stellar power to scan him.
Why do I sense a trace of demonic energy on you?
Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow in surprise, taken aback by Gu Xingli's sharp perception.
When I defeated Long Wuxie,
who was the sole incarnation of the Lord of the Demon Court, a drop of his blood remained.
This drop possesses devouring power and automatically integrated with my body, merging with my ice and fire divine body.
Ling Xiao explained candidly, having already confirmed with the system that there were no adverse effects.
However, upon hearing this, Gu Xingli's expression grew grave.
She understood that Ling Xiao's awakening of the evil abyss devouring body had begun with the consumption of a drop of the Lord's blood. The evil abyss devouring body, though not a divine body, held extraordinary potential, surpassing that of divine bodies through the absorption of bloodline attributes,
ultimately enabling Ling Xiao's physical prowess to eclipse that of deities.
Gu Xingli recalled that in her past life, when Ling Xiao acquired the evil abyss devouring body, he had unified the southern celestial region, subduing the realm with an iron fist, leaving no room for the demon court's minions to infiltrate.
Yet now, the circumstances were vastly different in both time and events.
Gu Xingli momentarily lost her train of thought. Having initially believed that Ling Xiao's acquisition of the ice and fire divine body would spare him from the evil abyss devouring body, it seemed that fate had other plans.
What troubles you?
Ling Xiao asked, puzzled.
And nothing,
Gu Xingli stammered, shaking her head in a daze.
I am merely concerned whether this drop of demonic blood will harm you.
So you were worried about me? Ling Xiao felt warmth in his heart, instinctively brushing her nose with his finger. This time, Gu Xingli not only did not shy away but also closed her eyes in enjoyment. With a year remaining until the Reign of Blessings conference, Ling Xiao, after attending to all mundane matters, entered the Soul Ruins realm once more,
choosing the Law Avatar domain.
He felt it appropriate given his current level.
Unlike the Spirit Infant domain, the Law Avatar domain felt vast and abundant, and notably less populated.
In the expansive Law Avatar city, Ling Xiao made his way directly to the arena, unhesitant, as he was immune to all soul attacks thanks to the skeletal remains of the Mugu spirit. Thus, he felt no fear of being injured here.
Furthermore,
he possessed the Star Essence Spirit Chain, a quasi-immortal artifact returned by Gu Xingli, a piece of specialized equipment.
However, upon arriving at the arena,
he was met with a sight that ignited a fierce rage within him.
Chapter 87, Re-entering the Soul Ruins, Release that girl.
A thunderous command erupted from Ling Xiao. In the arena's grand hall, an arrogant youth viciously pinned a small girl, no more than 10 years old, to the ground, while an elderly woman, clearly her grandmother,
was restrained by a group of people, unable to move. In the realm of Tianwu, the law of survival of the fittest prevailed.
Ling Xiao often refrained from excessive interference,
having witnessed far too much. However, he adhered to a principle, the protection of the elderly and children. Upon hearing Ling Xiao's admonition, even the onlookers cast incredulous glances. Was this lad out of his mind, daring to meddle in the affairs of the esteemed young Master Wei?
Clearly a newcomer to the Soul Ruins, he was oblivious to the dangers that awaited him. The crowd shook their heads in lament, pitying the youth who seemed destined for demise.
Ling Xiao, while surprised,
found himself intrigued by this so-called young Master Wei.
Who was this person that commanded such fear? Upon noticing Ling Xiao's approach, young Master Wei appeared equally astonished.
A mere waste from Tianwu, barking up the wrong tree, it seemed he had no idea who he was dealing with. The so-called young Master Wei, with a fan in hand, pressed his foot against the girl's chest. Without a hint of hesitation, he signaled to his subordinates, prompting 2 guardians of the Law Phase realm to advance menacingly towards Ling Xiao. To Ling Xiao's horror, these 2 were armed with soul attack artifacts, designed to ensure his demise. Had this been anyone else, such audacity could have cost them their life. Arrogant and ruthless, they disregarded the rules of the Soul Ruins entirely.
Clearly, young Master Wei was no ordinary individual.
Yet, as they sought to end his life, Ling Xiao would not show mercy. With a swift motion, he unleashed the wind and thunder break, decapitating both guardians in the blink of an eye.
To his astonishment, their blood splattered,
and their heads rolled like balls before young Master Wei. It dawned on Ling Xiao, these individuals were not mere souls from Tianwu but rather local inhabitants. If they were truly souls, their demise would not result in such a bloody spectacle.
The onlookers gasped in shock. How audacious to kill the guardians of young Master Wei. This youth was surely courting disaster, for young Master Wei was the lord of the arena, and such defiance could not go unpunished. Ling Xiao discerned the situation. This young Master Wei was not only a local resident but also the prominent figure within the arena. No wonder he was so brazen. Despite this revelation, Ling Xiao felt no fear towards his status. After all, he was the scion of the Ling Tian sacred land. To be intimidated by such a person would be utterly shameful. With a confident stride, Ling Xiao approached the girl, extending his hand to help her up. Yet, to his surprise, she recoiled in fear, shaking her head vehemently. What are you doing? I didn't ask for your help. Young Master Wei is just playing around with me. Why did you have to kill? Ling Xiao was momentarily taken aback. I was helping you. I don't need your help. I don't know you, this is none of my business. The girl, in a panic, began to bow repeatedly before young Master Wei. Young Master Wei, I truly don't know him. This has nothing to do with me. In that moment, Ling Xiao understood. The name of young Master Wei held great weight. Even in the face of aid, she dared not associate with him. With a resigned sigh, Ling Xiao reflected on the plight of the helpless. This was precisely why he refrained from meddling in the affairs of others. In the realm of Tianwu, injustices were as vast as the ocean, far beyond the reach of any single person. Young Master Wei, witnessing the scene, nodded in satisfaction. The loss of two guardians was inconsequential to him. The girl's submission only fueled his enjoyment of the power he wielded. If you claim not to know her, then kill her for me. If you do, I won't only spare you my wrath but will also grant you an additional 100 arena points. What do you say? Thank you, young Master Wei. The girl expressed her gratitude fervently, standing without hesitation and charging towards Ling Xiao. Simultaneously, the elderly woman, previously a victim, joined her in the assault, shedding any semblance of her former vulnerability. Ling Xiao sighed again, recognizing that these two were indeed newcomers from Tianwu, not locals. Some who kneel for too long find it hard to rise. It appeared that the human cultivators entering the soul ruins were faring poorly here. With a focused gaze, Ling Xiao murmured, heart-piercing soul spell, eternal torment. This spell, a technique he had acquired from Tang Wanjian, was a formidable soul attack. As he recited the incantation, two beams of sword-like energy erupted from his mouth, striking both the elderly woman and the girl. The overwhelming destructive force shattered their souls, rendering their physical forms lifeless, never to awaken again. What immense soul damage! Ling Xiao was taken aback by the potency of the technique. He recalled his first encounter in the soul ruins with Tang Wanjian. Had that individual used this spell against him, he might have been in grave danger. Fortunately, he had dealt with that threat. With a heartless execution of the old and young, Ling Xiao approached the so-called young Master Wei with an impassive demeanor. Ha ha! Splendid! Young Master Wei clapped in approval, seemingly unfazed by the violence. Finally, a worthy opponent. When Ling Xiao stood before him, young Master Wei scrutinized him with keen interest. Do you know who I am? No, Ling Xiao replied coolly. But I believe we have reached an irreconcilable point. Indeed. Young Master Wei sneered. In my mind, you already have thousands of ways to die. Then it seems I need not concern myself with your identity. With that declaration, 16 spider spears erupted from Ling Xiao's back, piercing through young Master Wei's sides, leaving him with 8 symmetrical holes on either side of his head. As Ling Xiao retracted the spears, young Master Wei's eyes widened in disbelief, his lifeless form collapsing to the ground. Chapter 88, It seems to be Tang Wanjian from the Demon Kingdom. You are finished, you rascal. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them. Having been entrenched in the Soul Ruins realm, they were well aware of the notorious figure known as Young Master Sunday. Yet, without hesitation, Ling Xiao had struck him down. Listen, this Sunwei is the heir of the arena, you are doomed. Even if you flee to the real world, your demise is inevitable. The influence of the local residents of the Soul Ruins extends throughout the Tianwu continent. You have sealed your fate. To kill him right at their doorstep means that even the mightiest cannot save you today. As Sunwei fell, the guards promptly panicked and scrambled back into the arena. Witnessing this, Ling Xiao furrowed his brow. He had only just arrived, and already trouble was brewing. After all, the opponent was the owner of the arena, a figure of immense power. It was clear that provoking him would be unwise. Moreover, the local residents could affect the real world. With the Ling Tian Holy Land freshly unified, he could not afford any complications. With this in mind, and seeing that there were not many onlookers yet, Ling Xiao swiftly lowered his head and made his escape. Just as he departed, a throng of guards erupted from the arena, each possessing the strength of the 9 phases. Among them were several formidable earth-profound experts and 4 to 5 celestial origin experts. It should be noted that within the Soul Ruins, the rules did not constrain the local residents. This was why they commanded control over all industries within the Soul Ruins. However, should they perish, it would be permanent. Unlike others who entered, as long as they were not killed by spiritual means, they would not die in the real world, similar to the distinction between NPCs and players. Before long, a furious roar echoed as a formidable expert of the extreme path soared out from within. Upon witnessing Sun Wei's lifeless body, he let out a primal scream, cradling the corpse in despair. Who killed my precious grandson? The extreme path expert bellowed, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding onlookers. In the next moment, several individuals were forcibly dragged before him. Speak, who killed my dear grandson? I don't know. Boom. The unfortunate soul was instantly obliterated, though fortunately not by a means that severed the soul. Who is it? The grandfather of Sun Wei fixed his gaze on another individual. This time, a terrifying surge of spiritual power enveloped the person. If they were to perish now, it would indeed be the end. Spare me, spare me. It has nothing to do with us. Boom. Sun Wei's grandfather, having lost all patience, annihilated the individual, reducing them to a mere wisp of soul. Speak, he demanded of the next person. This individual was a newcomer, having just entered the phases realm, possessing merely the strength of the first phase. Just now, young Master Wei was playing with a little girl and an old woman, and when I intervened, I killed 2 of his guards and then him. The young man, who had previously stuttered, spilled the details in a panic, fortuitously curing his speech impediment in the process. Who was it? What did they look like? I didn't see clearly, but they wielded a power that sprouted 16 hard spider-like legs from their back, resembling a supreme bone. I know. Suddenly, a nearby onlooker chimed in eagerly. That thing is called the 28 Spider Spear, a manifestation of a supreme bone's ability. I've heard of it in our world. As he spoke, he rushed to the extreme path expert. I am from the 3rd grade lion clan of the Demon Kingdom. We have a human dragon prince, bestowed by the Black Gold Dragon clan, named Tang Wanxian. I have seen him use that 28 spider spear. My lord, if it truly is him, this matter will be difficult to resolve, for he is a dragon prince of the Black Gold Dragon clan. I care not who he is. The extreme path expert roared. He has slain my grandson, and I will have blood for blood. What nonsense is this demon kingdom? To me, you are all mere mortals of the lower realms. Bring him to me. Even if I must dig through the earth, I will find him. Furthermore, dispatch someone to the lower realms immediately. They must hand over this Tang Wanxian, or I shall slay every demon kingdom individual I encounter. As his voice fell, the so-called 3rd grade Lion Clan member was instantly reduced to nothingness by the extreme path expert. Yet, it must be said, the inhabitants of the Soul Ruins possessed a certain arrogance. Although they had but one life here, their strength was unrestrained. Even those from the Tianwu continent who were also extreme path experts would merely be considered phases realm individuals in this domain, easily oppressed and slaughtered by the local residents. Meanwhile, having already departed the phases city, Ling Xiao swiftly traversed to the other side of the mountain, covering a distance of 1,000 miles in a glance. The pursuers would find it impossible to locate him. Why are there so many people over there? Suddenly, Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed as he spotted a mountain teeming with thousands of individuals. The mountain radiated a brilliant glow, as if treasures were emerging. How unexpected to encounter such an opportunity! Ling Xiao leaped into the crowd. Bro, what is happening here? A pockmarked individual looked at him with disdain. Are you serious? You've come here and don't know what is going on. I was passing by and saw so many people, so I came to take a look. A first phase? Just arrived in the phases realm? The pockmarked man snorted, sounding rather seasoned. I didn't want to tell you, as more competitors means more trouble. But seeing your demeanor and strength, I might as well enlighten you. This is the Hahuan sect, and they are recruiting furnace cauldrons, with 3 permanent slots available. Furnace cauldrons? Is that so straightforward? Aren't those things lethal? Ling Xiao was somewhat taken aback. You look like you're in a daze. Have you forgotten who you are? We come from the lower realms and fear not death, understand? What does it matter if we are drained? We can always come back stronger next time. Moreover, it greatly benefits our cultivation. Ling Xiao quickly grasped the situation. It was well known that those who practiced dual cultivation, especially male cultivators, often faced the grim fate of being drained to death. The adage in this path was, there are no fields that are overworked, only oxen that have died from toil. While he had heard of male furnace cauldrons, he had never encountered female ones. Ling Xiao's interest piqued. If he could learn even a fragment of this technique, it would serve him well in sparring with Gu Xingli upon his return. What? You're interested too? The pockmarked man sneered. Well, as a man, why not give it a try? Who knows what could happen? Ling Xiao gazed into the depths of the crowd. Put. You? Just forget it. The pockmarked man scoffed. Why not? The Hahuan sect's first criterion for recruiting furnace cauldron disciples is appearance. You wouldn't even pass the first hurdle with that face. Ling Xiao glanced at the pockmarked visage of the man before him, his own expression slightly disheveled in the wind. Chapter 89, Selection of the Hahuan sect. Thunder rumbled as the atmosphere shifted dramatically. An intoxicating fragrance enveloped the sky, transforming even the sunlight into a mesmerizing pink hue as it filtered through the clouds. In an instant, shadows flitted across the heavens, and a colossal projection materialized above the crowd. A woman's piercing cry echoed through the air, resonating throughout the world. Shortly thereafter, a gentle rain began to fall from above. Ling Xiao gazed upwards, observing that the projection appeared even more vivid under the light drizzle. For the first time, everyone was privy to an unprecedented spectacle, a grand depiction of spring in full bloom, designed for the eyes of tens of thousands. This was Ling Xiao's inaugural experience, sharing such a rare documentary with over 100,000 onlookers. Spring had arrived, heralding the revival of nature. After the opening remarks, which lasted approximately 10 minutes, a vision resembling a flock of egrets soaring through the azure sky appeared before the multitude. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a group of alluring women, draped in sheer veils that barely concealed their forms, descending from the heavens like celestial nymphs. Ladies and gentlemen, we gather here for the Hahuan sect's triannual disciple selection ceremony. You are all esteemed individuals from the mortal realm. Due to the unique nature of our sect, few natives from the Soul Ruins realm are inclined to join us. The leading woman, a striking figure of about 35, spoke with a voice that seemed to resonate with an enchanting power, stirring a tumult of emotions within those who listened. Yet, the heavens have favored our Hahuan sect. Our ancestors established the Soul Ruins realm, inviting countless gifted individuals from the lower realm into our world. You are all souls capable of rebirth, making you ideal candidates for our sect. Moreover, this will greatly benefit your cultivation. In previous years, we accepted only temporary disciples. But from this year onward, we are welcoming permanent disciples. As long as you meet the requirements, you shall join us indefinitely and practice our supreme techniques. Bear in mind, the core secret of the Hahuan sect is the celestial yin-yang harmonization technique. Mastering it can grant you dominion over the heavens and earth, manipulating the very fabric of existence. Following this captivating discourse, the crowd erupted in excitement. Observing the throng of men, their exuberance palpable, Ling Xiao felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine. Thankfully, the ceremony was about to commence, otherwise, the frenzy of over 100,000 individuals could have resulted in chaos. I shall now disclose the first criterion for joining the Hahuan sect. My words may inadvertently bruise some egos, but please do not take offense. The leading woman waved her hand, and a cylindrical beam of light descended from above. This was the unveiling light. Anyone who had altered their appearance would be revealed in their true form upon entering this circle. The Hahuan sect maintains certain aesthetic standards, exempting only those of exceptional talent. Those lacking confidence in their appearance may proceed to the alternative pathway, where attendants will assess you. For the rest, those confident in their looks may queue to enter. The crowd of over 100,000 began to murmur. Why are you staring at me? This is my natural appearance, born and raised. One individual declared, confidently stepping into the light. However, in the next moment, his figure shrank, revealing a set of protruding teeth. Realizing his true visage had been unveiled, he hung his head and retreated, heading towards the alternate path. Though his looks were lacking, he remained confident in his other attributes. Convinced that once the superficiality of others was stripped away, they would witness the essence of true strength. The initial round of assessments proceeded swiftly. Those who did not meet the standards were directed toward the next passage. Hundreds of beams of the unveiling light awaited, and in less than an hour, it was Ling Xiao's turn. Having always relied on his genuine appearance, he prepared to step forward with assurance. Just then, a man with a pockmarked face pulled him aside. Brother, don't embarrass yourself, come with me to the second passage. This is how I look, after all. He insisted, his bravado faltering. If you truly looked like that, even the leader of the Hahuan sect would compete to cultivate with you. Really? Ling Xiao felt a twinge of embarrassment as he touched his face. It can't be that exaggerated. Hey! You're just making excuses, let us go before you humiliate yourself, urged the pockmarked man, attempting to drag Ling Xiao away. But Ling Xiao stepped confidently into the light. As the beam enveloped him, his chiseled features remained unchanged. The radiance illuminated his cheeks, accentuating his captivating phoenix-like eyes, causing him to appear almost ethereal. Simultaneously, the scoring mechanism above the light bestowed upon him an exceedingly high rating, A-class quality. Golden light radiated in every direction, captivating the attention of the crowd. The presence of an A-class quality visage was indeed a rare sight, a phenomenon not witnessed in the Hahuan sect for 3 centuries. This spectacle immediately drew the attention of the leading woman of the Hahuan sect. A fragrant breeze swept through as she eagerly scrutinized Ling Xiao, her eyes glimmering with excitement. To achieve an A-class rating, mere beauty sufficed, but attaining A-class quality required a harmonious combination of beauty and form. What is your name? She inquired. Her gaze fixated on him, almost yearning to commence cultivation with him on the spot. Which sect do you hail from in the lower realm? At this, Ling Xiao's brow furrowed. Moments prior, the pockmarked man had referred to himself as hailing from the lower realm, which irked Ling Xiao greatly. The term lower realm implied inferiority. It was crucial to remember that the Soul Ruins realm was also crafted by the formidable beings of the Tianwu continent. In truth, this realm was the true lower realm. Please be mindful of your terminology. We of the Tianwu continent are not from the lower realm, you are not superior to us. Ultimately, this Soul Ruins realm was created by the powerful of our Tianwu continent. The woman was momentarily taken aback by Ling Xiao's retort, which energized those surrounding him. These were sentiments they had long harbored but dared not voice. Countless times, the locals had considered themselves superior, often treating them with disdain. At times, even those of lower cultivation dared to look down upon them, yet they remained silent, enduring humiliation for the sake of their cultivation. Now, Ling Xiao had articulated the unspoken truth, igniting a wave of fervor among the crowd. Indeed, we are not denizens of the lower realm in our world. I am still a practitioner of the earth-profound realm. This brother speaks the truth, you hold no grounds for arrogance. Why refer to us as beings of the lower realm? Ultimately, you are products of our creation. Particularly, those who had been rejected began to cheer in unison. The leading woman of the Hahuan sect merely snorted disdainfully, casting a glance that silenced the crowd. They all bowed their heads in fear. With a cold and menacing tone, she warned, young man, do not presume that your good looks grant you immunity. Here, we hold the power. If you seek dignity, let your strength speak for itself. Come with me to the next round. Chapter 90, Joining the Hahuan sect. Take off your clothes. Ha? Here? Ling Xiao glanced around, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Clothing was originally invented to conceal one's modesty, and the sense of shame is something one can never truly shed. Cultivators are not overly concerned with trivialities, especially since Should you join our Hahuan sect, this sort of thing will become commonplace. Could we perhaps find a more secluded spot? He observed the dozens of women around him, all eagerly awaiting his response, and a troubled expression crossed his face. Very well, since you are unwilling, we shall employ an alternative method. With that, the woman led Ling Xiao toward a nearby cave. There is an array within. Once you enter, it will naturally relay your physical attributes back to us. Seeing this, Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and stepped into the cave. Outside, the women all produced small bronze mirrors. The image flickered, immediately revealing the situation within the cave. It was no array at all, merely a change of venue. Before long, Ling Xiao emerged with great strides, yet the girls around him were all wide-eyed, almost as if they wished to devour him whole. You have passed the trial. The leading woman guided Ling Xiao to the next evaluation point. This time, the tests would be more serious, assessing his current strength and talent. Ling Xiao wished to remain low-key, after concealing his other attributes. He revealed only a fragment of celestial bone. Nevertheless, this still caused a stir within the entire Hahuan sect. Gulp! The leading woman instinctively swallowed, her expression tinged with regret. What is it, Xingjie? Ling Xiao inquired, puzzled. From their earlier conversation, he learned that this woman was an elder of the Hahuan sect, responsible for the recruitment ceremony. Named Lu Qingqing. With your superior appearance and exceptional physical traits, combined with the celestial bone talent, I am left with no chance to become your Dao partner. Is that so? Am I truly that exceptional? Ling Xiao chuckled self-deprecatingly. Indeed. With such outstanding qualifications, only our sect leader could be your match, but alas, our sect leader has his own Dao partner. With your abilities, you should be assigned to our saintess. Is that so? Ling Xiao's eyes sparkled. The saintess of the Hahuan sect would indeed be a fitting counterpart for him. Are your saintesses beautiful? This was Ling Xiao's primary concern. He was indifferent to their strength. What mattered most was their looks. If they were pleasing to the eye, other issues would pale in comparison. However, if they were plain, he would not settle for just anything. What kind of question is that? We have standards for selecting the saintess, just as we do for recruiting disciples. The foremost criterion is beauty. After all, she will be the future sect leader, and this must be guaranteed. Upon hearing Lu Qingqing's words, Ling Xiao felt reassured. Half a day later, out of tens of thousands, only a few hundred remained. These individuals were all exceptionally handsome men. In Ling Xiao's previous life, they would have rivaled the most distinguished figures. With Lu Qingqing's command, the recruitment ceremony concluded, and she led the remaining 300 individuals away. They ascended a towering mountain, richly adorned with verdant trees bearing round, luscious fruits. As they climbed the stone steps toward the main hall to meet the sect leader, a rotund figure suddenly appeared before Ling Xiao. Ha! Ling Xiao's eyes widened. This plump fellow was allowed in as well? What are you staring at? Never seen a handsome man before? The rotund one tossed his hair with a hint of narcissism. How did you get in? Ling Xiao was perplexed. Could the Hahuan sect really have such diverse tastes? What? Feeling discontent? I entered with my brother, who is even more formidable than I. Ling Xiao quickly understood. Upon glancing around, he noticed some ordinary-looking individuals, even a few who were rather unattractive. Yet, they had all been accepted, indicating their physical attributes met the requirements. Moreover, they shared a common facial trait, notably large noses. Ascending the mountain had to be done on foot, this was the rule, and no combat was allowed. Lu Qingqing explained the regulations to everyone on the way. Do you see those great trees? Their fruits possess spirit, do not dare to draw your weapons. Why? Someone queried. Puzzled. These are ancient species, and their fruits can devour any hard object in existence. Before she could finish, a fruit from a towering tree suddenly extended outward, supported by a long vine. It opened its large mouth and swallowed a man's spear hole. My moon gold spear! The man exclaimed, attempting to retrieve it, but was promptly restrained by the Hahuan sect disciples. Do you wish to perish? That was a top-tier spiritual weapon. He wore an expression of profound distress. It was futile. Weapons consumed by the devouring crystal tree would be entirely devoured, as it consumed everything hard that it laid eyes upon. Upon hearing this, everyone hurriedly sheathed their weapons. The rotund fellow beside Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. In this situation, I feel compelled to compose a poem. Oh? You possess such talent? Ha! Who do you look down upon? He snorted dismissively, then pondered deeply. In that moment, Ling Xiao perceived a striking resemblance to Jin Zibei in him. If these two were to meet, they would undoubtedly hit it off splendidly. Strange trees and extraordinary fruits with gaping mouths, spring, summer, autumn, and winter remain silent, no matter how sturdy the spiritual weapon. It shall all be devoured in one bite. Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. Why did it feel rather peculiar? The Hahuan sect was not particularly large, especially when compared to the Ling Tian Holy Land. In the plaza before the main hall, the hundreds of individuals were divided into several groups and led away. Observing those who were taken, Ling Xiao furrowed his brow. It appeared these individuals were being directly assigned to the female disciples of the Hahuan sect. By the way, brother, what is your name? At that moment, the rotund fellow, preparing to be led away, called out to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao! You hail from the Ling Tian Holy Land. The rotund fellow's eyes widened in surprise. Before he could finish, Ling Xiao nodded. Pleasure to meet you, I am Qin Fei, from the great wilderness ancient nation. My father is the formidable General Qin Shengxiong, you must know him. You are the son of Qin Shengxiong? Ling Xiao was taken aback. Indeed. Just the other day, my father visited your place. Brother, no time to chat, I must go enjoy myself, may we meet again by chance. With that, Qin Fei was taken away by the disciples of the Hahuan sect, while Ling Xiao was led by Lu Qingqing into the main hall. Upon entering, Ling Xiao was taken aback by the decor inside. Good heavens! Instead of a chair, the sect leader's seat was adorned with a bed. Master, I have brought the individual. Lu Qingqing respectfully announced, then flashed Ling Xiao a mischievous smile before turning to leave. Chapter 91, The Supreme Void Yin-Yang Reversal Art. Ling Xiao gazed upward. Observing the gossamer curtains of the grand bed being drawn back, revealing a voluptuous woman, seemingly in her 30s, adorned in a phoenix robe, her eyes languidly fixed upon him. A powerhouse of the supreme realm. Upon first beholding her, Ling Xiao immediately discerned her formidable strength. I didn't anticipate such exceptional talent this year, truly remarkable. The woman nodded in satisfaction upon seeing Ling Xiao. From this day forth, you shall be the first dual cultivation partner of my joyous union sex holy maiden. As her words faded, a maiden of about 18 years emerged from behind the left side curtain, her face veiled in white gauze, obscuring her features. However, a gleam flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes as he utilized his twin pupils to penetrate the veil and behold her true visage. Indeed, quite pleasing. It was undeniable that the holy maiden of the joyous union sect was a peerless beauty, just as Lu Qingqing had described. 7-7, he is entrusted to you. I trust that this opportunity will enable you to transcend the seventh layer of the Yin-Yang joyous union creation art. Rest assured, Master. The maiden, known as 7-7, declared with unwavering confidence. Subsequently, Ling Xiao was escorted to another peak. The joyous union sect was centered around the main peak, with hundreds upon hundreds of smaller peaks branching out. Each of these lesser peaks served as a cultivation ground for inner disciples. As the holy maiden, 7-7's blessed abode occupied the most coveted position on the main peak's right side. Within a lavishly adorned chamber, 7-7, with her back to Ling Xiao, slowly shed her outer garments. Target detected for binding, Song 7-7. Initiate binding? Bind. Ling Xiao commanded without hesitation. The chamber was permeated with incense, igniting one's blood and arousing intense desire, a sensation even Ling Xiao found difficult to resist. This is quite the treasure. Ling Xiao mused inwardly. If I possessed this formula, mass production by Jin Zibei upon my return would undoubtedly yield a substantial fortune. Now that you have become a permanent disciple of my joyous union sect, I shall commence imparting the first layer of the Yin-Yang joyous union creation art. With your celestial bone enhancement, cultivation with me will yield twice the results with half the effort. As Song 7-7 spoke, She transmitted the profound essence of the first layer of the yin-yang joyous union creation art to Ling Xiao. Based on Song 77's experience, Ling Xiao would only need to circulate the energy for a few cycles to gain a rudimentary understanding. However, his progress astounded her. "I spent 3 days to achieve a rudimentary understanding, yet you accomplished it in less than an incense stick's time? Truly, you are a gifted individual with celestial bones." As Song 77 marveled, she couldn't help but feel a sense of self-satisfaction. Having joined the Joyous Union sect as the Holy Maiden, she deeply understood the significance of a suitable furnace. Throughout her life, the most formidable furnace she had encountered within the sect belonged to her master's companion, whose record on the furnace rankings stood at a remarkable 4 hours, all without the aid of elixirs. "I wonder how this furnace that master has found for me will fare." With this thought, Song 77 instructed Ling Xiao to circulate the yin-yang joyous union creation art and began her own cultivation. The temperature within the chamber rapidly escalated, as if the two were immersed in a sauna. However, amidst the cultivation, Ling Xiao's attention remained fixed on the system's prompts. Binding Target Song 77 has reciprocally gifted the host a celestial-grade cultivation technique, the yin-yang joyous union creation art. Binding Target's affection level is at 60. Return quantity and multiple are 60. Host possesses one 10,000-fold return card and 8,000-fold return cards. Select one for return. Select the 1,000-fold return card. Host has activated the 1,000-fold return card. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a 1,000-fold return reward. Please select the return outcome, 1,000-fold quantity return or 1,000-fold quality return. 1,000-fold quality return. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Divine Grade Cultivation Technique, the Supreme Void Yin-Yang Reversal Art. Name, Supreme Void Yin-Yang Reversal Art, Grade, Divine, Effect, reverses yin and yang, inverts the cosmos, capable of converting or absorbing the energy of all matter, decomposing and refining it. Also capable of encompassing all things, like a river flowing into the sea. A divine grade cultivation technique. Ling Xiao rejoiced, realizing that this journey to the soul void realm was indeed worthwhile. As the two continued their dual cultivation, the system issued another prompt. Binding Target Song 77 is performing the yin-yang joyous union creation art, obtaining continuous energy. Returning continuous energy harvest equivalent to 60 times the host's affection level. Instantly, a surge of potent energy emanated from Song 77's body. Ling Xiao's cultivation progress accelerated at an astonishing rate, swiftly reaching the peak state of the first aspect Dharma idol realm, a mere step away from breaking through to the second aspect Dharma idol realm. Furthermore, as Ling Xiao circulated the Supreme Void Yin-Yang Reversal Art, Song 77's eyes widened in disbelief. All the energy within her body flowed into Ling Xiao's like a breached dam. Quickly, cease. Terror gripped Song 77's face as she felt as if she were being completely drained. It was at this moment that Ling Xiao sensed something amiss. His ice-fire spirit-devouring physique began to operate involuntarily. In that instant, Ling Xiao's body transformed into a colossal vortex, with the energies of ice and fire ceaselessly absorbing the energy within Song 77's body. "This is..." Ling Xiao exclaimed in shock as he detected a peculiar energy entering his body. "This is the power of bloodlines. I am absorbing her bloodline power." Simultaneously, Ling Xiao heard the system's notification. Host has devoured Binding Target Song 77's Sunflower in Holy Body. The Icefire Spirit Devouring Physique has fused into the Icefire Sunflower in Spirit Devouring Body. Moreover, the Supreme Void Yin-Yang Reversal Art continued its absorption. Song 77's face turned ashen, and her body began to wither rapidly, soon becoming a desiccated husk. Boom! At that moment, a surge of formidable power erupted from Ling Xiao's body. The Nine Heavens Poison Lightning Dharma Idol materialized automatically. Ling Xiao's Icefire Sunflower in Spirit Devouring Body activated once more, devouring Song 77's entire power, propelling Ling Xiao into the second aspect Dharma Idol realm in one fell swoop. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Xiao willed it. And the Extreme Cold Ice Flame, Heavenly Lightning Immortal Sword Flame, and Crimson Lotus Ragefire, the three creation heavenly flames within his body, emerged and began to fuse with the fire-attributed Extreme Tao within the Icefire Sunflower in Spirit Devouring Body. A colossal Dharma idol, engulfed in flames, gradually materialized. This was Ling Xiao's second Dharma idol, the heavenly fire Dharma idol. Simultaneously, the entire Joyous Union sect was captivated by this cataclysmic event. Within the Joyous Union sect's main hall, Sect Master Lu Ruyan rejoiced and turned her gaze towards Song 77's blessed abode. 77 has finally broken through. Judging by the situation, she has also suddenly elevated her realm and manifested another Dharma idol. Overjoyed, Lu Ruyan shoved aside her companion and hastily donned a gossamer cloak before rushing over. Concurrently, the sect's elders and disciples flocked to the scene, gathering in the clouds above and pointing towards the spectacle below. It was well known that Song 77, as the sect's holy maiden, was to be congratulated upon each breakthrough. As the future successor of the sect master, any accomplishment would undoubtedly lead to future benefits. However, upon arriving, Lu Ruyan furrowed her brow. Shouldn't 77's next Dharma idol be the Peach Blossom Dharma idol? How could it possibly be a fire-attributed Dharma idol? Chapter 92. On the run, Lu Ruyan sensed something amiss. After a brief interval of tea brewing, Ling Xiao finally succeeded in gathering his strength. The power bestowed upon him by the heavenly fire Dharma manifested excitement in his eyes. At that moment, he glanced outside, then at Song Qiqi lying on the bed. And a bitter smile emerged. With her gone, how could he face others? He had already offended those in the arena. And now he had incurred the wrath of the Hahuan sect. It seemed he could no longer survive in the realm of Dharma manifestations. As Ling Xiao pondered his escape, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Damn it! A loud, furious curse drew everyone's attention. What an opportunity! Ling Xiao's heart leaped with joy as he ignited a fire to erase all evidence and prepared to leave. However, as he exited through the back door, he was taken aback by the sight of a portly figure surrounded by Hahuan sect members. Are you still human? The figure was none other than Qin Fei, who had entered with Ling Xiao. Weighing over 300 pounds, he was even larger than Ling Xiao. Are there no normal people in the Hahuan sect? I came here to chase girls, not to be a furnace. You little brat, dare to run? A voice boomed, sounding like thunder. Ling Xiao turned to see a woman, resembling a mountain of flesh, riding a flying white pig. The pig sported wings, and they bore a striking resemblance to each other. Help! I don't want to be a disciple of the Hahuan sect anymore, let me go. Qin Fei's face turned pale with fear as he sought refuge behind others. Yet, Hahuan sect disciples pulled him back out. Greetings, elder. The crowd bowed in unison upon seeing the pig-riding woman. Master, seize this brat. The rotund elder's face split into an uncontrollable grin. What a rare furnace. Though lacking in appearance, he possesses great potential. Get lost. The fat on your thighs is enough to scare any man away. I refuse to be your furnace. You have no choice. The plump woman retorted with a sneer. Don't worry, I'll ensure your soul is completely drained. I would rather die than let you succeed. Qin Fei declared, contemplating self-termination. Thinking that death would return him to reality and spare him from this degradation. Little did he know, Lu Ruyan casually reached out and sent him to the woman's side. Come to the Hahuan sect, and you think you can leave so easily? I am the son of the great general of the ancient Hu kingdom. And if you kill me, my father will not spare you. Humph. A mere mortal dares to threaten us? How foolish. Lu Ruyan scoffed, showing no concern for Qin Fei's fate. Elder, please enjoy, I have sealed his soul. Even if he attempts to take his own life, it will be in vain. Thank you, sect master. The stout woman hoisted Qin Fei onto the flying pig and prepared to leave. Ling Xiao witnessed the entire scene. Wasn't it said that they were permanent disciples? How could they still absorb souls? Just then, a disciple interrupted, Master. We are using the guise of permanent disciples to lure in potential furnaces. If the mortals discover this, what will happen when they attack us? What is there to fear? Lu Ruyan coldly replied. In this realm, whether they are at the extreme Tao level or Emperor level, they all fall to the Dharma manifestation. I will slay them all. Ling Xiao's heart sank. So these scoundrels had been killing the deceived furnaces. He instinctively glanced towards Song Qiqi's chamber, realizing he had inadvertently caused her death. His burden lightened considerably. As Qin Fei was about to be captured, Ling Xiao deliberated briefly and dashed out. With a powerful burst of energy, a fireball soared through the sky. The woman atop the flying pig was taken aback and quickly turned to defend herself. However, her bulky form hindered her movement, forcing her to abandon Qin Fei in haste. "Big brother, you finally came!" Qin Fei exclaimed upon seeing Ling Xiao, tears streaming down his face. "I thought I was done for." The great general Qin Shengxiang had once supported the Ling Tian sacred land, and in light of this, Ling Xiao felt compelled to assist. "Why are you still alive?" Lu Rian gasped in shock upon spotting Ling Xiao, instinctively glancing towards Song Qiqi's abode. At that moment, a disciple rushed in, holding a shattered life token. "Not good, master. The saintess's token has shattered." "What?" Lu Rian's fury ignited as she looked between Ling Xiao and Song Qiqi's sanctuary, instantly grasping the situation. "Seize him!" she roared, and the Hahuan sect disciples sprang into action. "Run!" Ling Xiao seized Qin Fei and activated his speed-enhancing technique, vanishing in an instant to a distant mountain. Following another flash, they completely escaped the Hahuan sect, arriving at an unknown destination. Qin Fei was utterly bewildered. "Big brother, where have you brought me? Is this still the Hahuan sect?" "Not anymore," Ling Xiao assured him. Qin Fei sighed in relief and plopped down on the ground. That was too exhilarating. The Hahuan sect is a den of demons. Permanent disciples? You enter and you're done for. Big brother, you have no idea. Those who entered with me didn't even last half a joss stick's worth of time before being drained, their souls sucked dry, all while smiling at death. Ling Xiao had witnessed the vile actions of those who prided themselves on being righteous, and the Hahuan sect's deeds did not shock him. Now it seems we can no longer linger in the Dharma realm. Ling Xiao sighed. What is there to fear? The realm of Dharma does not belong solely to the Hahuan sect. Qin Fei snorted, then his expression turned apologetic. I am truly sorry for dragging you into this misfortune. It's fine, without you, they would not spare me either. Why is that? Did you encounter a 300-pound fatso? No, they offered me to their saintess. But I accidentally drained her. Wow. Impressive, big brother. They practiced the yin-yang Hahuan transformation and you managed that? Qin Fei's eyes widened in astonishment. Let us go. There's a city ahead, we should check it out. Beyond the main city of the Soul Ruins realm, numerous smaller towns awaited. Upon reaching the city gate, they stumbled upon a bounty notice. Hey! Big brother, this person looks a lot like you. Qin Fei exclaimed, drawing the attention of everyone present. Ling Xiao focused on the notice, recognizing the bounty issued by the owner of the arena. Chapter 93, The Dark Soul Assassin. Ling Xiao's lips twitched slightly. Does it resemble me? Not in the slightest. Upon noticing the gazes of those around him, he hastily lowered his head. Indeed, there was a lack of resemblance. And the individual in question was Tang Wansheng, not him. Qin Fei pondered thoughtfully. However, this person is exceptionally formidable. Having killed the son of the arena master in the law realm, he is from the Tianwu realm, daring to slay someone from the Soul Ruins realm. It seems he no longer wishes to stay in the Soul Ruins realm. But it cannot be you. As the time of the murder was indicated to be 3 hours ago, and we were just at the Hahuan sect. Ling Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. Tang Wansheng? How could it be Tang Wansheng? Wasn't I the one who killed him? Furthermore, Tang Wansheng is already dead. What on earth is happening? Confused, Ling Xiao quickly pulled his companion away. However, just as they were departing, a mysterious figure clad in black and donning a mask fixed his gaze upon them. The likeness on the wanted poster bore some resemblance to him, albeit quite blurry. This suggested that the image had likely been provided by a previous observer who hadn't seen clearly. Yet, why was it Tang Wansheng? Ling Xiao contemplated briefly before a realization struck him. It was possible that when he had slain Sun Wei, he had used Tang Wansheng's Supreme Bone 18 Spider Spear. Surely, someone must have recognized this spear, leading to the mistaken identity. Nonetheless, this could work to his advantage, sparing him from considerable trouble. However, due to the slight resemblance,
It still posed a certain inconvenience for Ling Xiao. Once they entered the city, Ling Xiao promptly purchased a mask to wear. "Brother, why fear what you did not commit?" Xin Fei remarked dismissively. "That individual bears a slight resemblance to me. If someone misidentifies us, it could lead to complications." True. After wandering around the city, the two prepared to return to the law realm. With the deceased Tang Wanqing taking the blame for him, as long as he refrained from using the 18 spider spear, he would remain relatively safe. Just as they were about to use the teleportation array to head back to the law realm, a squad of guards aggressively blocked their path. With a wanted poster in hand, they began comparing the images. "It's them! Capture them!" commanded the leader of the guards, and over 20 guards surged forward. "Hey! What is going on? You have the wrong people. My brother didn't kill that Sun Wei." Xin Fei hurriedly explained. "What Sun Wei? You killed the holy maiden of the Hahuan sect. Surrender immediately, or do not blame us for employing soul attacks." It turned out to be an issue concerning the Hahuan sect. The two were taken aback. They hadn't anticipated the Hahuan sect to act so swiftly. "Let us go," Ling Xiao declared without hesitation, seizing Xin Fei and vanishing in a flash. Another instant later, they appeared hundreds of miles away. Seeing no one around, Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief. "It appears we cannot stay in the law realm. We are wanted by the Hahuan sect. They are aware of our whereabouts in the Tianwu realm. We must leave promptly and prepare for our return." Xin Fei sighed. "I originally intended to enter the Soul Ruins Realms arena to try out the new competition format. But I got entangled in the Hahuan sect's affairs and ended up in this predicament. It seems the Mirror Arena experience is lost to us." "The Mirror Arena? What is that? You don't know? I wonder if you are truly the chosen of the Ling Tian sacred land." Xin Fei replied incredulously. "The Mirror Arena is a new competition format established by the Soul Ruins Realms Arena. Upon entry, your opponent is yourself. Defeating your mirror image grants you unexpected rewards. As of now, no one has managed to defeat their own reflection." "Is that so?" Ling Xiao was instantly captivated by this novel concept. "However, having killed Sun Wei in the competition, wouldn't he be walking into a trap?" "Brother, I owe you a debt of gratitude for saving my life. When you visit the great wilderness ancient kingdom, you must seek me out. I shall extend you a warm welcome," Xin Fei proclaimed before preparing to depart. Being wanted by the Soul Ruins Realm's forces was no trivial matter. He needed to return quickly to prepare and inform his father. "All right, understood." Ling Xiao nodded. "By the way, the Gonlin Conference in the Southern Heavenly Mysterious Domain is about to commence. We shall meet there," Xin Fei added. "Moreover, a secret realm in the Great Wilderness Ancient Kingdom will be opening in a month. Would you like to join the excitement?" "What secret realm?" Ling Xiao inquired, intrigued. "It is said to be the demonic child's secret realm. Established